The Divine Comedy. Vision of Hell, Purgatory and Paradise. By Dante Alighieri. Hell, the Inferno. Canto I. In the midway of this our mortal life, I found me in a gloomy wood, astray. Gone from the path direct, and e'en to tell it were no easy task. How savage wild that forest, how robust and rough its growth, which to remember only, my dismay renews, in bitterness not far from death. Yet to discourse of what there good befell, all else will I relate discovered there. How first I entered it I scarce can say. Such sleepy dullness in that instant wait. My senses down, when the true path I left. But when a mountain's foot I reached, where clost the valley, that had pierced my heart with dread, I looked aloft, and saw his shoulders broad, already vested with that planet's beam, who leads all wanderers safe through every way. Then was a little respite to the fear that in my heart's recesses deep had lain. All of that night, so pitifully passed. And as a man, with difficult short breath, forespent with toiling, scapt from sea to shore, turns to the perilous wide waste, and stands at gaze. E'en so my spirit, that yet failed, struggling with terror, turned to view the straits that none hath passed and lived. My weary frame, after short pause recomforted, again I journeyed on over that lonely steep, the hinder foot still firmer. Scarce the ascent began, when, lo! a panther, nimble, light, and covered with a speckled skin, appeared. Nor, when it saw me, vanished, rather strove to check my onward going, that ofttimes with purpose to retrace my steps I turned. The hour was morning's prime, and on his way aloft the sun ascended with those stars that with him rose, when love divine first moved those its fair works, so that with joyous hope all things conspired to fill me. The gay skin of that swift animal, the maddened dawn, and the sweet season. Soon that joy was chased, and by new dread succeeded, when in view a lion came, gainst me, as it appeared, with his head held aloft and hunger mad, that e'en the air was fear-struck. A she-wolf was at his heels, who in her leanness seemed full of all wants, and many a land hath made disconsolate ere now. She with such fear o'erwhelmed me, at the sight of her appalled, that of the height all hope I lost. As one who with his gain elated, sees the time when all unwares is gone, he inwardly mourns with heart-griping anguish. Such was I, haunted by that fell beast, never at peace, who coming o'er against me, by degrees impelled me where the sun in silence rests, while to the lower space with backward step I fell. My ken discerned the form one of one, whose voice seemed faint through long disuse of speech. When him in that great desert I espied, have mercy on me, cried I out aloud. Spirit, or living man, whate'er thou be. He answered, now not man, man once I was, and born of Lombard parents, Mantuana both. By country, when the power of Julius yet was scarcely firm. At Rome my life was passed, beneath the mild Augustus, in the time of fabled deities and false. A bard was I, and made Anchises' upright son the subject of my song, who came from Troy, when the flames preyed on Ilium's haughty towers. But thou, say wherefore to such perils past return'st thou? Wherefore not this pleasant mount ascendest, cause and source of all delight? And art thou then that Virgil, that wellspring, from which such copious floods of eloquence have issued? I with front abashed replied, glory and light of all the tuneful train, May it avail me that I long with zeal have sought thy volume, and with love immense have conned it o'er. My master thou and guide, thou he from whom alone I have derived that style which for its beauty into fame exalts me. See the beast, from whom I fled. O save me from her, thou illustrious sage. For every vein and pulse throughout my frame she hath made tremble. He, soon as he saw that I was weeping, answered, Thou must needs another way pursue, if thou wouldst 'scape from out that savage wilderness. This beast, at whom thou criest, her way will suffer none to pass, and no less hindrance makes than death. So bad and so accursed in her kind, that never sated is her ravenous will, still after food more craving than before. To many an animal in wedlock vile she fastens, and shall yet to many more, until that greyhound come, who shall destroy her with sharp pain. He will not life support by earth nor its base metals, but by love, wisdom, and virtue, and his land shall be the land 'twixt either feltro. In his might shall safety to Italia's plains arise, for whose fair realm, Camilla, virgin pure, Nisus, Euryalus, and Turnus fell. He with incessant chase through every town shall worry, until he to hell at length restore her, thence by envy first let loose. I for thy profit pondering now devise, that thou mayst follow me, and I thy guide will lead thee hence through an eternal space, where thou shalt hear despairing shrieks, and see spirits of old tormented, who invoke a second death, and those next view, who dwell content in fire, for that they hope to come whene'er the time may be, among the blessed, into whose regions if thou then desire to ascend, a spirit worthier than I must lead thee, in whose charge, when I depart, thou shalt be left, for that Almighty King, who reigns above, a rebel to his law, adjudges me, and therefore hath decreed that to his city none through me should come. He in all parts hath sway, there rules, there holds his citadel and throne. O happy those whom there he chooses. I to him in few barred by that God, whom thou didst not adore. I do beseech thee, that this ill and worse I may escape, to lead me, where thou saidst that I St. Peter's gate may view, and those who as thou tell'st, are in such dismal plight. Onward he moved, I close his steps pursued. Canto II. Now was the day departing, and the air embrowned with shadows, from their toils released all animals on earth, and I alone prepared myself the conflict to sustain, both of sad pity, and that perilous road, which my unerring memory shall retrace. O Muses! O high genius! Now vouchsafe your aid. O mind, that all I saw hast kept safe in a written record, hear thy worth, and eminent endowments come to proof. I thus began, Bard, thou who art my guide, consider well, if virtue be in me sufficient, heir to this high enterprise. Thou trust me. Thou hast told that Silvius sire, yet clothed in corruptible flesh, among immortal tribes had entrance, and was there sensible present. Yet if heaven's great Lord, almighty foe to ill, such favour shewed, in contemplation of the high effect, both what and who from him should issue forth, it seems in reason's judgment well deserved. Sith he of Rome, and of Rome's empire wide, in heaven's imperial height was chosen sire. Both which, if truth be spoken, were ordained and stablished for the holy place, where sits who to great Peter's sacred chair succeeds. He from this journey, in thy song renowned, learned things, that to his victory gave rise, and to the papal robe. In after times, the chosen vessel also travelled there, to bring us back assurance in that faith, which is the entrance to salvation's way. But why should I there presume? Or who permits it? Not Aeneas I nor Paul. Myself I deem not worthy, and none else will deem me. If on this voyage then I venture, fear it will in folly end. Thou, who art wise, better my meaning know'st than I can speak. As one, who unresolves what he hath late resolved, and with new thoughts changes his purpose, from his first intent. Removed, e'en such was I on that dun coast, wasting in thought my enterprise, at first so eagerly embracked. If right thy words I scan, replied that shade magnanimous, thy soul is by vile fear assailed, which oft so overcasts a man, that he recoils from noblest resolution, like a beast at some false semblance in the twilight gloom. That from this terror thou mayst free thyself, I will instruct thee why I came, and what I heard in that same instant, when for thee grief touched me first. I was among the tribe who rest suspended, when a dame, so blessed and lovely, I besought her to command, called me, her eyes were brighter than the star of day, and she with gentle voice and soft, angelically toned her speech addressed. O courteous shade of Mantua, thou whose fame yet lives, and shall live long as nature lasts, a friend, not of my fortune but myself, on the wide desert in his road has met hindrance so great, that he through fear has turned. Now much I dread lest he past help have strayed, and I be risen too late for his relief. From what in heaven of him I heard, speed now, and by thy eloquent persuasive tongue, and by all means for his deliverance meet. Assist him, so to me will comfort spring. I who now bid thee on this errand forth. Am Beatrice, from a place I come. Note, Beatrice. I use this word, as it is pronounced in the Italian, as consisting of 4 syllables, of which the third is a long one. Revisited with joy. Love brought me thence. Who prompts my speech? When in my master's sight I stand, thy praise to him I oft will tell. She then was silent, and I thus began. O Lady, by whose influence alone mankind excels whatever is contained within that heaven which hath the smallest orb, so thy command delights me, that to obey, if it were done already, would seem late. No need hast thou farther to speak thy will. Yet tell the reason, why thou art not loath to leave that ample space, where to return. Thou burnest, for this centre here beneath. She then, since thou so deeply wouldst inquire, I will instruct thee briefly, why no dread hinders my entrance here. Those things alone are to be feared, whence evil may proceed. None else, for none are terrible beside. I am so framed by God, thanks to his grace, that any sufferance of your misery touches me not, nor flame of that fierce fire assails me. In high heaven a blessed dame, besides, who mourns with such effectual grief, that hindrance, which I send thee to remove, that God's stern judgment to her will inclines. To Lucia calling, her she thus bespake. Now doth thy faithful servant need thy aid, and I commend him to thee. At her word sped Lucia, of all cruelty the foe, and coming to the place, where I abode, seated with Rachel, her of ancient days, she thus addressed me, thou true praise of God. Beatrice, why is not thy succor lent to him, who so much loved thee, as to leave. For thy sake all the multitude admires. Dost thou not hear how pitiful his wail? Nor mark the death, which in the torrent flood, swoln mightier than a sea, him struggling holds. Ne'er among men did any with such speed haste to their profit, flee from their annoy. As when these words were spoken, I came here, down from my blessed seat, trusting the force of thy pure eloquence, which thee, and all who well have marked it, into honor brings. When she had ended, her bright beaming eyes, tearful she turned aside, whereat I felt redoubled zeal to serve thee, as she willed. Thus am I come, I save thee from the beast, who thy near way across the goodly mount prevented. What is this comes o'er thee then? Why dost thou hang back? Why in thy breast harbor vile fear? Why hast not courage there, and noble daring? Since three maids so blessed thy safety plan, e'en in the court of heaven, and so much certain good my words forebode, as florets, by the frosty air of night, bent down and clasped, when day has blanched their leaves, rise all unfolded on their spiry stems. So was my fainting vigor new restored, and to my heart such kindly courage ran, that I as one undaunted soon replied, O full of pity she, who undertook my succor, and thou kind who didst perform so soon her true behest. With such desire thou hast disposed me to renew my voyage, that my first purpose fully is resumed. Lead on, one only will is in us both. Thou art my guide, my master thou, and Lord. So spake I. And when he had onward moved, I entered on the deep and woody way. Canto III. Through me you pass into the city of woe. Through me you pass into eternal pain. Through me among the people lost for aye. Justice the founder of my fabric moved. To rear me was the task of power divine, supremest wisdom, and primeval love. Before me things create were none, save things eternal, and eternal I endure. All hope abandon ye who enter here. Such characters in color dim I marked, over a portal's lofty arch inscribed. Whereat I thus, Master, these words import. Hard meaning. He as one prepared replied. Here thou must all distrust behind thee leave. Here be vile fear extinguished. We are come where I have told thee we shall see the souls to misery doomed, who intellectual good have lost. And when his hand he had stretched forth to mine, with pleasant looks, whence I was cheered, into that secret place he led me on. Here sighs with lamentations and loud moans resounded through the air pierced by no star. That e'en I wept at entering. Various tongues, horrible languages, outcries of woe, accents of anger, voices deep and hoarse, with hands together smote that swelled the sounds, made up a tumult, that for ever whirls round through that air with solid darkness stained, like to the sand that in the whirlwind flies. I then, with error yet encompassed, cried, O Master! What is this I hear? What race are these, who seem so overcome with woe? He thus to me, this miserable fate suffer the wretched souls of those, who lived without or praise or blame, with that ill band of angels mixed, who nor rebellious proved, nor yet were true to God, but for themselves were only. From his bounds heaven drove them forth, not to impair his luster, nor the depth of hell receives them, lest th accursed tribe should glory thence with exultation vain. I then, Master, what doth aggrieve them thus, that they lament so loud? He straight replied, That will I tell thee briefly. These of death no hope may entertain, and their blind life so meanly passes, that all other lots they envy. Fame of them the world hath none. Nor suffers, mercy and justice scorn them both. Speak not of them, but look, and pass them by. And I, who straightway looked, beheld a flag, which whirling ran around so rapidly, that it no pause obtained, and following came such a long train of spirits, I should ne'er have thought, that death so many had despoiled. When some of these I recognized, I saw, and knew the shade of him, who to base fear yielding, abjured his high estate. Forthwith I understood for certain this the tribe of those ill spirits both to God displeasing, and to his foes. These wretches, who ne'er lived, went on in nakedness, and sorely stung by wasps and hornets, which bedewed their cheeks with blood, that mixed with tears dropped to their feet, and by disgustful worms was gathered there. Then looking farther onwards I beheld a throng upon the shore of a great stream. Whereat I thus, Sir, grant me now to know whom here we view, and whence impelled they seem so eager to pass o'er, as I discern through the blear light. He thus to me in few: This shalt thou know, soon as our steps arrive beside the woeful tide of Acheron. Then with eyes downward cast and filled with shame, fearing my words offensive to his ear, till we had reached the river, I from speech abstained. And lo! Toward us in a bark comes on an old man hoary white with eld, crying, Woe to you wicked spirits! Hope not ever to see the sky again. I come to take you to the other shore across, into eternal darkness, there to dwell in fierce heat and in ice. And thou, who there standest, live spirit, get thee hence, and leave these who are dead. But soon as he beheld, I left them not. By other way, said he, by other haven shalt thou come to shore. Not by this passage, thee a nimbler boat must carry. Then to him thus spake my guide: Charon, thyself torment not, so 'tis willed. Where will and power are one, ask thou no more. Straightway in silence fell the shaggy cheeks of him the boatman o'er the livid lake, around whose eyes glared wheeling flames. Meanwhile those spirits, faint and naked, color-changed, and gnashed their teeth, soon as the cruel words they heard. God and their parents they blasphemed, the human kind, the place, the time, and seed that did engender them and give them birth. Then all together sorely wailing drew to the cursed strand, that every man must pass who fears not God. Charon, demoniac form, with eyes of burning coal, collects them all, beckoning, and each, that lingers, with his oar strikes, as fall off the light autumnal leaves, one still another following, till the bough strews all its honors on the earth beneath. E'en in like manner Adam's evil brood cast themselves one by one down from the shore, each at a beck, as falcon at his call. Thus go they over through the umbered wave, and ever they on the opposing bank be landed. On this side another throng still gathers. Son, thus spake the courteous guide, those, who die subject to the wrath of God, all here together come from every clime, and to Oerpus the river are not loath. For so heaven's justice goads them on, that fear is turned into desire. Hence ne'er hath passed. Good spirit, if of thee Charon complain, now mayst thou know the import of his words. This said, the gloomy region trembling shook so terribly, that yet with clammy dews fear chills my brow. The sad earth gave a blast, that, lightning, shot forth a vermilion flame, which all my senses conquered quite, and I down dropped, as one with sudden slumber seized. Canto 4. Broke the deep slumber in my brain a crash of heavy thunder, that I shook myself, as one by main force roused. Risen upright, my rested eyes I moved around, and searched with fixed ken to know what place it was wherein I stood. For certain on the brink I found me of the lamentable vale, the dread abyss, that joins a thunderous sound of plaints innumerable, dark and deep, and thick with clouds o'erspread. Mine eye in vain explored its bottom, nor could aught discern. Now let us to the blind world there beneath descend. The bard began all pale of look. I go the first, and thou shalt follow next. Then I his altered hue perceiving, thus: how may I speed, if thou yieldest to dread? Who still art wont to comfort me in doubt? He then, the anguish of that race below, with pity stains my cheek, which thou for fear mistakest. Let us on. Our length of way urges to haste. Onward, this said, he moved, and entering led me with him on the bounds of the first circle, that surrounds th abyss. Here, as mine ear could note, no plaint was heard, except of sighs, that made th eternal air tremble, not cowsed by tortures, but from grief felt by those multitudes, many and vast, of men, women, and infants. Then to me, the gentle guide, inquirest thou not what spirits are these, which thou beholdest? Ere thou pass farther, I would thou know, that these of sin were blameless. And if aught they merited, it profits not, since baptism was not theirs the portal to thy faith. If they before the gospel lived, they served not God aright. And among such am I. For these defects, and for no other evil, we are lost. Only so far afflicted, that we live desiring without hope. So grief assailed my heart at hearing this, for well I knew, suspended in that limbo many a soul of mighty worth. Oh, tell me, sire revered, tell me, my master. I began through wish of full assurance in that holy faith, which vanquishes all error. Say, did err any, or through his own or others' merit, come forth from thence, whom afterward was blessed? Piercing the secret purport of my speech, he answered, I was new to that estate, when I beheld a puissant one arrive amongst us, with victorious trophy crowned. He forth the shade of our first parent drew, Abel his child, and Noah righteous man, of Moses lawgiver for faith approved, of patriarch Abraham, and David king, Israel with his sire and with his sons, nor without Rachel whom so hard he won, and others many more, whom he to bliss exalted. Before these, be thou assured, no spirit of humankind was ever saved. We, while he spake, ceased not our onward road, still passing through the wood, for so I name those spirits thick beset. We were not far on this side from the summit, when I kenned a flame, that o'er the darkened hemisphere prevailing shinned. Yet we a little space were distant, not so far, but I in part discovered, that a tribe in honor high that place possessed. O thou, who every art and science valuest, who are these, that boast such honor, separate from all the rest? He answered, the renown of their great names, that echoes through your world above, acquires favor in heaven, which holds them thus advanced. Meantime a voice I heard, honor the bard sublime. His shade returns that left us late. No sooner ceased the sound, than I beheld For mighty spirits toward us bend their steps. Of semblance neither sorrowful nor glad. When thus my master kind began, mark him. Who in his right hand bears that falchion keen. The other three preceding, as their lord. This is that Homer, of all bards supreme. Flaccus the next in satire's vein excelling. The third is Naso. Lucan is the last. Because they all that appellation own. With which the voice singly accosted me. Honoring they greet me thus, and well they judge. So I beheld united the bright school. Of him the monarch of sublimest song. That o'er the others like an eagle soars. When they together short discourse had held. They turned to me, with salutation kind. Beckoning me. At the which my master smiled. Nor was this all, but greater honor still. They gave me, for they made me of their tribe. And I was sixth amid so learned a band. Far as the luminous beacon on we passed. Speaking of matters, then befitting well. To speak, now fitter left untold. At foot of a magnificent castle we arrived. 7 times with lofty walls begirt and round. Defended by a pleasant stream. O'er this. As o'er dry land we passed. Next through 7 gates. I with those sages entered, and we came. Into a mead with lively verdure fresh. There dwelt a race, who slow their eyes around. Majestically moved, and in their port. Bore eminent authority, they spake. Seldom, but all their words were tuneful sweet. We to one side returred, into a place. Open and bright and lofty, whence each one stood manifest to view. Incontinent. There on the green enamel of the plain. Were shown me the great spirits, by whose sight I am exalted in my own esteem. Electra there I saw accompanied by many, among whom Hector I knew. Anchises' pious son, and with hawk's eye. Caesar all armed, and by Camilla there. Penthesilea. On the other side. Old King Latinus, seated by his child. Lavinia, and that Brutus I beheld. Who Tarquin chased, Lucretia, Cato's wife. Marcia, with Julia and Cornelia there. And sole apart returned, the Soldan fierce. Then when a little more I rised my brow, I spied the master of the sapient throng. Seated amid the philosophic train. Him all admire, all pay him reverence due. There Socrates and Plato both I marked. Nearest to him in rank. Democritus. Who sets the world at chance, Diogenes. With Heraclitus, and Empedocles. And Anaxagoras, and Thales sage. Zeno, and Dioscorides well read. In nature's secret lore. Orpheus I marked. And Linus, Tully and moral Seneca. Euclid and Ptolemy, Hippocrates. Galenus, Avicen, and him who made that commentary vast, Averroes. Of all to speak at full were vain attempt. For my wide theme so urges, that ofttimes my words fall short of what bechanked. Into the 6 associates part. Another way. My sage guide leads me, from that air serene. Into a climate ever vexed with storms. And to a part one come where no light shines. Canto V. From the first circle I descended thus. Down to the second, which, a lesser space. Embracing, so much more of grief contains. Provoking bitter moans. There, Minos stands. Grinning with ghastly feature, he, of all who enter, strict examining the crimes. Gives sentence, and dismisses them beneath. According as he foldeth him around. For when before him comes ill-fated soul, it all confesses. And that judge severe of sins, considering what place in hell suits the transgression with his tale so oft. Himself encircles, as degrees beneath. He dooms it to descend. Before him stand always a numberous throng. And in his turn, each one to judgment passing, speaks, and hears his fate, thence downward to his dwelling hurled. O thou, who to this residence of woe approachest, when he saw me coming, cried, Minos, relinquishing his dread employ, look how thou enter here, beware in whom thou place thy trust, let not the entrance broad deceive thee to thy harm. To him my guide, wherefore exclaimest, hinder not his way. By destiny appointed, so 'tis willed. Where will and power are one, ask thou no more. Now 'gin the rueful wailings to be heard. Now am I come where many a plaining voice smites on mine ear. Into a place I came, where light was silent all. Bellowing there groaned a noise as of a sea in tempest torn by warring winds. The stormy blast of hell with restless fury drives the spirits on, whirled round and dashed amain with sore annoy. When they arrive before the ruinous sweep, their shrieks are heard, their lamentations, moans, and blasphemies gainst the good power in heaven. I understood that to this torment sad, the carnal sinners are condemned, in whom reason by lust is swayed, as in large troops, and multitudinous, when winter reigns, the starlings on their wings are borne abroad. So bears the tyrannous gust those evil souls, on this side and on that, above, below. It drives them, hope of rest to solace them is none, nor e'en of milder pang. As cranes, chanting their dole-rouse notes, traverse the sky, stretched out in long array, so I beheld spirits, who came loud wailing, hurried on by their dire doom. Then I, instructor, who are these, by the black airs so scourged? The first, 'mong those, of whom thou question'st, he replied, o'er many tongues was empress. She in vice of luxury was so shameless, that she made liking be lawful by promulged decree. To clear the blame she had herself incurred. This is Semiramis, of whom 'tis writ that she succeeded Ninus her espoused, and held the land, which now the Soldan rules. The next in amorous fury slew herself, and to Sycius' ashes broke her faith. Then follows Cleopatra, lustful queen. There marked I Helen, for whose sake so long the time was fraught with evil. There the great Achilles, who with love fought to the end. Paris I saw, and Tristan. And beside 1,000 more he showed me, and by name pointed them out, whom love bereaved of life. When I had heard my sage instructor name those dames and knights of antique days, o'erpowered by pity, well nigh in amaze my mind was lost. And I began, bard, willingly I would address those two together coming, which seemed so light before the wind. He thus, note thou, when nearer they to us approach, then by that love which carries them along, entreat, and they will come. Soon as the wind swayed them toward us, I thus framed my speech. O wearied spirits, come, and hold discourse with us, if by none else restrained, as doves, by fond desire invited, on wide wings, and firm, to their sweet nest returning home, cleave the air, wafted by their will along. Thus issued from that troop, where Dido ranks, they through the ill air speeding with such force. My cry prevailed by strong affection you are G'd. O gracious creature and benign, who ghost visiting, through this element obscure, us, who the world with bloody stain imbrued. If for a friend the king of all we owned, our prayer to him should for thy peace arise. Since thou hast pity on our evil plight, Of whatsoe'er to hear or to discourse. It pleases thee, that will we hear, of that. Freely with thee discourse, while ere the wind, as now, is mute. The land, that gave me birth, is situate on the coast, where Pa descends, to rest in ocean with his sequent streams. Love, that in gentle heart is quickly learnt, entangled him by that fair form, from me. Ta'en in such cruel sort, as grieves me still. Love, that denial takes from none beloved, caught me with pleasing him so passing well, that, as thou seest, he yet deserts me not. Love brought us to one death, kine awaits the soul, who spilt our life. Such were their words, at hearing which downward I bent my looks, and held them there so long, that the bard cried, What art thou pondering? I in answer thus, Alas! By what sweet thoughts, what fond desire, must they at length to that ill pass have reached? Then turning, I to them my speech addressed, and thus began, Francesca, your sad fate, even to tears my grief and pity moves. But tell me, in the time of your sweet sighs, by what, and how love granted, that ye knew your yet uncertain wishes? She replied, No greater grief than to remember days of joy, when misery is at hand. That kens thy learned instructor, yet so eagerly. If thou art bent to know the primal root, from whence our love gat being, I will do as one, who weeps and tells his tale. One day, for our delight we read of Lancelot, how him love thralled. Alone we were, and no suspicion near us. Ofttimes by that reading, our eyes were drawn together, and the hue fled from our altered cheek. But at one point, alone we fell, when of that smile we read, the wished smile, rapturously kissed by one so deep in love, then he, who ne'er from me shall separate, at once my lips all trembling kissed. The book and writer both were love's purveyors. In its leaves that day we read no more. While thus one spirit spake, the other wailed so sorely, that heart-struck I through compassion fainting, seemed not far from death, and like a corpse fell to the ground. Canto VI. My sense reviving, that erewhile had drooped, with pity for the kindred shades, whence grief came me wholly, straight around I see new torments, new tormented souls, which way soe'er I move, or turn, or bend my sight. In the third circle I arrive, of shores, ceaseless, accursed, heavy, and cold, unchanged forever, both in kind and in degree. Large hail, discolored water, sleety flaw, through the dun midnight air streamed down amain. Stank all the land whereon that tempest fell. Cerberus, cruel monster, fierce and strange, through his wide threefold throat barks as a dog. Over the multitude immersed beneath. His eyes glare crimson, black his unctuous beard. His belly large, and clawed the hands, with which he tears the spirits, flays them, and their limbs piecemeal disparts. Howling there spread, as curs under the rainy deluge, with one side the other screening, oft they roll them round. A wretched, godless crew. When that great worm descried us, savage Cerberus, he opt his jaws, and the fangs showed us not a limb of him but trembled. Then my guide, his palms expanding on the ground, thence filled with earth, riced them, and cast it in his ravenous maw. E'en as a dog, that yelling bays for food, his keeper, when the morsel comes, lets fall. His fury, bent alone with eager haste to swallow it, so dropped the loathsome cheeks Of demon Cerberus, who thundering stuns the spirits, that they for deafness wish in vain. We, o'er the shades thrown prostrate by the brunt of the heavy tempest passing, set our feet upon their emptiness, that substance seemed. They all along the earth extended lay, save one, that sudden rised himself to sit. Soon as that way he saw us pass. O thou, he cried, who through the infernal shades art led. Own, if again thou know'st me. Thou wast frammed. Or ere my frame was broken. I replied. The anguish thou endurst perchance so takes thy form from my remembrance, that it seems as if I saw thee never. But inform me who thou art, that in a place so sad art set, and in such torment, that although other be greater, more disgustful none can be imagined. He in answer thus. Thy city heaped with envy to the brim. I that the measure overflows its bounds. Held me in brighter days. Ye citizens were wont to name me Chaco. For the sin of glut New York, damned vice, beneath this reign. E'en as thou seest, I with fatigue am worn. Nor I sole spirit in this woe, all these have by like crime incurred like punishment. No more he said, and I my speech resumed. Chaco, thy dire affliction grieves me much, even to tears. But tell me, if thou know'st, what shall at length befall the citizens of the divided city? Whether any just one inhabit there, and tell me of the cause, whence jarring discord hath assailed it thus. He then, after long striving they will come to blood, and the wild party from the woods will chase the other with much injury forth. Then it behoves, that this must fall, within 3 solar circles, and the other rise by borrowed force of one, who under shore now rests. It shall a long space hold aloof its forehead, keeping under heavy weight. The other oppressed, indignant at the load, and grieving sore. The just are 2 in number, but they neglected avarice, envy, pride. 3 fatal sparks have set the hearts of all on fire. Here ceased the lamentable sound, and I continued thus. Still would I learn more from thee, farther parley still entreat. Of Farinata and Tegiose, they who so well deserved, of Jacopo, Arrigo, Mosca, and the rest, who bent their minds on working good. Oh, tell me where they bide, and to their knowledge let me come. For I am pressed with keen desire to hear if heaven's sweet cup or poisonous drug of hell be to their lip assigned. He answered straight. These are yet blacker spirits. Various crimes have sunk them deeper in the dark abyss. If thou so far descendest, thou mayst see them. But to the pleasant world when thou return'st, of me make mention, I entreat thee, there. No more I tell thee, answer thee no more. This said, his fixed eyes he turned askance. A little eyed me, then bent down his head. And midst his blind companions with it fell. When thus my guide, no more his bed he leaves, ere the last angel trumpet blow. The power adverse to these shall then in glory come. Each one forthwith to his sad tomb repair. Resume his fleshly vesture and his form. And hear the eternal doom re-echoing rend the vault. So passed we through that mixture foul of spirits and rain, with tardy steps, meanwhile touching, though slightly, on the life to come. For thus I questioned, shall these tortures, sir, when the great sentence passes, be increased, or mitigated, or as now severe? He then, consult thy knowledge, that decides that as each thing to more perfection grows, it feels more sensibly both good and pain. though ne'er to true perfection may arrive. This race accursed, yet nearer then than now. They shall approach it. Compassing that path. Circuitous we journeyed, and discourse. Much more than I relate between us passed. Till at the point, where the steps led below. Arrived, there Plutus, the great foe, we found. Canto VII. Ah me! O Satan! Satan! Loud exclaimed Plutus, in accent hoarse of wild alarm. And the kind sage, whom no event surpriest. To comfort me thus spake, let not thy fear harm thee, for power in him, be sure, is none. To hinder down this rock thy safe descent. Then to that sworn lip turning, peace, he cried. Cursed wolf! Thy fury inward on thyself. Pray, and consume thee. Through the dark profound. Not without cause he passes. So, is willed. On high, there where the great archangel poured. Heaven's vengeance on the first adulterer proud. As sails full spread and bellying with the wind. Drop suddenly collapsed, if the mast split. So to the ground down dropped the cruel fiend. Thus we, descending to the fourth steep ledge. Gained on the dismal shore, that all the woe. Hems in of all the universe. Ah me! Almighty justice! In what store thou heapst. New pains, new troubles, as I here beheld. Wherefore doth fault of ours bring us to this? E'en as a billow, on Charybdis rising. Against encountered billow dashing breaks. Such is the dance this wretched race must lead. Whom more than elsewhere numerous here I found. From one side and the other, with loud voice. Both rolled on weights by main forge of their breasts. Then smote together. And each one forthwith rolled them back voluble, turning again. Exclaiming these, why holdest thou so fast? Those answering, and why castest thou away? So still repeating their despiteful song. They to the opposite point on either hand. Traversed the horrid circle, then arrived. Both turned them round, and through the middle space. Conflicting met again. At sight whereof. I, stung with grief, thus spake, O say, my guide. What race is this? Were these, whose heads are shorn? On our left hand, all separate to the church. He straight replied, in their first life these all. In mind were so distorted, that they made. According to due measure, of their wealth. No use. This clearly from their words collect. Which they howl forth, at each extremity. Arriving of the circle, where their crime. Contrary in kind disparts them. To the church. Were separate those, that with no hairy cowls. Are crowned, both popes and cardinals, o'er whom. Avarice dominion absolute maintains. I then, mid such as these some needs must be. Whom I shall recognize, that with the blot. Of these foul sins were stained. He answering thus. Vain thought conceiv'st thou. That ignoble life. Which made them vile before, now makes them dark. And to all knowledge indiscernible. Forever they shall meet in this rude shock. These from the tomb with clenched grasp shall rise. Those with close-shaven locks. That ill they gave. And ill they kept, half of the beauteous world. Deprived, and set them at this strife, which needs no labored phrase of mine to set it off. Now mayst thou see, my son. How brief, how vain. The goods committed into fortune's hands. For which the human race keep such a coil. Not all the gold, that is beneath the moon. Or ever hath been, of these toil-worn souls. Might purchase rest for one. I thus rejoined. My guide. Of thee this also would I learn. This fortune, that thou speak'st of, what it is. Whose talons grasp the blessings of the world. He thus, O beings blind. What ignorance! besets you? Now my judgment hear and mark. He, whose transcendent wisdom passes all the heavens creating, gave them ruling powers to guide them, so that each part shines to each. Their light in equal distribution poured. By similar appointment he ordained over the world's bright images to rule. Superintendents of a guiding hand, and general minister, which at due time may change the empty vantages of life. From race to race, from one to other's blood. Beyond prevention of man's wisest care. Wherefore one nation rises into sway. Another languishes, e'en as her will decrees, from us concealed, as in the grass. The serpent train against her not avails. Your utmost wisdom she with foresight plans, judges, and carries on her reign, as theirs. The other powers divine. Her changes know none intermission, by necessity. She is made swift, so frequent come who claim succession in her favors. This is she, so execrated e'en by those, whose debt to her is rather praise. They wrongfully with blame requite her, and with evil word. But she is blessed, and for that recks not. Amidst the other primal beings glad. Rolls on her sphere, and in her bliss exults. Now on our way pass we, to heavier woe. Descending, for each star is falling now. That mounted at our entrance, and forbids. Too long our tarrying. We the circle crossed. To the next steep, arriving at a well. That boiling pours itself down to a foss. Sluicked from its source. Far murkier was the wave than sablest grain, and we in company of the inky waters, journeying by their side. Entered, though by a different track, beneath. Into a lake, the Stygian nommed, expands. The dismal stream, when it hath reached the foot of the grey withered cliffs. Intent I stood to gaze, and in the marish sunk descried a miry tribe, all naked, and with looks betokening rage. They with their hands alone struck not, but with the head, the breast, the feet, cutting each other piecemeal with their fangs. The good instructor spake, now sayest thou, son, the souls of those, whom anger overcame. This too for certain know, that underneath the water dwells a multitude, whose sighs into these bubbles make the surface heave. As thy night tells thee wheresoe'er it turn. Fixed in the slime they say, sad once were we. In the sweet air made gladsome by the sun. Carrying a foul and lazy mist within. Now in these murky settlings are we sad. Such dolorous strain they gurgle in their throats. But word distinct can utter none. Our route. Thus compassed we, a segment widely stretched. Between the dry embankment, and the core of the loathed pool, turning meanwhile our eyes downward on those who gulped its muddy lees. Nor stopped, till to a tower's low base we came. Canto VIII. My theme pursuing, I relate that ere we reached the lofty turret's base, our eyes its height ascended, where two cressets hung. We marked, and from afar another light returned the signal, so remote that scarce the eye could catch its beam. I turning round to the deep source of knowledge, thus inquired. Say what this means. And what that other light in answer set. What agency doth this? There on the filthy waters, he replied. E'en now what next awaits us mayst thou see. If the marsh-gendered fog conceal it not. Never was arrow from the cord dismissed, that ran its way so nimbly through the air. As a small bark, that through the waves I spied. Toward us coming, under the sole sway of one that ferried it, who cried aloud. Art thou arrived? Fell spirit. Phlegyas, Phlegyas. This time thou criest in vain, my lord replied. No longer shalt thou have us, but while o'er the slimy pool we pass, as one who hears of some great wrong he hath sustained, whereat inly he pines, so Phlegyas inly pinned in his fierce ire. My guide descending stepped into the skiff, and bade me enter next. Close at his side, nor till my entrance seemed the vessel freighted. Soon as both embarked, cutting the waves, goes on the ancient prow, more deeply than with others it is wont. While we our course o'er the dead channel held, one drenched in mire before me came, and said, Who art thou, that thou comest ere thine hour? I answered, Though I come, I tarry not. But who art thou, that art become so foul? One, as thou sayest, who mourn, he straight replied. To which I thus, in mourning and in woe, cursed spirit, tarry thou. I know thee well. E'en thus in filth disquist. Then stretched he forth hands to the bark, whereof my teacher sage, aware, thrusting him back, away, down there, to the other dogs, then, with his arms my neck encircling, kissed my cheek, and spake, O soul, justly disdainful, blessed was she in whom thou was conceived. He in the world was one, for arrogance noted, to his memory no virtue lends its luster, even so. Here is his shadow furious. There above, how many now hold themselves mighty kings, who here like swine shall wallow in the mire, leaving behind them horrible dispraise. I then, master, him fain would I behold, whelmed in these dregs, before we quit the lake. He thus, or ever to thy view the shore be offered, satisfied shall be that wish, which well deserves completion. Scarce his words were ended, when I saw the miry tribes set on him with such violence, that yet for that render I thanks to God and praise. To Filippo Argenti, cried they all, and on himself the moody Florentine turned his avenging fangs. Him here we left, nor speak I of him more. But on mine ear sudden a sound of lamentation smote, whereat mine I unbarred I sent abroad. And thus the good instructor, now, my son, draws near the city, that of Dis is nommed, with its grave denizens, a mighty throng. I thus, the minarets already, sir, their surtees in the valley I descry, gleaming vermilion, as if they from fire had issued. He replied, Eternal fire, that inward burns, shows them with ruddy flame. Illumed, as in this nether hell thou sayest. We came within the fosses deep, that moat this region comfortless. The walls appeared as they were framed of iron. We had made wide circuit, ere a place we reached, where loud the mariner cried vehement, Go forth. The entrance is here. Upon the gates I spied more than 1,000, who of old from heaven were hurled with ireful gestures. Who is this? They cried, that without death first felt, goes through the regions of the dead. My sapient guide made sign that he for secret parley wished, whereat their angry scorn abating, thus they spake, Come thou alone, and let him go, who hath so heartily entered this realm. Alone return he by his witless way. If well he know it, let him prove. For thee, here shalt thou tarry, who through climes so dark hast been his escort. Now bethink thee, reader, what cheer was mine at sound of those cursed words. I did believe I never should return. O my loved guide, who more than 7 times security hast rendered me, and drawn from peril deep, whereto I stood exposed. Desert me not, I cried, in this extreme And if our onward going be denied, together trace we back our steps with speed. My liege, who thither had conducted me, replied, Fear not, for of our passage none hath power to disappoint us, by such high authority permitted. But do thou expect me here. Meanwhile thy wearied spirit comfort, and feed with kindly hope, assured. I will not leave thee in this lower world. This said, departs the sire benevolent, and quits me. Hesitating I remain, at war 'twixt will and will not in my thoughts. I could not hear what terms he offered them. But they conferred not long, for all at once to trial fled within. Closed were the gates by those our adversaries on the breast of my liege lord, excluded he returned to me with tardy steps. Upon the ground his eyes were bent, and from his brow erased all confidence, while thus with sighs he spake. Who hath denied me these abodes of woe? Then thus to me, that I am angered, think no ground of terror, in this trial I shall vanquish, use what arts they may within for hindrance. This their insolence, not new. Erewhile at gate less secret they displayed, which still is without bolt. Upon its arch thou saw'st the deadly scroll, and even now on this side of its entrance, down the steep, passing the circles, unescorted, comes one whose strong might can open us this land. Canto IX. The hue, which cowered dread on my pale cheeks, imprinted, when I saw my guide turn back, chased that from his which newly they had worn, and inwardly restrained it. He, as one who listens, stood attentive, for his eye not far could lead him through the sable air, and the thick gathering cloud. It yet behooves we win this fight, thus he began, if not, such aid to us is offered. Oh, how long, me seems it, ere the promised help arrive. I noted, how the sequel of his words clocked their beginning, for the last he spake agreed not with the first, but not the less. My fear was at his saying, sith I drew to import worse perchance, than that he held his mutilated speech. Doth ever any into this rueful concave's extreme depth descend, out of the first degree, whose pain is deprivation merely of sweet hope? Thus I inquiring, rarely, he replied, it chances, that among us any makes this journey, which I wend. Erewhile, 'tis true, once came I here beneath, conjured by fell Erectho, sorceress, who compelled the shades back to their bodies. No long space my flesh was naked of me, when within these walls she made me enter, to draw forth a spirit from out of Judas' circle. Lowest place is that of all, obscurest, and removed farthest from heaven's all-circling orb. The road full well I know, thou therefore rest secure. That lake, the noisome stench exhaling, round the city of grief encompasses, which now we may not enter without rage. Yet more, he added, but I hold it not in mind. For that mine I toward the lofty tower had drawn me wholly, to its burning top, where in an instant I beheld a prison. At once three hellish furies stained with blood. In limb and motion feminine they seemed. Around them greenest hydras twisting rolled their volumes. Adders and cerastes crept instead of hair, and their fierce temples bound. He, knowing well the miserable hags who tend the queen of endless woe, thus spake. Mark thou each dire Erinyes. To the left, this is Magira. On the right hand she who wails, Alecto, and Tisiphone. Midst. This said, in silence he remained. Their breast they each one clawing tore. Themselves smote with their palms, and such shrill clamor rised, that to the bard I clung, suspicion bound. Hasten Medusa, so to adamant. Him shall we change, all looking down exclaimed. E'en when by Theseus might assailed, we took no ill revenge. Turn thyself round, and keep thy countenance hid, for if the Gorgon dire be shown, and thou shouldst view it, thy return upwards would be for ever lost. This said, himself my gentle master turned me round. Nor trusted he my hands, but with his own he also hid me. Ye of intellect, sound and entire, mark well the lore concealed under close texture of the mystic strain. And now there came o'er the perturbed waves loud crashing, terrible, a sound that made either shore tremble, as if of a wind impetuous, from conflicting vapors sprung, that, gainst some forest driving all its might, plucks off the branches, beats them down and hurls afar. Then onward passing proudly sweeps its whirlwind rage, while beasts and shepherds fly. Mine eyes he loosed, and spake, and now direct thy visual nerve along that ancient foam. There, thickest where the smoke ascends, as frogs before their foe the serpent, through the wave ply swiftly all, till at the ground each one lies on a heap, more than 1,000 spirits destroyed. So saw I fleeing before one who passed with unwet feet the Stygian sound. He, from his face removing the gross air, oft his left hand forth stretched, and seemed alone. By that annoyance wearied, I perceived that he was sent from heaven, and to my guide turned me, whose signal made that I should stand quiet, and bend to him. Ah me! How full of noble anger seemed he! To the gate he came, and with his wand touched it, whereat open without impediment it flew. Outcasts of heathen, O abject race and scorned! Began he on the horrid grunsel standing. Whence doth this wild excess of insolence lodge in you? Wherefore kick you 'gainst that will ne'er frustrate of its end, and which so oft hath laid on you enforcement of your pangs? What profits at the phase to but the horn? Your Cerberus, if ye remember, hence bears still, peeled of their hair, his throat and maw. This said, he turned back o'er the filthy way, and syllable to us spake none, but wore the semblance of a man by other care beset, and keenly pressed, then thought of him who in his presence stands. Then we our steps toward that territory moved, secure. After the hallowed words we unopposed there entered, and my mind eager to learn what state a fortress like to that might hold. I soon as entered throw mine eye around, and see on every part wide-stretching space, replete with bitter pain and torment ill, as where Rhone stagnates on the plains of Alls, or as at Pola, near Cornaro's Gulf, that closes Italy and laves her bounds. The place is all thick spread with sepulchres. So was it here, save what in horror here excelled, for midst the graves were scattered flames, wherewith intensely all throughout they burned. That iron for no craft their hotter needs. Their lids all hung suspended, and beneath from them forth issued lamentable moans, such as the sad and tortured well might raise. I thus, Master, say who are these, interred within these vaults, of whom distinct we hear the dolorous sighs? He answer thus returned. The arch-heretics are here, accompanied by every sect their followers, and much more than thou believest. Tombs are freighted, like with like is buried, and the monuments are different in degrees of heat. This said, He to the right hand turning, on we passed. Betwixt the afflicted and the ramparts high. Canto X. Now by a secret pathway we proceed. Between the walls, that hem the region round. And the tormented souls, my master first. I close behind his steps. Virtue supreme. I thus began. Who through these ample orbs in circuit leadst me, even as thou willst. Speak thou, and satisfy my wish. May those who lie within these sepulchres be seen. Already all the lids are riced, and none o'er them keeps watch. He thus in answer spake. They shall be closed all, what time they hear. From Josaphat return shall come, and bring their bodies, which above they now have left. The cemetery on this part obtain. With Epicurus all his followers. Who with the body make the spirit die. Here therefore satisfaction shall be soon. Both to the question asked, and to the wish. Which thou concealst in silence. I replied. I keep not, guide beloved. From thee my heart. Secreted, but to shun vain length of words. A lesson erewhile taught me by thyself. O Tuscan! Thou who through the city of fire alive art passing, so discreet of speech. Here please thee stay a while. Thy utterance declares the place of thy nativity to be that noble land, with which perchance I too severely dealt. Sudden that sound forth issued from a vault, whereat in fear I somewhat closer to my leader's side approaching, he thus spake, What dost thou? Turn. Lo, Farinata, there. Who hath himself uplifted, from his girdle upwards all exposed behold him. On his face was mine already fixed, his breast and forehead there erecting, seemed as in high scorn he held e'en hell. Between the sepulchres to him my guide thrust me with fearless hands and prompt this warning added, see thy words be clear. He, soon as there I stood at the tomb's foot, eyed me a space, then in disdainful mood addressed me, say, what ancestors were thine? I, willing to obey him, straight revealed the whole, nor kept back aught, whence he, his brow somewhat uplifting, cried, fiercely were they adverse to me, my party, and the blood from whence I sprang, twice therefore I abroad scattered them. Though drive and out, yet they each time from all parts, answered I, returned, an art which yours have shown, they are not skilled to learn. Then, peering forth from the unclosed jaw, rose from his side a shade, high as the chin. Leaning, methought, upon its knees upraised. It looked around, as eager to explore if there were other with me. But perceiving that fond imagination quenched, with tears, thus spake, if thou through this blind prison goest, led by thy lofty genius and profound, where is my son? And wherefore not with thee? I straight replied, not of myself I come. By him, who there expects me, through this clime conducted, whom perchance Guido thy son had in contempt. Already had his words and mode of punishment read me his name. Whence I so fully answered. He at once exclaimed, upstarting, how saidst thou he had? No longer lives he. Strikes not on his eye the blessed daylight? Then of some delay I made ere my reply aware, down fell supine, not after forth appeared he more. Meanwhile the other, great of soul, near whom I yet was stationed, chonged not countenance stern, nor moved the neck, nor bent his ribbed side. And if, continuing the first discourse, they in this art, he cried, small skill have shown, that doth torment me more e'en than this bed. But not yet 50 times shall be relumbed. Her aspect, who reigns here queen of this realm. Ere thou shalt know the full weight of that art. So to the pleasant world mayst thou return. As thou shalt tell me, why in all their laws against my kin this people is so fell. The slaughter and great havoc, I replied. That colored Arbia's flood with crimson stain. To these impute, that in our hallowed dome such orisons ascend. Sighing he shook the head, then thus resumed, in that affray I stood not singly, nor without just cause. Assuredly should with the rest have stirred. But singly there I stood, when by consent of all, Florence had to the ground been razed. The one who openly forbade the deed. So may thy lineage find at last repose. I thus adjured him, as thou solve this knot, which now involves my mind. If right I hear, ye seem to view beforehand, that which time leads with him, of the present uninformed. We view, as one who hath an evil sight. He answered, plainly, objects far remote. So much of his large splendour yet imparts the Almighty Ruler. But when they approach, or actually exist, our intellect then wholly fails, nor of your human state, except what others bring us know we ought. Hence therefore mayst thou understand, that all our knowledge in that instant shall expire. When on futurity the portals close. Then conscious of my fault, and by remorse smitten, I added thus, now shalt thou say to him there fallen, that his offspring still is to the living joined. And bid him know, that if from answer silent I abstained, 'twas that my thought was occupied intent upon that error, which thy help hath solved. But now my master summoning me back, I heard, and with more eager haste besought the Spirit to inform me, who with him partook his lot. He answer thus returned, more than 1,000 with me here are laid. Within is Frederick, second of that name, and the Lord Cardinal, and of the rest I speak not. He, this said, from sight withdrew. But I my steps towards the ancient bard reverting, ruminated on the words betokening me such ill. Onward he moved, and thus in going questioned, whence the amaze that holds thy senses rapt? I satisfied the inquiry, and the sage enjoined me straight. Let thy safe memory store what thou hast heard, to thee importing harm. And note thou this, with his right finger bidding me take heed. When thou shalt stand before her gracious beam, whose bright eye all surveys, she of thy life, the future tenor will to thee unfold. Forthwith he to the left hand turned his feet. We left the wall, and toward the middle space. Went by a path, that to a valley strikes, which e'en thus high exhaled its noisome steam. Canto XI. Upon the utmost verge of a high bank, by craggy rocks environed round, we came, where woes beneath more cruel yet were stowed. And here to shun the horrible excess of fetid exhalation, upward cast from the profound abyss. Behind the lid of a great monument we stood reterred, whereon this scroll I marked, I have in charge Pope Anastasius, whom Photinus drew from the right path. Ere our descent behooves, we make delay, that somewhat first the sense to the dire breath accustomed, afterward regard it not. My master thus, to whom answering I spake, some compensation find, that the time past not wholly lost. He then, lo, how my thoughts e'en to thy wishes tend. My son, within these rocks, he thus began, are 3 close circles in gradation placked, as these which now thou leav'st. Each one is full of spirits accursed, but that the sight alone Hereafter may suffice thee, listen how. And for what cause endurance they abide. Of all malicious act abhorred in heaven. The end is injury. And all such end, either by force or fraud, works others woe. But fraud, because of man peculiar evil, to God is more displeasing, and beneath. The fraudulent are therefore doomed to endure. Sever pang. The violent occupy all the first circle. And because to force 3 persons are obnoxious, in 3 rounds. Each within other separate is it frammed. To God, his neighbor, and himself, by man. Force may be offered, to himself I say. And his possessions, as thou soon shalt hear. At full death, violent death, and painful wounds. Upon his neighbor he inflicts, and wastes. By devastation, pillage, and the flames. His substance. Slayers, and each one that smites. In malice, plunderers, and all robbers, hence. The torment undergo of the first round. In different herds. Man can do violence. To himself and his own blessings, and for this. He in the second round must I deplore. With unavailing penitence his crime. Whoe'er deprives himself of life and light. In reckless lavishment his talent wastes. And sorrows there where he should dwell in joy. To God may force be offered, in the heart. Denying and blaspheming his high power. And nature with her kindly law contemning. And thence the inmost round marks with its seal. Sodom and Caor, and all such as speak contemptuously of the Godhead in their hearts. Fraud, that in every conscience leaves a sting, may be by man employed on one, whose trust he wins, or on another who withholds strict confidence. Seems as the latter way broke but the bond of love which nature makes. Whence in the second circle have their nest dissimulation, witchcraft, flatteries, theft, falsehood, simony, all who seduce to lust, or set their honesty at pawn. With such vile scum as these. The other way forgets both nature's general love, and that which thereto added afterwards gives birth to special faith. Whence in the lesser circle, point of the universe, dread seat of dis, the traitor is eternally consumed. I thus, instructor, clearly thy discourse proceeds, distinguishing the hideous chasm and its inhabitants with skill exact. But tell me this, they of the dull, fat pool, whom the rain beats, or whom the tempest drives, or who with tongues so fierce conflicting meet, wherefore within the city fire-illumed, are not these punished, if God's wrath be on them? And if it be not, wherefore in such guise are they condemned? He answer thus returned. Wherefore in dotage wanders thus thy mind? Not so accustomed? Or what other thoughts possess it? Dwell not in thy memory the words, wherein thy ethic page describes 3 dispositions adverse to heatheness will, incontinence, malice, and mad brutishness. And how incontinence the least offends God, and least guilt incurs. If well thou note this judgment, and remember who they are, without these walls to vain repentance doomed, thou shalt discern why they apart are placked from these fell spirits, and less wreakful pours justice divine on them its vengeance down. O Son, who healest all imperfect sight, thou so content'st me, when thou solv'st my doubt, that ignorance not less than knowledge charms. Yet somewhat turn thee back, I in these words continued, where thou saidst, that usury offend celestial goodness, and this not perplexed unravel. He thus made reply. Philosophy, to an attentive ear, clearly points out, not in one part alone, how imitative nature takes her course. From the celestial mind and from its art. And where her laws the Stagirite unfolds. Not many leaves scanned o'er, observing well. Thou shalt discover, that your art on her obsequious follows, as the learner treads in his instructor's step, so that your art deserves the name of second in descent from God. These two, if thou recall to mind, creation's holy book, from the beginning, were the right source of life and excellence to humankind. But in another path the usurer walks, and nature in herself, and in her follower thus he sets at naught, placing elsewhere his hope. But follow now my steps on forward journey bent. For now the Pisces play with undulating glance along the horizon, and the wane lies all o'er the northwest, and onward there a space is our steep passage down the rocky height. Canto XII. The place where to descend the precipice we came, was rough as Alp, and on its verge such object lay, as every eye would shun. As is that ruin, which Addus stream on this side Trento struck, shuddering the wave, or loosed by earthquake or for lack of prop. For from the mountain's summit, whence it moved to the low level, so the headlong rock is shivered, that some passage it might give to him who from above would pass. E'en such into the chasm was that descent, and there at point of the disparate ridge lay stretched the infamy of Crete, detested brood of the feigned heifer, and at sight of us it gnawed itself, as one with rage distract. To him my guide exclaimed, perchance thou deem'st the king of Athens here, who, in the world above, thy death contrived. Monster! Avaunt! He comes not tutored by thy sister's art, but to behold your torments is he come. Like to a bull, that with impetuous spring darts, at the moment when the fatal blow hath struck him, but unable to proceed, plunges on either side, so saw I plunge the Minotaur, whereat the sage exclaimed, run to the passage. While he storms, 'tis well that thou descend. Thus down our road we took, through those dilapidated crags, that oft moved underneath my feet, to wait like theirs. Eunest. I pondering went, and thus he spake. Perhaps thy thoughts are of this ruin steep, guarded by the brute violence, which I have vanquished now. Know then, that when I erst hither descended to the nether hell, this rock was not yet fallen, but past doubt. If well I mark, not long ere he arrived, who carried off from dis the mighty spoil of the highest circle, then through all its bounds such trembling seized the deep concave and foul. I thought the universe was thrilled with love, whereby, there are who deem, the world hath oft been into chaos turned, and in that point, here, and elsewhere, that old rock toppled down. But fix thine eyes beneath, the river of blood approaches, in the which all those are steeped who have by violence injured. O blind lust! O foolish wrath! Who so dost goad us on in the brief life, and in the eternal then thus miserably o'erwhelm us. I beheld an ample fosse, that in a bow was bent, as circling all the plain, for so my guide had told. Between it and the rampart's base, on trail ran centaurs, with keen arrows armed. As to the chase they on the earth were wont. At seeing us descend they each one stood, and issuing from the troop, 3 sped with bows and missile weapons chosen first, of whom one cried from far, say to what pain ye come. Condemned, who down this steep have journeyed. Speak. From whence ye stand, or else the bow I draw. To whom my guide, our answer shall be made. To Chiron, there, when nearer him we come. Ill was thy mind, thus ever quick and rash. Then me he touched, and spake, Nessus is this, who for the fair Diana died, and wrought himself revenge for his own fate. He in the midst, that on his breast looks down, is the great Chiron who Achilles nesed. That other foeless, prone to wrath. Around the fosse these go by thousands, aiming shafts at whatsoever spirit dares emerge from out the blood, more than his guilt allows. We to those beasts, that rapid strode along, drew near, when Chiron took an arrow forth, and with the notch pushed back his shaggy beard to the cheekbone, then his great mouth to view, exposing, to his fellows thus exclaimed, Are ye aware that he who comes behind moves what he touches? The feet of the dead are not so wont. My trusty guide, who now stood near his breast, where the two natures join, thus made reply, He is indeed alive, and solitary so must needs by me be shown the gloomy veil, thereto induct by strict necessity, not by delight. She left her joyful harpings in the sky, who this new office to my care consigned. He is no robber, no dark spirit but by that virtue, which empowers my step to treat so wild a path, grant us, I pray, one of thy band, whom we may trust secure, who to the ford may lead us, and convey across, him mounted on his back. For he is not a spirit that may walk the air. Then on his right breast turning, Chiron thus to Nessus spake, Return, and be their guide. And if ye chance to cross another troop, command them keep aloof. Onward we moved, the faithful escort by our side, along the border of the crimson seething flood, whence from those steeped within loud shrieks arose. Some there I marked, as high as to their brow immersed, of whom the mighty centaur thus, These are the souls of tyrants, who were given to blood and rapine. Here they wail aloud their merciless wrongs. Here Alexander dwells, and Dionysius fell, who many a year of woe wrought for fair Sicily. That brow, whereon the hair so jetty clustering hangs, is Azzolino, that with flaxen locks, Abizzo of Este, in the world destroyed by his foul stepson, to the bard revered. I turned me round, and thus he spake, Let him be to thee now first leader, me but next to him in rank. Then farther on a space the centaur paused, near some, who at the throat were extant from the wave, and showing us a spirit by itself apart returred, exclaimed, He in God's bosom smote the heart, which yet is honored on the bank of Thames. A race I next espied, who held the head, and even all the bust above the stream. Midst these I many a face remembered well. Thus shallow more and more the blood became, so that at last it but imbred the feet. And there our passage lay athwart the fosse, as ever on this side the boiling wave. Thou sayest diminishing, the centaur said. So on the other, be thou well assured. It lower still and lower sinks its bed, till in that part it reuniting join, where is the lot of tyranny to mourn. There heaven as stern justice lays chastising hand on Attila, who was the scourge of earth, on Sextus, and on Pyrrhus, and extracts tears ever by the seething flood unlocked. From the Ranieri, of Corneto this, Pazzo the other nommed, who filled the ways with violence and war. This said, he turned, and quitting us, alone repassed the ford. Canto 13. Ere Nessus yet had reached the other bank, we entered on a forest, where no track of steps had worn away. Not verdant there the foliage, but of dusky hue. Not light the boughs and tapering, but with nares deformed. And matted thick, fruits there were none, but thorns. Instead, with venom filled. Less sharp than these. Less intricate the breaks, wherein abide those animals, that hate the cultured fields. Betwixt Corneto and Cecina's stream. Here the brute harpies make their nest, the same. Who from the Strophades the Trojan band drove with dire boding of their future woe. Broad are their pennons, of the human form. Their neck and countenance, armed with talons keen. The feet, and the huge belly fledge with wings. These sit and wail on the drear mystic wood. The kind instructor in these words began. Ere farther thou proceed, know thou art now. ITH second round, and shalt be, till thou come. Upon the horrid sand, look therefore well. Around thee, and such things thou shalt behold. As would my speech discredit. On all sides. I heard sad plainings breathe, and none could see. From whom they might have issued. In amaze. Fast bound I stood. He, as it seemed, believed. That I had thought so many voices came. From some amid those thickets close concealed. And thus his speech resumed, if thou lop off a single twig from one of those ill plants, the thought thou hast conceived shall vanish quite. Thereat a little stretching forth my hand. From a great wilding gathered I a branch. And straight the trunk exclaimed, why pluck'st thou me? Then as the dark blood trickled down its side. These words it added, wherefore tear'st me thus? Is there no touch of mercy in thy breast? Men once were we, that now are rooted here. Thy hand might well have sparred us, had we been the souls of serpents. As a brand yet green, that burning at one end from the other sends a groaning sound, and hisses with the wind. That forces out its way, so burst at once forth from the broken splinter words and blood. I, letting fall the bough, remained as one assailed by terror, and the sage replied. If he, O injured spirit, could have believed what he hath seen but in my verse described, he never against thee had stretched his hand. But I, because the thing surpassed belief, prompted him to this deed, which even now myself I rue. But tell me, who thou wast, that, for this wrong to do thee some amends. In the upper world, for thither to return, is granted him, thy fame he may revive. That pleasant word of thine, the trunk replied, hath so inveigled me, that I from speech cannot refrain, wherein if I indulge a little longer, in the snare detained, count it not grievous. I it was, who held both keys to Frederick's heart, and turned the wards, opening and shutting, with a skill so sweet, that besides me, into his inmost breast, scarce any other could admittance find. The faith I bore to my high charge was such, it cost me the life-blood that warmed my veins. The harlot, who ne'er turned her gloating eyes from Caesar's household, common vice and pest of courts, gainst me inflamed the minds of all. And to Augustus they so spread the flame, that my glad honors chonged to bitter woes. My soul, disdainful and disgusted, sought refuge in death from scorn, and I became, just as I was, unjust toward myself. By the new roots, which fix this stem, I swear, that never faith I broke to my liege lord, who merited such honor, and of you, if any to the world indeed return, clear he from wrong my memory, that lies yet prostrate under envy's cruel blow. First somewhat pausing, till the mournful words were ended, then to me the bard began. Lose not the time, but speak and of him ask, if more thou wish to learn. Whence I replied, question thou him again of whatsoe'er will, as thou think'st, content me, for no power have I to ask, such pity is at my heart. He thus resumed. So may he do for thee freely what thou entreatest, as thou yet be pleased, imprisoned spirit, to declare how in these gnarled joints the soul is tied, and whether any ever from such frame be loosened. If thou canst, that also tell. Thereat the trunk breathed hard, and the wind soon chonged into sounds articulate like these. Briefly ye shall be answered. When departs the fierce soul from the body, by itself, thence torn asunder, to the seventh gulf, by Minos doomed, into the wood it falls. No place assigned, but wheresoever chance hurls it, there sprouting, as a grain of spelt, it rises to a sapling, growing thence a savage plant. The harpies, on its leaves, then feeding, cause both pain and for the pain a vent to grief. We, as the rest, shall come for our own spoils, yet not so that with them we may again be clad, for what a man takes from himself it is not just he have. Here we perforce shall drag them, and throughout the dismal glade our bodies shall be hung, each on the wild thorn of his wretched shade, attentive yet to listen to the trunk. We stood, expecting farther speech, when us a noise surprised, as when a man perceives the wild boar and the hunt approach his place of stationed watch, who of the beasts and boughs loud rustling round him hears. And lo! There came two naked, torn with briars, in headlong flight, that they before them broke each fan. Would haste now, the foremost cried, now haste thee death. The other, as seemed, impatient of delay, exclaiming, Lano! Not so bent for speed. Thy sinews, in the lists of Topos field. And then, for that perchance no longer breath suffoqued him, of himself and of a bush. One group he made. Behind them was the wood, full of black female mastiffs, gaunt and fleet, as greyhounds that have newly slipped the leash. On him, who squatted down, they stuck their fangs, and having rent him piecemeal bore away the tortured limbs. My guide then seized my hand, and led me to the thicket, which in vain mourned through its bleeding wounds. O Giacomo of Sant' Andrea, what avails it thee? It cried, that of me thou hast made thy screen. For thy ill life what blame on me recoils? When o'er it he had poused, my master spake. Say who wast thou, that at so many points breathed out with blood thy lamentable speech? He answered, O, ye spirits, bereaved in time, to spy the shameful havoc, that from me my leaves hath severed thus, gather them up, and at the foot of their sad parent tree carefully lay them. In that city I dwelt, who for the Baptist her first patron chonged, whence he for this shall cease not with his art to work her woe, and if there still remained not on Arno's passage some faint glimpse of him, those citizens who reared once more her walls upon the ashes left by Attila had labored without profit of their toil. I slung the fatal news from my own roof. Canto 14. Soon as the charity of native land wrought in my bosom, I the scattered leaves collected, and to him restored, who now was hoarse with utterance. To the limit thence we came, which from the third the second round divides, and where of justice is displayed contrivance horrible. Things then first seen clearlier to manifest, I tell how next. A plain we reached, that from its sterile bed each plant repelled the mournful wood waves round its garland on all sides, as round the wood spreads the sad fosse. There, on the very edge our steps we stayed. It was an area wide of arid sand and thick, resembling most The soil that erst by Cato's foot was trod. Vengeance of heathen. Oh! How shouldst thou be feared? By all, who read what here my eyes beheld. Of naked spirits many a flock I saw. All weeping piteously, to different laws. Subjected, for on the earth some lay supine. Some crouching close were seated, others pocked incessantly around. The latter tribe, more numerous, those fewer who beneath the torment lay, but louder in their grief. O'er all the sand fell slowly wafting down dilated flakes of fire, as flakes of snow. On Alpine summit, when the wind is hushed. As in the torrid Indian clime, the son of Ammon saw upon his warrior band descending, solid flames, that to the ground came down, whence he bethought him with his troop to trample on the soil. For easier thus. The vapor was extinguished, while alone. So fell the eternal fiery flood, wherewith the marble glowed underneath, as under stove. The viands, doubly to augment the pain. Unceasing was the play of wretched hands. Now this, now that way glancing, to shake off the heat, still falling fresh. I thus began. Instructor, thou who all things overcomest, except the hardy demons, that rushed forth to stop our entrance at the gate, say who is yon huge spirit, that, as seems, heeds not the burning, but lies writ hen in proud scorn, as by the sultry tempest ematered. Straight he himself, who was aware I asked my guide of him, exclaimed, such as I was when living, dead such now I am. If Jove weary his workmen out, from whom in ire he snatched the lightnings, that at my last day transfixed me, if the rest be weary out at their black smithy laboring by turns in Mongabello, while he cries aloud, help, help, good Mulciber. As erst he cried in the Phlegrean warfare, and the bolts launch he full aimed at me with all his might. He never should enjoy a sweet revenge. Then thus my guide, in accent higher rised than I before had heard him, Capaneus. Thou art more punished, in that this thy pride lives yet unquenched, no torrent, save thy rage were to thy fury pain proportioned full. Next turning round to me with milder lip, he spake, this of the 7 kings was one who girt the Theban walls with siege, and held as still he seems to hold, God in disdain, and sets his high omnipotence at naught. But, as I told him, his despiteful mood is ornament well suits the breast that wears it. Follow me now, and look thou set not yet thy foot in the hot sand, but to the wood. Keep ever close. Silently on we passed to where there gushes from the forest's bound a little brook, whose crimsoned wave yet lifts my hair with horror, as the rill, that runs from Bulacame, to be portioned out among the sinful women. So ran this down through the sand, its bottom and each bank stone-built, and either margin at its side, whereon I straight perceived our passage lay. Of all that I have shown thee, since that gate we entered first, whose threshold is to none denied, not else so worthy of regard as is this river, has thine eye discerned, o'er which the flaming volley all is quenched. So spake my guide, and I him thence besought that having given me appetite to know the food he too would give, that hunger craved. In midst of ocean, forthwith he began. A desolate country lies, which Crete is nomed, under whose monarch in old times the world lived pure and chaste. A mountain rises there, called Ida, joyous once with leaves and streams, deserted now like a forbidden thing. It was the spot which Rhea, Saturn's spouse, chose for the secret cradle of her son. And better to conceal him, drowned in shouts. His infant cries. Within the mount, upright. An ancient form there stands and huge, that turns his shoulders towards Damiata, and at Rome. As in his mirror looks. Of finest gold. His head is shapped, pure silver are the breast. And arms, thence to the middle is of brass. And downward all beneath well-tempered steel. Save the right foot of potter's clay, on which. Then on the other more erect he stands. Each part except the gold, is rent throughout. And from the fissure tears distil, which joined. Penetrate to that cave. They in their course. Thus far precipitated down the rock. Form Acheron, and Styx, and Phlegethon. Then by this straitened channel passing hence. Beneath, e'en to the lowest depth of all. Form their Cocytus, of whose lake, thyself. Shall see it, I here give thee no account. Then I to him, if from our world this sluice be thus derived. Wherefore to us but now appears it at this edge? He straight replied. The place, thou know'st, is round. And though great part thou have already passed, still to the left. Descending to the nethermost, not yet. Hast thou the circuit made of the whole orb? Wherefore if aught of new to us appear, it needs not bring up wonder in thy looks. Then I again inquired, where flow the streams? Of Phlegethon and Lethe? 4 of one. Thou tell'st not, and the other of that shower. Thou say'st, is formed. He answer thus returned. Doubtless thy questions all well pleased I hear. Yet the red seething wave might have resolved. One thou proposest. Lethe thou shalt see. But not within this hollow, in the place. Whither to lave themselves the spirits go. Whose blame hath been by penitence removed. He added, time is now we quit the wood. Look thou my steps pursue, the margins give. Safe passage, unimpeded by the flames. For over them all vapor is extinct. Canto 15. One of the solid margins bears us now. Enveloped in the mist, that from the stream. Arising, hovers o'er, and saves from fire. Both piers and water. As the Flemings rear their mound, twixt Ghent and Bruges, to chase back the ocean, fearing his tumultuous tide. That drives toward them, or the Paduans theirs. Along the Brenta, to defend their towns. And castles. Ere the genial warmth be felt. On Cairantana's top. Such were the mounds. So framed, though not in height or bulk to these. Made equal, by the master, whosoe'er he was, that riced them here. We from the wood were not so far removed, that turning round. I might not have discerned it, when we met. A troop of spirits, who came beside the pier. They each one eyed us, as at eventide. One eyes another under a new moon. And toward us sharpened their sight as keen as an old tailor at his needle's eye. Thus narrowly explored by all the tribe. I was anized of one, who by the skirt caught me, and cried, what wonder have we here? And I, when he to me outstretched his arm, intently fixed my ken on his parched looks. That although smirched with fire, they hindered not. But I remembered him, and towards his face, my hand inclining, answered, Sir Brunetto. And art thou here? He thus to me, my son. Oh, let it not displease thee, if Brunetto Latini but a little space with thee. Turn back, and leave his fellows to proceed. I thus to him replied, much as I can. I thereto pray thee. And if thou be willing, that I here seat me with thee, I consent. His leave, with whom I journey, first obtained. O son, said he, whoever of this throng one instant stops, lies then 100 years. No fan to ventilate him, when the fire Smite sorest. Pass thou therefore on. I close. Will at thy garments walk, and then rejoin my troop, who go mourning their endless doom. I dared not from the path descend to tread on equal ground with him, but held my head bent down, as one who walks in reverent guise. What chance or destiny, thus he began, ere the last day conducts thee here below? And who is this, that shows to thee the way? There up aloft, I answered, in the life serene, I wandered in a valley lost, before mine age had to its fullness reached. But yestermorn I left it, then once more into that vale returning, him I met. And by this path homeward he leads me back. If thou, he answered, follow but thy star, thou canst not miss at last a glorious haven, unless in fairer days my judgment erred. And if my fate so early had not chanked, seeing the heaveness thus bounteous to thee, I had gladly given thee comfort in thy work. But that ungrateful and malignant race, who in old times came down from VIII, I and still smack of their rough mountain flint, will for thy good deeds shew thee enmity. Nor wonder, for amongst ill-savoured crabs, it suits not the sweet fig tree lay her fruit. Old fame reports them in the world for blind, covetous, envious, proud. Look to it well. Take heed thou cleanse thee of their ways. For thee, thy fortune hath such honour in reserve, that thou by either party shalt be craved with hunger keen, but be the fresh herb far from the goat's tooth. The herd of VIII may of themselves make litter, not touch the plant, if any such yet spring on their rank bed, in which the holy seed revives, transmitted from those true Romans, who still there remained, when it was made the nest of so much ill. Were all my wish fulfilled, I straight replied, thou from the confines of man's nature yet hadst not been driven forth. For in my mind is fixed, and now strikes full upon my heart, the dear, benign, paternal image, such as thine was, when so lately thou didst teach me the way for man to win eternity. And how I prize the lesson, it behooves that, long as life endures, my tongue should speak. What of my fate thou tell'st, that write I down, and with another text to comment on. For her I keep it, the celestial dame, who will know all, if I to her arrive. This only would I have thee clearly note, that so my conscience have no plea against me. Do fortune as she list, I stand prepared. Not new or strange such earnest to mine ear. Speed fortune then her wheel, as likes her best. The clown his mattock, all things have their course. Thereat my sapient guide upon his right turned himself back, then looked at me and spake. He listens to good purpose who takes note. I not the less still on my way proceed, discoursing with Brunetto, and inquire who are most known and chief among his tribe. To know of some is well, thus he replied, but of the rest silence may best beseem. Time would not serve us for report so long. In brief I tell thee, that all these were clerks, men of great learning and no less renown, by one same sin polluted in the world. With them is Priscian, and Accorso's son. Francesco herds among that wretched throng. And, if the wish of so impure a blotch possessed thee, him thou also mightst have seen, who by the servant's servant was transferred from Arno's seat to Bacchiglione, where his ill-strained nerves he left. I more would add, but must from farther speech and onward way alike desist, for yonder I behold a mist new risen on the sandy plain. A company, with whom I may not sort, approaches. I commend my treasure to thee, wherein I yet survive my sole request. This said he turned, and seemed as one of those who o'er Verona's champion try their speed. For the green mantle, and of them he seemed not he who loses but who gains the prize. Canto XVI. Now came I where the water's din was heard, as down it fell into the other round, resounding like the hum of swarming bees, when forth together issued from a troop, that passed beneath the fierce tormenting storm. 3 spirits, running swift, they towards us came, and each one cried aloud, O do thou stay, whom by the fashion of thy garb we deem to be some inmate of our evil land. Ah me! What wounds I marked upon their limbs, recent and old, inflicted by the flames. E'en the remembrance of them grieves me yet. Attentive to their cry my teacher paused, and turned to me his visage, and then spake. Wait now. Our courtesy these merit well. And were 't not for the nature of the place, whence glide the fiery darts, I should have said, that haste had better suited thee than them. They, when we stopped, resumed their ancient wail. And soon as they had reached us, all the 3 whirled round together in one restless wheel, as naked champions, smeared with slippery oil, are wont intent to watch their place of hold and vantage, ere in closer strife they meet. Thus each one, as he wheeled, his countenance at me directed, so that opposite the neck moved ever to the twinkling feet. If misery of this drear wilderness, thus one began, added to our sad cheer, and destitute, do call forth scorn on us, and our entreaties, let our great renown incline thee to inform us who thou art, that dost imprint with living feet unharmed the soil of hell. He, in whose track thou seest my steps pursuing, naked though he be, and reft of all, was of more high estate than thou believest. Grandchild of the chaste Gualdrada, him they Guido Guerra called, who in his lifetime many a noble act achieved, both by his wisdom and his sword. The other, next to me that beats the sand, is Aldobrandi, name deserving well in the upper world, of honor. And myself, who in this torment do partake with them, am rusticuxi, whom, past doubt, my wife, of savage temper, more than aught beside, hath to this evil brought. If from the fire I had been sheltered, down amidst them straight, I then had cast me, nor my guide, I deem, would have restrained my going, but that fear of the dire burning vanquished the desire, which made me eager of their wished embrace. I then began, not scorn, but grief much more, such as long time alone can cure, your doom fixed deep within me, soon as this my lord spake words, whose tenor taught me to expect that such a race, as ye are, was at hand. I am a countryman of yours, who still affectionate have uttered, and have heard your deeds and names renowned. Leaving the Gaul, for the sweet fruit I go, that a sure guide hath promised to me, but behooves, that far as to the centre first I downward tend, so may long space thy spirit guide thy limbs. He answer straight returned, and so thy fame shine bright, when thou art gone, as thou shalt tell, if courtesy and valor, as they want, dwell in our city, or have vanished clean. For one amidst us late condemned to wail, Borsier, yonder walking with his peers, grieves us no little by the news he brings. An upstart multitude and sudden gains, pride and excess, O Florence, have in thee engendered, so that now in tears thou mourn'st. Thus cried I with my face upraised, and they all 3, who for an answer took my words, looked at each other, as men look when truth comes to their ear. If thou at other times, they all at once rejoined, so easily satisfy those, who question, happy thou, Gifted with words, so apt to speak thy thought. Wherefore if thou escape this darksome clime, returning to behold the radiant stars, when thou with pleasure shalt retrace the past, see that of us thou speak among mankind. This said, they broke the circle, and so swift fled, that as pinions seemed their nimble feet. Not in so short a time might one have said, Amen, as they had vanished. Straight my guide pursued his track. I followed. And small space had we passed onward, when the water's sound was now so near at hand, that we had scarce heard one another's speech for the loud din. E'en as the river, that holds on its course, unmingled, from the mount of Vesulo, on the left side of Apennine, toward the east, which Aquachita higher up they call, ere it descend into the vale, at Forli by that name no longer known. Rebelos o'er Saint Benedict, rolled on from the Alpine summit down a precipice, where space enough to lodge 1,000 spreads. Thus downward from a craggy steep we found that this dark wave resounded, roaring loud, so that the ear its clamor soon had stunned. I had a cord that bracked my girdle round, wherewith I erst had thought fast bound to take the painted leopard. This when I had all unloosened from me, so my master bade. I gathered up, and stretched it forth to him. Then to the right he turned, and from the brink, standing few paces distant, cast it down into the deep abyss. And somewhat strange, thus to myself I spake, signal so strange betokens, which my guide with earnest eye thus follows. Ah! What caution must men use with those who look not at the deed alone, but spy into the thoughts with subtle skill. Quickly shall come, he said, what I expect. Thine eye discover quickly, that whereof thy thought is dreaming, ever to that truth, which but the semblance of a falsehood wears. A man, if possible, should bar his lip, since, although blameless, he incurs reproach. But silence here were vain, and by these notes, which now I sing, reader, I swear to thee, so may they favor find to latest times, that through the gross and murky air I spied a shape come swimming up, that might have quelled the stoutest heart with wonder, in such guise as one returns, who hath been down to loose an anchor grappled fast against some rock, or to aught else that in the salt wave lies, who upward springing close draws in his feet. Canto 17. Lo! The fell monster with the deadly sting, who passes mountains, breaks through fenced walls, and firm embattled spears, and with his filth taints all the world. Thus me my guide addressed, and beckoned him, that he should come to shore, near to the stony causeway's utmost edge. Forthwith that image vile of fraud appeared, his head and upper part exposed on land, but laid not on the shore his bestial train. His face the semblance of a just man's wore, so kind and gracious was its outward cheer. The rest was serpent all, 2 shaggy claws reached to the armpits, and the back and breast, and either side, were painted o'er with nodes and orbits, colors variegated more, nor Turks nor Tartars err on cloth of state, with interchangeable embroidery wove, nor spread Arachne o'er her curious loom, as ofttimes a light skiff, moored to the shore, stands part in water, part upon the land. Or, as where dwells the greedy German boor, the beaver settles watching for his prey, so on the rim, that flanked the sand with rock, sat perched the fiend of evil. In the void, glancing, his tail upturned its venomous fork, with sting like scorpions armed. Then thus my guide, now need our way must turn few steps apart, far as to that ill beast, who couches there, Thereat toward the right our downward course we shapt, and, better to escape the flame, and burning merely, 10 paces on the verge, proceeded. Soon as we to him arrive, a little further on mine eye beholds a tribe of spirits, seated on the sand, near the wide chasm. Forthwith my master spake, that to the full thy knowledge may extend. Of all this round contains, go now, and mark the mean these wear, but hold not long discourse. Till thou returnest, I with him meantime will parley, that to us he may vouchsafe the aid of his strong shoulders. Thus alone, yet forward on the extremity I pocked of that 7th circle, where the mournful tribe were seated. At the eyes forth gushed their pangs against the vapors and the torrid soil. Alternately their shifting hands they plied. Thus use the dogs in summer still to ply their jaws and feet by turns, when bitten sore by gnats, or flies, or gadflies swarming round. Noting the visages of some, who lay beneath the pelting of that dolorous fire. One of them all I knew not, but perceived that pendant from his neck each bore a pouch, with colors and with emblems various marked, on which it seemed as if there I did feed. And when amongst them looking round I came, a yellow purse I saw with azure wrought, that wore a lion's countenance and port. Then still my sight pursuing its career, another I beheld, than blood more red, a goose display of whiter wing than curd, and one, who bore a fat and azure swine, pictured on his white scrip, addressed me thus: What dost thou in this deep? Go now and know, since yet thou livest, that my neighbor here, Vitaliano on my left shall sit. A Paduan with these Florentines am I. Ofttimes they thunder in mine ears, exclaiming, Oh, haste that noble knight! He who the pouch with the 3 beaks will bring. This said, he writhed the mouth, and lolled the tongue out, like an ox that licks his nostrils. I, lest longer stay, he ill might brook, who bade me stay not long. Backward my steps from those sad spirits turned. My guide already seated on the haunch of the fierce animal I found, and thus he me encouraged: Be thou stout, be bold. Down such a steep flight must we now descend. Mount thou before, for that no power the tail may have to harm thee. I will be midst, as one, who hath an ague fit so near. His nails already are turned blue, and he quivers all o'er, if he but I the shade. Such was my cheer at hearing of his words. But shame soon interposed her threat, who makes the servant bold in presence of his lord. I settled me upon those shoulders huge, and would have said, but that the words to aid my purpose came not, Look thou clasp me firm. But he whose succor then not first I proved, soon as I mounted, in his arms aloft, embracing, held me up, and thus he spake: Georion, now move thee. Be thy wheeling gyres of ample circuit, easy thy descent. Think on unusual burden thou sustainst. As a small vessel, backing out from land, her station quits, so thence the monster loosed. And when he felt himself at large, turned round, there where the breast had been, his forked tail. Thus, like an eel, outstretched at length he steered, gathering the air up with retractile claws. Not greater was the dread when Phaeton the reins let drop at random, whence high heaven, whereof signs yet appear, was wrapped in flames. Nor when ill-fated Icarus perceived, by liquefaction of the scalded wax, the trusted pennons loosened from his loins, his sire exclaiming loud, Ill way thou keep'st. Then was my dread, when round me on each part the air I viewed, and other object none, save the fell beast. He slowly sailing, wheels. His downward motion, unobserved of me. But that the wind, arising to my face, breathes on me from below. Now on our right, I heard the cataract beneath us leap, with hideous crash, whence bending down to explore, new terror I conceived at the steep plunge. For flames I saw, and wailing smote mine ear, so that all trembling close I crouched my limbs, and then distinguished, unperceived before, by the dread torments that on every side drew nearer, how our downward course we wound, as falcon, that hath long been on the wing, but lure nor bird hath seen, while in despair the falconer cries, ah me! Thou stoops to earth, wearied descends, and swiftly down the sky, in many an orbit wheels, then lighting sits, at distance from his lord in angry mood. So Gereon lighting places us on foot, low down at base of the deep furrowed rock, and, of his burden there discharged, forthwith sprang forward, like an arrow from the string. Canto XVIII. There is a place within the depths of hell, called Malbolge, all of rock dark stained, with hue ferruginous, e'en as the steep, that round it circling winds. Right in the midst of that abominable region, yawns a spacious gulf profound, whereof the frame due time shall tell. The circle, that remains throughout its round, between the gulf and base of the high craggy banks, successive forms 10 trenches, in its hollow bottom sunk, as where to guard the walls, full many a fosse begird some stately castle, sure defence affording to the space within. So here were modelled these, and as like fortresses, e'en from their threshold to the brink without, are flanked with bridges from the rock's low base. Thus flinty paths advanced, that crossed the moles, and dikes, struck onward far as to the gulf, that in one bound collected cuts them off. Such was the place, wherein we found ourselves, from Gereon's back dislodged. The bard to left held on his way, and I behind him moved. On our right hand new misery I saw, new pains, new executioners of wrath, that swarming peopled the first chasm. Below were naked sinners. Hitherward they came, meeting our faces from the middle point, with us beyond but with a larger stride. E'en thus the Romans, when the year returns of Jubilee, with better speed to rid the thronging multitudes, their means devise, for such as pass the bridge, that on one side all front toward the castle, and approach St. Peter's fane, on th other towards the mount, each divers way along the grisly rock. Horned demons I beheld, with lashes huge, that on their back unmercifully smote. Ah! How they made them bound at the first stripe! None for the second waited or the third. Meantime as on I passed, one met my sight, whom soon as viewed, of him, cried I, not yet. Mine eye hath had his fill, with fixed gaze. I therefore scanned him. Straight the teacher kind housed with me, and consented I should walk backward a space, and the tormented spirit, who thought to hide him, bent his visage down. But it availed him not. For I exclaimed, Thou who dost cast thy eye upon the ground, unless thy features do belie thee much, Venetico art thou. But what brings thee into this bitter seasoning? He replied, Unwillingly I answer to thy words, but thy clear speech, that to my mind recalls the world I once inhabited, constrains me. Know then, 'twas I who led fair Gisela to do the Marquis will, however fame the shameful tale have brooded. Nor alone Bologna hither sendeth me to mourn. Rather with us the place is so o'erthronged, that not so many tongues this day are taught. betwixt the Reno and Savina's stream. To answer Sipa in their country's phrase. And if of that securer proof thou need, remember but our craving thirst for gold. Him speaking thus, a demon with his thong struck, and exclaimed, away, corrupter! Here women are none for sale. Forthwith I joined my escort, and few paces thence we came to where a rock forth issued from the bank, that easily ascended, to the right. Upon its splinter turning, we depart from those eternal barriers, when arrived, where underneath the gaping archlets pass the scourged souls. Pause here, the teacher said, and let these others miserable, now strike on thy ken, faces not yet beheld. For that together they with us have walked. From the old bridge we wide the pack, who came from other side towards us, like the rest. Excoriate from the lash. My gentle guide. By me unquestioned, thus his speech resumed. Behold that lofty shade, who this way tends, and seems too woebegone to drop a tear. How yet the regal aspect he retains. Jason is he, whose skill and prowess won the ram from Colchos to the Lemnian isle. His passage thither led him, when those bold and pitiless women had slain all their males. There he with tokens and fair witching words Hypsipyle beguiled, a virgin young, who first had all the rest herself beguiled. Impregnated he left her there forlorn. Such is the guilt condemns him to this pain. Here too Medea's injuries are avenged. All bear him company, who like deceit to his have practiced. And thus much to know of the first veil suffice thee, and of those whom its keen torments urge. Now had we come where, crossing the next pier, the straitened path bestrides its shoulders to another arch. Hence in the second chasm we heard the ghosts, who gibber in low melancholy sounds, with wide-stretched nostrils snort, and on themselves smite with their palms upon the banks a scurf from the foul steam condensed, encrusting hung, that held sharp combat with the sight and smell. So hollow is the depth, that from no part, save on the summit of the rocky span, could I distinguish aught. Thus far we came. And thence I saw, within the fosse below, a crowd immersed in ordure, that appeared draught of the human body. There beneath, searching with eye inquisitive, I marked one with his head so grimmed, 'twere hard to deem if he were clerk or layman. Loud he cried, why greedily thus bendest more on me than on these other filthy ones, thy ken? Because if true my memory, I replied, I heretofore have seen thee with dry locks, and thou Alessio art of Lucca sprung. Therefore than all the rest I scan thee more. Then beating on his brain these words he spake. Me thus low down my flatteries have sunk, wherewith I ne'er enough could glut my tongue. My leader thus, a little further stretch thy face, that thou the visage well mayst note of that besotted, sluttish courtesan, who there doth rend her with defiled nails, now crouching down, now risen on her feet. Thais is this, the harlot, whose false lip answered her doting paramour that asked, thankest me much? Say rather wondrously. And seeing this here satiate be our view. Canto 19. Woe to thee, Simon Magus! Woe to you, his wretched followers, who the things of God, which should be wedded unto goodness, them, rapacious as ye are, do prostitute for gold and silver in adultery. Now must the trumpet sound for you, since yours is the third chasm. Upon the following vault we now had mounted, where the rock impends directly o'er the center of the fosse. Wisdom supreme! How wonderful the art which thou dost manifest in heaven, in earth, and in the evil world, how just a meed, allotting by thy virtue unto all. I saw the livid stone, throughout the sides, and in its bottom full of apertures, all equal in their width, and circular each, nor ample less nor larger they appeared than in St. John's fair dome of me beloved, those framed to hold the pure baptismal streams, one of the which I brake, some few years past, to save a whelming infant. And be this a seal to undeceive whoever doubts the motive of my deed. From out the mouth of every one emergency the sinner's feet, and of the legs high upward as the calf. The rest beneath was hid. On either foot the soles were burning, whence the flexile joints, glanked with such violent motion, as had snapped asunder cords or twisted withs, as flame, feeding on unctuous matter, glides along the surface, scarcely touching where it moves. So here, from heel to point, glided the flames. Master, say who is he, than all the rest? Glancing in fiercer agony, on whom a ruddier flame doth prey? I thus inquired. If thou be willing, he replied, that I carry thee down, where least the slope bank falls. He of himself shall tell thee and his wrongs. I then, as pleases thee to me is best. Thou art my lord, and know'st that ne'er I quit thy will. What silence hides that knowest thou? Thereat on the fourth pier we came, we turned, and on our left descended to the depth, a narrow straight and perforated close. Nor from his side my leader set me down, till to his orifice he brought, whose limb quivering expressed his pang. Whoe'er thou art, sad spirit, thus revered, and as a stake driven in the soil, I in these words began. If thou be able, utter forth thy voice. There stood I like the friar, that doth shrive a wretch for murder doomed, who e'en when fixed calleth him back, whence death awhile delays. He shouted, Ha! Already standest there? Already standest there, O Boniface! By many a year the writing played me false. So early dost thou surfeit with the wealth, for which thou fearedst not in guile to take the lovely lady, and then mangle her. I felt as those who, piercing not the drift of answer made them, stand as if exposed in mockery, nor know what to reply. When Virgil thus admonished, tell him quick, I am not he, whom thou believest. And I, as was enjoined me, straight replied. That heard, the spirit all did wrench his feet, and sighing next in woeful accent spake. What then of me requirest? If to know so much imports thee, who I am, that thou hast therefore down the bank descended, learn that in the mighty mantle I was robbed, and of a she-bear was indeed the son, so eager to advance my whelps, that there my having in my purse above I stowed, and here myself under my head are dragged. The rest, my predecessors in the guilt of simony, stretched at their length they lie, along an opening in the rock. Midst them I also low shall fall, soon as he comes, for whom I took thee, when so hastily I questioned. But already longer time hath passed, since my soul's kindled, and I thus upturned have stood, then is his doom to stand planted with fiery feet. For after him one yet of deeds more ugly shall arrive. From forth the west, a shepherd without law, fated to cover both his form and mine. He a new Jason shall be called, of whom in Maccabees we read, and favor such as to that priest his king indulgence showed, shall be of France's monarch shown to him. I know not if I hear too far presumed, But in this strain I answered, tell me now. What treasures from St. Peter at the first? Our Lord demanded, when he put the keys into his charge. Surely he asked no more. But, follow me. Nor Peter nor the rest. Or gold or silver of Matthias took. When lots were cast upon the forfeit place of the condemned soul. Abide thou then. Thy punishment of right is merited. And look thou well to that ill-gotten coin, which against Charles thy hardihood inspurred. If reverence of the keys restrained me not, which thou in happier time didst hold, I yet severer speech might use. Your avarice casts the world with mourning, under foot, treading the good, and raising bad men up. Of shepherds, like to you, Evangelist, was where, when her, who sits upon the waves, with kings in filthy whoredom he beheld. She who with 7 heads towered at her birth, and from 10 horns her proof of glory drew. Long as her spouse in virtue took delight. Of gold and silver ye have made your God, differing wherein from the idolater. But he that worships 100 ye. Ah, Constantine! To how much ill gave birth. Not thy conversion, but that plenteous dower, which the first wealthy father gained from thee. Meanwhile, as thus I sung, he, whether wrath or conscience smote him, violent upsprang, spinning on either soul. I do believe my teacher well was pleased, with so compassed a lip, he listened ever to the sound of the true words I uttered. In both arms he caught, and to his bosom lifting me, upward retract the way of his descent. Nor weary of his weight he pressed me close, till to the summit of the rock we came. Our passage from the 4th to the 5th pier. His cherished burden there gently he placked. Upon the rugged rock and steep, a path not easy for the clambering goat to mount. Thence to my view another vale appeared. Canto XX. And now the verse proceeds to torments new. Fit argument of this the 20th strain of the first song, whose awful theme records the spirits whelmed in woe. Earnest I looked into the depth, that opened to my view, moistened with tears of anguish, and beheld a tribe, that came along the hollow vale, in silence weeping, such their step as walk. Choirs chanting solemn litanies on earth. As on the more direct mine I descends, each wondrously seemed to be revered at the neck bone, so that the countenance was from the reins averted, and because none might before him look, they were compelled to advance with backward gait. Thus one perhaps hath been by force of palsy clean transposed. But I ne'er saw it nor believe it so. Now, reader, think within thyself, so God fruit of thy reading give thee. How I long could keep my visage dry, when I beheld near me our form distorted in such guise, that on the hinder parts fallen from the face, the tears downstreaming rolled against a rock. I leant and wept, so that my guide exclaimed, What, and art thou too witless as the rest? Here pity most doth show herself alive, when she is dead. What guilt exceedeth his, who with heaven's judgment in his passion strives? Raise up thy head, raise up, and see the man, before whose eyes earth gaped in Thebes, when all cried out, Amphiarchos, whither rushest? Why leavest thou the war? He not the less fell ruining far as to Minas down, whose grapple none eludes. Lo! How he makes the breast his shoulders, and who once too far before him wished to see, now backward looks, and treads reverse his path. Tiresias note, whose semblance changed, when woman he became, of male, through every limb transformed, and then Once more behoved him with his rod to strike. The two entwining serpents, ere the plumes that marked the better sex, might shoot again. Aruns, with more his belly facing, comes on Luni's mountains, midst the marbles white, where delves Carrara's hind, who wans beneath. A cavern was his dwelling, whence the stars and main sea wide in boundless view he held. The next, whose loosened tresses overspread her bosom, which thou sayest not, for each hair on that side grows, was Manto, she who searched through many regions, and at length her seat fixed in my native land, whence a short space my words detain thy audience. When her sire from life departed, and in servitude the city dedicate to Bacchus mourned, long time she went a wanderer through the world. Aloft in Italy's delightful land, a lake there lies, at foot of that proud Alp, that o'er the Tyrol locks Germania in. Its name Benicus, which 1,000 rills, methinks, and more, water between the vale, Camonica and Garda and the height of Apennine remote. There is a spot at midway of that lake, where he who bears of Trento's flock the pastoral staff, with him of Brescia, and the Veronese, might each passing that way his benediction give. A garrison of goodly sight and strong Peschiera stands, to awe with front opposed the Bergamese and Brescian, whence the shore more slope each way descends. There, whatsoever Benicus' bosom holds not, tumbling o'er down falls, and winds a river flood beneath through the green pastures. Soon as in his course the steam makes head, Benicus then no more they call the name, but Mincius, till at last reaching Gaverno into Pa he falls. Not far his course hath run, when a wide flat it finds, which overstretch him as a marsh. It covers, pestilent in summer oft. Hence journeying, the savage maiden saw midst of the fun a territory waste, and naked of inhabitants. To shun all human converse, here she with her slaves plying her arts remained, and lived, and left her body tenantless. Thenceforth the tribes who round were scattered, gathering to that place assembled. For its strength was great, enclosed on all parts by the fun. On those dead bones they reared themselves a city, for her sake, calling it Mantua, who first chose the spot, nor asked another omen for the name, wherein more numerous the people dwelt. Ere Cassilodes' madness by deceit was wronged of Pinamonti. If thou hear henceforth another origin assigned of that my country, I forewarn thee now, that falsehood none beguile thee of the truth. I answered, Teacher, I conclude thy words so certain, that all else shall be to me as embers lacking life. But now of these who here proceed, instruct me, if thou see any that merit more especial note. For thereon is my mind alone intent. He straight replied, that spirit, from whose cheek the beard sweeps o'er his shoulders brown, what time Graecia was emptied of her males, that scarce the cradles were supplied, the seer was he in Aulis, who with Calchas gave the sign when first to cut the cable. Him they nomed Eurypylus, so sings my tragic strain, in which majestic measure well thou know'st. Who know'st it all? That other, round the loins, so slender of his shape, was Michael Scott, practised in every sleight of magic wile. Guido Bonatti C. Estent Mark, who now were willing, he had tended still the thread and cordwain, and too late repents. See next the wretches, who the needle left, the shuttle and the spindle, and became diviners. Baneful witcheries they wrought with images and herbs, But onward now. For now doth Cain with fork of thorns confine. On either hemisphere, touching the wave. Beneath the towers of Seville. Yesternight. The moon was round. Thou mayst remember well. For she good service did thee in the gloom. Of the deep wood. This said, both onward moved. Canto 21. Thus we from bridge to bridge, with other talk. The which my drama cares not to rehearse. Passed on. And to the summit reaching, stood. To view another gap, within the round. Of Malbolge, other bootless pangs. Marvellous darkness shadowed o'er the place. In the Venetians' arsenal as boils. Through wintry months tenacious pitch, to smear. Their unsound vessels. For inclement time. Seafaring men restrains, and in that while. His bark one builds anew, another stops. The ribs of his, that hath made many a voyage. One hammers at the prow, one at the poop. This shappeth oars, that other cables twirls. The mizzen one repairs and mainsail rent. So not by force of fire but art divine. Boiled here a glutinous thick mass, that round. Limbed all the shore beneath. I that beheld. But therein not distinguished, save the surge. Rised by the boiling, in one mighty swell. Heave, and by turns subsiding and fall. While there. I fixed my ken below, mark. Mark. My guide. Exclaiming, drew me towards him from the place. Wherein I stood. I turned myself as one. Impatient to behold that which beheld. He needs must shun, whom sudden fear unmans. That he his flight delays not for the view. Behind me I discerned a devil black. That running, up advanced along the rock. Ah! What fierce cruelty his look bespake. In act how bitter did he seem, with wings buoyant outstretched and feet of nimblest tread. His shoulder proudly eminent and sharp. Was with a sinner charged, by either haunch. He held him, the foot's sinew griping fast. Ye of our bridge, he cried, quintelone fiends. Lo! One of Santa Zita's elders. Him. Whelm ye beneath, while I return for more. That land hath store of such. All men are there. Except Bonturo, barterers, of no. For lucre there an eye is quickly made. Him dashing down, o'er the rough rock he turned. Nor ever after thief a mastiff loosed. Sped with like eager haste. That other sank. And forthwith writhing to the surface rose. But those dark demons, shrouded by the bridge. Cried, here the hallowed visage saves not, here. Is other swimming than in Serchio's wave. Wherefore if thou desire we rend thee not. Take heed thou mount not o'er the pitch. This said. They grappled him with more than 100 hooks. And shouted, covered thou must sport thee here. So, if thou canst, in secret mayst thou filch. E'en thus the cook bestirs him, with his grooms. To thrust the flesh into the cauldron down. With flesh hooks, that it float not on the top. Me then my guide bespake, lest they descry. That thou art here, behind a craggy rock. Bend low and screen thee, and whatever of force be offered me, or insult, fear thou not. For I am well advised, who have been erst in the like fray. Beyond the bridge's head. Therewith he passed, and reaching the 6th pier. Behoved him then a forehead terror-proof. With storm and fury, as when dogs rush forth. Upon the poor man's back, who suddenly. From whence he standeth makes his suit. So rushed. Those from beneath the arch, and against him. Their weapons all they pointed. He allowed. Be none of you outrageous, ere your time. Dare seize me, come forth from amongst you one. Who having heard my words, decide he then. If he shall tear these limbs. They shouted loud. Go, Malakota. Whereat one advanced. The other standing firm, and as he came. What may this turn avail him, he exclaimed. Believest thou, Malakota? I had come thus far from all your skirmishing secure. My teacher answered, without will divine. And destiny propitious? Pass we then. For so heaven's pleasure is, that I should lead another through this savage wilderness. Forthwith so fell his pride, that he let drop the instrument of torture at his feet. And to the rest exclaimed, we have no power to strike him. Then to me my guide, O thou, who on the bridge among the crags dost sit, low crouching, safely now to me return. I rose, and towards him moved with speed, the fiends. Meantime all forward drew, me terror seized, lest they should break the compact they had made. Thus issuing from Caprona, once I saw infantry dreading, lest his covenant the foe should break, so close he hemmed them round. I to my leader's side had heard, mine eyes with fixed and motionless observance bent on their unkindly visage. They their hooks protruding, one the other thus bespake. Wilt thou I touch him on the hip? To whom was answered, even so, nor miss thy aim. But he, who was in circumference with my guide, turned rapid round, and thus the demon spake. Stay, stay thee, Scarmiglione. Then to us he added, further footing to your step. This rock affords not, shivered to the base of the sixth arch. But would you still proceed? Up by this cavern go, not distant far. Another rock will yield you passage safe. Yesterday, later by 5 hours than now. 1260 years and 6 had filled the circuit of their course, since here the way was broken. Thitherward I straight dispatch certain of these my scouts, who shall espy, if any on the surface bask. With them go ye, for ye shall find them nothing fell. Come Alicino forth, with that he cried. And Calcabrina, and Cagnazzo thou. The troop of 10 let Barbariccia lead. With Libicaco Dragonazzo haste. Fonged Siriato, Graflicane fierce. And Farfarello, and mad Rubicant. Search ye around the bubbling tar. For these in safety lead them, where the other crag uninterrupted traverses the dens. I then, O master, what a sight is there! Ah! Without escort, journey we alone. Which, if thou know the way, I covet not. Unless thy prudence fail thee, dost not mark how they do gnarl upon us, and their scowl threatens us present tortures. He replied, I charge thee fear not, let them, as they will, gnarl on, 'tis but in token of their spite against the souls, who mourn in torments steeped. To leftward o'er the pier they turned. But each had first between his teeth pressed close the tongue toward their leader for a signal looking, which he with sound obscene triumphant gave. Canto 22. It hath been heretofore my chance to see horsemen with martial order shifting camp, to onset sallying, or in muster ranged, or in retreat sometimes outstretched for flight. Light-armed squadrons and fleet foragers, scouring thy plains, Arezzo, have I seen. And clashing tournaments, and tilting justs. Now with the sound of trumpets, now of bells. Tabors, or signals made from castled heights. And with inventions multiform, our own. Or introduct from foreign land. But ne'er to such a strange recorder I beheld. In evolution moving, horse nor foot. Nor ship, that tacked by sign from land or star. With the 10 demons on our way we went. Ah, fearful company! But in the church, with saints, with gluttons at the tavern's mess, still earnest on the pitch I gazed, to mark All things whatever the chasm contained, and those who burned within. As dolphins, that, in sign to mariners, heave high their arched backs. That thence forewarned they may advise to save their threatened vessels. So, at intervals, to ease the pain his back some sinner showed. Then hid more nimbly than the lightning glance. E'en as the frogs, that of a watery moat, stand at the brink, with the jaws only out, their feet and of the trunk all else concealed. Thus on each part the sinners stood, but soon as Barbariccia was at hand, so they drew back under the wave. I saw, and yet my heart doth stagger, one, that waited thus. As it befalls that oft one frog remains, while the next springs away, and Graphiacan, who of the fiends was nearest, grappling seized his clotted locks, and dragged him sprawling up. That he appeared to me an otter. Each already by their names I knew, so well. When they were chosen, I observed, and marked how one the other called. O Rubicant! See that his hide thou with thy talons flay. Shouted together all the cursed crew. Then I, inform thee, master, if thou may. What wretched soul is this, on whom their hand his foes have laid? My leader to his side approached, and whence he came inquired, to whom was answered thus, born in Navarre's domain. My mother placked me in a lord's retinue, for she had borne me to a losel vile, a spendthrift of his substance and himself. The good King Thibaut after that I served. To peculating here my thoughts were turned, whereof I give account in this dire heat. Straight Siriato, from whose mouth a tusk issued on either side, as from a boar, ripped him with one of these twixt evil claws. The mouse had fallen, but Barbariccia cried, seizing him with both arms, stand thou apart, while I do fix him on my prong transpirct. Then added, turning to my guide his face, inquire of him, if more thou wish to learn, ere he again be rent. My leader thus. Then tell us of the partners in thy guilt. Knowest thou any sprung of Latian land? Under the tar I parted, he replied. But now from one, who sojourned not far thence. So were I under shelter now with him. Nor hook nor talon then should scare me more. Too long we suffer, Libicaco cried. Then, darting forth a prong, seized on his arm, and mangled bore away the sinewy part. Him Dragonazzo by his thighs beneath would next have caught, whence angrily their chief, turning on all sides round, with threatening brow, restrained them. When their strife a little ceased, of him, who yet was gazing on his wound, my teacher thus without delay inquired, who was the spirit, from whom by evil hap, parting, as thou hast told, thou camest to shore? It was the friar Gomita, he rejoined. He of Galura, vessel of all guile, who had his master's enemies in hand, and us them so that they commend him well. Money he took, and them at large dismissed. So he reports, and in each other charge, committed to his keeping, played the part of barterer to the height, with him doth herd. The chief of Laugadoro, Michel Zanche. Sardinia is a theme, whereof their tongue is never weary. Out! Alas! Behold! That other, how he grins! More would I say, but tremble lest he mean to maul me sore. Their captain then to Farfarello turning, who rolled his moony eyes in act to strike, rebucked him thus, off! Cursed bird! Avaunt! If ye desire to see or hear, he thus, quaking with dread resumed, or Tuscan spirits, or Lombard, I will cause them to appear. Meantime let these ill talons bait their fury, so that no vengeance they may fear from them. And I, remaining in this selfsame place, will for myself but one, make seven appear. When my shrill whistle shall be heard. For so our custom is to call each other up. Cagnazzo at that word deriding grinned. Then wagged the head and spake, hear his device. Mischievous as he is, to plunge him down. Whereto he thus, who failed not in rich store of nice wove toils, mischief forsooth extreme, meant only to procure myself more woe. No longer Alicino then refrained. But thus, the rest gainsaying, him bespake. If thou do cast thee down, I not on foot will chase thee, but above the pitch will beat my plumes. Quit we the vantage ground, and let the bank be as a shield, that we may see if singly thou prevail against us all. Now, reader, of new sport expect to hear. They each one turned his eyes to the other shore. He first, who was the hardest to persuade. The spirit of Navarre chose well his time. Planted his feet on land, and at one leap, escaping disappointed their resolve. Them quick resentment stung, but him the most. Who was the cause of failure, in pursuit? He therefore sped, exclaiming, Thou art caught. But little it availed, terror outstripped his following flight, the other plunged beneath. And he with upward pinion riced his breast. E'en thus the waterfowl, when she perceives the falcon near, dives instant down. While he, enragged and spent retires. That mockery in Calcabrina fury stirred, who flew after him, with desire of strife inflamed. And, for the barterer had scapt, so turned his talons on his comrade. O'er the dike, in grapple close they joined. But the other proved a goshawk able to rend well his foe. And in the boiling lake both fell. The heat was umpire soon between them, but in vain. To lift themselves they strove, so fast were glued their pennons. Barbaricia, as the rest, that chance lamenting, for in flight dispatched from the other coast, with all their weapons armed. They, to their post on each side speedily descending, stretched their hooks toward the fiends, who floundered, inly burning from their scars. And we departing left them to that broil. Canto 23. In silence and in solitude we went. One first, the other following his steps. As minor friars journeying on their road. The present fray had turned my thoughts to muse upon old Aesop's fable, where he told what fate unto the mouse and frog befell. For language hath not sounds more like in sense than are these chances, if the origin and end of each be heedfully compared. And as one thought bursts from another forth, so afterward from that another sprang, which added doubly to my former fear. For thus I reasoned, these through us have been so foiled, with loss and mockery so complete, as needs must sting them sore. If anger then be to their evil will conjoined, more fell they shall pursue us, than the savage hound snatches the leveret, panting, twixt his jaws. Already I perceived my hair stand all on end with terror, and looked eager back. Teacher, I thus began, if speedily thyself and me thou hide not, much I dread those evil talons. Even now behind they urge us, quick imagination works so forcibly, that I already feel them. He answered, were I formed of leaded glass, I should not sooner draw unto myself thy outward image, than I now imprint that from within this moment came thy thoughts, presented before mine, with similar act, and countenance similar, so that from both I one design have framed. If the right coast inclines so much, that we may thence descend into the other chasm, we shall escape secure from this imagined pursuit. He had not spoke his purpose to the end. When I from far beheld them with spread wings approach to take us, suddenly my guide caught me, even as a mother that from sleep is by the noise heiressed, and near her sees the climbing fires, who snatches up her babe, and flies ne'er pausing, careful more of him than of herself, that but a single vest clings round her limbs. Down from the jutting beach supine he cast him, to that pendant rock, which closes on one part the other chasm. Never ran water with such hurrying pace adown the tube to turn a landmill's wheel, when nearest it approaches to the spokes. As then along that edge my master ran, carrying me in his bosom, as a child, not a companion. Scarcely had his feet reached to the lowest of the bed beneath, when over us the steep they reached, but fear in him was none. For that high providence, which plagued the ministers of the fifth fosse, power of departing thence took from them all. There in the depth we saw a painted tribe, who walked with tardy steps around, and wept, faint in appearance and o'ercome with toil. Caps had they on, with hoods, that fell low down before their eyes, in fashion like to those worn by the monks in Cologne. Their outside was overlaid with gold, dazzling to view, but leaden all within, and of such weight that Fredericks compared to these were straw. Oh, everlasting wearisome attire! We yet once more with them together turned to leftward, on their dismal moan intent. But by the weight oppressed, so slowly came the fainting people, that our company was chonged at every movement of the step. Whence I my guide addressed, see that thou find some spirit, whose name may by his deeds be known, and to that end look round thee as thou goest. Then one, who understood the Tuscan voice, cried after us aloud, hold in your feet, ye who so swiftly speed through the dusk air. Perchance from me thou shalt obtain thy wish. Whereat my leader, turning, me bespake, pause, and then onward at their pace proceed. I stayed, and saw two spirits in whose look impatient eagerness of mind was marked to overtake me. But the load they bear and narrow path retarded their approach. Soon as arrived, they with an eye askance perused me, but spake not, then turning each to other thus conferring said, this one seems, by the action of his throat, alive. And, be they dead, what privilege allows? They walk unmantled by the cumbrous stole. Then thus to me, Tuscan, who visitest the college of the morning hypocrites, disdain not to instruct us who thou art. By Arno's pleasant stream, I thus replied. In the great city I was bred and grew, and where the body I have ever worn. But who are ye, from whom such mighty grief, as now I witness, courseth down your cheeks? What torment breaks forth in this bitter woe? Our bonnets gleaming bright with orange hue, one of them answered, are so leaden gross, that with their weight they make the balances to crack beneath them. Joyous friars we were, Bologna's natives, Catalano I. He load Ringo nommed, and by thy land together taken, as men used to take a single and indifferent arbiter to reconcile their strifes. How there we sped! Gardingo's vicinage can best declare. O friars! I began, your miseries. But there brake off, for one had caught my eye, fixed to a cross with 3 stakes on the ground. He, when he saw me, writhed himself, throughout distorted, ruffling with deep sighs his beard. And Catalano, who thereof was, ware, thus spake, that pierced spirit, whom intent thou view'st, was he who gave the Pharisees counsel, that it were fitting for one man to suffer for the people. He doth lie transverse, Nor any passes, but him first. Behoves make feeling trial how each weighs. In straits like this along the fosse are placked the father of his consort, and the rest. Partakers in that council, seed of ill and sorrow to the Jews. I noted then how Virgil gazed with wonder upon him, thus abjectly extended on the cross, in banishment eternal. To the friar he next his words addressed, we pray ye tell, if so be lawful, whether on our right lies any opening in the rock, whereby we both may issue hence, without constraint, on the dark angels that compelled they come to lead us from this depth. He thus replied, nearer than thou dost hope, there is a rock from the next circle moving, which o'ersteps each veil of horror, save that here his cope is shattered. By the ruin ye may mount, for on the side it slants, and most the height rises below. With head bent down a while, my leader stood, then spake, he warned us ill. Who yonder hangs the sinners on his hook? To whom the friar, at Bologna erst, I many vices of the devil heard. Among the rest was said, he is a liar, and the father of lies. When he had spoke, my leader with large strides proceeded on, somewhat disturbed with anger in his look. I therefore left the spirits heavy laden, and following, his beloved footsteps marked. Canto 24. In the year's early nonage, when the sun tempers his tresses in Aquarius urn, and now towards equal day the nights recede, when as the rime upon the earth puts on her dazzling sister's image, but not long her milder sway endures, then riseth up the village hind, whom fails his wintry store, and looking out beholds the plain around, all whitened, whence impatiently he smites his thighs, and to his hut returning in, there paces to and fro, wailing his lot, as a discomfited and helpless man. Then comes he forth again, and feels new hope spring in his bosom, finding e'en thus soon the world hath chonged its countenance, grasps his crook, and forth to pasture drives his little flock. So me my guide disheartened when I saw his troubled forehead, and so speedily that ill was curd. For at the fallen bridge, arriving, towards me with a look as sweet, he turned him back, as that I first beheld at the steep mountain's foot, regarding well the ruin, and some counsel first maintained. With his own thought, he opened wide his arm, and took me up, as one, who, while he works, computes his labor's issue, that he seems still to foresee the effect, so lifting me up to the summit of one peak, he fixed his eye upon another. Grapple that, said he, but first make proof, if it be such as will sustain thee. For one capped with lead, this were no journey. Scarcely he, though light, and I, though onward pushed from crag to crag, could mount. And if the precinct of this coast were not less ample than the last, for him, I know not, but my strength had surely failed. But malbulge all toward the mouth, inclining of the nethermost abyss. The sight of every valley hence requires that one side upward slope, the other fall. At length the point of our descent we reached. From the last flag, soon as to that arrived, so was the breath exhausted from my lungs. I could no further, but did seat me there. Now needs thy best of man. So spake my guide. For not on downy plumes, nor under shade of canopy reposing, fame is won, without which whosoe'er consumes his days, leaveth such vestige of himself on earth, as smoke in air or foam upon the wave. Thou therefore rise, vanish thy weariness, by the mind's effort, in each struggle formed. To vanquish, if she suffer not the weight of her corporeal frame to crush her down. A longer ladder yet remains to scale. From these to have escaped sufficeth not. If well thou note me, profit by my words. I straightway rose, and showed myself less spent than I in truth did feel me. On, I cried. For I am stout and fearless. Up the rock our way we held, more rugged than before. Narrower and steeper far to climb. From talk I ceased not, as we journeyed, so to seem. Least faint, whereat a voice from the other fosse did issue forth, for utterance suited ill. Though on the arch that crosses there I stood. What were the words I knew not, but who spake seemed moved in anger. Down I stooped to look. But my quick eye might reach not to the depth. For shrouding darkness. Wherefore thus I spake. To the next circle, teacher, bend thy steps. And from the wall dismount we, for as hence I hear and understand not, so I see beneath, and not discern. I answer not, said he, but by the deed to fair request. Silent performance mocketh best return. We from the bridge's head descended, where to the 8th mound it joins, and then the chasm. Opening to view, I saw a crowd within. Of serpents terrible, so strange of shape. And hideous. That remembrance in my veins. Yet shrinks the vital current of her sands. Let Libya vaunt no more, if Jaculus, Parias and Chelidor be her brood. Cenchrus and Amphisbena, plagues so dire. Or in such numbers swarming ne'er she shewed. Not with all Ethiopia. And whatever above the Erythraean sea is spawned. Amid this dread exuberance of woe, ran naked spirits winged with horrid fear. Nor hope had they of crevice where to hide, or heliotrope to charm them out of view. With serpents were their hands behind them bound, which through their reins infixed the tail and head, twisted in folds before. And lo! On one, near to our side, darted an adder up. And, where the neck is on the shoulders tied, transpierced him. Far more quickly than e'er pen wrote or eye, he kindled, burned, and chonged. To ashes, all poured out upon the earth. When there dissolved he lay, the dust again uprolled spontaneous, and the selfsame form instant resumed. So mighty sages tell. The Arabian phoenix, when 500 years have well nigh circled, dies, and springs forthwith renascent. Blade nor herb throughout his life he tastes, but tears of frankincense alone. And odorous amomum, swaths of nard. And myrrh his funeral shroud. As one that falls, he knows not how, by force demoniac dragged to earth, or through obstruction fettering up. In chains invisible the powers of man. Who, risen from his trance, gazeth around. Bewildered with the monstrous agony he hath endured. And wildly staring sighs. So stood aghast the sinner when he rose. Oh! How severe God's judgment, that deals out such blows in stormy vengeance. Who he was. My teacher next inquired, and thus in few he answered, Vanni Fucci am I called. Not long since rained down from Tuscany to this dire gullet. Me the bestial life. And not the human pleased, mule that I was. Who in Pistoia found my worthy den. I then to Virgil, bid him stir not hence. And ask what crime did thrust him hither, once. A man I knew him choleric and bloody. The sinner heard and feigned not, but towards me. His mind directing in his face, wherein was dismal shame depicted, thus he spake. It grieves me more to have been caught by thee in this sad plight, which thou beholdest. than when I was taken from the other life. I have no power permitted to deny what thou inquirest. I am doomed thus low to dwell, for that the sacristy by me was rifled of its goodly ornaments, and with the guilt another falsely charged. But that thou mayst not joy to see me thus, so as thou e'er shalt 'scape this darksome realm, open thine ears and hear what I forebode. Reft of the nary first Pistoia pines, then Florence changeth citizens and laws. From Valdimigra, drawn by wrathful Mars, a vapor rises, wrapped in turbid mists, and sharp and eager driveth on the storm, with arrowy hurtling o'er Piceno's field, whence suddenly the cloud shall burst, and strike each helpless Bianco prostrate to the ground. This have I told, that grief may rend thy heart. Canto 25. When he had spoke, the sinner raised his hands, pointed in mockery, and cried, Take them, God. I level them at thee. From that day forth, the serpents were my friends. For round his neck, one of them rolling twisted, as it said, Be silent, tongue. Another to his arms, upgliding, tied them, riveting itself so close, it took from them the power to move. Pistoia. Ah, Pistoia! Why dost doubt to turn thee into ashes, cumbering earth? No longer, since an evil act so far thou hast outdone thy seed. I did not mark through all the gloomy circles of the abyss spirit, that swelled so proudly 'gainst his God. Not him, who headlong fell from Thebes. He fled, nor uttered more. And after him there came a centaur full of fury, shouting, Where? Where is the caitiff? On Maremma's marsh. Swarm not the serpent tribe, as on his haunch they swarmed, to where the human face begins. Behind his head upon the shoulders lay, with open wings, a dragon breathing fire. On whomsoe'er he met, to me my guide. Cassius is this, who underneath the rock of Aventine spread oft a lake of blood. He, from his brethren parted, here must tread a different journey, for his fraudful theft of the great herd, that near him stalled. Whence found his felon deeds their end, beneath the mace of stout Alcides, that perchance laid on 100 blows, and not the 10th was felt. While yet he spake, the centaur sped away. And under us 3 spirits came, of whom nor I nor he was ware, till they exclaimed, Say who are ye? We then brake off discourse, intent on these alone. I knew them not. But, as it chanceth oft, befell, that one had need to name another. Where, said he, doth Cianfa lurk? I, for a sign my guide should stand attentive, placked against my lips, the finger lifted. If, O reader, now thou be not apt to credit what I tell, no marvel, for myself do scarce allow the witness of mine eyes. But as I looked toward them, lo! A serpent with 6 feet springs forth on one, and fastens full upon him. His midmost grasped the belly, a forefoot seized on each arm, while deep in either cheek he fleshed his fangs. The hinder on the thighs were spread, twixt which the tail inserted curled. Upon the reins behind, ivy ne'er clasped a doddered oak, as round the other's limbs the hideous monster intertwined his own. Then, as they both had been of burning wax, each melted into other, mingling hues. That which was either now was seen no more. Thus up the shrinking paper, ere it burns, a brown tint glides, not turning yet to black. And the clean white expires. The other two looked on exclaiming, Ah, how dost thou change, Agnello! See. Thou art nor double now, nor only one. The two heads now became one, and two figures blended in one form appeared, where both were lost. Of the four lengths, two arms were made, the belly and the chest. The thighs and legs into such members chonged, as never eye hath seen, of former shape. All trace was vanished. Two yet neither seemed that image miscreate, and so passed on, with tardy steps, as underneath the scourge of the fierce dog star, that lays bare the fields. Shifting from break to break, the lizard seems a flash of lightning, if he thwart the road. So toward entrails of the other two approaching seemed an adder all on fire, as the dark pepper grain, livid and swart. In that part, whence our life is nourished first. One he transpierced, then down before him fell, stretched out. The pierced spirit looked on him, but spake not, yet stood motionless and yawned, as if by sleep or fevrouse fit assailed. He eyed the serpent, and the serpent him. One from the wound, the other from the mouth. Breathed a thick smoke, whose vapoury columns joined. Lucan in mute attention now may hear, nor thy disastrous fate, Sabellus, tell, nor shine, Nasidius. Ovid now be mute. What if in warbling fiction he record Cadmus and Arethusa, to a snake, him chonged, and her into a fountain clear? I envy not, for never face to face two natures thus transmuted did he sing, wherein both shapes were ready to assume the other's substance, they in mutual guise. So answered, that the serpent split his train, divided to a fork, and the pierced spirit drew close his steps together, legs and thighs compacted, that no sign of juncture soon was visible. The tail dispart took the figure which the spirit lost, its skin softening, his indurated to a rind. The shoulders next I marked, that entering joined the monster's armpits, whose two shorter feet so lengthened, as the other's dwindling shrunk. The feet behind then twisting up became that part that man conceals, which in the wretch was cleft in twain, while both the shadowy smoke with a new color veils, and generates excrescent pile on one, peeling it off from other body, lo, upon his feet. One upright rose, and prone the other fell. Not yet their glaring and malignant lamps were shifted, though each feature chonged beneath of him who stood erect, the mounting face retreated towards the temples, and what there superfluous matter came, shot out in ears. From the smooth cheeks, the rest, not backward dragged, of its excess did shape the nose, and swelled into due size protuberant the lips. He, on the earth who lay, meanwhile extends his sharpened visage, and draws down the ears into the head, as doth the slug his horns. His tongue continuous before and apt for utterance, severs, and the other's fork closing unites. That done the smoke was laid. The soul, transformed into the brute, glides off, hissing along the vale, and after him the other talking sputters, but soon turned his new-grown shoulders on him, and in few thus to another spake, along this path crawling, as I have done, speed Buso now. So saw I fluctuate in successive change. Unsteady ballast of the seventh hold. And here if aught my tongue have swerved, events so strange may be its warrant. O'er mine eyes confusion hung, and on my thoughts amaze. Yet, scapt they not so covertly, but well I marked Cato, he alone it was of the three first that came, who chonged not, thou, The other's fate, Gavil, still dost rue. Canto 26. Florence exult. For thou so mightily hast thriven, that o'er land and sea thy wings thou beatest, and thy name spreads over hell. Among the plunderers such the three I found. Thy citizens, whence shame to me thy son. And no proud honor to thyself redounds. But if our minds, when dreaming near the dawn, are of the truth presageful, thou ere long shalt feel what Prato, not to say the rest, would fain might come upon thee, and that chance were in good time, if it befell thee now. Would so it were, since it must needs befall. For as time wears me, I shall grieve the more. We from the depth departed, and my guide, remounting scaled the flinty steps, which late we downward tracked, and drew me up the steep. Pursuing thus our solitary way, among the crags and splinters of the rock, sped not our feet without the help of hands. Then sorrow seized me, which e'en now revives, as my thought turns again to what I saw. And, more than I am wont, I rein and curb the powers of nature in me, lest they run where virtue guides not. That if aught of good my gentle star, or something better gave me, I envy not myself the precious boon. As in that season, when the sun least veils his face that lightens all, what time the fly gives way to the shrill gnat, the peasant then upon some cliff reclined, beneath him sees fireflies innumerous spangling o'er the vale, vineyard or tilth, where his day labor lies, with flames so numberless throughout its space. Shone the eighth chasm, apparent, when the depth was to my view exposed. As he, whose wrongs the bears avenged, at its departure saw Elijah's chariot, when the steeds erect riced their steep flight for heaven, his eyes meanwhile straining pursued them, till the flame alone upsoaring like a misty speck he kenned. E'en thus along the gulf moves every flame, a sinner so enfolded close in each, that none exhibits token of the theft. Upon the bridge I forward bent to look, and grasped a flinty mass, or else had fallen, though pushed not from the height. The guide, who marked how I did gaze attentive, thus began. Within these ardors are the spirits, each swathed in confining fire. Master, thy word, I answered, hath assured me. Yet I deemed already of the truth, already wished to ask thee, who is in yon fire, that comes so parted at the summit, as it seemed, ascending from that funeral pile, where lay the Theban brothers? He replied, within Ulysses there and Diomed endure their penal tortures, thus to vengeance now, together hasting, as erewhile to wrath. These in the flame with ceaseless groans deplore the ambush of the horse, that opened wide a portal for that goodly seed to pass, which sowed imperial Rome. Nor less the guile lament they, whence of her Achilles, reft, Datimia yet in death complains. And there is rude the stratagem, that Troy of her Palladium spoiled. If they have power of utterance from within these sparks, said I, O Master, think my prayer 1,000-fold. In repetition you are G'd, that thou vouchsafe to pause, till here the horned flame arrive. See, how toward it with desire I bend. He thus, thy prayer is worthy of much praise. And I accept it therefore, but do thou thy tongue refrain, to question them be mine. For I divine thy wish, and they perchance, for they were Greeks, might shun discourse with thee. When there the flame had come, where time and place seemed fitting to my guide, he thus began. O ye, who dwell two spirits in one fire, if living I of you did merit aught, whatever the measure were of that desert, when in the world my lofty strain I poured, Move ye not on, till one of you unfold. In what clime death o'ertook himself destroyed. Of the old flame forthwith the greater horn began to roll, murmuring, as a fire that labors with the wind, then to and fro, wagging the top, as a tongue uttering sounds, threw out its voice, and spake, when I escaped from Circe, who beyond a circling year had held me near Caïda, by her charms. Ere thus Aeneas yet had numbed the shore, nor fondness for my son, nor reverence of my old father, nor return of love that should have crowned Penelope with joy, could overcome in me the zeal I had to explore the world, and search the ways of life, man's evil and his virtue. Forth I sailed into the deep illimitable main, with but one bark, and the small faithful band that yet cleaved to me, as Iberia far, far as Morocco either shore I saw, and the Sardinian and each isle beside, which round that ocean bathes. Tardy with age were I and my companions, when we came to the strait pass, where Hercules ordained the bound rise not to be o'erstepped by man. The walls of Seville to my right I left. On the other hand already Ceuta passed. O brothers! I began, who to the west, through perils without number now have reached. To this the short remaining watch, that yet our senses have to wake, refuse not proof of the unpeopled world, following the track of Phoebus. Call to mind from whence we sprang. Ye were not formed to live the life of brutes, but virtue to pursue and knowledge high. With these few words I sharpened for the voyage the mind of my associates, that I then could scarcely have withheld them. To the dawn our poop we turned, and for the witless flight made our oars wings, still gaining on the left. Each star of the other pole night now beheld, and ours so low, that from the ocean floor it rose not. 5 times re-illumed, as oft vanished the light from underneath the moon. Since the deep way we entered, when from far appeared a mountain dim, loftiest methought of all I e'er beheld. Joy seized us straight, but soon to mourning changed. From the new land a whirlwind sprung, and at her foremost side did strike the vessel. Thrice it whirled her round, with all the waves, the 4th time lifted up the poop, and sank the prow, so fate decreed. And over us the booming billow clossed. Canto 17. Now upward rose the flame, and stilled its light. To speak no more, and now passed on with leave. From the mild poet gained, when following came another, from whose top a sound confused, forth issuing, drew our eyes that way to look. As the Sicilian bull, that rightfully his cries first echoed, who had shapt its mould, did so rebel low, with the voice of him tormented, that the brazen monster seemed pierced through with pain. Thus while no way they found, nor avenue immediate through the flame, into its language turned the dismal words. But soon as they had won their passage forth, up from the point, which vibrating obeyed their motion at the tongue, these sounds we heard. O thou, to whom I now direct my voice, that lately didst exclaim in Lombard phrase, depart thou, I solicit thee no more. Though somewhat tardy I perchance arrive, let it not irk thee here to pause a while, and with me parley. Lo, it irks not me, and yet I burn. If but e'en now thou fall into this blind world, from that pleasant land of Latium, whence I draw my sum of guilt, tell me if those, who in Romagna dwell, have peace or war. For of the mountains there was I, betwixt Urbino and the height, whence Tiber first unlocks his mighty flood. Leaning I listened yet with heedful ear When, as he touched my side, the leader thus. Speak thou, he is a Latian. My reply was ready, and I spake without delay. O Spirit, who art hidden here below, never was thy Romagna without war. In her proud tyrants' bosoms, nor is now. But open war there left I none. The state Ravenna hath maintained this many a year, is steadfast. There Polenta's eagle broods, and in his broad circumference of plume o'ershadows Servia. The green talons grasp the land, that stood erewhile the proof so long, and pilled in bloody heap the host of France. The old mastiff of Verruccio and the young, that tore Montagna in their wrath, still make, where they are wont, an augur of their fangs. Lamone's city and Santerno's range, under the lion of the snowy lair, inconstant partisan, that changeth sides, or ever summer yields to winter's frost. And she, whose flank is washed of Savio's wave, as, twixt the level and the steep she lies, lives so, twixt tyrant power and liberty. Now tell us, I entreat thee, who art thou? Be not more hard than others in the world. So may thy name still rear its forehead high. Then roared awhile the fire, its sharpened point on either side waved, and thus breathed at last. If I did think, my answer were to one who ever could return unto the world, this flame should rest unshaken. But since ne'er, if true be told me, any from this depth has found his upward way, I answer thee, nor fear lest infamy record the words. A man of arms at first, I clothed me then in good Saint Francis' girdle, hoping so have made amends. And certainly my hope had failed not, but that he, whom curses light on, the high priest again seduced me into sin. And how and wherefore listen while I tell. Long as this spirit emoved the bones and pulp my mother gave me, less my deeds bespake the nature of the lion than the fox. All ways of winding subtlety I knew, and with such art conducted, that the sound reached the world's limit. Soon as to that part of life I found me come, when each behoves to lower sails and gather in the lines that which before had pleased me then I rued, and to repentance and confession turned. Wretch that I was, and well it had bested me. The chief of the new Pharisees meantime, waging his warfare near the Lateran, not with the Saracens or Jews, his foes. All Christians were, nor against Acre one had fought, nor trafficked in the Soldan's land. He his great charge nor sacred ministry in himself rev-ranked, nor in me that cord which used to mark with leanness whom it girded. As in Socrate, Constantine besought to cure his leprosy Sylvester's aid, so me to cure the fever of his pride. This man besought my counsel to that end. He asked, and I was silent, for his words seemed drunken, but forthwith he thus resumed. From thy heart banish fear, of all offence. I hitherto absolve thee. In return, teach me my purpose so to execute, that Penestrino cumber earth no more. Heaven, as thou knowest, I have power to shut and open, and the keys are therefore twain, the which my predecessor meanly prized. Then, yielding to the forceful arguments of silence as more perilous I deemed, and answered, Father, since thou washest me clear of that guilt wherein I now must fall, large promise with performance scant, be sure, shall make thee triumph in thy lofty seat. When I was numbered with the dead, then came Saint Francis for me, but a cherub dark he met, who cried, Wrong me not, he is mine, and must below to join the wretched crew, for the deceitful counsel which he gave. E'er since I watched him, veering at his hair, No power can the impenitent absolve. Nor to repent and will at once consist. By contradiction absolute forbid. O misery! How I shook myself, when he seized me, and cried, thou haply thought'st me not a disputant in logic so exact. To minus down he bore me, and the judge twinned 8 times round his callous back the tail, which biting with excess of rage, he spake. This is a guilty soul, that in the fire must vanish. Hence perdition doomed I rove, a prey to rankling sorrow in this garb. When he had thus fulfilled his words, the flame in dolour parted, beating to and fro, and writhing its sharp horn. We onward went, I and my leader, up along the rock, far as another arch, that overhangs the fosse, wherein the penalty is paid of those, who load them with committed sin. Canto 28. Who, e'en in words unfettered, might at full tell of the wounds and blood that now I saw, though he repeated oft the tale. No tongue so vast a theme could equal, speech and thought, both impotent alike. If in one band collected, stood the people all, who ere poured on Apulia's happy soil their blood, slain by the Trojans, and in that long war, when of the rings the measured booty made a pile so high, as Rome's historian writes, who errs not with the multitude, that felt the grinding force of Guiscard's Norman steel, and those the rest, whose bones are gathered yet at Ceperano, there where treachery branded Apulian name, or where beyond thy walls, O Tagliacozzo, without arms, the old Alardo conquered, and his limbs, one were to show transpierced, another his clean lopped away. A spectacle like this were but a thing of naught, to the hideous sight of the 9th chasm, a rundlet, that hath lost its middle or side stave, gapes not so wide as one I marked, torn from the chin throughout, down to the hinder passage, twixt the legs. Dangling his entrails hung, the midriff lay open to view, and wretched ventricle that turns and glutted aliment to dross. Whilst eagerly I fix on him my gaze, he eyed me, with his hands laid his breast bare, and cried, now mark how I do rip me. Lo! How is Muhammad mangled before me? Walks Ali weeping, from the chin his face cleft to the forelock. And the others all, whom here thou sayest, while they lived, did sow scandal and schism, and therefore thus are rent. A fiend is here behind, who with his sword hacks us thus cruelly, slivering again each of this ream, when we have compassed round the dismal way, for first our gashes close, ere we repass before him. But say who art thou, that standest musing on the rock, haply so lingering to delay the pain sentient upon thy crimes? Him death not yet. My guide rejoined, hath overtaken, nor sin conducts to torment. But, that he may make full trial of your state, I who am dead must through the depths of hell, from orb to orb, conduct him. Trust my words, for they are true. More than 100 spirits, when that they heard, stood in the fosse to mark me, through amazed, forgetful of their pangs. Thou, who perchance shalt shortly view the sun, this warning thou bear to Dulcino, bid him, if he wish not here soon to follow me, that with good store of food he arm him, lest imprisoning snows yield him a victim to Navarra's power. No easy conquest else. With foot upraised, for stepping, spake Muhammad, on the ground. Then fixed it to depart. Another shade pierced in the throat, his nostrils mutilate e'en from beneath the eyebrows, and one ear Lopped off, who with the rest through wonder stood, gazing, before the rest advanced, and barred his windpipe, that without was all o'ersmeared with crimson stain. O thou, said he, whom sin condemns not, and whom erst, unless too near resemblance do deceive me, I aloft have seen on Latian ground, call thou to mind Piero of Medicina, if again returning thou beholdst the pleasant land that from Vercelli's slopes to Mercabo, and there instruct the twain, whom Fano boasts, her worthiest sons, Guido and Angelo, that if T is given us here to scan aright the future, they out of life's tenement shall be cast forth, and whelmed under the waves, near to Catolica, through perfidy of a fell tyrant, twixt the Cyprian isle and Balearic, ne'er hath Neptune seen an injury so foul, by pirates done, or Argive crew of old. That one-eyed traitor, whose realm there is a spirit here were fain his eye had still lacked sight of, them shall bring to Conference with him, then so shape his end, that they shall need not, gainst Phocra's wind, offer up vow and nor prayer. I answering thus, declare, as thou dost wish that I above may carry tidings of thee, who is he in whom that sight doth wake such sad remembrance. Forthwith he laid his hand on the cheekbone of one, his fellow spirit, and his jaws expanding, cried, Lo! This is he I wot of. He speaks not for himself, the outcast this, who overwhelmed the doubt in Caesar's mind, affirming that delay to men prepared was ever harmful. Oh how terrified! Methought was Curio, from whose throat was cut the tongue, which spake that hardy word. Then one, maimed of each hand, uplifted in the gloom the bleeding stumps, that they with gory spots sullied his face, and cried, Remember thee of Mosca, too, I who, alas, exclaimed, the deed once done there is an end, that proved a seed of sorrow to the Tuscan race. I added, aye, and death to thine own tribe. Whence heaping woe on woe he hurried off, as one grief-stung to madness. But I there still lingered to behold the troop, and saw things, such as I may fear without more proof to tell of, but that conscience makes me firm. The boon companion, who her strong breastplate buckles on him, that feels no guilt within, and bids him on and fear not. Without doubt I saw, and yet it seems to pass before me, a headless trunk, that even as the rest of the sad flock pocked onward by the hair, it bore the severed member, lantern-wise, pendant in hand, which looked at us and said, Woe's me! The spirit lighted thus himself, and two there were in one, and one in two. How that may be he knows who ordereth so. When at the bridge's foot direct he stood, his arm aloft he reared, thrusting the head full in our view, that nearer we might hear the words, which thus it uttered, Now behold this grievous torment, thou, who breathing ghost, to spy the dead, behold if any else be terrible as this, and that on earth thou mayst bear tidings of me, know that I am Bertrand, he of Bourne, who gave King John the counsel mischievous. Father and son I set at mutual war, for Absalom and David more did not Ahithophel, spurring them on maliciously to strife. For parting those so closely knit, my brain parted, alas! I carry from its source that in this trunk inhabits. Thus the law of retribution fiercely works in me. Canto 29. So were mine eyes inebriate with view of the vast multitude, whom various wounds disfigured, that they longed to stay and weep. But Virgil roused me, what yet gazest on? Wherefore doth fasten yet thy sight below? Among the maimed and miserable shades? Thou hast not shone in any chasm beside this weakness. No, if thou wouldst number them, that 22 miles the valley winds its circuit, and already is the moon beneath our feet. The time permitted now is short, and more not seen remains to see. If thou, I straight replied, hadst weight the cause for which I looked, thou hadst perchance excused the tarrying still. My leader part pursued his way, the while I followed, answering him, and adding thus, within that cave I deem, whereon so fixedly I held my ken, there is a spirit dwells, one of my blood, wailing the crime that costs him now so dear. Then spake my master, let thy soul no more afflict itself for him. Direct elsewhere its thought, and leave him at the bridge's foot. I marked how he did point with menacing look at thee, and heard him by the others nommed Jerry of Bellow. Thou so holy then wert busied with his spirit, who once arguelled the towers of Hautefort, that thou lookest not that way, ere he was gone. O guide beloved, his violent death yet unavenged, said I, by any, who are partners in his shame, made him contemptuous, therefore, as I think, he passed me speechless by, and doing so, hath made me more compassionate his fate. So we discoursed to where the rock first showed. The other valley, had more light been there, e'en to the lowest depth. Soon as we came o'er the last cloister in the dismal rounds of Malbolge, and the Brotherhood were to our view exposed, then many a dart of sore lament assailed me, headed all with points of thrilling pity, that I clossed both ears against the volley with mine hands, as were the torment, if each lazar house of Valdichiana, in the sultry time, twixt July and September, with the isle Sardinia and Maremma's pestilent fun, had heaped their maladies all in one fosse together. Such was here the torment, dire the stench, as issuing steams from festered limbs. We on the utmost shore of the long rock descended still to leftward. Then my sight was livelier to explore the depth, wherein the minister of the most mighty Lord, all-searching justice, dooms to punishment the forgers noted on her dread record. More rueful was it not methinks to see the nation in Aegina droop, what time each living thing, e'en to the little worm, all fell, so full of malice was the air. And afterward, as bards of yore have told, the ancient people were restored anew from seed of emmets, then was here to see the spirits, that languished through the murky veil, up-pilled on many a stack. Confused they lay, one o'er the belly, o'er the shoulders one rolled of another, sidling crawled a third along the dismal pathway. Step by step we journeyed on, in silence looking round, and listening those diseased, who strove in vain to lift their forms. Then too I marked, that sat propped gainst each other, as two brazen pans set to retain the heat. From head to foot a tetter barked them round, nor saw I e'er groom currying so fast, for whom his lord impatient waited, or himself perchance tiered with long watching, as of these each one plied quickly his keen nails, through furiousness of ne'er abetted pruriency. The crust came drawn from underneath in flakes, like scales scrapped from the bream or fish of broader mail. O thou, who with thy fingers rendest off thy coat of proof, thus spake my guide to one, and sometimes makest tearing pincers of them, Tell me if any born of Latian land be among these within, so may thy nails serve thee for everlasting to this toil. Both are of Latium, weeping he replied. Whom tortured thus thou sayest, but who art thou that hast inquired of us? To whom my guide? One that descend with this man, who yet lives from rock to rock, and show him hell's abyss. Then started they asunder, and each turned trembling toward us, with the rest, whose ear those words redounding struck. To me my liege addressed him, speak to them whatever thou list. And I therewith began, so may no time filch your remembrance from the thoughts of men. In th upper world, but after many suns survive it, as ye tell me, who ye are, and of what race ye come. Your punishment, unseemly and disgustful in its kind, deter you not from opening thus much to me. Arezzo was my dwelling, answered one, and me Albaro of Siena brought to die by fire, but that, for which I died, leads me not here. True is in sport I told him that I had learned to wing my flight in air. And he admiring much, as he was void of wisdom, willed me to declare to him the secret of mine art, and only hence, because I made him not a deadless, prevailed on one suppositoried his sire to burn me. But minus to this chasm last of the 10, for that I practiced alchemy on earth, has doomed me. Him no subterfuge eludes. Then to the bard I spake, was ever race light as Siena's? Sure not France herself can show a tribe so frivolous and vain. The other leprous spirit heard my words, and thus returned, be stricken from this charge. Exempted, he who knew so temperately to lay out fortune's gifts. And Nicolo, who first the spice's costly luxury discovered in that garden, where such seed roots deepest in the soil, and be that troop exempted, with whom Caccia of Asciano lavished his vineyards and wide-spreading woods, and his rare wisdom a Bagliato showed, a spectacle for all, that thou mayst know, who seconds thee against the Sienese. Thus gladly, bend this way thy sharpened sight, that well my face may answer to thy ken. So shalt thou see I am Capocchio's ghost, who forged transmuted metals by the power of alchemy. And if I scan thee right, thus needs must well remember how I aped creative nature by my subtle art. Canto XXX. What time resentment burned in Juno's breast for Semele against the Theban blood, as more than once in dire mischance was rude. Such fatal frenzy seized on Athamas, that he his spouse beholding with a babe laden on either arm, spread out, he cried, the meshes, that I take the lioness. And the young lions at the pass, then forth stretched he his merciless talons, grasping one helpless innocent, Lurchus nammed, whom swinging down he dashed upon a rock, and with her other burden self-destroyed. The hapless mother plumbed, and when the pride of all presuming Troy fell from its height, by fortune overwhelmed, and the old king with his realm perished, then did Hecuba, a wretch forlorn and captive, when she saw Polyxena first slaughtered, and her son, her Polydorus, on the wild sea beach, next met the mourner's view, then reft of sense, did she run barking even as a dog. Such mighty power had grief to wrench her soul. Bet ne'er the furies or of Thebes or Troy, with such fell cruelty were seen, their goads in fixing in the limbs of man or beast. As now too pale and naked ghost I saw, that gnarling wildly scampered, like the swine excluded from his sty. One reached Capocchio, and in the neck joint sticking deep his fangs, dragged him, that o'er the solid pavement rubbed, his belly stretched out prone. The other shape He of Arezzo, there left trembling, spake. That sprite of air Iscariot. In like mood of random mischief vents he still his spite. To whom I answering, oh, as thou dost hope, the other may not flesh its jaws on thee. Be patient to inform us, who it is, ere it speed hence. That is the ancient soul of wretched Mira, he replied, who burned with most unholy flame for her own sire, and a false shape assuming, so performed the deed of sin. E'en as the other there, that onward passes, dared to counterfeit Donati's features, to feigned testament, the seal affixing, that himself might gain for his own share, the lady of the herd. When vanished the two furious shades, on whom mine eye was held, I turned it back to view the other cursed spirits. One I saw, in fashion like a lute, had but the groin been severed, where it meets the forked part. Swoln dropsy, disproportioning the limbs, with ill-converted moisture, that the paunch suits not the visage, opened wide his lips, gasping as in a hectic man for drought. One towards the chin, the other upward curled. O ye, who in this world of misery, wherefore I know not, are exempt from pain. Thus he began, attentively regard Adamo's woe. When living, full supply ne'er lacked me of what most I coveted. One drop of water now, alas, I crave. The rills, that glitter down the grassy slopes of Casentino, making fresh and soft the banks whereby they glide to Arno's stream, stand ever in my view, and not in vain. For more the pictured semblance dries me up, much more than the disease, which makes the flesh desert these shriveled cheeks. So from the place where I transgressed, stern justice urging me, takes means to quicken more my laboring sighs. There is Ramana, where I falsified the metal with the Baptist's form impressed, for which on earth I left my body burnt. But if I here might see the sorrowing soul of Guido, Alessandro, or their brother, for Branda's limpid spring I would not change the welcome sight. One is e'en now within, if truly the mad spirits tell, that round are wandering. But wherein best eads me that my limbs are fettered, were I but so light, that I each 100 years might move 1 inch. I had set forth already on this path, seeking him out amidst the shapeless crew. Although 11 miles at wind, not more than half of one across, they brought me down. Among this tribe, induct by them I stamped the florins with 3 carats of alloy. Who are that abject pair, I next inquired, that closely bounding thee upon thy right lie smoking, like a band in winter steeped in the chill stream? When to this gulf I dropped, he answered, here I found them. Since that hour they have not turned, nor ever shall, I ween, till time hath run his course. One is that dame, the false accuser of the Hebrew youth. Sinon the other, that false Greek from Troy. Sharp fever drains the reeky moistness out, in such a cloud upsteamed. When that he heard, one, galled perchance to be so darkly nommed, with clenched hand smote him on the braced paunch, that like a drum resounded, but forthwith Adamo smote him on the face, the blow returning with his arm, that seemed as hard, though my o'er-weighty limbs have ta'en from me the power to move. Said he, I have an arm at liberty for such employ. To whom was answered, when thou wentest to the fire, thou hadst it not so ready at command, then readier when it coined impostor gold. And thus the dropseed, aye, now speak'st thou true. But there thou gav'st not such true testimony, when thou wast questioned of the truth, at Troy. If I spake false, thou falsely stampedst the coin. Said Sinon, I am here but for one fault. And thou for more than any imp beside. Remember, he replied, O perjured one. The horse remember, that did teem with death. And all the world be witness to thy guilt. To thine, returned the Greek, witness the thirst. Whence thy tongue cracks, witness the fluid mound. Reared by thy belly up before thine eyes. A mass corrupt. To whom the coiner thus. Thy mouth gapes wide as ever to let pass. Its evil saying. Me if thirst assails. Yet I am stuffed with moisture. Thou art parched. Pains rack thy head, no urging wouldst thou need. To make thee lap Narcissus mirror up. I was all fixed to listen, when my guide admonished, now beware, a little more. And I do quarrel with thee. I perceived how angrily he spake, and towards him turned. With shame so poignant, as remembered yet. Confounds me. As a man that dreams of harm. Befallen him, dreaming wishes it a dream. And that which is, desires as if it were not. Such then was I, who wanting power to speak. Wished to excuse myself, and all the while. Excused me, though unweeting that I did. More grievous fault than thine has been, less shame. My master cried, might expiate. Therefore cast all sorrow from thy soul, and if again chance bring thee, where like conference is held, think I am ever at thy side. To hear such wrangling is a joy for vulgar minds. Canto 31. The very tongue, whose keen reproof before had wounded me, that either cheek was stained, now ministered my cure. So have I heard Achilles and his father's javelin coust. Pain first, and then the boon of health restored. Turning our back upon the veil of woe. W crossed th encircled mound in silence. There was twilight dim, that far long the gloom. Mine I advanced not, but I heard a horn sounded aloud. The peal it blew had made the thunder feeble, following its course. The adverse way, my strained eyes were bent on that one spot. So terrible a blast Orlando blew not, when that dismal rout o'erthrew the host of Charlemagne, and quenched his saintly warfare. Thitherward not long my head was riced, when many lofty towers methought I spied. Master, said I, what land is this? He answered straight, too long a space of intervening darkness has thine eye to traverse, thou hast therefore widely erred. In thy imagining thither arrived, thou well shalt see, how distance can delude the sense. A little therefore urge thee on. Then tenderly he caught me by the hand. Yet know, said he, ere farther we advance, that it less strange may seem, these are not towers, but giants. In the pit they stand immersed, each from his navel downward, round the bank. As when a fog disperseth gradually, our vision traces what the mist involves. Condensed in air, so piercing through the gross and gloomy atmosphere, as more and more we neared toward the brink, mine error fled, and fear came o'er me, as with circling round of turrets, Monteregin crowns his walls. E'en thus the shore, encompassing th abyss, was turreted with giants, half their length, uprearing, horrible, whom Jove from heaven yet threatens, when his muttering thunder rolls. Of one already I descried the face, shoulders, and breast, and of the belly huge, great part, and both arms down along his ribs. All teeming nature, when her plastic hand left framing of these monsters, did display. Past doubt her wisdom, taking from mad war such slaves to do his bidding. And if she Repent her not of th elephant and whale. Who ponders well confesses her therein. Wiser and more discreet, for when brute force and evil will are backed with subtlety, resistance none avails. His visage seemed in length and bulk, as doth the pine, that tops St. Peter's Roman fane, and other bones of like proportion, so that from above the bank which girdled him below, such height arose his stature, that 3 Frieslanders had striven in vain to reach but to his hair. Full 30 ample palms was he exposed, downward from whence a man his garments loops. Raffle by Amath Sabi Almi. So shouted his fierce lips, which sweeter hymns became not, and my guide addressed him thus. O senseless spirit! Let thy horn for thee interpret, therewith vent thy rage, if rage or other passion wring thee. Search thy neck. There shalt thou find the belt that binds it on. Wild spirit! Lo, upon thy mighty breast, where hangs the baldric. Then to me he spake. He doth accuse himself. Nimrod is this, through whose ill counsel in the world no more one tongue prevails. But pass we on, nor waste our words, for so each language is to him, as his to others, understood by none. Then to the leftward turning sped we forth, and at a sling's throw found another shade, far fiercer and more huge. I cannot say what master hand had girt him, but he held behind the right arm fettered, and before the other with a chain, that fastened him from the neck down, and 5 times round his form. Apparent met the wreathed links. This proud one would of his strength against Almighty Jove make trial, said my guide, whence he is thus requited. Ephialtes him they call. Great was his prowess, when the giants brought fear on the gods, those arms, which then he piled. Now moves he never. Forthwith I returned. Fain would I, if were possible, mine eyes of Briareus immeasurable gained experience next. He answered, thou shalt see. Not far from hence Antaeus, who both speaks and is unfettered, who shall place us there, where guilt is at its depth. Far onward stands, whom thou wouldst fain behold, in chains, and made like to this spirit, save that in his looks more fell he seems, by violent earthquake rocked. Ne'er shook a toar, so reeling to its base, as Ephialtes. More than ever then I dreaded death, nor than the terror more had needed, if I had not seen the cords that held him fast. We, straightway journeying on, came to Antaeus, who 5 ells complete without the head, forth issued from the cave. O thou, who in the fortunate vale, that made great Scipio heir of glory, when his sword drove back the troop of Hannibal in flight, who thence of old didst carry for thy spoil 100 lions. And if thou hadst fought in the high conflict on thy brethren's side, seems as men yet believed, that through thine arm the sons of earth had conquered, now vouchsafe to place us down beneath, where numbing cold locks up Cocytus. Force not that we crave, or Titius help or Typhon's. Here is one can give what in this realm ye covet. Stoop therefore, nor scornfully distort thy lip. He in the upper world can yet bestow renown on thee, for he doth live, and looks for life yet longer, if before the time grace call him not unto herself. Thus spake the teacher. He in haste forth stretched his hands, and caught my guide. I'll see this whilom felt that grapple straightened score. Soon as my guide had felt it, he bespake me thus, this way. That I may clasp thee, then so caught me up. That we were both one burden. As appears the tower of Caracenda, from beneath, where it doth lean, if chance a passing cloud, so sail across, that opposite it hangs. Such then Antaeus seemed, as at mine ease I marked him stooping. I were fain at times have passed another way. Yet in th abyss, that Lucifer with Judas low ingulfs, lightly he placked us, nor their leaning stayed, but rose as in a bark the stately mast. Canto 32. Could I command rough rhymes and horse, to suit that whole of sorrow, o'er which every rock his firm abutment rears, then might the vein of fancy rise full springing, but not mine. Such measures, and with faltering awe I touch the mighty theme. For to describe the depth of all the universe, is no emprise to jest with, and demands a tongue not used to infant babbling. But let them assist my song, the tuneful maidens, by whose aid Amphion walled in Thebes, so with the truth my speech shall best accord. O ill-starred folk, beyond all others wretched, who abide in such a mansion, as scarce thought finds words to speak of, better had ye here on earth been flocks or mountain goats. As down we stood in the dark pit beneath the giants' feet, but lower far than they, and I did gaze still on the lofty battlement, a voice bespoke me thus, look how thou walkest. Take good heed, thy soles do tread not on the heads of thy poor brethren. Thereupon I turned, and saw before and underneath my feet a lake, whose frozen surface liker seemed to glass than water. Not so thick a veil in winter air hath Austrian Danube spread o'er his still course, nor Tanais far remote under the chilling sky rolled o'er that mass. Had Tabernich or Pietrapana fallen, not e'en its rim had creaked, as peeps the frog croaking above the wave. What time in dreams the village gleaner oft pursues her toil, so, to where modest shame appears, thus low, blue pinched and shrinned in ice the spirits stood, moving their teeth in shrill note like the stork. His face each downward held, their mouth the cold, their eyes expressed the dolour of their heart. A space I looked around, then at my feet saw two so strictly joined, that of their head the very hairs were mingled. Tell me ye, whose bosoms thus together press, said I. Who are ye? At that sound their necks they bent, and when their looks were lifted up to me, straightway their eyes, before all moist within, distilled upon their lips, and the frost bound the tears betwixt those orbs and held them there. Plank unto plank hath never cramped clossed up so stoutly, whence like two enraged goats they clashed together, them such fury seized. And one, from whom the cold both ears had reft, exclaimed, still looking downward, why on us dost speculate so long? If thou wouldst know, who are these two, the valley, whence his wave by Senzio slopes, did for its master own their sire Alberto, and next him themselves, they from one body issued, and throughout China thou mayst search, nor find a shade more worthy in congealment to be fixed. Not him, whose breast in shadow Arthur's land at that one blow dissevered, not Focaccia. No, not this spirit, whose o'er-jutting head obstructs my onward view. He bore the name of Mascaroni. Tuscan if thou be, well knowest who he was, and to cut short all further question, in my form behold what once was Comichini. I await Carlino here my kinsman, whose deep guilt shall wash out mine 1,000 visages. Then marked I, which the keen and eager cold had shapt into a doggish grin, whence creeps a shivering horror o'er me, at the thought of those frore shallows, while we journeyed on toward the middle, at whose point unites all heavy substance, and I trembling went through that eternal chillness, I know not if will it were or destiny, or chance. But, passing midst the heads, my foot did strike with violent blow against the face of one. Wherefore dost bruise me, weeping, he exclaimed, unless thy errand be some fresh revenge for Monteperto, wherefore troublest me? I thus, instructor, now await me here, that I through him may rid me of my doubt. Thenceforth what haste thou wilt. The teacher paused. And to that shade I spake, who bitterly still cursed me in his wrath. What art thou, speak, that railest thus on others? He replied. Now who art thou, that smiting others' cheeks through Antinora roamest, with such force as were past suffrance, wert thou living still? And I am living, to thy joy perchance, was my reply, if fame be dear to thee, that with the rest I may thy name enroll. The contrary of what I covet most, said he, thou tender'st, hence, nor vex me more. Ill knowest thou to flatter in this vale. Then seizing on his hinder scalp, I cried, name thee, or not a hair shall tarry here. Rend all away, he answered, yet for that I will not tell nor show thee who I am. Though at my head thou pluck 1,000 times. Now I had grasped his tresses, and stripped off more than one tuft, he barking, with his eyes drawn in and downward, when another cried, what ails thee, Bacca? Sound not loud enough. Thy chattering teeth, but thou must bark outright. What devil rings thee? Now, said I, be dumb. Accursed traitor. To thy shame of thee. True tidings will I bear. Off, he replied. Tell what thou list. But as thou escape from hence, to speak of him whose tongue hath been so glib, forget not, here he wails the Frenchman's gold. Him of Dura, thou canst say, I marked, where the starved sinners pine. If thou be asked, what other shade was with them, at thy side? Is Beccaria, whose red gorge disdained the biting axe of Florence. Farther on, if I misdeem not, Soldinieri bides with Ganelon, and Tribaldello, him who opt Faenza when the people slept. We now had left him, passing on our way, when I beheld 2 spirits by the ice, pent in one hollow, that the head of one was cowl unto the other. And as bread is ravened up through hunger, th uppermost did so apply his fangs to th other's brain, where the spine joins it, not more furiously, on Menalippus' temple's tidiest nod, than on that skull and on its garbage he. O thou who show'st so beastly sign of hate, gainst him thou pray'st on, let me hear, said I. The cause, on such condition, that if right, warrant thy grievance, knowing who ye are, and what the color of his sinning was, I may repay thee in the world above. If that wherewith I speak be moist so long. Canto 33. His jaws uplifting from their fell repast, that sinner whipped them on the hair's head, which he behind had mangled, then began. Thy will obeying, I call up afresh sorrow past cure, which but to think of wrings my heart, or ere I tell on't. But if words that I may utter, shall prove seed to bear fruit of eternal infamy to him, the traitor whom I gnaw at, thou at once shalt see me speak and weep. Who thou mayst be, I know not, nor how here below art come. but Florentine thou seemest of a truth. When I do hear thee. Know I was on earth. Count Ugolino, and Archbishop he. Ruggieri. Why I neighbor him so close. Now list. That through effect of his ill thoughts. In him my trust reposing, I was ta'en. And after murdered, need is not I tell. What therefore thou canst not have heard, that is. How cruel was the murder, shalt thou hear. And know if he have wronged me. A small great. Within that mew, which for my sake the name of famine bears, where others yet must pine. Already through its opening several moons had shown me, when I slept the evil sleep, that from the future tore the curtain off. This one, methought, as master of the sport, rode forth to chase the gaunt wolf and his whelps, unto the mountain, which forbids the sight of Lucca to the Pison. With lean brocks, inquisitive and keen, before him ranged Lanfranchi with Sismondi and Gualandi. After short course the father and the sons seemed tiered and lagging, and methought I saw the sharp tusks gore their sides. When I awoke, before the dawn, amid their sleep I heard my sons, for they were with me, weep and ask for bread. Right cruel art thou, if no pang thou feel at thinking what my heart foretold. And if not now, why use thy tears to flow? Now had they wakened, and the hour drew near, when they were wont to bring us food. The mind of each misgave him through his dream, and I heard, at its outlet underneath locked up, the horrible tower, whence uttering not a word, I looked upon the visage of my sons. I wept not, so all stone I felt within. They wept, and one, my little Anselm, cried, Thou lookest so. Father, what ails thee? Yet I shed no tear, nor answered all that day, nor the next night, until another sun came out upon the world. When a faint beam had to our doleful prison made its way, and in 4 countenances I descried the image of my own, on either hand. Through agony I bit, and they who thought I did it through desire of feeding, rose. Sudden, and cried, Father, we should grieve far less, if thou wouldst eat of us, thou gav'st. These weeds of miserable flesh we wear, and do thou strip them off from us again. Then, not to make them sadder, I kept down my spirit in stillness. That day and the next, we all were silent. Ah, obdurate earth! Why openedst not upon us? When we came to the 4th day, then Ghetto at my feet outstretched did fling him, crying, Hast no help for me, my father? There he died, and e'en plainly as thou sayest me, saw I the 3 fall one by one, twixt the 5th day and 6th. Whence I betook me now grown blind to grope over them all, and for 3 days aloud called on them who were dead. Then fasting got the mastery of grief. Thus having spoke once more upon the wretched skull his teeth, he fastened, like a mastiff's, gainst the bone, firm and unyielding. O thou Pisa! Shame of all the people, who their dwelling make in that fair region, where Italian voice is heard, since that thy neighbors are so slack to punish, from their deep foundations rise Caprea and Gorgona, and dam up the mouth of Arno, that each soul in thee may perish in the waters. What if fame reported that thy castles were betrayed by Ugolino, yet no right hadst thou to stretch his children on the rack for them? Brigada, Ugaxione, and a pair of gentle ones, of whom my song hath told their tender years, thou modern Thebes did make uncapable of guilt. Onward we passed. Where others scarfed in rugged folds of ice. Not on their feet were turned, but each revered. Their very weeping suffers not to weep. For at their eyes grief seeking passage finds. Impediment, and rolling inward turns. For increase of sharp anguish, the first tears hang clustered, and like crystal visors show. Under the socket brimming all the cup. Now though the cold had from my face dislodged. Each feeling, as tea were callous, yet me seemed. Some breath of wind I felt. Whence cometh this? Said I, my master is not here below. All vapor quenched. Thou shalt be speedily. He answered, where thine eye shall tell thee whence. The cause descrying of this airy shower. Then cried out one in the chill crust who mourned. O soul so cruel! That the farthest post hath been assigned you, from this face remove the hardened veil, that I may vent the grief. Impregnate at my heart, some little space. Ere it congeal again. I thus replied. Say who thou wast, if thou wouldst have mine aid. And if I extricate thee not, far down. As to the lowest ice may I descend. The friar Alberigo, answered he. Am I, who from the evil garden plucked its fruitage, and am here repaid, the date more luscious for my figure. Ha! I exclaimed. Art thou too dead? How in the world aloft? It fareth with my body, answered he. I am right ignorant. Such privilege hath Ptolomea, that ofttimes the soul drops hither, ere by Atropos divorced. And that thou mayst wipe out more willingly the glazed teardrops that o'erlay mine eyes. Know that the soul, that moment she betrays, as I did, yields her body to a fiend, who after moves and governs it at will, till all its time be rounded. Headlong she falls to this cistern, and perchance above doth yet appear the body of a ghost, who here behind me winters. Him thou knowst. If thou but newly art arrived below. The years are many that have passed away, since to this fastness Brancadoria came. Now, answered I, methinks thou mockest me. For Brancadoria never yet hath died, but doth all natural functions of a man. Eats, drinks, and sleeps, and putteth raiment on. He thus, not yet unto that upper fosse. By evil talons guarded, where the pitch tenacious boils, had Michael Zanch reached. When this one left a demon in his stead. In his own body, and of one his kin. Who with him treachery wrought. But now put forth thy hand, and ope mine eyes. I opt them not. Ill manners were best courtesy to him. Ah Genoese! Men perverse in every way. With every foulness stained, why from the earth are ye not cancelled? Such an one of yours I with Romagna's darkest spirit found. As for his doings even now in soul, is in Cocytus plunged, and yet doth seem in body still alive upon the earth. Canto 34. The banners of hell's monarch do come forth towards us. Therefore look, so spake my guide. If thou discern him, as, when breathes a cloud, heavy and dense, or when the shades of night fall on our hemisphere, seems viewed from far. A windmill, which the blast stirs briskly round. Such was the fabric then methought I saw, to shield me from the wind. Forthwith I drew behind my guide, no covert else was there. Now came I, and with fear I bid my strain record the marvel, where the souls were all whelmed underneath, transparent, as through glass. Pellucid the frail stem. Some prone were laid. Others stood upright, this upon the sawls. That on his head, a third with face to feet arched like a bow. When to the point we came, whereat my guide was pleased that I should see the creature eminent in beauty once, he from before me stepped and made me pause. Lo, he exclaimed, lo dis, and lo the place, where thou hast need to arm thy heart with strength. How frozen and how faint I then became. Ask me not, reader, for I write it not, since words would fail to tell thee of my state. I was not dead nor living. Think thyself, if quick conception work in thee at all, how I did feel. That emperor, who sways the realm of sorrow, at mid-breast from XXIX, stood forth, and I in stature am more like a giant, than the giants are in his arms. Mark now how great that whole must be, which suits with such a part. If he were beautiful, as he is hideous now, and yet did dare to scowl upon his Maker, well from him may all our misery flow. Oh, what a sight! How passing strange it seemed, when I did spy upon his head 3 faces, one in front of hue vermilion, other 2 with this. Midway each shoulder joined and at the crest. The right, twixt wan and yellow seemed, the left to look on, such as come from whence old Nile stoops to the lowlands. Under each shot forth 2 mighty wings, enormous as became a bird so vast. Sails never such I saw, outstretched on the wide sea. No plumes had they, but were in texture like a bat, and these he flapped air, that from him issued still 3 winds, wherewith Cocytus to its depth was frozen. At 6 eyes he wept, the tears adown 3 chins distilled with bloody foam. At every mouth his teeth a sinner champed, bruised as with Pondrouse engine, so that 3 were in this guise tormented. But far more than from that gnawing, was the foremost panged by the fierce rending, whence ofttimes the back was stripped of all its skin. That upper spirit, who hath worse punishment, so spake my guide, is Judas, he that hath his head within, and plies the feet without, of other 2, whose heads are under, from the murky jaw. Who hangs, is Brutus, lo! How he doth writhe, and speaks not. Other Cassius, that appears so large of limb. But night now reascends, and it is time for parting. All is seen. I clipped him round the neck, for so he bade. And noting time and place, he, when the wings enough were opt, caught fast the shaggy sides, and down from pile to pile descending stepped, between the thick fell and the jagged ice. Soon as he reached the point, where at the thigh, upon the swelling of the haunches turns, my leader there with pain and struggling hard, turned round his head, where his feet stood before, and grappled at the fell, as one who mounts that into hell. Methought we turned again. Expect that by such stairs as these, thus spake the teacher, panting like a man forespent, we must depart from evil so extreme. Then at a rocky opening issued forth, and placked me on a brink to sit, next joined with wary step my side. I riced mine eyes, believing that I Lucifer should see, where he was lately left, but saw him now with legs held upward. Let the grosser sort, who see not what the point was I had passed, bethink them if sore toil oppressed me then. Arise, my master cried, upon thy feet. The way is long, and much uncouth the road. And now within 1 hour and half of noon, the sun returns. It was no palace hall, lofty and luminous wherein we stood, but natural dungeon where ill footing was, and scant supply of light, air from abyss. I separate, thus when risen I began, my guide, Vouchsafe few words to set me free from error's thraldom. Where is now the ice? How standeth he in posture thus revered? And how from eve to morn in space so brief hath the sun made his transit? He in few. Thus answering spake, thou deemest thou art still on other side the centre, where I grasped abhorred worm, that boreth through the world. Thou wast on other side, so long as I descended. When I turned, thou didst o'erpass that point, to which from every part is dragged all heavy substance. Thou art now arrived under the hemisphere opposed to that which the great continent doth overspread, and underneath whose canopy expired the man, that was born sinless, and so lived. Thy feet are planted on the smallest sphere, whose other aspect is Judaica. Morn here rises, when their evening sets, and he, whose shaggy pile was scowled, yet standeth fixed, as at the first. On this part he fell down from heaven, and earth, here prominent before, through fear of him did veil her with the sea, and to our hemisphere returned. Perchance to shun him was the vacant space left here. By what of firm land on this side appears, that sprang aloof. There is a place beneath, from Beelzebub as distant, as extends the vaulted tomb, discovered not by sight, but by the sound of brooklet, that descends this way along the hollow of a rock, which, as it winds with no precipitous course, the wave hath eaten. By that hidden way my guide and I did enter, to return to the fair world, and heedless of repose. We climbed, he first, I following his steps, till on our view the beautiful lights of heaven dawned through a circular opening in the cave. Thus issuing we again beheld the stars. Purgatory. Canto I. O'er better waves to speed her rapid course. The light bark of my genius lifts the sail, well pleased to leave so cruel sea behind. And of that second region will I sing, in which the human spirit from sinful blot is purged, and for ascent to heaven prepares. Hear, O ye hallowed nine, for in your train I follow, hear the deadened strain revive. Nor let Calliope refuse to sound a somewhat higher song, of that loud tone, which when the wretched birds of chattering note had heard, they of forgiveness lost all hope. Sweet hue of eastern sapphire, that was spread o'er the serene aspect of the pure air, high up as the first circle, to mine eyes unwonted joy renewed, soon as I scapt forth from the atmosphere of deadly gloom, that had mine eyes and bosom filled with grief. The radiant planet, that to love invites, made all the Orient laugh, and veiled beneath the Pisces light, that in his escort came. To the right hand I turned, and fixed my mind on the other pole attentive, where I saw four stars ne'er seen before save by the ken of our first parents. Heaven of their rays seemed joyous. O thou northern sight, bereft indeed, and widowed, since of these deprived. As from this view I had desisted, straight turning a little towards the other pole, there from whence now the wane had disappeared, I saw an old man standing by my side, alone, so worthy of reverence in his look, that ne'er from son to father more was owed. Low down his beard and mixed with hoary white descended, like his locks, which parting fell upon his breast in double fold. The beams of those four luminaries on his face so brightly shone, and with such radiance clear decked it, that I beheld him as the sun. Say, who are ye, that stemming the blind stream forth from eternal prison house have fled? He spoke and moved those venerable plumes. Who hath conducted, or with lantern sure. Lights you emerging from the depth of night. That makes the infernal valley ever black. Are the firm statutes of the dread abyss broken, or in high heaven new laws ordained? That thus, condemned, ye to my caves approach? My guide, then laying hold on me, by words and intimations given with hand and head, made my bent knees and I submissive pay due reverence, then thus to him replied. Not of myself I come. A dame from heaven, descending, had besought me in my charge to bring. But since thy will implies, that more our true condition I unfold at large. Mine is not to deny thee thy request. This mortal ne'er hath seen the farthest gloom, but erring by his folly had approached so near, that little space was left to turn. Then, as before I told, I was dispatched to work his rescue, and no way remained save this which I have ta'en. I have displayed before him all the regions of the bad, and purpose now those spirits to display that under thy command are purged from sin. How I have brought him would be long to say. From high descends the virtue, by whose aid I to thy sight and hearing him have led. Now may our coming please thee. In the search of liberty he journeys, that how dear they know, who for her sake have life refused. Thou knowest, to whom death for her was sweet. In Utica, where thou didst leave those weeds, that in the last great day will shine so bright. For us the eternal edicts are unmoved. He breathes, and I am free of minus power. Abiding in that circle where the eyes of thy chaste Marcia beam, who still in look praise thee, O hallowed spirit, to own her shine. Then by her love we implore thee, let us pass through thy seven regions, for which best thanks I for thy favor will to her return. If mention there below thou not disdain. Marcia so pleasing in my sight was found. He then to him rejoined, while I was there, that all she asked me I was fain to grant. Now that beyond the accursed stream she dwells, she may no longer move me, by that law which was ordained me, when I issued thence. Not so, if dame from heaven, as thou say'st, moves and directs thee, then no flattery needs. Enough for me that in her name thou ask. Go therefore now, and with a slender reed see that thou duly gird him, and his face lave, till all sordid stain thou wipe from thence. For not with eye, by any cloud obscured, would it be seemly before him to come, who stands the foremost minister in heaven. This islet all around, there far beneath, where the wave beats it, on the oozy bed, produces store of reeds. No other plant, covered with leaves, or hardened in its stalk, there lives, not bending to the water's sway. After, this way return not, but the sun will show you, that now rises, where to take the mountain in its easiest ascent. He disappeared, and I myself upraised, speechless, and to my guide retiring close, toward him turned mine eyes. He thus began. My son, observant thou my steps pursue. We must retreat to rearward, for that way the champion to its low extreme declines. The dawn had chased the matin hour of prime, which deaf before it, so that from afar I spied the trembling of the ocean stream. We traversed the deserted plain, as one who, wandered from his track, thinks every step trodden in vain till he regain the path. When we had come, where yet the tender dew strove with the sun, and in a place, where fresh the wind breathed o'er it, while it slowly dried, both hands extended on the watery grass, my master placked, in graceful act and kind, whence I of his intent before apprised, stretched out to him my cheeks suffused with tears. There to my visage he anew restored that hue, which the dun shades of hell concealed. Then on the solitary shore arrived, that never sailing on its waters saw man, that could after measure back his course. He girt me in such manner as had pleased him who instructed, and oh, strange to tell, as he selected every humble plant, wherever one was plucked, another there, resembling, straightway in its place arose. Canto II. Now had the sun to that horizon reached, that covers, with the most exalted point of its meridian circle, Salem's walls. And night, that opposite to him her orb sounds, from the stream of Ganges issued forth, holding the scales that from her hands are dropped, when she reigns highest, so that where I was, Aurora's white and vermeil tinctured cheek to orange turned as she in age increased. Meanwhile we lingered by the water's brink, like men, who, musing on their road, in thought journey, while motionless the body rests. When lo! as near upon the hour of dawn, through the thick vapors Mars with fiery beam glares down in west, over the ocean floor. So seemed, what once again I hope to view, a light so swiftly coming through the sea, no winged course might equal its career, from which when for a space I had withdrawn thine eyes, to make inquiry of my guide. Again I looked and saw it grown in size and brightness, thou on either side appeared something, but what I knew not of bright hue, and by degrees from underneath it came another. My preceptor silent yet stood, while the brightness, that we first discerned, opened the form of wings. Then when he knew, the pilot cried aloud, down, down, bend low thy knees. Behold God's angel, fold thy hands. Now shalt thou see true ministers indeed. Lo, how all human means he sets at naught, so that nor oar he needs, nor other sail, except his wings, between such distant shores. Lo, how straight up to heaven he holds them reared, winnowing the air with those eternal plumes, that not like mortal hairs fall off or change. As more and more toward us came, more bright appeared the bird of God, nor could the eye endure his splendor near. I mine bent down. He drove ashore in a small bark so swift and light, that in its course no wave it drank. The VIII steersman at the prow was seen, visibly written blessed in his looks. Within 100 spirits and more there sat, in exitu Israel de Egypto. All with one voice together sang, with what in the remainder of that hymn is writ. Then soon as with the sign of Holy Cross he blessed them, they at once leaped out on land. The swiftly as he came returned. The crew there left, appeared astounded with the place, gazing around as one who sees new sights. From every side the sun darted his beams, and with his arrowy radiance from mid-heaven had chased the Capricorn, when that strange tribe, lifting their eyes towards us, if ye know, declare what path will lead us to the mount. Them Virgil answered, ye suppose perchance us well acquainted with this place, but here we, as yourselves, are strangers. Not long erst we came, before you but a little space, by other roads so rough and hard, that now the ascent will seem to us as play. The spirits, who from my breathing had perceived I lived, grew pale with wonder, as the multitude flock round a herald, sent with olive branch, to hear what news he brings, and in their haste tread one another down. E'en so at sight of me those happy spirits were fixed, each one forgetful of its errand, to depart, where cleansed from sin, it might be made all fair. Then one I saw darting before the rest, with such fond ardor to embrace me, I to do the like was moved. O shadows vain, except in outward semblance, Thrice my hands I clasped behind it, they as oft returned. Empty into my breast again. Surprise I needs must think was painted in my looks. For that the shadow smiled and backward drew. To follow it I hastened, but with voice of sweetness it enjoined me to desist. Then who it was I knew, and prayed of it. To talk with me, it would a little pause. It answered, Thee as in my mortal frame I loved, so loosed forth it I love thee still. And therefore pause, but why walkest thou here? Not without purpose once more to return. Thou find'st me, my Casella, where I am. Journeying this way, I said, but how of thee? Hath so much time been lost? He answered straight. No outrage hath been done to me, if he who when and whom he chooses takes me oft. This passage hath denied, since of just will his will he makes. These 3 months past indeed. He, whose chose to enter, with free leave, hath taken. Whence I wandering by the shore, where Tiber's wave grows salt, of him gained kind admittance, at that river's mouth, Toardi which his wings are pointed, for there always throng all such as not to our Charon descend. Then I, if new laws have not quite destroyed memory and use of that sweet song of love, that while all my cares had power to assuage, please thee with it a little to console my spirit, that encumbered with its frame, travelling so far, of pain is overcome. Love that discourses in my thoughts. He then began in such soft accents, that within the sweetness thrills me yet. My gentle guide, and all who came with him, so well were pleased, that seemed naught else might in their thoughts have room. Fast fixed in mute attention to his notes, we stood, when lo, that old man venerable, exclaiming, How is this, ye tardy spirits? What negligence detains you loitering here? Run to the mountain to cast off those scales, that from your eyes the sight of God conceal. As a wild flock of pigeons, to their food collected, blade or tares, without their pride accustomed, and in still and quiet sort, if aught alarm them, suddenly desert their meal, assailed by more important care. So I that newcome troop beheld, the song deserting, hasten to the mountain's side, as one who goes yet where he tends knows not. Nor with less hurried step did we depart. Canto III. Them sudden flight had scattered over the plain, turned towards the mountain, whither reason's voice drives us, I to my faithful company adhering, left it not. For how of him deprived, might I have sped, or who beside would o'er the mountainous tract have led my steps? He with the bitter pang of self-remorse seemed smitten. O clear conscience and upright, how doth a little fling wound thee sore? Soon as his feet desisted, slackening pace from haste, that mars all decency of act. My mind, that in itself before was wrapped, its thoughts expanded, as with joy restored, and full against the steep ascent I set my face, where highest to heaven its top o'erflows. The sun, that flared behind, with ruddy beam, before my form was broken, for in me his rays resistance met. I turned aside, with fear of being left, when I beheld only before myself the ground obscured. When thus my solace, turning him around, bespake me kindly, Why distrustest thou? Believ'st not I am with thee, thy sure guide? It now is evening there, where buried lies the body, in which I cast a shade, removed to Naples from Brundusium's wall. Nor thou marvel, if before me no shadow fall, more than that in the sky element one ray obstructs not other to endure torments of heat and cold extreme, like frames that virtue hath disposed, which how it works, wills not to us should be revealed. Insane. Who hopes, our reason may that space explore, which holds three persons in one substance knit. Seek not the wherefore, race of humankind. Could ye have seen the whole, no need had been for Mary to bring forth. Moreover ye have seen such men desiring fruitlessly, to whose desires repose would have been given, that now but serve them for eternal grief. I speak of Plato, and the Stagirite, and others many more. And then he bent downwards his forehead, and in troubled mood broke off his speech. Meanwhile we had arrived far as the mountain's foot, and there the rock found of so steep ascent, that nimblest steps to climb it had been vain. The most remote, most wild untrodden path, in all the tract, twixt Laris and Turbia were to this a ladder easy, and open of access. Who knows on which hand now the steep declines? My master said and paused, so that he may ascend, who journeys without aid of wine. And while with looks directed to the ground, the meaning of the pathway he explored, and I gazed upward round the stony height of spirits, that toward us moved their steps. Yet moving seemed not, they so slow approached. I thus my guide addressed, upraise thine eyes. Lo, that way some, of whom thou mayst obtain counsel, if of thyself thou find'st it not. Straightway he looked, and with free speech replied, let us tend thither, they but softly come. And thou be firm in hope, my son beloved. Now was that people distant far in space, 1,000 paces behind ours, as much as at a throw the nervous arm could fling. When all drew backward on the messy crags of the steep bank, and firmly stood unmoved, as one who walks in doubt might stand to look. O spirits perfect! O already chosen! Virgil to them began, by that blessed peace, which, as I deem, is for you all prepared. Instruct us where the mountain low declines, so that attempt to mount it be not vain. For who knows most, him loss of time most grieves. As sheep, that step from forth their fold, by one, or pairs, or three at once. Meanwhile the rest stand fearfully, bending the eye and nose to ground, and what the foremost does, that do the others, gathering round her, if she stops. Simple and quiet, nor the cause discern. So saw I moving to advance the first, who of that fortunate crew were at the head, of modest mien and graceful in their gait. When they before me had beheld the light from my right side fall broken on the ground, so that the shadow reached the cave, they stopped, and somewhat back returned, the same did all who followed, though unweeting of the cause. Unasked of you, yet freely I confess, this is a human body which ye see, that the sun's light is broken on the ground. Marvel not, but believe, that not without virtue derived from heaven, we to climb over this wall aspire. So them bespake my master, and that virtuous tribe rejoined. Turn, and before you there the entrance lies, making a signal to us with bent hands. Then of them one began, who thou art, who journeyst thus this way, thy visage turn. Think if me elsewhere thou hast ever seen. I towards him turned, and with fixed eye beheld, comely, and fair, and gentle of aspect. He seemed, but on one brow a gash was marked. When humbly I disclaimed to have beheld him ever, now behold, he said, and showed high on his breast a wound, then smiling spake. I am Manfredi, grandson to the queen Costanza, whence I pray thee, when returned, to my fair daughter go, the parent glad of Aragonia and Sicilia's pride. And of the truth inform her, if of me aught else be told. When by two mortal blows my frame was shattered, I betook myself, weeping to him, who of free will forgives. My sins were horrible, but so wide arms hath goodness infinite, that it receives all who turn to it. Had this text divine been of Cosenza's shepherd better scanned, who then by Clement on my hunt was set, yet at the bridge's head my bones had lain, near Benevento, by the heavy mole protected. But the rain now drenches them, and the wind drives, out of the kingdom's bounds, far as the stream of Verde, where, with lights extinguished, he removed them from their bed. Yet by their curse we are not so destroyed, but that the eternal love may turn, while hope retains her verdant blossoms. True it is that such one as in contumacy dies against the holy church, though he repent, must wander 30-fold for all the time in his presumption past. If such decree be not by prayers of good men shorter made, look therefore if thou canst advance my bliss, revealing to my good Costanza, how thou hast beheld me, and beside the terms laid on me of that interdict. For here, by means of those below much profit comes. Canto 4. When by sensations of delight or pain, that any of our faculties hath seized, entire the soul collects herself, it seems. She is intent upon that power alone. And thus the error is disproved which holds the soul not singly lighted in the breast. And therefore when as aught is heard or seen, that firmly keeps the soul toward it turned. Time passes, and a man perceives it not. For that, whereby he hearken, is one power. Another that, which the whole spirit hash. This is as it were bound, while that is free. This found I true by proof, hearing that spirit, and wondering. For full 50 steps aloft the sun had measured unobserved of me. When we arrived where all with one accord the spirits shouted, here is what ye ask. A larger aperture ofttimes is stopped with forked stake of thorn by villager. When the ripe grape imbrowns, then was the path by which my guide, and I behind him close, ascended solitary, when that troop departing left us on San Leo's road, who journeys, or to Nolly low descends, or mounts Bismantua's height, must use his feet. But here a man had need to fly, I mean, with the swift wing and plumes of high desire, conducted by his aid, who gave me hope, and with light furnished to direct my way. We through the broken rock ascended, close pent on each side, while underneath the ground asked help of hands and feet. When we arrived near on the highest ridge of the steep bank, where the plain level opened, I exclaimed, O Master, say which way can we proceed? He answered, let no step of thine recede. Behind me gain the mountain, till to us some practised guide appear. That eminence was lofty that no eye might reach its point, and the side proudly rising, more than line, from the mid-quadrant to the center drawn. I wearied thus began, parent beloved, turn, and behold how I remain alone. If thou stay not, my son, he straight replied, thus far put forth thy strength, and to a track pointed, that, on this side projecting, round circles the hill. His words so spurred me on, that I behind him clambering, forked myself, till my feet pressed the circuit plain beneath. There both together seated, turned we round to eastward, whence was our ascent, and oft many beside have with delight looked back. First on the nether shores I turned my eyes, then riced them to the sun, and wondering marked that from the left it smote us. Soon perceived that poet sage now at the car of light. Amazed I stood, where, twixt us and the north, Its course it entered. Whence he thus to me were Leda's offspring now in company of that broad mirror, that high up and low imparts his light beneath, thou mightst behold the ruddy zodiac nearer to the bear's wheel, if its ancient course it not forsook. How that may be if thou wouldst think within pond ring, imagine shown with this mount plaqued on the earth, so that to both be one horizon, and two hemispheres apart. Where lies the path that Phaeton ill knew to guide his erring chariot, thou wilt see how of necessity by this on one he passes, while by that on the other side, if with clear view shine intellect attend. Of truth, kind teacher, I exclaimed, so clear aught saw I never, as I now discern. Where seemed my ken to fail, that the mid-orb of the supernal motion, which in terms of art is called the equator, and remains ever between the sun and winter, for the cause thou hast assigned, from hence toward the north, departs, when those who in the Hebrew land inhabit, see it toward the warmer part. But if it please thee, I would gladly know how far we have to journey, for the hill mounts higher, than this sight of mine can mount. He thus to me, such is this steep ascent, that it is ever difficult at first. But, more a man proceeds, less evil grows. When pleasant it shall seem to thee, so much that upward going shall be easy to thee, as in a vessel to go down the tide. Then of this path thou wilt have reached the end. There hope to rest thee from thy toil. No more. I answer, and thus far for certain know. As he his words had spoken, near to us a voice there sounded, yet ye first perchance may to repose you by constraint be led. At sound thereof each turned, and on the left a huge stone we beheld, of which nor I nor he before was ware. Thither we drew. Find there were some, who in the shady place behind the rock were standing, as a man through idleness might stand. Among them one, who seemed to me much wearied, sat him down, and with his arms did fold his knees about, holding his face between them downward bent. Sweet sir, I cried, behold that man, who shows himself more idle, than if laziness were sister to him. Straight he turned to us, and, o'er the thigh lifting his face, observed. Then in these accents spake, up then, proceed. Thou valiant one. Straight who it was I knew. Nor could the pain I felt, for want of breath, still somewhat urged me, hinder my approach. And when I came to him, he scarce his head uplifted, saying, well hast thou discerned how from the left the sun his chariot leads. His lazy acts and broken words my lips to laughter somewhat moved. When I began, Belacqua, now for thee I grieve no more. But tell, why thou art seated upright there. Waitest thou escort to conduct thee hence? Or blame I only shine accustomed ways? Then he, my brother, of what use to mount, when to my suffering would not let me pass? The bird of God, who at the portal sits, behooves so long that he then first bear me round, without its limits, as in life it bore. Because I to the end repentant sighs delayed, if prayer do not aid me first, that riseth up from heart which lives in grace. What other kind avails, not heard in heaven? Before me now the poet up the mount, ascending, cried, haste thee, for see the sun has touched the point meridian, and the night now covers with her foot Morocco's shore. Canto v. Now had I left those spirits, and pursued the steps of my conductor, when beheld, pointing the finger at me one exclaimed, see how it seems as if the light not shone from the left hand of him beneath, and he, as living, seems to be led on. Mine eyes I at that sound reverting, saw them gaze through wonder first at me, and then at me. And the light broken underneath, by turns. Why are thy thoughts thus riveted, my guide? Exclaimed, that thou hast slacked thy pace. Or how? Imports it thee, what thing is whispered here? Come after me, and to their babblings leave the crowd. Be as a tower, that, firmly set, shakes not its top for any blast that blows. He, in whose bosom thought on thought shoots out, still of his aim is wide, in that the one sicklies and wastes to not the other's strength. What other could I answer save, I come? I said it, somewhat with that colour tinged, which ofttimes pardon meriteth for man. Meanwhile traverse along the hill there came, a little way before us, some who sang the Miserere, in responsive strains. When they perceived that through my body I gave way not for the rays to pass, their song straight to a long and hoarse exclaim they chonged. And two of them, in guise of messengers, ran on to meet us, and inquiring asked, of your condition we would gladly learn. To them my guide, ye may return, and bear tidings to them who sent you, that his frame is real flesh. If, as I deem, to view his shade they poust, enough is answered them. Him let them honor, they may prize him well. Ne'er saw I fiery vapors with such speed cut through the serene air at fall of night, nor August's clouds athwart the setting sun, that upward these did not in shorter space return. And, their arriving, with the rest, will back on us, as with loose rain a troop. Many, exclaimed the bard, are these, who throng around us, to petition thee they come. Go therefore on, and listen as thou goest. O Spirit, who goest on to blessedness, with the same limbs, that clad thee at thy birth. Shouting they came, a little rest thy step. Look if thou any one amongst our tribe hast e'er beheld, that tidings of him there thou mayst report. Ah, wherefore goest thou on? Ah, wherefore tarriest thou not? We all by violence died, and to our latest hour were sinners, but then warned by light from heaven. So that, repenting and forgiving, we did issue out of life at peace with God, who with desire to see him fills our heart. Then I, the visages of all I scan, yet none of ye remember. But if aught that I can do, may please you, gentle spirits, speak, and I will perform it, by that peace, which on the steps of guide so excellent, following from world to world intent I seek. In answer he began, none here distrusts thy kindness, though not promised with an oath, so as the will failed not for want of power. Whence I, whose soul before the others speak, entreat thee, if thou ever see that land, which lies between Romagna and the realm of Charles, that of thy courtesy thou pray. Those who inhabit Fano, that for me their adorations duly be put up, by which I may purge off my grievous sins. From thence I came. But the deep passages, whence issued out the blood wherein I dwelt, upon my bosom in Antenor's land, were made, where to be more secure I thought. The author of the deed was Este's prince, who, more than right could warrant, with his wrath, pursued me, had I towards Mira fled. When overt'en at Auriaco, still might I have breathed, but to the marsh I sped, and in the mire and rushes tangled there fell, and beheld my life-blood float the plain. Then said another, ah, so may the wish that takes thee o'er the mountain, be fulfilled, as thou shalt graciously give aid to mine. Of Montefeltro I, Buonconte I, Giovanna nor none else have care for me. Sorrowing with these I therefore go. I thus From Campaldino's field what force or chance drew thee, that ne'er thy sepulture was known? Oh, answered he, at Casentino's foot a stream there courseth, named Arciano, sprung in Apennine above the hermit's seat. E'en where its name is cancelled, there came I, pierced in the heart, fleeing away on foot, and bloodying the plain. Here sight and speech failed me, and finishing with Mary's name, I fell, and tenantless my flesh remained. I will report the truth, which thou again tell to the living. Me God's angel took, whilst he of hell exclaimed, O thou from heaven, say wherefore hast thou robbed me? Thou of him, eternal portion bear'st with thee away. For one poor tear that he deprives me of. But of the other rule I make. Thou knowest how in the atmosphere collects that vapor dank, returning into water. Soon as it mounts where cold condenses it. That evil will, which in his intellect still follows evil, came, and riced the wind. And smoky mist, by virtue of the power given by his nature. Thence the valley, soon as day was spent, he covered o'er with cloud. From Pratomagno to the mountain range. And stretched the sky above, so that the air impregnate changed to water. Fell the rain. And to the fosses came all that the land contained not, and, as mightiest streams are wont, to the great river with such headlong sweep rushed, that not stayed its course. My stiffened frame laid at his mouth the fell Arciano found, and dashed it into Arno, from my breast. Loosening the cross, that of myself I made. When overcome with pain, he hurled me on along the banks and bottom of his course. Then in his muddy spoils encircling wrapped. Ah! When thou to the world shalt be returned, and rested after thy long road, so spake. Next the third spirit, then remember me. I once was Pia. Siena gave me life. Maremma took it from me. That he knows, who me with jeweled ring had first espoused. Canto VI. When from their game of dice men separate, he, who hath lost, remains in sadness fixed. Revolving in his mind, what luckless throws he cast, but meanwhile all the company go with the other. One before him runs, and one behind his mantle twitches, one fast by his side bids him remember him. He stops not, and each one, to whom his hand is stretched, well knows he bids him stand aside. And thus he from the press defends himself. E'en such was I in that close crowding throng. And turning so my face around to all, and promising, I scapt from it with pains. Here of Arezzo him I saw, who fell by Gino's cruel arm, and him beside, who in his chase was swallowed by the stream. Here Frederick Novello, with his hand stretched forth, entreated, and of Pisa he, who put the good Marzucco to such proof of constancy. Count Orso I beheld, and from its frame a soul dismissed for spite and envy, as it said, but for no crime. I speak of Peter de la Brosse, and here, while she yet lives, that lady of Brabant, let her beware, lest for so false a deed she heard with worse than these. When I was freed from all those spirits, who prayed for others' prayers, to hasten on their state of blessedness, straight I began, O thou, my luminary. It seems expressly in thy text denied, that heaven's supreme decree can never bend to supplication, yet with this design do these entreat. Can then their hope be vain? Or is thy saying not to me revealed? He thus to me, both what I write is plain, and these deceived not in their hope, if well thy mind consider, that the sacred height of judgment doth not stoop, because love's flame In a short moment all fulfills, which he who sojourns here in right should satisfy. Besides, when I this point concluded thus, by praying no defect could be supplied, because the prayer had none access to God. Yet in this deep suspicion rest thou not contented unless she assure thee so, who betwixt truth and mind infuses light. I know not if thou take me right, I mean Beatrice. Her thou shalt behold above, upon this mountain's crown, fair seat of joy. Then I, sir, let us mend our speed, for now I tire not as before, and lo, the hill stretches its shadow far. He answered thus, our progress with this day shall be as much as we may now dispatch, but otherwise than thou supposest is the truth. For there thou canst not be, ere thou once more behold him back returning, who behind the steep is now so hidden, that as erst his beam thou dost not break. But lo, a spirit there stands solitary, and toward us looks. It will instruct us in the speediest way. We soon approached it. O thou Lombard spirit! How didst thou stand, in high abstracted mood, scarce moving with slow dignity thine eyes? It spoke not aught, but let us onward pass, eyeing us as a lion on his watch. But Virgil with entreaty mild advanced, requesting it to show the best assent. It answer to his question none returned, but of our country and our kind of life demanded. When my courteous guide began, Mantua, the solitary shadow quick, rose towards us from the place in which it stood, and cried, Montuan, I am thy countryman. Sordello. Each the other then embraced. Ah, slavish Italy! Thou inn of grief! Vessel without a pilot in loud storm! Lady no longer of fair provinces, but brothel house impure! This gentle spirit, even from the pleasant sound of his dear land, was prompt to greet a fellow citizen with such glad cheer, while now thy living ones in thee abide not without war. And one malicious gnaws another, eye of those whom the same wall and the same moat contains. Seek, wretched one, around thy sea coasts wide, then homeward to thy bosom turn, and mark if any part of the sweet peace enjoy. What boots it, that thy reins Justinian's hand befitted, if thy saddle be unpressed? Not doth he now but aggravate thy shame. Ah, people! Thou obedient still shouldst live, and in the saddle let thy Caesar sit. If well thou mark'st that which God commands, look how that beast to fellness hath relapsed, from having lost correction of the spur, since to the bridle thou hast set thine hand. O German Albert! Who abandon'st her? That is grown savage and unmanageable, when thou shouldst clasp her flanks with forked heels. Just judgment from the stars fall on thy blood, and be it strange and manifest to all, such as may strike thy successor with dread. For that thy sire and thou have suffered thus, through greediness of yonder realms detained, the garden of the empire to run waste. Come see the Capulets and Montags, the Filipeschi and Minaldi. Man! Who carst for naught? Those sunk in grief, and these with dire suspicion racked. Come, cruel one! Come and behold the oppression of the nobles, and mark their injuries, and thou mayst see what safety Santa Fiore can supply. Come and behold thy Rome, who calls on thee, desolate widow, day and night with moans. My Caesar, why dost thou desert my side? Come and behold what love among thy people. And if no pity touches thee for us, come and blush for thine own report. For me, if it be lawful, O Almighty Power, Who wast in earth for our sakes crucified? Are thy just eyes turned elsewhere? Or is this a preparation in the wondrous depth of thy sage counsel made, for some good end, entirely from our reach of thought cut off? So are the Italian cities all o'erthronged with tyrants, and a great Marcellus made of every petty factious villager. My Florence, thou mayst well remain unmoved at this digression, which affects not thee. Thanks to thy people, who so wisely speed. Many have justice in their heart, that long waiteth for counsel to direct the bow. Or ere it dart unto its aim, but shine, have it on their lips' edge. Many refuse to bear the common burdens, readier thine answer annealed, and cry, Behold I stoop. Make thyself glad, for thou hast reason now. Thou wealthy, thou at peace, thou wisdom fraught. Facts best witness if I speak the truth. Athens and Lacedaemon, who of old enacted laws, for civil arts renowned, made little progress in improving life. Towards thee, who usest such nice subtlety, that to the middle of November scarce reaches the thread thou in October weavest. How many times, within thy memory, customs, and laws, and coins, and offices have been by thee renewed, and people chonged. If thou rememberst well and canst see clear, thou wilt perceive thyself like a sick wretch, who finds no rest upon her down, but oft, shifting her side, short respite seeks from pain. Canto VII. After their courteous greetings joyfully, 7 times exchanged, Sordello backward drew, exclaiming, Who are ye? Before this mount, by spirits worthy of ascent to God, was sought, my bones had by Octavius' care been buried. I am Virgil, for no sin deprived of heaven, except for lack of faith. So answered him in few my gentle guide, as one, who ought before him suddenly, beholding, whence his wonder riseth, cries, It is yet is not, wavering in belief. Such he appeared, then downward bent his eyes, and drawing near with reverential step, caught him, where of mean estate might clasp his lord. Glory of Latium, he exclaimed, in whom our tongue its utmost power displayed. Boast of my honored birthplace. What desert of mine, what favor rather undeserved, shows thee to me? If I to hear that voice am worthy, say if from below thou comest, and from what cloisters pale, through every orb of that sad region, he replied, thus far am I arrived, by heaven-ly influence led, and with such aid I come. There is a place there underneath, not made by torments sad, but by dun shades alone, where morning's voice sounds not of anguish sharp, but breathes in sighs. There I with little innocence abide, who by death's fangs were bitten, ere exempt from human taint. There I with those abide, who the 3 holy virtues put not on, but understood the rest, and without blame followed them all. But if thou know'st and canst direct us, how we soonest may arrive where Purgatory its true beginning takes. He answered thus, We have no certain place assigned us, upwards I may go around. Far as I can, I join thee for thy guide. But thou beholdest now how day declines, and upwards to proceed by night, our power excels, therefore it may be well to choose a place of pleasant sojourn. To the right some spirits sit apart retirred. If thou consentest, I to these will lead thy steps, and thou wilt know them, not without delight. How chances this, was answered, who so wished to ascend by night, would he be thence debarred by other, or through his own weakness fail? The good Sordello then, along the ground, trailing his finger, spoke only this line. Thou shalt not overpass, soon as the sun hath disappeared, not that aught else impedes thy going upwards, save the shades of night. These with the wont of power perplex the will. With them thou haply mightst return beneath, or to and fro around the mountain side. Wander, while day is in the horizon shut. My master straight, as wondering at his speech, exclaimed, Then lead us quickly, where thou say'st, that, while we stay, we may enjoy delight. A little space we were removed from thence, when I perceived the mountain hollowed out, even as large valleys hollowed out on earth. That way, the escorting spirit cried, We go, where in a bosom the high bank recedes, and thou await renewal of the day. Betwixt the steep and plain a crooked path let us traverse into the ridge's side, where more than half the sloping edge expires. Refulgent gold, and silver thrice refined, and scarlet grain and ceruz, Indian wood, of lucid dye serene, fresh emeralds, but newly broken, by the herbs and flowers, placked in that fair recess, in color all had been surpassed, as great surpasses less. Nor nature only there lavished her hues, but of the sweetness of 1,000 smells, a rare and undistinguished fragrance made. Salve Regina, on the grass and flowers. Here chanting I beheld those spirits sit, who not beyond the valley could be seen. Before the westering sun sink to his bed, began the Montoine, who our steps had turned. Mid those desires not that I lead ye on, for from this eminence ye shall discern better the acts and visages of all, than in the nether vale among them mixed. He, who sits high above the rest, and seems to have neglected that he should have done, and to the other's song moves not his lip. The Emperor Rodolphe call, who might have healed the wounds whereof fair Italy hath died, so that by others she revives but slowly. He, who with kindly visage comforts him, swayed in that country, where the water springs, that Moldau's river to the Elbe, and Elbe rolls to the ocean, Ottokar his name, who in his swaddling clothes was of more worth than Wenceslaus his son, a bearded man, pampered with rank luxuriousness and ease. And that one with the nose to press, who close in council seems with him of gentle look, flying expired, withering the lily's flower. Look there how he doth knock against his breast. The other ye behold, who for his cheek makes of one hand a couch, with frequent sighs. They are the father and the father-in-law of Gallia's bane, his vicious life they know. And foul, thence comes the grief that rends them thus. He, so robust of limb, who measure keeps in song, with him of feature prominent, with every virtue bore his girdle bracked. And if that stripling who behind him sits, king after him had lived, his virtue then from vessel to like vessel had been poured, which may not of the other heirs be said. By James and Frederick his realms are held, neither the better heritage obtains. Rarely into the branches of the tree doth human worth mount up, and so ordains he who bestows it, that as his free gift it may be called. To Charles my words apply, no less than to his brother in the song, which Puy and Provence now with grief confess, so much that plant degenerates from its seed, as more than Beatrice and Margaret. Costanza still boasts of her valorous spouse. Behold the king of simple life and plain, Harry of England, sitting there alone. He through his branches better issue spreads. That one, who on the ground beneath the rest sits lowest, yet his gaze directs aloft. Us William, that brave marquis, for whose cause the deed of Alexandria and his war makes Conferrat and Canaves weep. Canto VIII. Now was the hour that wakens fond desire in men at sea, and melts their thoughtful heart, who in the morn have bid sweet friends farewell, and pilgrim newly on his road with love, thrills, if he hear the vesper bell from far, that seems to mourn for the expiring day, when I, no longer taking heed to hear, began, with wonder, from those spirits to mark one risen from its seat, which with its hand audience implored. Both palms it joined and rised, fixing its steadfast gaze towards the east, as telling God, I care for naught beside. Te Lucas ante, so devoutly then, came from its lip, and in so soft a strain, that all my sense in ravishment was lost. And the rest after, softly and devout, followed through all the hymn, with upward gaze, directed to the bright supernal wheels. Hear, reader, for the truth makes thine eyes keen, for of so subtle texture is this veil, that thou with ease mayst pass it through unmarked. I saw that gentle band silently next look up, as if in expectation held, pale and in lowly guise. And from on high I saw forth issuing descend beneath two angels with two flame-illumined swords, broken and mutilated at their points, green as the tender leaves but newly born. Their vesture was, the which by wings as green beaten, they drew behind them, fanned in air. A little over us one took his stand, the other lighted on the opposing hill, so that the troop were in the midst contained. Well I descried the whiteness on their heads, but in their visages the dazzled eye was lost, as faculty that by too much is overpowered. From Mary's bosom both are come, exclaimed Sordello, as a guard over the veil, 'gainst him, who hither tends the serpent. Whence, not knowing by which path he came, I turned me round, and closely pressed, all frozen, to my leader's trusted side. Sordello paused not, to the valley now, for it is time, let us descend, and hold converse with those great shadows, haply much their sight may please ye. Only 3 steps down, methinks I measured, ere I was beneath, and noted one who looked as with desire to know me. Time was now that arrow dim, yet not so dim, that, twixt his eyes and mine, it cleared not up what was concealed before. Mutually towards each other we advanced. Nino, thou courteous judge, what joy I felt when I perceived thou wert not with the bad. No salutation kind on either part was left unsaid. He then inquired, how long since thou arrivedst at the mountain's foot, over the distant waves? Oh, answered I, through the sad seats of woe this morn I came, and still in my first life, thus journeying on, the other strive to gain. Soon as they heard my words, he and Sordello backward drew, as suddenly amassed to Virgil one, the other to a spirit turned, who near was seated, crying, Conrad, up with speed. Come, see what of his grace high God hath willed. Then turning round to me, by that rare mark of honor which thou oust to him, who hides so deeply his first cause, it hath no ford. When thou shalt be beyond the vast of waves, tell my Giovanna, that for me she call there, where reply to innocence is made. Her mother, I believe, loves me no more, since she has chummed the white and wimpled folds, which she is doomed once more with grief to wish. By her it easily may be perceived how long in women lasts the flame of love, if sight and touch do not relume it oft. For her so fair a burial will not make the viper which calls Milan to the field, as had been made by shrill Galura's bird. He spoke, and in his visage took the stamp of that right seal, which with due temperature glows in the bosom. My insatiate eyes. Meanwhile Tehevan had travelled, even there, where the bright stars are slowest, as a wheel, nearest the axle. When my guide inquired, "What there aloft, my son, has caught thy gaze?" I answered, "The 3 torches, with which here the pole is all on fire." He then to me, "The 4 resplendent stars, thou saw'st this morn, are there beneath, and these risen in their stead." While yet he spoke, Sordello to himself drew him, and cried, "Lo there our enemy!" And with his hand pointed that way to look. Along the side, where barrier none arose, around the little vale, a serpent lay, such haply as gave Eve the bitter food. Between the grass and flowers, the evil snake came on, reverting oft his lifted head, and, as a beast that smooths its polished coat, licking his hack. I saw not, nor can tell, how those celestial falcons from their seat moved, but in motion each one well descried. Hearing the air cut by their verdant plumes, the serpent fled, and to their stations back the angels up returned with equal flight. The spirit, who to Nino, when he called, had come, from viewing me with fixed ken, through all that conflict, loosened not his sight. So may the lamp, which leads thee up on high, find, in thy destined lot, of wax so much as may suffice thee to the enamel's height. It thus began, if any certain news of Valdimigra and the neighbor part thou know'st, tell me, who once was mighty there. They called me Conrad Malaspina, not that old one, but from him I sprang. The love I bore my people is now here refined. In your dominions, I answered, ne'er was I. But through all Europe where do those men dwell, to whom their glory is not manifest? The fame, that honors your illustrious house, proclaims the nobles and proclaims the land, so that he knows it who was never there. I swear to you, so may my upward route prosper. Your honored nation not impairs the value of her coffer and her sword. Nature and use give her such privilege, that while the world is twisted from his course by a bad head, she only walks aright, and has the evil way in scorn. He then, now past the on, 7 times the tired sun, revisits not the couch, which with 4 feet the forked Aries covers, ere that kind opinion shall be nailed into thy brain, with stronger nails than others' speech can drive, if the sure course of judgment be not stayed. Canto 9. Now the fair consort of Tithonus old, arisen from her mate's beloved arms, looked palely o'er the eastern cliff, her brow, lucent with jewels, glittered, set in sign of that chill animal, who with his train smites fearful nations, and where then we were. 2 steps of her ascent the night had passed, and now the 3rd was closing up its wing, when I, who had so much of Adam with me, sank down upon the grass, o'ercome with sleep. There where all 5 were seated. In that hour, when near the dawn the swallow her sad lay, remembering haply ancient grief, renews, and with our minds more wanderers from the flesh, and less by thought restrained are, as were, full of holy divination in their dreams. Then in a vision did I seem to view a golden-feathered eagle in the sky, with open wings, and veering for descent. And I was in that place, methought, from whence young Ganymede, from his associates reft, was snatched aloft to the high consistory. Perhaps, thought I within me, here alone he strikes his quarry, and elsewhere disdains to pounce upon the prey. Therewith, it seemed, a little wheeling in his airy tour, terrible as the lightning rushed he down, and snatched me upward even to the fire. There both, I thought, the eagle and myself did burn. And so intense imagined flames, that needs my sleep was broken off. As erst, Achilles shook himself, and round him rolled his wakened eyeballs wondering where he was. When as his mother had from Chiron fled to Scyros, with him sleeping in her arms. E'en thus I shook me, soon as from my face the slumber parted, turning deadly pale, like one ice-struck with dread. Solo at my side my comfort stood, and the bright sun was now more than 2 hours aloft, and to the sea my looks were turned. Fear not, my master cried. Assured we are at happy point. Thy strength shrink not, but rise dilated. Thou art come to Purgatory now. Lo! There the cliff that circling bounds it. Lo! The entrance there, where it doth seem disparked. Ere the dawn ushered the daylight, when thy wearied soul slept in thee, o'er the flowery veil beneath. A lady came, and thus bespake me, I am Lucia. Suffer me to take this man, who slumbers easier so his way shall speed. Sordello and the other gentle shapes, tarrying, she bare thee up, and, as day shone, this summit reached, and I pursued her steps. Here did she place thee. First her lovely eyes, that open entrance showed me. Then at once she vanished with thy sleep. Like one, whose doubts are chased by certainty, and terror turned to comfort on discovery of the truth. Such was the change in me, and as my guide beheld me fearless, up along the cliff. He moved, and I behind him, towards the height. Reader, thou markest how my theme doth rise. Nor wonder therefore, if more artfully I prop the structure. Nearer now we drew, arrived whence in that part, where first a breach as of a wall appeared, I could descry a portal, and 3 steps beneath, that led for inlet there, of different color each. And one who watched, but spake not yet a word. As more and more mine eye did stretch its view, I marked him seated on the highest step, in visage such, as passed my power to bear. Grasped in his hand a naked sword, glanced back the rays so toward me, that I oft in vain my sight directed. Speak from whence ye stand. He cried, what would ye? Where is your escort? Take heed your coming upward harm ye not. A heavenly dame, not skilless of these things, replied the instructor, told us, even now. Pass that way, here the gate is. And may she, befriending prosper your ascent, resumed the courteous keeper of the gate, come then before our steps. We straightway thither came. The lowest stair was marble white so smooth and polished, that therein my mirrored form distinct I saw. The next a hue more dark than sablest grain, a rough and singed block, cracked lengthwise and across. The third, that lay massy above, seemed porphyry, that flamed red as the life-blood spouting from a vein. On this God's angel either foot sustained, upon the threshold seated, which appeared a rock of diamond. Up the trinal steps my leader cheerily drew me. Ask, said he, with humble heart, that he unbar the bolt. Piously at his holy feet devolved. I cast me, praying him for pity's sake, that he would open to me, but first fell thrice on my bosom prostrate. 7 times. The letter, that denotes the inward stain, he on my forehead with the blunted point of his drawn sword inscribed. And, look, he cried, when entered, that thou wash these scars away. Ashes, or earth ta'en dry out of the ground. were of one color with the robe he wore. From underneath that vestment forth he drew 2 keys of metal twain, the one was gold, its fellow silver, with the pallid first, and next the burnished, he so plied the gate, as to content me well. Whenever one faileth of these, that in the keyhole straight, it turn not, to this alley then expect access in vain. Such were the words he spake. One is more precious, but the other needs skill and sagacity, large share of each, ere its good task to disengage the knot be worthily performed. From Peter these I hold, of him instructed, that I err rather in opening than in keeping fast. So but the suppliant at my feet implore. Then of that hallowed gate he thrust the door, exclaiming, Enter, but this warning hear. He forth again departs who looks behind, as in the hinges of that sacred ward. The swivels turned, sonorous metal strong. Harsh was the grating, nor so surlily roared the Tarpeian, when by force bereft of good Metellus, thenceforth from his loss to leanness doomed. Attentively I turned, listening the thunder, that first issued forth. And, we praise thee, O God, methought I heard, in accents blended with sweet melody. The strains came o'er mine ear, e'en as the sound of choral voices, that in solemn chant with organ mingle, and, now high and clear, come swelling, now float indistinct away. Canto X. When we had passed the threshold of the gate, which the soul's ill affection doth disuse, making the crooked seem the straighter path, I heard its closing sound. Had mine eyes turned for that offense, what plea might have availed? We mounted up the riven rock, that wound on either side alternate, as the wave flies and advances. Here some little art behooves us, said my leader, that our steps observe the varying flexure of the path. Thus we so slowly sped, that with cleft orb the moon once more o'erhangs her watery couch, ere we that strait have threaded. But when free we came and open, where the mount above one solid mass retires, I spent, with toil, and both, uncertain of the way, we stood upon a plain more lonesome than the roads that traverse desert wilds, from whence the brink borders upon vacuity, to foot of the steep bank, that rises still, the space had measured thrice the stature of a man. And, distant as mine eye could wing its flight, to leftward now and now to right dispatched, that cornice equal in extent appeared. Not yet our feet had on that summit moved, when I discovered that the bank around, whose proud uprising all ascent denied, was marble white, and so exactly wrought with quaintest sculpture, that not there alone had Polycletus, but e'en nature's self been shammed. The angel who came down to earth with tidings of the peace so many years wept for in vain, that opt the heavenly gates from their long interdict before us seemed in a sweet act, so sculptured to the life. He looked no silent image. One had sworn, he had said, Hail, for she was imagged there, by whom the key did open to God's love, and in her act as sensibly impress that word, Behold the handmaid of the Lord, as figure sealed on wax. Fix not thy mind on one place only, said the guide beloved, who had me near him on that part where lies the heart of man. My sight forthwith I turned, and marked, behind the Virgin Mother's form, upon that side, where he, that moved me, stood, another story graven on the rock. I passed athwart the bard, and drew me near, that it might stand more aptly for my view. There in the selfsame marble were engraved the cart and kine, drawing the sacred ark. That from unbidden office was mankind. Before it came much people, and the whole parted in 7 choirs. One sense cried, nay. Another, yes, they sing. Like doubt arose betwixt the eye and smell, from the curled fume of incense breathing up the well-wrought toil. Preceding the blessed vessel, onward came, with light dance leaping, girt in humble guise, sweet Israel's harper, in that hap he seemed less and yet more than kingly. Opposite, at a great palace, from the lattice forth, looked mickle, like a lady full of scorn and sorrow, to behold the tablet next, which at the hack of mickle whitely shone. I moved me. There was storied on the rock the exalted glory of the Roman prince, whose mighty worth moved Gregory to earn his mighty conquest, Trajan th emperor. A widow at his bridal stood, attired in tears and mourning. Round about them trooped full throng of knights, and overhead in gold the eagles floated, struggling with the wind. The wretch appeared amid all these to say, grant vengeance, sire. For, woe beshrew this heart. My son is murdered. He replying seemed, wait now till I return. And she, as one made hasty by her grief, O sire, if thou dost not return, where I am, who then is? May right thee. What to thee is others' good? If thou neglect thy own, now comfort thee. At length he answers, it beseemeth well. My duty be performed, ere I move hence. So justice wills, and pity bids me stay. He, whose ken nothing new surveys, product that visible speaking, new to us and strange. The like not found on earth. Fondly I gazed upon those patterns of meek humbleness, shapes yet more precious for their artist's sake. When, lo, the poet whispered, where this way? But slack their pace, a multitude advance. These to the lofty steps shall guide us on. Mine eyes, though bent on view of novel sights, their loved allurement, were not slow to turn. Reader, I would not that amaz thou miss of thy good purpose, hearing how just God decrees our debts be cancelled. Ponder not the form of suffering. Think on what succeeds. Think that at worst beyond the mighty doom it cannot pass. Instructor, I began. What I see hither tending, bears no trace of human semblance, nor of aught beside that my foiled sight can guess. He answering thus, so courbed to earth, beneath their heavy teams of torment stoop they, that mine eye at first struggled as thine. But look intently thither, and disentangle with thy labyrinth view what underneath those stones approacheth. Now, e'en now, mayst thou discern the pangs of each. Christians and proud, O poor and wretched ones, that feeble in the mind's eye, lean your trust upon unstayed perverseness. Know ye not that we are worms, yet made at last to form the winged insect, imped with angel plumes, that to heaven's justice unobstructed soars? Why buoy ye up aloft your unflagged souls? Abortive then and shapeless ye remain, like the untimely embryon of a worm, as, to support incumbent floor or roof. For corbel is a figure sometimes seen, that crumples up its knees unto its breast, with the feigned posture stirring ruth unfeigned in the beholder's fancy. So I saw these fashioned, when I noted well their guise. Each, as his back was laden, came indeed, or more or less contract, but it appeared as he, who showed most patience in his look, wailing exclaimed, I can endure no more. Canto 11. O thou Almighty Father, who dost make the heavens thy dwelling, not in bounds confined, But that with love intenser there thou view'st. Thy primal effluence, hallowed be thy name. Join each created being to extol thy might. For worthy humblest thanks and praise is thy blessed spirit. May thy kingdom's peace come unto us, for we, unless it come, with all our striving thither tend in vain. As of there will the angels unto thee tender meet sacrifice, circling thy throne. With loud hosannas, so of theirs be done. By saintly men on earth. Grant us this day our daily manna, without which he roams through this rough desert retrograde, who most toils to advance his steps. As we to each pardon the evil done us, pardon thou. Benign, and of our merit take no count. Gainst the old adversary prove thou not our virtue easily subdued, but free from his incitements and defeat his wiles. This last petition, dearest Lord, is made not for ourselves, since that were needless now, but for their sakes who after us remain. Thus for themselves and us good speed imploring. Those spirits went beneath a weight like that we sometimes feel in dreams, all, sore beset, but with unequal anguish, wearied all round the first circuit, purging as they go the world's gross darkness off, in our behalf. If their vows still be offered, what can here for them be vowed and done by such, whose wills have root of goodness in them? Well beseems that we should help them wash away the stains they carried hence, that so made pure and light they may spring upward to the starry spheres. Ah! So may mercy-tempered justice rid your burdens speedily, that ye have power to stretch your wing, which e'en to your desire shall lift you, as ye show us on which hand toward the ladder leads the shortest way. And if there be more passages than one, instruct us of that easiest to ascend. For this man who comes with me, and bears yet the charge of fleshly raiment Adam left him, despite his better will but slowly mounts, from whom the answer came unto these words, which my guide spake, appeared not, but 'twas said, along the bank to rightward come with us, and ye shall find a pass that mocks not toil of living man to climb, and were it not that I am hindered by the rock, wherewith this arrogant neck is tammed, whence needs I stoop my visage to the ground, him, who yet lives, whose name thou speak'st not him I fain would view, to mark if e'er I knew him, and to crave his pity for the fardel that I bear. I was of Latian, of a Tuscan horn, a mighty one, Aldobrandesco's name. My sires, I know not if ye e'er have heard, my old blood and forefathers' gallant deeds made me so haughty, that I clean forgot the common mother, and to such excess waxed in my scorn of all men, that I fell therefore. By what fate Siena's sons, each child in Campagnatico, can tell. I am Umberto, not me only pride hath injured, but my kindred all involved in mischief with her. Here my lot ordains under this weight to groan, till I appease God's angry justice, since I did it not amongst the living, here amongst the dead. Listening I bent my visage down, and one, not he who spake, twisted beneath the weight. That urged him, saw me, knew me straight, and called, holding his eyes with difficulty fixed, intent upon me, stooping as I went, companion of their way. Oh! I exclaimed. Art thou not O Derigi, art not thou Agabio's glory, glory of that art, which they of Paris call the limmer's skill? Brother, said he, with tints that gayer smile, Bolognian Franco's pencil lines the leaves. His all the honor now, mine borrowed light. In truth I had not been thus courteous to him, the whilst I lived, through eagerness of zeal. For that preeminence my heart was bent on. Here of such pride the forfeiture is paid. Nor were I even here, if, able still to sin, I had not turned me unto God. O powers of man! How vain your glory, nipped e'en in its height of verdure, if an age less bright succeed not. Cimabue thought to lord it over painting's field. And now the cry is Giotto's, and his name eclipsed. Thus hath one Guido from the other snatched the lettered prize, and he perhaps is born. Who shall drive either from their nest? The noise of worldly fame is but a blast of wind that blows from divers points, and shifts its name. Shifting the point it blows from. Shalt thou more live in the mouths of mankind, if thy flesh part shriveled from thee, than if thou hadst died before the choral and the pap were left, or ere some 1,000 years have passed? And that is, to eternity compared, a space briefer than is the twinkling of an eye to the heaven's slowest orb. He there who treads so leisurely before me, far and wide, through Tuscany resounded once, and now is in Siena scarce with whispers numbed. There was he a sovereign, when destruction caught the maddening rage of Florence, in that day. Proud as she now is loathsome. Your renown is as the herb, whose hue doth come and go, and his might withers it, by whom it sprang, crude from the lap of earth. I thus to him: true are thy sayings, to my heart they breathe the kindly spirit of meekness, and allay what tumors rankle there. But who is he of whom thou spak'st but now? This, he replied, is Provenzano. He is here, because he reached, with grasp presumptuous, at the sway of all Siena. Thus he still hath gone. Thus goeth never resting, since he died. Such is the quittance rendered back of him, who, beyond measure, darred on earth. I then, if soul that to the verge of life delays repentance, linger in that lower space, nor hither mount, unless good prayers befriend. How chanked admittance was vouchsafed to him, when at his glory's topmost height, said he, respect of dignity all cast aside, freely he fixed him on Siena's plain, a suitor to redeem his suffering friend, who languished in the prison house of Charles, nor for his sake refused through every vein to tremble. More I will not say, and dark I know, my words are, but thy neighbors soon shall help thee to a comment on the text. This is the work, that from these limits freed him. Canto 12. With equal pace as oxen in the yoke, I with that laden spirit journeyed on, long as the mild instructor suffered me. But when he bade me quit him, and proceed, for, here, said he, behooves with sail and oars, each man, as best he may, push on his bark. Upright, as one disposed for speed, I riced my body, still in thought submissive bowed. I now my leader's track not loath pursued, and each had shown how light we fared along. When thus he warned me, bend thine eyesight down, for thou to ease the way shall find it good to ruminate the bed beneath thy feet, as in memorial of the buried, drawn upon earth-level tombs, the sculptured form of what was once, appears, at sight whereof tears often stream forth by remembrance whacked, whose sacred stings the piteous only feel. So saw I there, but with more curious skill, of portraiture o'erwrought, whatever of space, from forth the mountain stretches. On one part, him I beheld, above all creatures erst created noblest, lightning fall from heaven. On other side with bolt celestial pierced, Briareus, cumbering earth he lay through dint of mortal eye stroke. the Thimbrian god. With Mars, I saw, and Pallas, round their sire. Armed still, and gazing on the giant's limbs. Strewn o'er th ethereal field. Nimrod I saw. At foot of the stupendous work he stood. As if bewildered, looking on the crowd. Leagued in his proud attempt on Senna's plain. O Niobe! In what a trance of woe! The eye beheld, upon that highway drawn. 7 sons on either side thee slain. O Saul! How ghastly didst thou look! On thine own sword. Expiring in Gilboa, from that hour. Ne'er visited with rain from heaven or dew. O fond Arachne! Thee I also saw. Half spider now in anguish crawling up. Th unfinished web thou weav'st to thy bane. O Rehoboam! Here thy shape doth seem. Lowering no more defiance. But fear smote. With none to chase him in his chariot whirled. Was shown beside upon the solid floor. How dear Alcmaeon forked his mother rate. That ornament in evil hour received. How in the temple on Sennacherib fell. His sons, and how a corpse they left him there. Was shown the scath and cruel mangling made. By Tomarus on Cyrus, when she cried. Blood thou didst thirst for, take thy fill of blood. Was shown how routed in the battle fled. Th Assyrians, Holofernes slain, and Ian. The relics of the carnage. Troy I marked. In ashes and in caverns. Oh! How fallen! How abject, Aelian, was thy semblance there! What master of the pencil or the style had tracked the shades and lines, that might have made the subtlest workman wonder? Dead the dead. The living seemed alive. With clearer view. His eye beheld not who beheld the truth. Then mine what I did tread on, while I went. Low bending. Now swell out, and with stiff necks. Pass on, ye sons of Eve. Veil not your looks. Lest they descry the evil of your path. I noted not, so busied was my thought. How much we now had circled of the mount. And of his course yet more the sun had spent. When he, who with still wakeful caution went. Admonished, raise thou up thy head, for no time is not now for slow suspense. Behold! That way an angel hasting towards us. Lo! Where duly the 6th handmaid doth return. From service on the day. Where thou in look. And gesture seemly grace of reverent awe. That gladly he may forward us aloft. Consider that this day ne'er dawns again. Time's loss he had so often warned me gainst. I could not miss the scope at which he aimed. The goodly shape approached us, snowy white. In vesture, and with visage casting streams. Of tremulous luster like the matin star. His arms he opened, then his wings, and spake. Onward, the steps, behold. Are near. And now. Ascent is without difficulty gained. A scanty few are they, who when they hear such tidings, hasten. O ye race of men! Though born to soar, why suffer ye a wind so slight to baffle ye? He led us on. Where the rock parted. Here against my front. Did beat his wings, then promised I should fare in safety on my way. As to ascend that steep, upon whose brow the chapel stands. O'er Rubicon, looking lordly down. On the well-guided city, up the right. Impetuous rise is broken by the steps. Carved in that old and simple age. When still. The registry and label rested safe. Thus is acclivity relieved, which here. Precipitous from the other circuit falls. But on each hand the tall cliff presses close. As entering there we turned, voices, in strain ineffable, sang, blessed are the poor in spirit. Ah, how far unlike to these The straits of hell, here songs to usher us. There shrieks of woe. We climb the holy stairs. And lighter to myself by far I seemed than on the plain before, whence thus I spake. Say, Master, of what heavy thing have I been lightened, that scarce aught the sense of toil affects me journeying? He in few replied. When sin's broad characters, that yet remain upon thy temples, though well nigh a fact, shall be, as one is, all clean raised out. Then shall thy feet by hardiness of will be so o'ercome, they not alone shall feel no sense of labor, but delight much more shall wait them urged along their upward way. Then like to one, upon whose head is plaqued somewhat he deems not of but from the becks of others as they pass him by. His hand lends therefore help to assure him, searches, finds, and well performs such office as the eye wants power to execute, so stretching forth the fingers of my right hand, did I find 6 only of the letters which his sword, who bare the keys, had tracked upon my brow. The leader, as he marked mine action, smiled. Canto XIII. We reached the summit of the scale, and stood upon the second buttress of that mount, which healeth him who climbs. A cornice there, like to the former, girdles round the hill, save that its arch with sweep less ample bends. Shadow nor image there is seen, all smooth. The rampart and the path, reflecting not, but the rock's sullen hue. If here we wait for some to question, said the bard, I fear our choice may haply meet too long delay. Then fixedly upon the sun his eyes he fastened, made his right the central point, from whence to move, and turned the left aside. O pleasant light, my confidence and hope, conduct us thou, he cried, on this new way, where now I venture, leading to the bourne we seek. The universal world to thee owes warmth and luster, if no other cause forbid, thy beams should ever be our guide. Far, as is measured for a mile on earth, in brief space had we journeyed, such prompt will impelled, and towards us flying, now were heard spirits invisible, who courteously unto love's table bade the welcome guest. The voice, that first flew by, called forth aloud, they have no wine. So on behind us passed those sounds reiterating, nor yet lost in the faint distance, when another came, crying, I am Orestes, and alike winged its fleet way. O Father! I exclaimed. What tongues are these? And as I questioned, lo! A third exclaiming, Love ye those have wronged you. This circuit, said my teacher, knots the scourge for envy, and the cords are therefore drawn by charity's correcting hand. The curb is of a harsher sound, as thou shalt hear, if I deem rightly, ere thou reach the pass where pardon sets them free. But fix thine eyes intently through the air, and thou shalt see a multitude before thee seated, each along the shelving grot. Then more than erst I opt my eyes, before me viewed, and saw shadows with garments dark as was the rock. And when we passed a little forth, I heard a crying, Blessed Mary, pray for us. Michael and Peter, all ye saintly host. I do not think there walks on earth this day man so remorseless, that he hath not yearned with pity at the sight that next I saw. Mine eyes a load of sorrow teemed, when now I stood so near them, that their semblances came clearly to my view. Of sackcloth vile their seovering seemed, and on his shoulder one did stay another, leaning, and all leaned against the cliff. E'en thus the blind and poor, near the confessionals, to crave an alms, stand, each his head upon his fellow's sunk. So most to stir compassion, not by sound of words alone, but that, which moves not less. The sight of misery, and as never beam of noonday visiteth the eyeless man. E'en so was he then a niggard unto these of his fair light, for, through the orbs of all, a thread of wire, impiercing, knits them up. As for the taming of a haggard hawk, it were a wrong, methought, to pass and look on others, yet myself the while unseen. To my sage counsel therefore did I turn. He knew the meaning of the mute appeal, nor waited for my questioning, but said, Speak. And be brief, be subtle in thy words. On that part of the cornice, whence no rim and garlands its steep fall, did Virgil come. On the other side me were the spirits, their cheeks bathing devout with penitential tears, that through the dread impalement forked away. I turned me to them, and, O shades, said I, assert that to your eyes unveiled shall shine the lofty light, sole object of your wish. So may heaven's grace clear whatsoe'er of foam floats turbid on the conscience, that thenceforth the stream of mind roll limpid from its source. As ye declare, for so shall ye impart a boon I dearly prize, if any soul of Latium dwell among ye. And perchance that soul may profit, if I learn so much. My brother, we are each one citizens of one true city. Any thou wouldst say, who lived a stranger in Italia's land. So heard I answering, as appealed, a voice, that onward came some space from whence I stood. A spirit I noted, in whose look was marked expectance. Ask ye how? The chin was riced, as in one reft of sight. Spirit, said I, who for thy rise are tutoring, if thou be that which didst answer to me, or by place or name, disclose thyself, that I may know thee. I was, it answered, of Siena, here. I cleanse away with these the evil life, soliciting with tears that he, who is, vouchsafe him to us. Though sapia nommed, in sapience I excelled not, gladder far of others' hurt, than of the good befell me. That thou mayst own I now deceive thee not. Here, if my folly were not as I speak it, when now my years slopped waning down the arch, it so bechanked, my fellow citizens near call met their enemies in the field. And I prayed God to grant what he had willed. There were they vanquished, and betook themselves unto the bitter passages of flight. I marked the hunt, and waxing out of bounds, in gladness, lifted up my shameless brow, and like the Merlin cheated by a gleam, cried, It is over. Heaven, I fear thee not. Upon my verge of life I wished for peace with God, nor repentance had supplied what I did lack of duty, were it not the hermit Piero, touched with charity, in his devout orisons thought on me. But who art thou that question'st of our state? Who goest to my belief, with lids unclosed, and breathest in thy talk? Mine eyes, said I, may yet be here ta'en from me, but not long. For they have not offended grievously with envious glances. But the woe beneath urges my soul with more exceeding dread. That nether load already weighs me down. She thus, who then amongst us here aloft hath brought thee, if thou weenest to return? He, answered I, who standeth mute beside me. I live, of me ask therefore, chosen spirit, if thou desire I yonder yet should move for thee my mortal feet. Oh, she replied, this is so strange a thing, it is great sign that God doth love thee. Therefore with thy prayer sometime assist me, and by that I crave. Which most thou covetest, that if thy feet e'er tread on Tuscan soil, thou save my fame amongst my kindred. Them shalt thou behold. With that vain multitude, who set their hope on Telamone's haven, there to fail. Confounded, more shall when the fancied stream they sought of Dian called, but they who lead their navies more than ruined hopes shall mourn. Canto 14. Say who is he around our mountain winds? Or ever death has pruned his wing for flight, that opes his eyes and covers them at will? I know not who he is, but know thus much. He comes not singly. Do thou ask of him. For thou art nearer to him, and take heed. Accost him gently, so that he may speak. Thus on the right two spirits bending each toward the other, talked of me, then both addressing me, their faces backward leaned. And thus the one began, O soul, who yet pent in the body, tendest towards the sky. For charity, we pray thee, comfort us. Recounting whence thou comest, and who thou art. For thou dost make us at the favour shown thee marvel, as at a thing that ne'er hath been. There stretches through the midst of Tuscany, I straight began, a brooklet, whose well-head springs up in Falterona, with his race. Not satisfied, when he some 100 miles hath measured. From his banks bring, I this frame. To tell you who I am were words misspent. For yet my name scarce sounds on rumor's lip. If well I do incorporate with my thought the meaning of thy speech, said he, who first addressed me, thou dost speak of Arno's wave. To whom the other, why hath he concealed the title of that river, as a man doth of some horrible thing? The spirit, who thereof was questioned, did acquit him thus. I know not, but 'tis fitting well the name should perish of that vale. For from the source, where teems so plenteously the Alpine steep, maimed of Pelorus, that doth scarcely pass beyond that limit, even to the point whereunto ocean is restored. What heaven drains from exhaustless store for all earth's streams. Throughout the space is virtue worried down, as 'twere a snake, by all, for mortal foe. Or through disastrous influence on the place. Or else distortion of misguided wills. That custom goads to evil, whence in those the dwellers in that miserable vale, nature is so transformed, it seems as they had shard of Circe's feeding midst brute swine, worthier of acorns than of other food. Created for man's use, he shappeth first his obscure way. Then, sloping onward, finds curs, snarlers more in spite than power, from whom he turns with scorn aside, still journeying down. By how much more the cursed and luckless fosse swells out to largeness. E'en so much it finds dogs turning into wolves, descending still through yet more hollow eddies. Next he meets a race of foxes, so replete with craft they do not fear that skill can master it. Nor will I cease because my words are heard by other ears than thine. It shall be well for this man, if he keep in memory what from no erring spirit I reveal. Lo! I behold thy grandson, that becomes a hunter of those wolves, upon the shore of the fierce stream, and cows them all with dread. Their flesh yet living sets he up to sail. Then like an aged beast to slaughter dooms. Many of life he reaves, himself of worth and goodly estimation smeared with gore. Mark how he issues from the rueful wood, leaving such havoc, that in 1,000 years it spreads not to prime lustihood again. As one, who tidings hears of woe to come, changes his looks perturbed, from whatever part the peril grasp him, so beheld I change that spirit, who had turned to listen, struck with sadness, soon as he had caught the word. His visage and the other's speech did raise desire in me to know the names of both. Whereof with meek entreaty I inquired. The shade, who late addressed me, thus resumed. Thy wish imports that I vouchsafe to do for thy sake what thou wilt not do for mine. But since God's will is that so largely shine His grace in thee, I will be liberal too. Guido of Duca, know then that I am. Envy so parched my blood, that had I seen a fellow man made joyous, thou hadst marked. A livid paleness overspread my cheek. Such harvest reap I of the seed I sowed. O man, why place thy heart where there doth need exclusion of participants in good? This is Ranieri's spirit, this the boast and honor of the house of Calbuli, whereof his worth no heritage remains, nor his the only blood, that hath been stripped. Twixt the mount, the Reno, and the shore, of all that truth or fancy asks for bliss. But in those limits such a growth has sprung, of rank and venomed roots, as long would mock slow culture's toil. Where is good Lizio? Where Menardi, Traversalo, and Carpigna? O bastard slips of old Romagna's line! When in Bologna the low artisan, and in Faenza yon Bernardine sprouts, a gentle scion from ignoble stem. Wonder not, Tuscan, if thou see me weep, when I recall to mind those once loved names, Guido of Prata, and of Azohim, that dwelt with you, Tignoso and his troop, with Traversaro's house and Anastagio's, each race disherited, and beside these, the ladies and the knights, the toils and ease, that witched us into love and courtesy, where now such malice reigns in recreant hearts. O Bretonoro! Wherefore tarriest still? Since forth of thee thy family hath gone, and many, hating evil, joined their steps. Well doeth he, that bids his lineage cease. Bagnacavallo, Castracaro ill, and Conio worse, who care to propagate a race of counties from such blood as theirs. Well shall ye also do, Pagani, then, when from amongst you tries your demon child. Not so, howe'er, that henceforth there remain true proof of what ye were. O Hugolin! Thou sprung of Fantellini's line, thy name is safe, since none is looked for after thee, to cloud its luster, warping from thy stock. But, Tuscan, go thy ways. For now I take far more delight in weeping than in words. Such pity for your sakes hath wrung my heart. We knew those gentle spirits at parting heard our steps. Their silence therefore of our way assert us. Soon as we had quitted them, advancing onward, lo! A voice that seemed like volleyed lightning, when it rives the air, met us, and shouted, Whosoever finds will slay me, then fled from us, as the bolt length sudden from a downward rushing cloud, when it had given short truce unto our hearing. Behold the other with a crash as loud as the quick following thunder, mark in me. Agloros turned to rock. I at the sound, retreating drew more closely to my guide. Now in mute stillness rested all the air. And thus he spake, there was the galling bit. But your old enemy so baits his hook. He drags you eager to him. Hence nor curb avails you, nor reclaiming call. He then calls. And round about you wheeling courts your gaze with everlasting beauties. Yet your eye turns with fond doting still upon the earth. Therefore he smites you who discerneth all. Canto 15. As much as, twixt the third hours close and dawn, appeareth of heaven's sphere, that ever whirls, as restless as an infant in his play. So much appeared remaining to the sun of his slope journey towards the western goal. Evening was there, and here the noon of night. And full upon our forehead smote the beams. For round the mountain, circling, so our path had led us, that toward the sunset now direct we journeyed, when I felt a weight of more exceeding splendor, than before, press on my front. The cause unknown, amaze, possessed me, and both hands against my brow lifting, I interposed them, as a screen, that of its gorgeous superflux of light clipped the diminished orb, as when the ray, striking on water or the surface clear of mirror, leaps unto the opposite part, ascending at a glance, e'en as it fell, and so much differs from the stone, that falls through equal space, as practised skill hath shown. Thus with refracted light before me seemed the ground there smitten, whence in sudden haste my sight recoiled. What is this, sire beloved, gainst which I strive to shield the sight in vain? Cried I, and which towards us moving seems. Marvel not, if the family of heathen. He answered, yet with dazzling radiance dim. Thy sense it is a messenger who comes, inviting man's assent. Such sights ere long, not grievous, shall impart to thee delight, as thy perception is by nature wrought up to their pitch. The blessed angel, soon as we had reached him, hailed us with glad voice. Here enter on a ladder far less steep than ye have yet encountered. We forthwith, ascending, heard behind us chanted sweet. Blessed the merciful, and happy thou that conquerst. Lonely each, my guide and I, pursued our upward way. And as we went, some profit from his words I hoped to win. And thus of him inquiring, framed my speech. What meant Romagna's spirit, when he spake of bliss exclusive with no partner shard? He straight replied, no wonder, since he knows what sorrow waits on his own worst defect, if he chide others, that they less may mourn. Because ye point your wishes at a mark, where, by communion of possessors, part is lessened, envy bloweth up the sighs of men. No fear of that might touch ye, if the love of higher sphere exalted your desire. For there, by how much more they call it ours, so much propriety of each in good increases more, and heightened charity wraps that fair cloister in a brighter flame. Now lack I satisfaction more, said I, than if thou hadst been silent at the first. And doubt more gathers on my laboring thought. How can it chance, that good distributed? The many, that possess it, makes more rich than if tea were shared by few. He answering thus, thy mind, reverting still to things of earth, strikes darkness from true light. The highest good, unlimited, ineffable, doth so speed to love, as beam to lucid body darts, giving as much of ardor as it finds. The sempiternal effluent streams abroad, spreading, wherever charity extends, so that the more aspirants to that bliss are multiplied, more good is there to love, and more is loved, as mirrors, that reflect each unto other, propagated light. If these my words avail not to allay thy thirsting, Beatrice thou shalt see, who of this want, and of all else thou hast, shall rid thee to the full. Provide but thou that from thy temples may be soon nearest, e'en as the two already, those 5 scars, that when they pain thee worst, then kindliest heal. Thou, I had said, content'st me, when I saw the other round was gained, and wondering eyes did keep me mute. There suddenly I seemed by an ecstatic vision rapt away, and in a temple saw, methought, a crowd of many persons, and at th entrance stood a dame, whose sweet demeanor did express a mother's love, who said, Child, why hast thou dealt with us thus? Behold thy sire and I, sorrowing have sought thee, and so held her peace. And straight the vision fled. A female next appeared before me, down whose visage coursed those waters, that grief forces out from one. By deep resentment stung, who seemed to say, if thou, Pisistratus, be lord indeed over this city, nommed with such debate of adverse gods, and whence each science sparkles, avenge thee of those arms, whose bold embrace hath clasped our daughter. And to fuel, meseemed, benign and meek, with visage undisturbed, her sovereign spake, how shall we those requite who wish us evil, if we thus condemn the man that loves us? After that I saw a multitude, in fury burning, slay with stones a stripling youth, and shout amain, destroy, destroy. And him I saw, who bowed heavy with death unto the ground, yet made his eyes, unfolded upward, gates to heaven, praying forgiveness of th Almighty Sire. Amidst that cruel conflict, on his foes, with looks, that with compassion to their aim, soon as my spirit, from her airy flight returning, sought again the things, whose truth depends not on her shaping, I observed how she had roved to know unreal scenes. Meanwhile the leader, who might see I am Ovid, as one who struggles to shake off his sleep, exclaimed, what ails thee, that thou canst not hold thy footing firm, but more than half a league hast travelled with closed eyes and tottering gait, like to a man by wine or sleep o'ercharged? Beloved father, so thou deign, said I, to listen, I will tell thee what appeared before me, when so failed my sinking steps. He thus, not if thy countenance were masked with 100 vizards, could a thought of thine, how small soe'er, elude me. What thou saw'st was shown, that freely thou mightst ope thy heart to the waters of peace, that flow diffused from their eternal fountain. I not asked, what ails thee? For such cause as he doth, who looks only with that eye which sees no more, when spiritless the body lies, but asked to give fresh vigor to thy foot. Such goads the slow and loitering need, that they be found not wanting, when their hour of watch returns. So on we journeyed through the evening sky, gazing intent, far onward, as our eyes with level view could stretch against the bright vespertine ray, and lo, by slow degrees gathering, a fog made towards us, dark as night. There was no room for escaping, and that mist bereft us, both of sight and the pure air. Canto XVI. Hell's dunnest gloom, or night unlustrous, dark, of every plains, reft, and palled in clouds, did never spread before the sight a veil in thickness like that fog, nor to the sense so palpable and gross, entering its shade, mine eye endured not with unclosed lids, which marking, near me drew the faithful guide, offering me his shoulder for a stay, as the blind man behind his leader walks, lest he should err, or stumble unawares on what might harm him, or perhaps destroy. I journeyed through that bitter air and foul, still listening to my escort's warning voice. Look that from me thou part not. Straight I heard voices, and each one seemed to pray for peace, and for compassion, to the Lamb of God, that taketh sins away. Their prelude still was Agnus Dei, and through all the choir one voice, one measure ran, that perfect seemed the concord of their song. Are these I hear spirits, O Master? I exclaimed. And he, thou aim'st aright, these loose the bonds of wrath. Now who art thou, that through our smoke dost cleave. And speak'st of us, as thou thyself e'en yet dividest time by calends. So one voice bespake me, whence my master said, Reply, and ask, if upward hence the passage lead. O being, who dost make thee pure, to stand beautiful once more in thy Maker's sight, along with me, and thou shalt hear and wonder. Thus I, whereto the Spirit answering spake, long as T is lawful for me, shall my steps follow on thine, and since the cloudy smoke forbids the seeing, hearing in its stead shall keep us joined. I then forthwith began. Yet in my mortal swathing, I ascend to higher regions, and am hither come through the fearful agony of hell. And, if so largely God hath doled his grace, that, clean beside all modern precedent, he wills me to behold his kingly state, from me conceal not who thou wast, ere death had loosed thee, but instruct me, and instruct, if rightly to the pass I tend, thy words, the way directing as a safe escort. I was of Lombardy, and Marco called, not inexperient of the world, that worth I still affected, from which all have turned the nerveless bow aside. Thy course tends right unto the summit, and, replying thus, he added, I beseech thee pray for me, when thou shalt come aloft. And I to him, accept my faith for pledge I will perform what thou requirest. Yet one doubt remains, that wrings me sorely, if I solve it not. Singly before it you are G'd me, doubled now by thine opinion, when I couple that with one elsewhere declared, each strengthening other. The world indeed is even so forlorn of all good as thou speak'st it, and so swarms with every evil. Yet, beseech thee, point the cause out to me, that myself may see, and unto others show it, for in heaven one places it, and one on earth below. Then heaving forth a deep and audible sigh, Brother, he thus began, the world is blind, and thou in truth comest from it. Ye, who live, do so each cause refer to heaven above, e'en as its motion of necessity drew with it all that moves. If this were so, free choice in you were none, nor justice would. There should be joy for virtue, woe for ill. Your movements have their primal bent from heaven. Not all, yet said I all, what then ensues? Light have ye still to follow evil or good? And of the will free power, which, if it stand firm and unwearied in heaven's first essay, conquers at last, so it be cherished well, triumphant over all, to mightier force, to better nature subject, ye abide, free, not constrained by that which forms in you the reasoning mind uninfluent of the stars. If then the present race of mankind err, seek in yourselves the cause, and find it there. Herein thou shalt confess me no false spy. Forth from his plastic hand, who charmed beholds her image ere she yet exist, the soul comes like a babe, that wantons sportively, weeping and laughing in its wayward moods, as artless and as ignorant of aught, save that her Maker being one who dwells with gladness ever, willingly she turns to whatever yields her joy of some slight good. The flavor soon she tastes, and, snared by that, with fondness she pursues it, if no guide recall, no rein direct her wandering course. Hence it behoved, the law should be a curb. A sovereign hence behoved, whose piercing view might mark at least the fortress and main tower of the true city. Laws indeed there are, but who is he observes them? None. Not he who goes before, the shepherd of the flock, who chews the cud but doth not cleave the hoof. Therefore the multitude, who see their guide Strike at the very good they covet most. Feed there and look no further. Thus the cause is not corrupted nature in yourselves, but ill conducting, that hath turned the world to evil. Rome, that turned it unto good, was wont to boast two suns, whose several beams cast light on either way, the worlds and gods. One since hath quenched the other, and the sword is grafted on the crook, and so conjoined. Each must perforce decline to worse, unawed by fear of other. If thou doubt me, mark the blade, each herb is judged of by its seed. That land, through which Attis and the their waters roll, was once the residence of courtesy and velour, ere the day that frowned on Frederick now secure may pass. Those limits, whosoe'er hath left, for shame to talk with good men, or come near their haunts. 3 aged ones are still found there, in whom the old time chides the new, these deem it long ere God restore them to a better world. The good Gerard, of Palazzo he, Conrad, and Guido of Castello, nommed in Gallic phrase more fitly the plain Lombard. On this at last conclude the Church of Rome, mixing two governments that ill assort, hath missed her footing, fallen into the mire, and there herself and burden much defilled. O Marco, I replied, shine arguments. Convince me, and the cause I now discern. Why of the heritage no portion came to Levi's offspring? But resolve me this. Who that Gerard is, that as thou say'st, is left a sample of the perished race. And for rebuke to this untoward age, either thy words, said he, deceive, or else are meant to try me. That thou, speaking Tuscan, appear'st not to have heard of good Garado, the sole addition that, by which I know him, unless I borrowed from his daughter Gaia another name to grace him. God be with you. I bear you company no more. Behold the dawn with white ray glimmering through the mist. I must away, the angel comes, ere he appear. He said, and would not hear me more. Canto 17. Call to remembrance, reader, if thou e'er hast, on a mountain top, been ta'en by cloud, through which thou saw'st no better, than the mole doth through opacous membrane. Then, weener, the watery vapours dense began to melt into thin air, how faintly the sun's sphere seemed wading through them, so thy nimble thought may image, how at first I rebeheld the sun, that bedward now his couch o'erhung. Thus with my leader's feet still equalling pace, from forth that cloud I came, when now expired the parting beams from off the nether shores. O quick and forgitive power, that sometimes dost so rob us of ourselves, we take no mark, though round about us 1,000 trumpets clang. What moves thee, if the senses stir not? Light kindled in heathen, spontaneous, self-informed, or likelier gliding down with swift elapse by will divine, portrayed before me came the traces of her dire impiety, whose form was chonged into the bird, that most delights itself in song, and here my mind was inwardly so rapt, it gave no place to aught that asked admittance from without. Next showered into my fantasy a shape, as of one crucified, whose visage spake fell rancor, malice deep, wherein he died. And round him Ahasuerus the great king, Esther his bride, and Mordecai the just, blameless in word and deed, as of itself. That unsubstantial coinage of the brain burst, like a bubble, which the water fails. That fed it, in my vision straight uprose a damsel weeping loud, and cried, O Queen! O Mother! Wherefore has intemperate ire drive envy to loathe thy being. Not to lose. Lavinia, desperate thou hast slain thyself. Now hast thou lost me. I am she, whose tears mourn, ere I fall, a mother's timeless end. E'en as a sleep breaks off, if suddenly new radiance strike upon the closed lids. The broken slumber quivering ere it dies. Thus from before me sunk that imagery, vanishing, soon as on my face there struck the light, outshining far our earthly beam. As round I turned me to survey what place I had arrived at, here ye mount, exclaimed a voice, that other purpose left me none, save will so eager to behold who spake. I could not choose but gaze. As, for the sun, that weighs our vision down, and veils his form in light transcendent, thus my virtue failed. Unequal. This is spirit from above, who marshals us our upward way, unsought, and in his own light shrouds him. As a man doth for himself, so now is done for us. For whoso waits imploring, yet sees need of his prompt aidance, sets himself prepared for blunt denial, ere the suit be made. Refuse we not to lend a ready foot. At such inviting, haste we to ascend. Before it darken, for we may not then till morn again return. So spake my guide. And to one ladder both addressed our steps. And the first stair approaching, I perceived near me as 'twere the waving of a wing, that fanned my face and whispered, blessed they, the peacemakers, they know not evil wrath. Now to such height above our heads were rised the last beams, followed close by hooded night, that many a star on all sides through the gloom shone out. Why partest from me, O my strength? So with myself I communed. For I felt my o'ertoiled sinews slacken. We had reached the summit, and were fixed like to a bark arrived at land, and waiting a short space, if aught should meet mine ear in that new round. Then to my guide I turned, and said, loved sire, declare what guilt is on this circle purged. If our feet rest, no need thy speech should pause. He thus to me, the love of good, whatever wanted of just proportion, here fulfills. Here plies afresh the oar, that loitered ill. But that thou mayst yet clearlier understand, give ear unto my words, and thou shalt cull some fruit may please thee well, from this delay. Creator, nor created being, ne'er. My son, he thus began, was without love, or natural, or the free spirit's growth. Thou hast not that to learn. The natural still is without error, but the other swerves, if on ill object bent, or through excess of vigor, or defect, while ere it seeks the primal blessings, or with measure due. Inferior, no delight, that flows from it, partakes of ill. But let it warp to evil, or with more ardor than behooves, or less pursue the good, the thing created then works gainst its maker. Hence thou must infer that love is german of each virtue in ye, and of each act no less, that merits pain. Now since it may not be, but love intend the welfare mainly of the thing it loves, all from self-hatred are secure, and since no being can be thought to exist apart and independent of the first, a bar of equal force restrains from hating that. Grant the distinction just, and it remains that evil must be another's, which is loved. 3 ways such love is gendered in your clay. There is who hopes, his neighbor's worth depressed, preeminence himself, and covets hence for his own greatness that another fall. There is who so much fears the loss of power, fame, favor, glory, should his fellow mount above him, and so sickens at the thought. He loves their opposite, and there is he Whom wrong or insult seems to gall and shame. That he doth thirst for vengeance, and such needs. Must dote on others' evil. Here beneath. This threefold love is mourned. Of th other sort. Be now instructed, that which follows good. But with disordered and irregular course. All indistinctly apprehend a bliss. On which the soul may rest, the hearts of all. Yearn after it, and to that wished born. All therefore strive to tend. If ye behold. Or seek it with a love remiss and lax. This cornice after just repenting lays. Its penal torment on ye. Other good. There is, where man finds not his happiness. It is not true fruition, not that blessed essence, of every good the branch and root. The love too lavishly bestowed on this. Along 3 circles over us, is mourned. Account of that division tripartite. Expect not, fitter for thine own research. Canto 18. The teacher ended, and his high discourse. Concluding, earnest in my looks inquired. If I appeared content. And I, whom still unsated thirst to hear him urged, was mute. Mute outwardly, yet inwardly I said. Perchance my too much questioning offends. But he, true father, marked the secret wish. By diffidence restrained, and speaking, gave me boldness thus to speak, Master, my sight gathers so lively virtue from thy beams, that all, thy words convey, distinct is seen. Wherefore I pray thee, Father, whom this heart holds dearest, thou wouldst deign by proof to unfold. That love, from which as from their source thou bringst all good deeds and their opposite. He then, to what I now disclose be thy clear ken directed, and thou plainly shalt behold how much those blind have erred, who make themselves the guides of men. The soul, created apt to love, moves versatile which way soe'er aught pleasing prompts her, soon as she is whacked by pleasure into act of substance true. Your apprehension forms its counterfeit, and in you the ideal shape presenting attracts the soul's regard. If she, thus drawn, incline toward it, love is that inclining, and a new nature knit by pleasure in ye. Then as the fire points up, and mounting seeks his birthplace and his lasting seat, e'en thus enters the captive soul into desire, which is a spiritual motion, that ne'er rests before enjoyment of the thing it loves. Enough to show thee, how the truth from those is hidden, who aver all love a thing praiseworthy in itself, although perhaps its substance seems still good. Yet if the wax be good, it follows not th impression must. What love is, I returned, thy words, O guide, and my own docile mind, reveal. Yet thence new doubts have sprung. For from without if love be offered to us, and the Spirit knows no other footing, tends she right or wrong, is no desert of hers. He answering thus, what reason here discovers I have power to show thee, that which lies beyond, expect from Beatrice, faith not reason's task. Spirit, substantial form, with matter joined, not in confusion mixed, hath in itself specific virtue of that union born, which is not felt except at work, nor proved, but through effect, as vegetable life, by the green leaf, from whence his intellect deduced its primal notices of things. Man therefore knows not, or his appetites, their first affections, such in you, as zeal in bees to gather honey, at the first volition, meriting nor blame nor praise, but o'er each lower faculty supreme, that as she list are summoned to her bar. Ye have that virtue in you, whose just voice uttereth counsel, and whose word should keep The threshold of ascent. Here is the source. Whence cause of merit in you is derived. E'en as the affections good or ill she takes. Or severs, winnowed as the chaff. Those men, who reasoning went to depth profoundest, marked that innate freedom, and were thence induct to leave their moral teaching to the world. Grant then, that from necessity arise all love that glows within you. To dismiss or harbor it, the power is in yourselves. Remember, Beatrice, in her style, denominates free choice by eminence. The noble virtue, if in talk with thee, she touch upon that theme. The moon, well nigh to midnight hour belated, made the stars appear to wink and fade, and her broad disk seemed like a crag on fire, as up the vault. That course she journeyed, which the sun then warms. When they of Rome behold him at his set, betwixt Sardinia and the Corsic isle. And now the weight, that hung upon my thought, was lightened by the aid of that clear spirit, who riseth Andes above Mantua's name. I therefore, when my questions had obtained solution plain and ample, stood as one, musing in dreary slumber, but not long slumbered, for suddenly a multitude, the steep already turning, from behind, rushed on, with fury and like random rout, as echoing on their shores at midnight heard, Ismenus and Esopus, for his Thebes. If Bacchus' help were needed, so came these, tumultuous, curving each his rapid step, by eagerness impelled of holy love. Soon they o'ertook us, with such swiftness moved the mighty crowd. 2 spirits at their head cried weeping, blessed Mary sought with haste the hilly region, Caesar to subdue. Ilerda, darted in Marseilles his sting, and flew to Spain. O tarry not, away. The others shouted, let not time be lost. Through slackness of affection, hearty zeal, to serve reanimates celestial grace. O ye, in whom intenser fervency haply supplies, where lukewarm erst ye failed, slow or neglectful, to absolve your part. Of good and virtuous, this man, who yet lives, credit my tale, though strange, desires ascend. So morning rise to light us. Therefore say, which hand leads nearest to the rift rock? So spake my guide, to whom a shade returned. Come after us, and thou shalt find the cleft. We may not linger, such resistless will speeds our unwearied course. Vouchsafe us then thy pardon, if our duty seem to thee discourteous rudeness. In Verona I was abbot of San Zeno, when the hand of Barbarossa grasped imperial sway. That name, ne'er uttered without tears in Milan. And there is he, hath 1 foot in his grave, who for that monastery ere long shall weep, rueing his power missest, for that his son, of body ill compact, and worse in mind, and born in evil, he hath set in place of its true pastor. Whether more he spake, or here was mute, I know not, he had sped e'en now so far beyond us. Yet thus much I heard, and in remembrance treasured it. He then, who never failed me at my need, cried, hither turn. Lo! 2 with sharp remorse, chiding their sin, in rear of all the troop. These shouted, first they died, to whom the sea opened, or ever Jordan saw his heirs. And they, who with Aeneas to the end endured not suffering, for their portion chose life without glory. Soon as they had fled past reach of sight, new thought within me rose. By others followed fast, and each unlike its fellow, till led on from thought to thought, and pleasured with the fleeting train, mine eye was clost, and meditation chonged to dream. Canto 19. It was the hour, when of diurnal heat no relics chafed the cold beams of the moon, o'erpowered by earth, or planetary sway of Saturn. And the geomancer sees his greater fortune up the east ascend, where grey dawn checkers first the shadowy cone. When, for me in my dream a woman's shape there came, with lips that stammered, eyes aslant, distorted feet, hands maimed, and color pale, I looked upon her. And as sunshine cheers limbs numbed by nightly cold, e'en thus my look unclosed her tongue, next in brief space her form decrepit rised erect, and faded face with love's own hue illumed, recovering speech. She forthwith warbling such a strain began, that I, how loth soe'er, could scarce have held attention from the song. Thus she sang. I am the siren, she, whom mariners on the wide sea are wildered when they hear such fullness of delight the listener feels. I from his course Ulysses by my lay enchanted drew, whoe'er frequents me once parts seldom. So I charm him, and his heart contented knows no void, or ere her mouth was closed, to shame her at her side appeared a dame of semblance holy. With stern voice she uttered, Say, O Virgil, who is this? Which hearing, he approached, with eyes still bent toward that goodly presence, other seized her. And, her robes tearing, opened her before, and showed the belly to me, whence a smell exhaling loathsome, whacked me. Round I turned mine eyes, and thus the teacher, at the least 3 times my voice hath called thee. Rise, begone. Let us the opening find where thou mayst pass. I straightway rose. Now day, poured down from high, filled all the circuits of the sacred mount. And, as we journeyed, on our shoulder smote the early ray. I followed, stooping low. My forehead, as a man, o'ercharged with thought, who bends him to the likeness of an arch that midway spans the flood. When thus I heard, Come, enter here, in tone so soft and mild as never met the ear on mortal strand, with swan-like wings dispread and pointing up, who thus had spoken marshalled us along, where each side of the solid masonry the sloping walls returred. Then moved his plumes, and fanning us, affirmed that those, who mourn, are blessed, for that comfort shall be theirs. What aileth thee, that still thou look'st to earth? Began my leader, while angelic shape a little over us his station took. New vision, I replied, hath rised in me, surmising strange and anxious doubts, whereon my sole intent allows no other thought, or room or entrance. Hast thou seen, said he, that old enchantress, her, whose wiles alone the spirits o'er us weep for? Hast thou seen how man may free him of her bonds? Enough. Let thy heels spurn the earth, and thy wrist ken fix on the lure, which even as eternal king whirls in the rolling spheres. As on his feet the falcon first looks down, then to the sky turns, and forth stretches eager for the food that woos him thither, so the call I heard. So onward, far as the dividing rock gave way, I journeyed, till the plain was reached. On the 5th circle when I stood at large, a race appeared before me, on the ground, all downward lying prone and weeping sore. My soul hath cleaved to the dust, I heard, with sighs so deep, they well nigh choked the words. O ye elect of God, whose penal woes both hope and justice mitigate, direct towards the steep rising our uncertain way. If ye approach secure from this our doom, prostration, and would urge your course with speed, see that ye still to rightward keep the brink. So them the bard besought, and such the words. Beyond us some short space, in answer came. I noted what remained yet hidden from them. Thence to my liege's eyes mine eyes I bent. And he, forthwith interpreting their suit, beckoned his glad assent. Free then to act. As pleased me, I drew near, and took my stand. O'er that shade, whose words I late had marked. And, Spirit, I said, in whom repentant tears mature that blessed hour, when thou with God shalt find acceptance, for a while suspend for me that mightier care. Say who thou wast. Why thus ye grovel on your bellies prone? And if in aught ye wish my service there, whence living I am come? He answering spake. The cause why heave our back toward his cope. Reverses, shalt thou know, but me know first. The successor of Peter, and the name and title of my lineage from that stream that, twixt Chiavari and Siestri draws his limpid waters through the lowly glen. A month and little more by proof I learnt. With what a weight that robe of Essoviranti upon his shoulder rests, who from the mire would guard it, that each other fardel seems but feathers in the balance. Late, alas, was my conversion, but when I became Rome's pastor, I discerned at once the dream and cousinage of life, saw that the heart rested not there, and yet no prouder height led on the climber, wherefore, of that life no more enamored in my bosom love of purer being kindled. For till then I was a soul in misery, alienate from God, and covetous of all earthly things. Now, as thou sayest, here punished for my doting. Such cleansing from the taint of avarice do spirits converted need. This mount inflicts no direr penalty, e'en as our eyes fastened below, nor e'er to loftier clime were lifted, thus hath justice levelled us here on the earth. As avarice quenched our love of good, without which is no working, thus here justice holds us prisoned, hand and foot, chained down and bound, while heaven's just Lord shall please so long to tarry motionless outstretched. My knees I stooped, and would have spoke, but he, ere my beginning, by his ear perceived. I did him reverence, and, what cause, said he, hath bowed thee thus? Compunction, I rejoined. An inward awe of your high dignity. Up, he exclaimed, brother. Upon thy feet. Arise, ere not, thy fellow servant I. Thine and all others, of one sovereign power. If thou hast ever marked those holy sounds of gospel truth, nor shall be given ill marriage, thou mayst discern the reasons of my speech. Go thy ways now, and linger here no more. Thy tarrying is a let unto the tears with which I hasten that whereof thou spak'st. I have on earth a kinswoman, her name Oligia, worthy in herself, so ill example of our house corrupt her not. And she is all remaineth of me there. Canto XX. Ill strives the will, gainst will more wise that strives. His pleasure therefore to mine own preferred. I drew the sponge yet thirsty from the wave. Onward I moved, he also onward moved. Who led me, coasting still, wherever place along the rock was vacant, as a man walks near the battlements on narrow wall. For those on th other part, who drop by drop wring out their all-infecting malady. Too closely press the verge. Accursed be thou, inveterate wolf, whose gorge ingluts more prey than every beast beside, yet is not filled. So bottomless thy maw, ye spheres of heaven, to whom there are, as seems, who attribute all change in mortal state, when is the day of his appearing, for whom fate reserves to chase her hence. With wary steps and slow, we passed. And I attentive to the shades, whom piteously I heard lament and wail. And, midst the wailing, one before us heard cry out, O blessed Virgin, as a dame, in the sharp pangs of childbed. And, how poor thou wast, it added, witness that low roof, where thou didst lay thy sacred burden down. O good Fabricius, thou didst virtue choose with poverty, before great wealth with vice. The words so pleased me, that desire to know the spirit, from whose lip they seemed to come, did draw me onward. Yet it spake the gift of Nicholas, which on the maidens he bounteous bestowed, to save their youthful prime. Unblemished spirit, who dost speak of deeds so worthy, tell me who thou was, I said, and why thou dost with single voice renew memorial of such praise. That boon vouchsafed haply shall meet reward, if I return to finish the short pilgrimage of life, still speeding to its close on restless wing. I, answered he, will tell thee, not for hell, which thence I look for, but that in thyself grace so exceeding shines, before thy time of mortal dissolution. I was root of that ill plant, whose shade such poison sheds o'er all the Christian land, that seldom thence good fruit is gathered. Vengeance soon should come, had Ghent and Douay, Lille and Bruges power, and vengeance I of Heaven's great judge implore. Hugh Capet was I high, from me descend the Philips and the Louis, of whom France newly is governed, born of one, who plied the slaughterer's trade at Paris, when the race of ancient kings had vanished, all save one. Wrapped up in sable weeds, within my gripe, I found the reins of empire, and such powers of new acquirement, with full store of friends, that soon the widowed circlet of the crown was girt upon the temples of my son. He, from whose bones th anointed race begins, till the great dower of Provence had removed the stains, that yet obscured our lowly blood. Its sway indeed was narrow, but howe'er it wrought no evil, there, with force and lies, began its rapine. After, for amends, Poitou it seized, Navarre and Gascony. To Italy came Charles, and for amends, young Conradin an innocent victim slew, and sent th angelic teacher back to heathen. Still for amends, I see the time at hand, that forth from France invites another Charles, to make himself and kindred better known. Unarmed he issues, saving with that lance, which the arch-traitor tilted with, and that he carries with so home a thrust, as rives the bowels of poor Florence. No increase of territory hence, but sin and shame shall be his guerdon, and so much the more, as he more lightly deems of such foul wrong. I see the other, who a prisoner late had steps on shore, exposing to the mart his daughter, whom he bargains for, as do the corsairs for their slaves. O avarice! What canst thou more, who hast subdued our blood? So wholly to thyself, they feel no care of their own flesh, to hide with direr guilt past ill and future. Lo, the flower de luce enters Alagna, in his vicar Christ, himself a captive, and his mockery acted again. Lo, lo his holy lip, the vinegar and gall once more applied, and he, twixt living robbers doomed to bleed. Lo, the new Pilate, of whose cruelty such violence cannot fill the measure up, with no degree to sanction, pushes on into the temple his yet eager sails. O sovereign master, when shall I rejoice To see the vengeance, which thy wrath well pleased, in secret silence broods, while daylight lasts. So long what thou didst hear of her, sole spouse of the Great Spirit, and on which thou turnedst, to me for comment, is the general theme of all our prayers, but when it darkens, then a different strain we utter. Then record Pygmalion, whom his gluttonous thirst of gold made traitor, robber, parricide, the woes of Midas, which his greedy wish ensued, marked for derision to all future times. And the fond Achan, how he stole the prey, that yet he seems by Joshua's ire pursued. Sapphira with her husband next, we blame, and praise the 4 feet, that with furious ramp spurned Heliodorus all the mountain round, rings with the infamy of Thracia's king, who slew his Phrygian charge, and last a shout ascends, declare, O Crassus, for thou know'st the flavor of thy gold, the voice of each, now high now low, as each his impulse prompts, is led through many a pitch, acute or grave. Therefore, not singly, I erewhile rehearsed that blessedness we tell of in the day, but near me none beside his accent rised. From him we now had parted, and essayed with utmost efforts to surmount the way, when I did feel, as nodding to its fall, the mountain tremble, whence an icy chill seized on me, as on one to death conveyed. So shook not Delos, when Latona there couched to bring forth the twin-born eyes of heaven. Forthwith from every side a shout arose, so vehement, that suddenly my guide drew near, and cried, Doubt not, while I conduct thee. Glory! All shouted, such the sounds mine ear gathered from those, who near me swelled the sounds. Glory in the highest be to God. We stood immovably suspended, like to those the shepherds, who first heard in Bethlehem's field that song, till ceased the trembling, and the song was ended, then our hallowed path resumed, eyeing the prostrate shadows, who renewed their customed mourning. Never in my breast did ignorance so struggle with desire of knowledge, if my memory do not err, as in that moment, nor through haste dared I to question, nor myself could aught discern. So on I fared in thoughtfulness and dread. Canto 21. The natural thirst, ne'er quenched but from the well, whereof the woman of Samaria craved. Excited, haste along the cumbered path, after my guide, impelled, and pity moved my bosom for the vengeful deed, though just. When lo, even as Luke relates, that Christ appeared unto the 2 upon their way, new risen from his vaulted grave, to us a shade appeared, and after us approached, contemplating the crowd beneath its feet. We were not ware of it. So first it spake, saying, God give you peace, my brethren. Then sudden we turned, and Virgil such salute as fitted that kind greeting, gave, and cried, Peace in the blessed council be thy lot, awarded by that righteous court, which me to everlasting banishment exiles. How? He exclaimed, nor from his speed meanwhile desisting, if that ye be spirits, whom God vouchsafes not room above, who up the height has been thus far your guide. To whom the bard, if thou observe the tokens, which this man tracked by the finger of the angel bears, 'tis plain that in the kingdom of the just he needs must share. But sit hence she, whose wheel spins day and night, for him not yet had drawn that yarn, which, on the fatal distaff pilled, Clotho apportions to each wight that breathes. His soul, that sister is to mine and thine, not of herself could mount, for not like ours her ken, whence I, from forth the ample gulf. Of hell was ta'en, to lead him, and will lead. Far as my lore avails. But, if thou know, instruct us for what cause, the mount erewhile thus shook and trembled, wherefore all at once seemed shouting, even from his wave-washed foot. That questioning so tallied with my wish. The thirst did feel abatement of its edge. E'en from expectance. He forthwith replied. In its devotion not irregular. This mount can witness, or by punctual rule. Unsanctioned. Here from every change exempt. Other than that, which heaven in itself doth of itself receive, no influence can reach us. Tempest none, shower, hail or snow. Hoar frost or dewy moistness, higher falls than that brief scale of threefold steps, thick clouds. Nor scudding rack are ever seen, swift glance ne'er lightens, nor the mansion iris gleams. That yonder often shift on each side heaven. Vapor adust doth never mount above the highest of the trinal stairs, whereon Peter's vicegerent stands. Lower perchance, with various motion rocked, trembles the soil. But here, through wind and earth's deep hollow pent, I know not how, yet never trembled, then. Trembles, when any spirit feels itself so purified, that it may rise or move. For rising, and such loud acclaim ensues. Purification by the will alone is proved, that free to change society seizes the soul rejoicing in her will. Desire of bliss is present from the first. But strong propension hinders, to that wish. By the just ordinance of heaven opposed. Propension now as eager to fulfill. Allotted torment, as erewhile to sin. And I who in this punishment had lain 500 years and more, but now have felt free wish for happier clime. Therefore thou felt'st the mountain tremble, and the spirits devout heardst, over all his limits, utter praise. To that liege lord, whom I entreat their joy to hasten. Thus he spake, and since the draught is grateful ever as the thirst is keen, no words may speak my fullness of content. Now, said the instructor sage, I see the net that takes ye here, and how the toils are loosed. Why rocks the mountain and why ye rejoice? Vouchsafe, that from thy lips I next may learn. Who on the earth thou wast, and wherefore here so many an age wert prostrate. In that time, when the good Titus, with heaven's king to help, avenged those piteous gashes, whence the blood by Judas soul did issue, with the name most lasting and most honored there was I. Abundantly renowned, the shade replied. Not yet with faith endued. So passing sweet. My vocal spirit, from Tolosa, Rome, to herself drew me, where I merited a myrtle garland to enwreathe my brow. Statius they name me still. Of Thebes I sang. And next of great Achilles, but I, way, fell with the second burthen of my flame. Those sparkles were the seeds, which I derived from the bright fountain of celestial fire, that feeds unnumbered lamps, the song I mean, which sounds Aeneas' wanderings, that the breast I hung at, that the nurse, from whom my veins drank inspiration, whose authority was ever sacred with me. To have lived coeval with the Montuan, I would bide the revolution of another sun. Beyond my stated years in banishment. The Montuan, when he heard him, turned to me. And holding silence, by his countenance, enjoined me silence, but the power which wills bears not supreme control, laughter and tears follow so closely on the passion prompts them. They wait not for the motions of the will. In nature's most sincere, I did but smile. As one who winks, and thereupon the shade broke off, and peered into mine eyes, where best our looks interpret. So to good event mayst thou conduct such great emprise, he cried. Say, why across thy visage beamed, but now, the lightning of a smile on either part? Now am I straitened. One conjures me speak. Other to silence binds me, whence a sigh I utter, and the sigh is heard. Speak on. The teacher cried, and do not fear to speak. But tell him what so earnestly he asks. Whereon I thus, perchance, O ancient spirit, thou marvelst at my smiling. There is room for yet more wonder. He who guides my ken on high, he is that Montuan, led by whom thou didst presume of men and gods to sing. If other cause thou deemed est for which I smiled, leave it as not the true one, and believe those words, thou spak'st of him, indeed the cause. Now down he bent to embrace my teacher's feet. But he forbade him, brother, do it not. Thou art a shadow, and behold'st a shade. He rising answered thus, now hast thou proved the force and ardor of the love I bear thee. When I forget we are but things of air, and as a substance treat an empty shade. Canto 22. Now we had left the angel, who had turned to the sixth circle our ascending step. One gash from off my forehead rasped, while they, whose wishes tend to justice, shouted forth, blessed, and ended with, I thirst, and I, more nimble than along the other straits, so journeyed, that, without the sense of toil, I followed upward the swift-footed shades. When Virgil thus began, let its pure flame from virtue flow, and love can never fail to warm another's bosom, so the light shine manifestly forth. Hence from that hour, when, mongst us in the purlieus of the deep, came down the spirit of Aquinnum's hard, who told of thine affection, my good will hath been for thee of quality as strong as ever linked itself to one not seen. Therefore these stairs will now seem short to me. But tell me, and if too secure I loose the rein with a friend's license, as a friend, forgive me, and speak now as with a friend. How chanked it covetous desire could find place in that bosom, midst such ample store of wisdom as thy zeal had treasured there? First somewhat moved to laughter by his words, Statius replied, each syllable of thine is a dear pledge of love. Things oft appear that minister false matters to our doubts, when their true causes are removed from sight. Thy question doth assure me, thou believest I was on earth a covetous man, perhaps, because thou foundst me in that circle placked. Know then I was too wide of avarice, and e'en for that excess, thousands of moons have waxed and waned upon my sufferings. And were it not that I with heedful care noted where thou exclaim'st as if in ire with human nature, why, thou cursed thirst of gold, dost not with juster measure guide the appetite of mortals? I had met the fierce encounter of the voluble rock. Then was I ware that with too ample wing the hands may haste to lavishment, and turned as from my other evil, so from this impenitence. How many from their grave shall with shorn locks arise, who living, I, and at life's last extreme, of this offense, through ignorance, did not repent, and know the fault which lies direct from any sin, in level opposition, here with that wastes its green rankness on one common heap. Therefore if I have been with those, who wail their avarice, to cleanse me, through reverse of their transgression, such hath been my lot. To whom the sovereign of the pastoral song, while thou didst sing that cruel warfare wagged by the twin sorrow of Jocasta's womb. From thy discourse with Clio there, it seems as faith had not been shine, without the which good deeds suffice not. And if so, what sun rose on thee, or what candle pierced the dark, that thou didst after sea to hoist the sail, and follow where the fisherman had led? He answering thus, by thee conducted first, I entered the Parnassian grots, and quaffed of the clear spring, illumined first by thee, opened mine eyes to God. Thou didst, as one who, journeying through the darkness, hears a light behind, that profits not himself, but makes his followers wise, when thou exclaimedst, Lo! A renovated world, justice returned, times of primeval innocence restored, and a new race descended from above. Poet and Christian both to thee I owed, that thou mayst mark more clearly what I trace. My hand shall stretch forth to inform the lines, with livelier coloring, soon o'er all the world, by messengers from heaven, the true belief teemed now prolific, and that word of thine, accordant to the new instructors chimned, induct by which agreement, I was wont resort to them, and soon their sanctity so won upon me, that, Domitian's rage pursuing them, I mixed my tears with theirs, and, while on earth I stayed, still succored them, and their most righteous customs made me scorn all sects besides. Before I led the Greeks in tuneful fiction, to the streams of Thebes, I was baptized, but secretly, through fear, remained a Christian, and conformed long time to pagan rites. 5 centuries and more. For that lukewarmness was fain to pace round the 4th circle. Thou then, who hast riced the covering, which did hide such blessing from me, whilst much of this ascent is yet to climb, say, if thou know, where our old Terence bides, Caecilius, Plautus, Varro, if condemned they dwell, and in what province of the deep? These, said my guide, with Persius and myself, and others many more, are with that Greek of mortals, the most cherished by the 9, in the first ward of darkness. There ofttimes we of that mount hold converse, on whose top for aye our nurses live. We have the bard of Pella, and the Teian, Agatho, Simonides, and many a Grecian else, engarlanded with laurel of thy train. Antigone is there, deifial, Argia, and as sorrowful as erst Ismene, and who showed Langia's wave, Daedamia with her sisters there, and blind Tiresias' daughter, and the bride, sea-born of Peleus. Either poet now was silent, and no longer by th ascent, or the steep walls obstructed, round them cast inquiring eyes. For handmaids of the day had finished now their office, and the 5th was at the chariot beam, directing still its balmy point aloof, when thus my guide: methinks it well behooves us to the brink bend the right shoulder, circuiting the mount, as we have ever used. So custom there was usher to the road, the which we chose. Less doubtful, as that worthy shade complied. They on before me went, I sole pursued, listening their speech, that to my thoughts conveyed mysterious lessons of sweet poesy. But soon they ceased, for midway of the road a tree we found, with goodly fruitage hung, and pleasant to the smell, and as a fir upward from bough to bough less ample spreads, so downward this less ample spread, that none, methinks, aloft may climb. Upon the side that crossed our path, a liquid crystal fell from the steep rock, and through the sprays above streamed showering. With associate step the bards drew near the plant, And from amidst the leaves a voice was heard, Ye shall be chary of me. And after added, Mary took more thought for joy and honor of the nuptial feast than for herself who answers now for you. The women of old Rome were satisfied with water for their beverage. Daniel fed on pulse, and wisdom gained. The primal age was beautiful as gold, and hunger then made acorns tasteful, thirst each rivulet run nectar. Honey and locusts were the food whereon the Baptist in the wilderness fed, and that eminence of glory reached, and greatness which the evangelist records. Canto 23. On the green leaf mine eyes were fixed, like his who throws away his days in idle chase of the diminutive, when thus I heard the more than Father warn me, Son, our time asks thriftier using. Linger not, away. Thereat my face and steps at once I turned toward the sages, by whose converse cheered. I journeyed on, and felt no toil, and lo, a sound of weeping and a song, my lips. O Lord, and these so mingled, it gave birth to pleasure and to pain. O Sire, beloved, say what is this I hear? Thus I inquired. Spirits, said he, who as they go, perchance their debt of duty pay, as on their road the thoughtful pilgrims, overtaking some not known unto them, turn to them, and look. But stay not, thus, approaching from behind. With speedier motion, eyed us, as they passed. A crowd of spirits, silent and devout. The eyes of each were dark and hollow, pale. Their visage, and so lean withal, the bones stood staring through the skin. I do not think thus dry and meager erysichthon showed, when pinked by sharp-set famine to the quick. Lo! To myself I mused, the race, who lost Jerusalem, when Mary with dire beak prayed on her child. The sockets seemed as rings, from which the gems were drops. Who reads the name of man upon his forehead, there the M had tracked most plainly. Who would deem, that scent of water and an apple, could have proved powerful to generate such pining want, not knowing how it wrought? While now I stood wondering what thus could waste them, for the cause of their gaunt hollowness and scaly rind appeared not, lo! A spirit turned his eyes in their deep sunken cell, and fastened then on me, then cried with vehemence aloud. What grace is this vouchsafed me? By his looks I ne'er had recognized him, but the voice brought to my knowledge what his cheer concealed. Remembrance of his altered lineaments was kindled from that spark, and I aniized the visage of Phares. Ah! Respect this wan and leprous withered skin, thus he suppliant implored, this macerated flesh. Speak to me truly of thyself. And who are those twain spirits, that escort thee there? Be it not said thou scorn'st to talk with me. That face of thine, I answered him, which dead I once bewailed, disposes me not less for weeping, when I see it thus transformed. Say then, by heaven, what blasts ye thus? The whilst I wonder, ask not speech from me, unapt. Is he to speak, whom other will employs? He thus, the water and tea plant we passed. Virtue possesses, by th eternal will. Infest, the which so pines me. Every spirit whose song bewails his gluttony indulged too grossly, here in hunger and in thirst, is purified. The odor, which the fruit and spray, that showers upon the verdure, breathe, inflames us with desire to feed and drink, nor once alone encompassing our root. We come to add fresh fuel to the pain. Pain, said I. Solace rather, for that will. To the tree leads us, by which Christ was led. To call Elias, joyful when he paid our ransom from his vein. I answering thus. For ease. From that day, in which the world for better life thou changedst, not 5 years have circled. If the power of sinning more were first concluded in thee, ere thou knewst that kindly grief which re-espouses us to God, how hither art thou come so soon? I thought to find thee lower, there, where time is recompense for time. He straight replied, to drink up the sweet wormwood of affliction. I have been brought thus early by the tears streamed down my Nella's cheeks. Her prayers devout, her sighs have drawn me from the coast, where oft expectance lingers, and have set me free from other circles. In the sight of God, so much the dearer is my widow prized. She whom I loved so fondly, as she ranks more singly eminent for virtuous deeds. The tract most barbarous of Sardinia's isle hath dames more chaste and modester by far than that wherein I left her. O sweet brother! What wouldst thou have me say? A time to come stands full within my view, to which this hour shall not be counted of an ancient date, when from the pulpit shall be loudly warned unblushing dames of Florence, lest they bear unkerchiefed bosoms to the common gaze. What savage women hath the world e'er seen? What Saracens, for whom there needed scourge of spiritual or other discipline to force them walk with veering on their limbs? But did they see, the shameless ones, that heave in wafts on swift wing toward them, while I speak? Their mouths were opt for howling, they shall taste of borrow, unless foresight cheat me here. Or ere the cheek of him be clothed with down, who is now rocked with lullaby asleep. Ah! Now, my brother, hide thyself no more. Thou sayest how not I alone but all gaze, where thou veilst the intercepted Sunday. Whence I replied, if thou recall to mind what we were once together, even yet remembrance of those days may grieve thee sore. That I forsook that life, was due to him who there precedes me, some few evenings past, when she was round, who shines with sister lamp to his, that glisters yonder, and I showed the sun. 'Tis he, who through profoundest night of he true dead has brought me, with this flesh. As true, that follows. From that gloom the aid of his sure comfort drew me on to climb, and climbing wind along this mountain steep, which rectifies in you whatever the world made crooked and depraved. I have his word that he will bear me company as far as till I come where Beatrice dwells. But there must leave me Virgil is that spirit who thus hath promised, and I pointed to him. The other is that shade, for whom so late your realm, as he arose, exulting shook through every pendant cliff and rocky bound. Canto 24. Our journey was not slackened by our talk, nor yet our talk by journeying. Still we spake, and urged our travel stoutly, like a ship when the wind sits astern. The shadowy forms that seem things dead and dead again, drew in at their deep-delved orbs rare wonder of me, perceiving I had life, and I my words continued, and thus spake. He journeys up, perhaps more tardily than else he would, for others' sake. But tell me, if thou knowst, where is Picarda? Tell me, if I see any of mark, among this multitude, who I me thus. My sister, she for whom, twixt beautiful and good I cannot say, which name was fitter, wears e'en now her crown, and triumphs in Olympus. Saying this, he added, since spare diet hath so worn our semblance out, is lawful here to name each one. This, and his finger then he riced, is Buonaggiuna, he of Lucca, and that face beyond him, pirked unto a leaner fineness than the rest. Had keeping of the church, he was of Tours, and purges by one abstinence away. Bolsinas eels and cups of muscadel. He showed me many others, one by one. And all, as they were nommed, seemed well content. For no dark gesture I discerned in any. I saw through hunger Ubaldino grind his teeth on emptiness. And Boniface, that waved the crozier o'er a numberous flock. I saw the Marquis, who tad time erewhile to swill at Forley with less drought, yet so was one ne'er sated. I hower, like him, that gazing midst a crowd, singles out one. So singled him of Lucca, for methought was none amongst them took such note of me. Somewhat I heard him whisper of Gentucca. The sound was indistinct, and murmured there, where justice, that so strips them, fixed her sting. Spirit, said I, it seems as thou wouldst fain speak with me. Let me hear thee. Mutual wish to converse prompts, which let us both indulge. He, answering, straight began, woman is born, whose brow no wimple shades yet, that shall make my city please thee, blame it as they may. Go then with this forewarning. If aught false, my whisper too implied, event shall tell. But say, if of a truth I see the man of that new lay inventor, which begins with, ladies, ye that con the lore of love. To whom I thus, count of me but as one who am the scribe of love, that, when he breathes, take up my pen, and, as he dictates, write. Brother, said he, the hindrance which once held the notary with Gittone and myself, short of that new and sweeter style I hear, is now disclosed. I see how ye your plumes stretch, as inditer guides them, which, no question, ours did not. He that seeks a grace beyond sees not the distance parts one style from other. And, as contented, here he held his peace. Like as the bird, that wintered near the Nile, in squared regiment direct their course, then stretch themselves in file for speedier flight. Thus all the tribe of spirits, as they turned their visage, fast or deaf, nimble alike, through leanness and desire. And as a man, tiered with the motion of a trotting steed, slacks pace, and stays behind his company, till his o'er-breathed lungs keep temperate time. E'en so for ease let that holy crew proceed, behind them lingering at my side, and saying, when shall I again behold thee? How long my life may last, said I know not. This know, how soon soever I return, my wishes will before me have arrived. Sit hence the place, where I am set to live, is, day by day, more scooped of all its good, and dismal ruin seems to threaten it. Go now, he cried, lo! He, whose guilt is most, passes before my vision, dragged at heels of an infuriate beast, toward the vale, where guilt hath no redemption, on it speeds, each step increasing swiftness on the last, until a blow it strikes, that leaveth him a course most vilely shattered. No long space those wheels have yet to roll, there with his eyes looked up to heaven, ere thou shalt plainly see that which my words may not more plainly tell. I quit thee, time is precious here, I lose too much, thus measuring my pace with shine, as from a troop of well-ranked chivalry. One knight, more enterprising than the rest, pricks forth at gallop, eager to display his prowess in the first encounter proved. So parted he from us with lengthened strides. And left me on the way with those twain spirits, who were such mighty marshals of the world. When he beyond us had so fled mine eyes, no nearer reached him, than my thought his words. The branches of another fruit, thick hung, and blooming fresh, appeared. E'en as our steps turned thither, not far off it rose to view. Beneath it were a multitude, that riced their hands, and shouted forth I know not what. Unto the boughs, like greedy and fond brats, that beg, and answer none obtain from him, of whom they beg, but more to draw them on. He at arm's length the object of their wish, above them holds aloft, and hides it not. At length, as undeceived they went their way. And we approached the tree, who vows and tears sue to in vain, the mighty tree. Pass on, and come not near. Stands higher up the wood, whereof Eve tasted, and from it was ta'en. This plant. Such sounds from midst the thickets came, whence I, with either barred, close to the side, that rose, passed forth beyond. Remember, next, we heard, those noblest creatures of the clouds, how they their twofold bosoms overgorged, opposed in fight to Theseus, call to mind. The Hebrews, how effeminate they stooped, to ease their thirst, whence Gideon's ranks were thinned, as he to Midian marched adown the hills. Thus near one border coasting, still we heard the sins of gluttony, with woe erewhile reguerdoned. Then along the lonely path, once more at large, full 1,000 paces on, we travelled, each contemplative and mute. Why pensive journey thus ye three alone? Thus suddenly a voice exclaimed, whereat I shook, as doth a scarred and paltry beast. Then rised my head to look from whence it came. Was ne'er, in furnace, glass, or metal seen, so bright and glowing red, as was the shape I now beheld. If ye desire to mount, he cried, here must ye turn. This way he goes, who goes in quest of peace. His countenance had dazzled me, and to my guides I effaced backward, like one who walks, as sound directs. As when, to harbinger the dawn, springs up on freshened wing the air of May, and breathes of fragrance, all impregned with herb and flowers. E'en such a wind I felt upon my front blow gently, and the moving of a wing perceived. That moving shed ambrosial smell. And then a voice, blessed are they, whom grace doth so illume, that appetite in them exhaleth no inordinate desire, still hungering as the rule of temperance wills. Canto 25. It was an hour, when he who climbs, had need to walk uncrippled, for the sun had now to Taurus the meridian circle left, and to the Scorpion left the night. As one that makes no pause, but presses on his road, whatever betide him, if some urgent need impel, so entered we upon our way. One before other, for, but singly, none that steep and narrow scale admits to climb. E'en as the young stork lifteth up his wing through wish to fly, yet ventures not to quit the nest, and drops it, so in me desire of questioning my guide arose, and fell, arriving even to the act, that marks a man prepared for speech. Him all our haste restrained not, but thus spake the sire beloved. Fear not to speed the shaft, that on thy lip stands trembling for its flight. Encouraged thus, I straight began, how there can leanness come, where is no want of nourishment to feed? If thou, he answered, hadst remembered thee, how Meleager with the wasting brand wasted alike, by equal fires consumed, this would not trouble thee, and hadst thou thought how in the mirror your reflected form with mimic motion vibrates. What now seems hard, had appeared no harder than the pulp of summer fruit mature. But that thy will in certainty may find its full repose. Lo, Statius here. On him I call, and pray, that he would now be healer of thy wound. If in thy presence I unfold to him the secrets of heaven's vengeance, let me plead thine own injunction, to exculpate me. So Statius answered, and forthwith began. Attend my words, O son, and in thy mind receive them, so shall they be light to clear the doubt thou offerst. Blood, concocted well, which by the thirsty veins is ne'er imbibed, and rests as food superfluous, to be ta'en from the replenished table, in the heart, derives effectual virtue, that informs the several human limbs, as being that which passes through the veins itself to make them. Yet more concocted it descends, where shame forbids to mention, and from thence distills in natural vessel on another's blood. Then each unite together, one disposed endure, to act the other, through meet frame of its recipient mold, that being reached, it gins to work, coagulating first. Then vivifies what its own substance coust to bear. With animation now endued, the active virtue, differing from a plant no further, than that this is on the way, and at its limit that, continues yet to operate, that now it moves, and feels as sea sponge clinging to the rock, and there assumes organic powers its seed conveyed. This is the period, son, at which the virtue that from the generating heart proceeds is pliant and expansive, for each limb is in the heart by forgeful nature planned. How babe of animal becomes, remains for thy considering. At this point, more wise than thou hast erred, making the soul disjoined from passive intellect, because he saw no organ for the latter's use assigned. Open thy bosom to the truth that comes no soon as in the embryo, to the brain. Articulation is complete, then turns the primal mover with a smile of joy on such great work of nature, and embreathes new spirit replete with virtue, that what here active it finds to its own substance draws, and forms an individual soul, that lives and feels, and bends reflective on itself. And that thou less mayst marvel at the word. Mark the sun's heat, how that to wine doth change, mixed with the moisture filtered through the vine. When Lachesis hath spun the thread, the soul takes with her both the human and divine memory, intelligence, and will, in act far keener than before, the other powers inactive all and mute, no pause allowed, in wandrouse sort self-moving, to one strand of those, where the departed roam, she falls. Here learns her destined path. Soon as the place receives her, round the plastic virtue beams, distinct as in the living limbs before. And as the air, when saturate with showers, the casual beam refracting, decks itself with many a hue. So here the ambient air weareth that form, which influence of the soul imprints on it. And like the flame, that where the fire moves, thither follows, so henceforth the new form on the spirit follows still. Hence hath it semblance, and is shadow called, with each sense even to the sight endued. Hence speech is ours. Hence laughter, tears, and sighs, which thou mayst oft have witnessed on the mount. Obedient shadow fails not to present whatever varying passion moves within us. And this the cause of what thou marvelst at. Now the last flexure of our way we reached, and to the right hand turning, other care awaits us. Here the rocky precipice hurls forth redundant flames, and from the rim a blast upblown, with forcible rebuff, driveth them back, sequestered from its bound. Behoved us, one by one, along the side that bordered on the void, to pass. And I feared on one hand the fire, on other feared headlong to fall, when thus instructor warned. Strict rein must in this place direct the eyes. A little swerving and the way is lost. Then from the bosom of the burning mass, O God of mercy, heard I sung, and felt no less desire to turn. And when I saw spirits along the flame proceeding, I between their footsteps and mine own was fain to share by turns my view. At the hymn's close they shouted loud, I do not know a man. Then in low voice again took up the strain, which once more ended, to the wood, they cried. Ran yen, and drave forth Callisto, stung with Cytherea's poison, then returned unto their song. Then Mary a pair extolled, who lived in virtue chastely, and the bands of wedded love. Nor from that task, I ween, surcease they, whilesoe'er the scorching fire enclasps them. Of such skill appliance needs to medicine the wound, that healeth last. Canto 26. While singly thus along the rim we walked, oft the good master warned me, look thou well. Avail it that I caution thee. The sun now all the western clime irradiate changed from azure tinct to white, and, as I passed, my passing shadow made the umbered flame burn ruddier. At so strange a sight I marked that many a spirit marveled on his way. This bred occasion first to speak of me. He seems, said they, no insubstantial frame. Then to obtain what certainty they might stretch towards me, careful not to overpass the burning pale. O thou, who followest the others, haply not more slow than they, but moved by reverence, answer me, who burn in thirst and fire, nor I alone, but these all for thine answer do more thirst, than doth Indian or Ethiop for the cooling stream. Tell us, how is it that thou makest thyself a wall against the sun, as thou not yet into inextricable toils of death hadst entered? Thus spake one, and I had straight declared me, if attention had not turned to new appearance. Meeting these, there came midway the burning path, a crowd, on whom earnestly gazing, from each part one view, the shadows all press forward, severally each snatch a hasty kiss, and then away. E'en so the emmets, mid their dusky troops, peer closely one at other, to spy out their mutual road perchance, and how they thrive. That friendly greeting parted, ere dispatch of the first onward step, from either tribe. Loud clamor rises, those, who newly come, shout, Sodom and Gomorrah. These, the cow Pasiphae entered, that the beast she wooed might rush unto her luxury. Then as cranes that part towards the Riphaean mountains fly, part towards the Libyc sands, these to avoid the ice, and those the sun, so hasteth off. One crowd, advances other, and resume their first psalm weeping, and their several shout. Again drew near my side the very same, who had erewhile besought me, and their looks marked eagerness to listen. I, who twice their will had noted, spake, O spirit secure, weener the time may be, of peaceful end. My limbs, nor crude, nor in mature old age, have I left yonder, here they bear me, fed with blood, and sinew strung, that I no more may live in blindness, hence I tend aloft. There is a Dame on high, who winned for us this grace, by which my mortal through your realm I bear. But may your utmost wish soon meet such full fruition, that the orb of heaven, fullest of love, and of most ample space, receive you, as ye tell, upon my page, henceforth to stand recorded, who ye are, and what this multitude, that at your backs, have passed behind us, as one, mountain bred, rugged and clownish, if some city's walls he chanced to enter, round him stares agape, confounded and struck dumb, e'en such appeared each spirit. But when rid of that amaze, not long the inmate of a noble heart, he, who before had questioned, thus resumed. O blessed, who, for death preparing, taxed experience of our limits, in thy bark. Their crime, who not with us proceed, was that, for which, as he did triumph, Caesar heard the snout of Queen, to taunt him. Hence their cry of Sodom, as they parted, to rebuke themselves, and aid the burning by their shame. Our sinning was hermaphrodite, but we, because the law of humankind we broke, following like beasts our vile concupiscence, hence parting from them, to our own disgrace, record the name of her, by whom the beast in bestial tire was acted. Now our deeds thou know'st, and how we shinned. If thou by name wouldst haply know us, time permits not now to tell so much, nor can I of myself learn what thou wishest. Ginnicelli I, who having truly sorrowed ere my last, already cleanse me with such pious joy, as the two sons upon their mother gazed. From sad Lycurgus rescued, such my joy, save that I more rested, when I heard from his own lips the name of him pronounced, who was a father to me, and to those my betters, who have ever used the sweet and pleasant rhymes of love. So not I heard, nor spake, but long time thoughtfully I went, gazing on him, and, only for the fire, approached not nearer. When my eyes were fed by looking on him, with such solemn pledge, as forces credence, I devoted me unto his service wholly. In reply, he thus bespake me, what from thee I hear is graved so deeply on my mind, the waves of Lethe shall not wash it off, nor make a whit less lively. But as now thy oath has sealed the truth, declare what cause impels that love, which both thy looks and speech bewray. Those dulcet lays, I answered, which, as long as of our tongue the beauty does not fade, shall make us love the very ink that tracked them. Brother, he cried, and pointed at a shade before him, there is one, whose mother speech doth owe to him a fairer ornament. He in love ditties and the tales of prose without a rival stands, and lets the fools talk on, who think the songster of Limoges tops him. Rumor and the popular voice, they look to more than truth, and so confirm opinion, ere by art or reason taught. Thus many of the elder time cried up Giton, giving him the prize, till truth by strength of numbers vanquished. If thou own so ample privilege, as to have gained free entrance to the cloister, whereof Christ is abbot of the college, say to him, one paternoster for me, far as needs for dwellers in this world, where power to sin no longer tempts us, haply to make way for one. That followed next, when that was said, he vanished through the fire, as through the wave a fish, that glances diving to the deep. I, to the spirit he had shown me, drew a little onward, and besought his name, for which my heart, I said, kept gracious room. He frankly thus began, thy courtesy so wins on me, I have nor power nor will To hide me, I am Arno. And with songs, sorely lamenting for my folly past, thorough this fort of fire I wade, and see the day, I hope for, smiling in my view. I pray ye by the worth that guides ye up unto the summit of the scale, in time. Remember ye my sufferings. With such words, he disappeared in the refining flame. Canto 27. Now was the sun so stationed, as when first his early radiance quivers on the heights, where streamed his Maker's blood, while Libra hangs above Hesperian Ebro, and new fires meridian flash on Ganges' yellow tide. So day was sinking, when the angel of God appeared before us. Joy was in his mien. Forth of the flame he stood upon the brink, and with a voice, whose lively clearness far surpassed our human, blessed are the pure. In heart, he sang, then near him as we came. Go ye not further, holy spirits, he cried. Ere the fire pierce you, enter in, and list. Attentive to the song ye hear from thence. I, when I heard his saying, was as one laid in the grave, my hands together clasped, and upward stretching, on the fire I looked, and busy fancy conjured up the forms erewhile beheld alive consumed in flames. Escorting spirits turned with gentle looks toward me, and the Montuan spake, my son, here torment thou mayst feel, but canst not death. Remember thee, if I safe e'en on Geryon brought thee, now I come more near to God, wilt thou not trust me now? Of this be sure, though in its womb that flame 1,000 years contain thee, from thy head no hair should perish. If thou doubt my truth, approach, and with thy hands thy vestures hem. Stretch forth, and for thyself confirm belief. Lay now all fear, oh lay all fear aside. Turn hither, and come onward undismayed. I still, though conscience you argued, no step advanced. When still he saw me fixed and obstinate, somewhat disturbed he cried, mark now, my son. From Beatrice thou art by this wall divided. As at Thisbe's name the eye of Pyramus was opened, when life ebbed fast from his veins, and took one parting glance, while Vermil died the mulberry. Thus I turned to my sage guide, relenting, when I heard the name, that springs forever in my breast. He shook his forehead, and, how long, he said, linger we now? Then smiled, as one would smile upon a child, that eyes the fruit and yields. Into the fire before me then he walked. And Statius, who erewhile no little space had parted us, he prayed to come behind. I would have cast me into molten glass, to cool me, when I entered, so intense ragged the conflagrant mass. The sire beloved to comfort me, as he proceeded, still of Beatrice talked. Her eyes, saith he, e'en now I seem to view from the other side. A voice, that sang, did guide us, and the voice following, with heedful ear, we issued forth. There where the path led upward. Come, we heard. Come, blessed of my Father. Such the sounds that hailed us from within a light, which shone so radiant, I could not endure the view. The sun, it added, hastes, and evening comes. Delay not, ere the western sky is hung with blackness, strive ye for the pass. Our way upright within the rock arose, and effacit such part of heaven, that from before my steps the beams were shrouded of the sinking sun. Nor many stairs were overpass, when now by fading of the shadow we perceived the sun behind us couched, and ere one face of darkness o'er its measureless expanse involved horizon, and the night her lot. held individual. Each of us had made a stare his palate, not that will, but power. Had failed us, by the nature of that mount. Forbidden further travel. As the goats that late have skipped and wantoned rapidly upon the craggy cliffs, ere they had ta'en their supper on the herb, now silent lie, and ruminate beneath the umbrage brown, while noonday rages, and the goat-herd leans upon his staff, and leaning watches them. And as the swain, that lodges out all night in quiet by his flock, lest beast of prey disperse them, even so all three abode. I as a goat and as the shepherds they, close pent on either side by shelving rock. A little glimpse of sky was seen above. Yet by that little I beheld the stars in magnitude and rustle shining forth with more than wonted glory. As I lay gazing on them, and in that fit of musing, sleep overcame me, sleep, that bringeth oft tidings of future hap. About the hour, as I believe, when Venus from the east first lightened on the mountain, she whose orb seems always glowing with the fire of love. A lady young and beautiful, I dreamed, was passing o'er Alia. And, as she came, methought I saw her ever and anon bending to cull the flowers, and thus she sang. Know ye, whoever of my name would ask, that I am Leah, for my brow to weave a garland, these fair hands unwearied ply. To please me at the crystal mirror, here I deck me. But my sister Rachel, she before her glass abides the livelong day. Her radiant eyes beholding, charmed no less than I with this delightful task. Her joy in contemplation, as in labor mine. And now as glimmering dawn appeared, that breaks more welcome to the pilgrim still, as he sojourns less distant on his homeward way. Darkness from all sides fled, and with it fled my slumber, whence I rose and saw my guide already risen. That delicious fruit, which through so many a branch the zealous care of mortals roams in quest of, shall this day appease thy hunger. Such the words I heard from Virgil's lip, and never greeting heard so pleasant as the sounds. Within me straight desire so grew upon desire to mount. Thenceforward at each step I felt the wings increasing for my flight. When we had run o'er all the ladder to its topmost round, as there we stood, on me the Montuan fixed his eyes, and thus he spake, both fires, my son, the temporal and eternal, thou hast seen, and art arrived, where of itself my ken no further reaches. I with skill and art thus far have drawn thee. Now thy pleasure take. For guide, thou hast o'ercome the steeper way, o'ercome the straighter. Lo! The sun, that darts his beam upon thy forehead. Lo! The herb, the arboreta and flowers, which of itself this land pours forth profuse, till those bright eyes with gladness come, which, weeping, made me haste to succor thee. Thou mayst or seat thee down, or wander where thou wilt. Expect no more sanction of warning voice or sign from me. Free of thy own arbitrament to choose. Discreet, judicious. To distrust thy sense were henceforth error. I invest thee then with crown and mitre, sovereign o'er thyself. Canto 28. Through that celestial forest, whose thick shade with lively greenness the new springing day attempered, eager now to roam, and search its limits round, forthwith I left the bank along the champ and leisurely my way pursuing o'er the ground, that on all sides Delicious odor breathed. A pleasant air. That intermitted never, never veered. Smote on my temples, gently, as a wind. Of softest influence, at which the sprays. Obedient all, lean trembling to that part. Where first the holy mountain casts his shade. Yet were not so disordered, but that still. Upon their top the feathered choristers applied their wonted art, and with full joy welcomed those hours of prime, and warbled shrill. Amid the leaves, that to their jocund lays. Inept tenor. Even as from branch to branch. Along the piny forests on the shore. Of Chiasse, rolls the gathering melody. When Aeolus hath from his cavern loosed. The dripping south. Already had my steps. Though slow, so far into that ancient wood. Transported me, I could not ken the place. Where I had entered, when behold. My path. Was bounded by a rill, which to the left. With little rippling waters bent the grass. That issued from its brink. On earth no wave. How clean soe'er, that would not seem to have. Some mixture in itself, compared with this. Transpicuous, clear, yet darkly on it rolled. Darkly beneath perpetual gloom, which ne'er admits or sun or moon light there to shine. My feet advanced not. But my wondering eyes passed onward, o'er the streamlet, to survey. The tender May bloom, flushed through many a hue. In prodigal variety, and there. As object, rising suddenly to view. That from our bosom every thought beside. With the rare marvel chases, I beheld. A lady all alone, who, singing, went. And culling flower from flower, wherewith her way was all o'er painted. Lady beautiful. Thou, who, if looks, that use to speak the heart, are worthy of our trust, with love's own beam. Dost warm thee, thus to her my speech I framed. Ah! Please thee hither towards the streamlet bend. Thy steps so near, that I may list thy song. Beholding thee in this fair place, methinks I call to mind where wandered and how looked Proserpine, in that season, when her child the mother lost, and she the bloomy spring. As when a lady, turning in the dance, doth foot it featly, and advances scarce one step before the other to the ground. Over the yellow and vermilion flowers. Thus turned she at my suit, most maidenlike. Veiling her sober eyes, and came so near. That I distinctly caught the dulcet sound. Arriving where the limped waters now lathed the green sward, her eyes she deigned to raise. That shot such splendor on me, as I ween ne'er glanced from Cytherea's, when her son had sped his keenest weapon to her heart. Upon the opposite bank she stood and smilled. Through her graceful fingers shifted still the intermingling dyes, which without seed that lofty land unbosoms. By the stream 3 paces only were we sundered, yet the Hellespont, where Xerxes passed it o'er, a curb for ever to the pride of man, was by Leander not more hateful held. For floating, with inhospitable wave, twixt Cestus and Abydos, than by me. That flood, because it gave no passage thence. Strangers ye come, and haply in this place. That cradled human nature in its birth. Wondering, ye not without suspicion view my smiles, but that sweet strain of psalmody. Thou, Lord, hast made me glad, will give ye light, which may uncloud your minds. And thou, who standst the foremost, and didst make thy suit to me, say if aught else thou wish to hear, for I came prompt to answer every doubt of thine. She spake. And I replied, I know not how to reconcile this wave and rustling sound of forest leaves, with what I late have heard of opposite report. She answering thus, I will unfold the cause, whence that proceeds. Which makes thee wonder. And so purge the cloud. That hath enwraps thee. The first good, whose joy is only in himself, created man for happiness, and gave this goodly place his pledge and earnest of eternal peace. Favored thus highly, through his own defect, he fell, and here made short sojourn, he fell. And, for the bitterness of sorrow, chunged laughter unblammed and ever new delight. That vapors none, exhaled from earth beneath, or from the waters, which, wherever heat attracts them, follow, might ascend thus far. To vex man's peaceful state, this mountain rose so high toward the heaven, nor fears the rage of elements contending, from that part exempted, where the gate his limit bars. Because the circumambient air throughout with its first impulse circles still, unless aught interpose to cheek or thwart its course. Upon the summit, which on every side to visitation of impassive air is open, doth that motion strike, and makes beneath its sway umbrageous would resound. And in the shaken plant such power resides that it impregnates with its efficacy the voyaging breeze, upon whose subtle plume that wafted flies abroad, and other land receiving, as is worthy in itself, or in the clime that warms it, doth conceive, and from its womb produces many a tree of various virtue. This when thou hast heard, the marvel ceases, if in yonder earth some plant without apparent seed be found to fix its fibrous stem, and further learn that with prolific foison of all seeds this holy plain is filled, and in itself bears fruit that ne'er was plucked on other soil. The water, thou beholdst, springs not from vein as stream, that intermittently repairs and spends his pulse of life, but issues forth from fountain, solid, undecaying, sure, and by the will omnific, full supply feeds whatsoe'er on either side it pours. On this devolved with power to take away remembrance of offense, on that to bring remembrance back of every good deed done. From whence its name of Lethe on this part. On other both of which must first be tasted ere it work, the last exceeding all flavors else. Albeit thy thirst may now be well contented, if I here break off no more revealing, yet a corollary I freely give beside, nor deem my words less grateful to thee, if they somewhat pass the stretch of promise. They, whose verse of yore the golden age recorded and its bliss on the Parnassian mountain, of this place perhaps had dreamed. Here was man guiltless, here perpetual spring in every fruit, and this the far-famed nectar. Turning to the bards, when she had ceased, I noted in their looks a smile at her conclusion, then my face again directed to the lovely dame. Canto 29. Singing, as if enamored, she resumed, and closed the song, with blessed they whose sins are covered. Like the wood nymphs then, that tripped singly across the sylvan shadows, one eager to view and one to escape the sun. So moved she on, against the current, up the verdant rivage. I, her mincing step observing, with as tardy step pursued. Between us not 100 paces trod. The bank, on each side bending equally, gave me to face the orient. Nor our way far onward brought us, when to me at once she turned, and cried, my brother, look and hearken. And lo! A sudden lustre ran across through the great forest on all parts, so bright I doubted whether lightning were abroad. But that expiring ever in the spleen, that doth unfold it, and this during still, and waxing still in splendor, made me question what it might be, and a sweet melody ran through the luminous air. Then did I chide with warrantable zeal the hardihood of our first parent, for that there were earth stood in obedience to the heatheness, she only. Woman, the creature of an hour, endured not restraint of any veil, which had she borne devoutly. Joys, ineffable as these, had from the first, and long time since, been mine. While through that wilderness of primy sweets, that never fade, suspense I walked, and yet expectant of beatitude more high. Before us, like a blazing fire, the air under the green boughs glowed. And, for a song, distinct the sound of melody was heard. O ye thrice holy virgins! For your sakes, if e'er I suffered hunger, cold and watching, occasion calls on me to crave your bounty. Now through my breast let Helicon his stream pour copious, and Urania with her choir arise to aid me, while the verse unfolds things that do almost mock the grasp of thought. Onward a space, what seemed 7 trees of gold, the intervening distance to mine eye falsely presented. But when I was come so near them, that no lineament was lost of those, with which a doubtful object, seen remotely, plays on the misdeeming sense. Then did the faculty, that ministers discourse to reason, these for tapers of gold distinguish, and it singing trace the sound. Hosanna! Above, their beauteous garniture flammed with more ample luster than the moon through cloudless sky at midnight in her full. I turned me full of wonder to my guide, and he did answer with a countenance charged with no less amazement, whence my view reverted to those lofty things, which came so slowly moving towards us, that the bride would have outstripped them on her bridal day. The lady called aloud, why thus yet burns affection in thee for these living lights? And dost not look on that which follows them? I straightway marked a tribe behind them walk, as if attendant on their leaders, clothed with raiment of such whiteness, as on earth was never. On my left, the watery gleam borrowed, and gave me back, when there I looked, as in a mirror, my left side portrayed, when I had chosen on the river's edge such station, that the distance of the stream alone did separate me. There I stayed my steps for clearer prospect, and beheld the flames go onward, leaving, as they went, the air behind them painted as with trail of liveliest pencils. So distinct were marked all those 7 listed colors, whence the sun mocketh his bow, and Cynthia her zone. These streaming gonfalons did flow beyond my vision, and 10 paces, as I guess, parted the outermost. Beneath a sky so beautiful, came foul and 20 elders, by 2 and 2, with flowered Eleusis crowned. All sang one song, blessed be thou among the daughters of Adam, and thy loveliness blessed for ever. After that the flowers and the fresh herblets on the opposite brink were free from that elected race, as light in heaven doth second light, came after them. 4 animals, each crowned with verdurous leaf, with 6 wings each was plumbed, the plumage full of eyes, and eyes of Argus would be such were they endued with life. Reader, more rhymes will not waste in shadowing forth their form, for other need no straightens, that in this I may not give my bounty room. But read Ezekiel, for he paints them, from the north, how he beheld them come by Chebar's flood, in whirlwind, cloud and fire, and even such as thou shalt find them charactered by him. Here were they, save as to the penons. There. From him departing, John accords with me. The space, surrounded by the four, enclosed. A car triumphal, on 2 wheels it came. Drawn at a griffin's neck. And he above. Stretched either wing uplifted, tween the midst. And the 3 listed hues, on each side 3. So that the wings did cleave or injure none. And out of sight they rose. The members, far as he was bird, were golden. White the rest. With vermeil intervened. So beautiful. A car in Rome ne'er gracked Augustus' pomp. Or Africanus, e'en the suns itself. Were poor to this, that chariot of the sun. Erroneous, which in blazing ruin fell. At Tellus Praear devout. By the just doom. Mysterious of all-seeing Jove. 3 nymphs. At the right wheel, came circling in smooth dance. The one so ruddy, that her form had scarce been known within a furnace of clear flame. The next did look, as if the flesh and bones were emerald, snow new fallen seemed the third. Now seemed the white to lead, the ruddy now. And from her song who led, the others took their treasure, swift or slow. At th other wheel. A band quaternion, each in purple clad. Advanced with festal step, as of them one. The rest conducted, one, upon whose front 3 eyes were seen. In rear of all this group 2 old men I beheld, dissimilar. In raiment, but in port and gesture like. Solid and mainly grave. Of whom the one did show himself some favored counselor. Of the great cone, him, whom nature made to serve the costliest creature of her tribe. His fellow marked an opposite intent. Bearing a sword, whose glitterance and keen edge, e'en as I viewed it with the flood between, appalled me. Next 4 others I beheld. Of humble seeming, and, behind them all, one single old man, sleeping, as he came, with a shrewd visage. And these 7, each, like the first troop were habited, but wore no braid of lilies on their temples wreathed. Rather with roses and each vermeil flower. A sight, but little distant, might have sworn that they were all on fire above their brow. When as the car was o'er against me, straight was heard a thundering, at whose voice it seemed the chosen multitude were stayed, for there with the first ensigns, made they solemn halt. CANTO XXX. Soon as the polar light, which never knows setting nor rising, nor the shadowy veil of other cloud than sin, fair ornament of the first heave to duty each one there. Safely convoying, as that lower doth. The steersman to his port stood firmly fixed. Forthwith the saintly tribe, who in the van between the griffin and its radiance came, did turn them to the car, as to their rest. And one, as if commissioned from above, in holy chant thrice shorted forth aloud. Come, spouse, from Libanus. And all the rest took up the song, at the last audit so. The blessed shall rise, from forth his cavern each, uplifting lightly his new-vested flesh. As, on the sacred litter, at the voice authoritative of that elder, sprang 100 ministers and messengers of life eternal. Blessed thou, who comest. And, oh, they cried, from full hands scatter ye unwithering lilies, and, so saying, cast flowers overhead and round them on all sides. I have beheld, ere now, at break of day, the eastern clime all roseate, and the sky opposed, one deep and beautiful serene. And the sun's face so shaded, and with mists attempered at lids rising, that the eye Long while endured the sight, thus in a cloud of flowers, that from those hands angelic rose. And down, within and outside of the car, fell showering, in white veil with olive wreathed. A virgin in my view appeared. Beneath green mantle, robbed in hue of living flame. And o'er my spirit, that in former days within her presence had abode so long, no shuddering terror crept. Mine eyes no more had knowledge of her, yet there emoved from her a hidden virtue, at whose touch awact the power of ancient love was strong within me. No sooner on my vision streaming, smote the heavenly influence, which years past, and e'en in childhood, thrilled me, than towards Virgil I turned me to leftward, panting, like a babe that flees for refuge to his mother's breast. If aught have terrified or worked him woe, and would have cried, there is no dram of blood that doth not quiver in me. The old flame throws out clear tokens of reviving fire. But Virgil had bereaved us of himself. Virgil, my best-loved father. Virgil, he to whom I gave me up for safety, nor all, our prime mother lost, availed to save my undewed cheeks from blur of soiling tears. Dante, weep not, that Virgil leaves thee, nay. Weep thou not yet, behooves thee feel the edge of other sword, and thou shalt weep for that. As to the prow or stern, some admiral paces the deck, inspiriting his crew, when, mid the sail yards, all hands ply aloof. Thus on the left side of the car I saw, turning me at the sound of mine own name, which here I am compelled to register, the Virgin stationed, who before appeared, veiled in that festive shower angelical. Towards me, across the stream, she bent her eyes, though from her brow the veil descending, bound with foliage of Minerva, suffered not that I beheld her clearly. Then with act full royal, still insulting o'er her thrall, added, as one, who speaking keepeth back the bitterest saying, to conclude the speech. Observe me well. I am, in sooth, I am Beatrice. What? And hast thou deigned at last approach the mountain? Knewest not, O man, thy happiness is whole. Down fell mine eyes on the clear fount, but there, myself espying, recoiled, and sought the greensward. Such a weight of shame was on my forehead, with a mien of that stern majesty, which doth surround mother's presence to her awestruck child. She looked, a flavor of such bitterness was mingled in her pity. There her words break off, and suddenly the angels sang. In thee, O gracious Lord, my hope hath been, but went no farther than, thou, Lord, hast set my feet in ample room, as snow, that lies amidst the living rafters on the back of Italy congealed when drifted high, and closely pilled by rough Sclavonian blasts. Breathe but the land whereon no shadow falls, and straightway melting it distills away, like a fire-wasted taper. Thus was I, without a sigh or tear, or ever these did sing, that with the chiming of heaven's sphere, still in their warbling chime, but when the strain of dulcet symphony expressed for me their soft compassion, more than could the words. Virgin, why so consum'st him? Then the ice congealed about my bosom, turned itself to spirit and water, and with anguish forth gushed through the lips and eyelids from the heart. Upon the chariot's right edge still she stood, immovable, and thus addressed her words to those bright semblances with pity touched. Ye in eternal day your vigils keep, so that nor night nor slumber, with close stealth, conveys from you a single step in all the goings on of life. Thence with more heed I shape mine answer, for his ear intended. Who there stands weeping, that the sorrow now may equal the transgression? Not alone. Through operation of the mighty orbs, that mark each seed to some predestined aim. As with aspect or fortunate or ill, the constellations meet, but through benign largess of heavenly graces, which rain down from such a height as mocks our vision, this man was in the freshness of his being, so gifted virtually, that in him all better habits wondrously had thrived. The more of kindly strength is in the soil, so much doth evil seed and lack of culture mar it the more, and make it run to wildness. These looks sometime upheld him, for I showed my youthful eyes, and led him by their light in upright walking. Soon as I had reached the threshold of my second age, and chonged my mortal for immortal, then he left me, and gave himself to others. When from flesh to spirit I had risen, and increase of beauty and of virtue circled me, I was less dear to him, and valued less. His steps were turned into deceitful ways, following false images of good, that make no promise perfect, nor availed me aught to sue for inspirations, with the which I, both in dreams of night, and otherwise, did call him back. Of them so little recked him, such depth he fell, that all device was short of his preserving, save that he should view the children of perdition. To this end I visited the purlieus of the dead, and one, who hath conducted him thus high, received my supplications urged with weeping. It were a breaking of God's high decree, if Lethe should be passed, and such food tasted, without the cost of some repentant tear. Canto 31. O thou! Her words she thus without delay resuming, turned their point on me, to whom they but with lateral edge seemed harsh before. Say thou, who standst beyond the holy stream, if this be true, a charge so grievous needs thine own avowal. On my faculty such strange amazement hung, the voice expired, imperfect, ere its organs gave it birth. A little space refraining, then she spake. What dost thou muse on? Answer me. The wave on thy remembrances of evil yet hath done no injury. A mingled sense of fear and of confusion, from my lips, did such a produce, as needed help of vision to interpret, as when breaks in act to be discharged, a crossbow bent beyond its pitch, both nerve and bow o'erstretched. The flagging weapon feebly hits the mark. Thus, tears and sighs forth gushing, did I burst beneath the heavy load, and thus my voice was slackened on its way. She straight began. When my desire invited thee to love the good, which sets a bound to our aspirings, what bar of thwarting fosse or linked chain did meet thee, that thou so shouldst quit the hope of further progress? Or what bait of ease or promise of allurement led thee on elsewhere, that thou elsewhere shouldst rather wait? A bitter sigh I drew, then scarce found voice to answer. Hardly to these sounds my lips gave utterance, wailing, thy fair looks withdrawn, things present, with deceitful pleasures, turned my steps aside. She answering spake, hadst thou been silent, or denied what thou avowest, thou hadst not hid thy sin the more, such I observes it. But whene'er the sinner's cheek breaks forth into the precious streaming tears of self-accusing, in our court the wheel of justice doth run counter to the edge. How that thou mayst profit by thy shame for errors past, and that henceforth more strength may arm thee, when thou hear'st the siren voice Lay thou aside the motive to this grief, and lend attentive ear, while I unfold how opposite a way my buried flesh should have impelled thee. Never didst thou spy in art or nature aught so passing sweet, as were the limbs, that in their beauteous frame enclosed me, and are scattered now in dust. If sweetest thing thus failed thee with my death, what, afterward, of mortal should thy wish have tempted, when thou first hadst felt the dart of perishable things, in my departing? For better realms, thy wing thou shouldst have prunned, to follow me, and never stooped again to bite a second blow for a slight girl, or other god as transient and as vain. The new and inexperienced bird awaits, twice it may be, or thrice, the fowler's aim. But in the sight of one, whose plumes are full, in vain the net is spread, the arrow winged. I stood, as children silent and ashamed stand, listening, with their eyes upon the earth, acknowledging their fault and self-condemned. And she resumed, if, but to hear thus pains thee, raise thou thy beard, and lo, what sight shall do? With less reluctance yields a sturdy home, rent from its fibers by a blast, that blows from off the pole, or from Yarba's land. Then I at her behest my visage rised, and thus the face denoting by the beard, I marked the secret sting her words conveyed. No sooner lifted I mine aspect up, then downward sunk that vision I beheld, of goodly creatures vanish, and mine eyes, yet unassured and wavering, bent their light on Beatrice, towards the animal, who joins two natures in one form. She turned, and, even under shadow of her veil, and parted by the verdant rill, that flowed between, in loveliness appeared as much her former self surpassing, as on earth all others she surpassed. Remorseful goads shot sudden through me, each thing else, the more its love had late beguiled me, now the more I was loathsome. On my heart so keenly smote the bitter consciousness, that on the ground o'erpowered I fell, and what my state was then, she knows who was the cause. When now my strength flowed back, returning outward from the heart, the lady, whom alone I first had seen, I found above me. Loose me not, she cried. Loose not thy hold, and lo, had dragged me high as to my neck into the stream, while she, still as she drew me after, swept along, swift as a shuttle, bounding o'er the wave. The blessed shore approaching then was heard, so sweetly, to asperges me, that I may not remember, much less tell the sound. The beauteous dame, her arms expanding, clasped my temples, and emerged me, where tea was fit. The wave should drench me, and thence raising up, within the fourfold dance of lovely nymphs, presented me so laved, and with their arm they each did cover me. Here are we nymphs, and in the heaven are stars, or ever earth was visited of Beatrice, we, appointed for her handmaids, tended on her. We to her eyes will lead thee, but the light of gladness that is in them, well to scan. Those yonder three, of deeper ken than ours, thy sight shall quicken. Thus began their song. And then they led me to the griffin's breast, while, turned toward us, Beatrice stood. Spare not thy vision. We have stationed thee before the emeralds, whence love erewhile hath drawn his weapons on thee. As they spake, 1,000 fervent wishes riveted mine eyes upon her beaming eyes, that stood still fixed toward the griffin motionless. As the sun strikes a mirror, even thus within those orbs the twofold being shone, forever varying, in one figure now reflected, now in other. Reader. Muse. How wondrous in my sight it seemed to mark. A thing, albeit steadfast in itself. Yet in its imag semblance mutable. Full of amaze, and joyous, while my soul, fed on the viand, whereof still desire, grows with satiety, the other three. With gesture, that declared a loftier line. Advanced, to their own carol on they came. Dancing in festive ring angelical. Turn, Beatrice, was their song, O turn thy saintly sight on this thy faithful one, who to behold thee many a wearisome pace hath measured. Gracious at our prayer vouchsafe. Unveil to him thy cheeks, that he may mark thy second beauty, now concealed. O splendor! O sacred light eternal! Who is he? So pale with musing in Pyrean shades? Or with that fount so lavishly imbued? Whose spirit should not fail him in thsa to represent thee such as thou didst seem, when under cope of the still chiming heaven thou gav'st to open air thy charms revealed. Canto 32. Mine eyes with such an eager coveting were bent to rid them of their 10 years' thirst. No other sense was waking, and e'en they were faint on either side from heat of aught, so tangled in its customed toils that smile of saintly brightness drew me to itself. When forcibly toward the left my sight the sacred virgins turned, for from their lips I heard the warning sounds, too fixed a gaze. Awhile my vision labored, as when late upon the o'er-strained eyes the sun hath smote. But soon to lesser object, as the view was now recovered, lesser in respect to that excess of sensible, whence late I had perforce been sundered, on their right. I marked that glorious army wheel, and turn against the sun and sevenfold lights, their front. As when, their bucklers for protection riced. A well-ranged troop, with portly banners curled, will circling, ere the whole can change their ground. E'en thus the goodly regiment of heathen proceeding, all did pass us. Ere the car had slopped his beam, attendant at the wheels, the damsels turned, and on the griffin moved the sacred burden with a pace so smooth, no feather on him trembled. The fair dame, who through the wave had drawn me, companied by Statius and myself, pursued the wheel, whose orbit, rolling, marked a lesser arch. Through the high wood, now void, the more her blame, who by the serpent was beguiled, I passed with step in cadence to the harmony angelic. Onward had we moved, as far perchance as arrow at 3 several flights. Full-winged had sped, when from her station down descended Beatrice. With one voice all murmured, Adam, circling next a plant, despoiled of flowers and leaf on every bough. Its tresses, spreading more as more they rose, were such, as, midst their forest wilds for height, the Indians might have gazed at. Blessed thou, Griffin, whose beak hath never plucked that tree. Pleasant to taste, for hence the appetite was warped to evil. Round the stately trunk thus shouted forth the rest, to whom returned the animal twice gendered, yea, for so the generation of the just are saved. And turning to the chariot pole, to foot, he drew it of the widowed branch, and bound there left unto the stalk whereon it grew. As when large floods of radiance from above stream with that radiance mingled, which ascends next after setting of the scaly sign. Our plants then burgeon, and each wears anew his wonted colors, ere the sun have yacht beneath another star his flamy steeds, thus putting forth a hue, more faint than rose, and deeper than the violet, was renewed. The plant, erewhile in all its branches bare, unearthly was the hymn, which then arose. I understood it not, nor to the end. Endured the harmony. Had I the skill to pencil forth, how clost th unpitying eyes slumbering, when syrinx warbled, eyes that paid so dearly for their watching, then like painter, that with a model paints, I might design the manner of my falling into sleep. But fain who will the slumber cunningly, I pass it by to when I whacked, and tell how suddenly a flash of splendor rent the curtain of my sleep, and one cries out, Arise, what dost thou? As the chosen three, on Tabor's mount, admitted to behold the blossoming of that fair tree, whose fruit is coveted of angels, and doth make perpetual feast in heaven, to themselves, returning at the word, whence deeper sleeps were broken, that they their tribe diminished saw, both Moses and Elias gone, and chonged the stole their master wore. Thus to myself returning, over me beheld I stand the piteous one, who crossed the stream had brought my steps. And where, all doubting, I exclaimed, Is Beatrice? See her, she replied, beneath the fresh leaf seated on its root. Behold th associate choir that circles her. The others, with a melody more sweet and more profound, journeying to higher realms, upon the griffin tend. If there her words were clost, I know not. But mine eyes had now ta'en view of her, by whom all other thoughts were barred admittance. On the very ground alone she sat, as she had there been left a guard upon the wain, which I beheld bound to the twiform beast. The 7 nymphs did make themselves a cloister round about her, and in their hands upheld those lights secure from blast septentrion and the gusty south. A little while thou shalt be forester here, and citizen shalt be forever with me of that true Rome, wherein Christ dwells a Roman. To profit the misguided world, keep now thine eyes upon the car, and what thou sayest, take heed thou write, returning to that place. Thus Beatrice, at whose feet inclined, devout, at her behest, my thought and eyes, I, as she bade, directed. Never fire. With so swift motion, forth a stormy cloud leaped downward from the welkin's farthest bound. As I beheld the bird of Jove descending, pounce on the tree, and, as he rushed, the rind disparting crush beneath him buds much more, and leaflets on the car with all his might. He struck, whence, staggering like a ship, it reeled at random drive-in, to starboard now, o'ercome, and now to larboard, by the vaulting waves. Next springing up into the chariot's womb, a fox I saw, with hunger seeming pinned of all good food. But, for his ugly sins, the saintly maid rebuking him, away scampering he turned, fast as his hidebound corpse would bear him. Next, from whence before he came, I saw the eagle dart into the hull car, and leave it with his feathers lind. And then a voice, like that which issues forth from heart with sorrow rived, did issue forth from heaven, and, O poor bark of mine, it cried, how badly art thou freighted. Then, it seemed that the earth opened between either wheel, and I beheld a dragon issue thence, that through the chariot fixed his forked train, and like a wasp that draggeth back the sting, so drawing forth his baleful train, he dragged part of the bottom forth, and went his way, exulting. What remained, as lively turf with green herb, so did clothe itself with plumes, which haply had with purpose chaste and kind been offered, and therewith were clothed the wheels, both one and other, and the beam, so quickly A sigh were not breathed sooner. Thus transformed, the holy structure, through its several parts, did put forth heads, 3 on the beam, and 1 on every side. The first like oxen horned, but with a single horn upon their front. The 4 like monster sight hath never seen. O'er it methought there sat, secure as rock, on mountain's lofty top, a shameless whore, whose ken roved loosely round her. At her side, as were that none might bear her off, I saw a giant stand, and ever, and anon, they mingled kisses. But, her lustful eyes, chancing on me to wander, that fell minion scourged her from head to foot all o'er. Then full of jealousy, and fierce with rage, unloosed the monster, and dragged on, so far across the forest, that from me its shades alone shielded the harlot and the new-formed brute. Canto 33. The heathen, Lord, are come, responsive thus. The trinal now, and now the virgin band, quaternion, their sweet psalmody began. Weeping, and Beatrice listened, sad and sighing, to the song, in such a mood, that Mary, as she stood beside the cross, was scarce more charmed. But when they gave her place to speak, then, risen upright on her feet, she, with a color glowing bright as fire, did answer, yet a little while, and ye shall see me not, and, my beloved sisters, again a little while, and ye shall see me. Before her then she marshalled all the 7. And, beckoning only motioned me, the dame, and that remaining sage, to follow her. So on she passed, and had not set, I ween, her 10th step to the ground, when with mine eyes her eyes encountered, and, with visage mild, so mend thy pace, she cried, that if my words address thee, thou mayst still be aptly placked to hear them. Soon as duly to her side I now had hastened, brother, she began, why makest thou no attempt at questioning? As thus we walk together, like to those who, speaking with too reverent an awe, before their betters, draw not forth the voice alive unto their lips, befell me shall, that I in sounds imperfect thus began. Lady, what I have need of, that thou know'st, and what will suit my need. She answering thus, of fearfulness and shame, I will, that thou henceforth do rid thee, that thou speak no more as one who dreams. Thus far be taught of me. The vessel, which thou saw'st the serpent break, was and is not, let him, who hath the blame, hope not to scare God's vengeance with a sop. Without an heir for ever shall not be. That eagle, he, who left the chariot plumbed, which monster made it first and next a prey. Plainly I view, and therefore speak, the stars, e'en now approaching, whose conjunction, free from all impediment and bar, brings on a season, in the which, one sent from God, 500, 5, and 10, do mark him out. That foul one, and accomplice of her guilt, the giant, both shall slay. And if perchance my saying, dark as Themis or as Sphinx, fail to persuade thee, since like them it foils the intellect with blindness, yet ere long events shall be the naiads, that will solve this knotty riddle, and no damage light on flock or field. Take heed, and as these words by me are uttered, teach them even so to those who live that life, which is a race to death, and when thou writ'st them, keep in mind not to conceal how thou hast seen the plant that twice hath now been spoiled. This whoso robs, this whoso plucks, with blasphemy of deed, sins against God, who for his use alone creating hallowed it. For taste of this. In pain and in desire, 5,000 years. And upward, the first soul did yearn for him. Who punished in himself the fatal gust. Thy reason slumbers, if it deem this height. And summit thus inverted of the plant. Without due cause, and were not vainer thoughts. As Elsa's numbing waters, to thy soul. And their fond pleasures had not dyed it dark. As Pyramus the mulberry, thou hadst seen. In such momentous circumstance alone. God's equal justice morally implied. In the forbidden tree. But since I mark thee. In understanding hardened into stone. And, to that hardness, spotted too and stained. So that thine eye is dazzled at my word. I will, that, if not written, yet at least. Painted thou take it in thee, for the cause. That one brings home his staff enwreathed with palm. I thus, as wax by seal, that changeth not. Its impress, now is stamped my brain by thee. But wherefore soars thy wished for speech so high? Beyond my sight, that loses it the more. The more it strains to reach it. To the end. That thou mayst know, she answered straight, the school. That thou hast followed. And how far behind? When following my discourse, its learning halts. And mayst behold your art, from the divine. As distant, as the disagreement is. Twixt earth and heaven's most high and rapturous orb. I not remember, I replied, that ere. I was estranged from thee, nor for such fault. Doth conscience chide me? Smiling she returned. If thou canst, not remember, call to mind. How lately thou hast drunk of Lethe's wave. And, sure as smoke doth indicate a flame. In that forgetfulness itself conclude. Blame from thy alienated will incurred. From henceforth verily my words shall be. As naked as will suit them to appear. In thy unpracticed view. More sparkling now. And with retarded course the sun possessed. The circle of midday, that varies still. As th aspect varies of each several clime. When, as one, sent in vaward of a troop. For escort, pauses. If perchance he spy. Vestige of somewhat strange and rare, so poused. The sevenfold band, arriving at the verge. Of a dun umbrage hoar, such as is seen. Beneath green leaves and gloomy branches, oft. To overbrow a bleak and alpine cliff. And, where they stood, before them, as it seemed. Tigris and Euphrates both beheld. Forth from one fountain issue, and, like friends. Linger at parting. O enlightening beam! O glory of our kind! Beseech thee say. What water this, which from one source derived? Itself removes to distance from itself? To such entreaty answer thus was made. Entreat Matilda, that she teach thee this. And here, as one, who clears himself of blame. Imputed, the fair dame returned, of me. He this and more hath learnt, and I am safe. That Lethe's water hath not hid it from him. And Beatrice, some more pressing care. That oft the memory reaves, perchance hath made. His mind's eye dark. But lo! Where you know cows. Lead thither, and, as thou art wont, revive. His fainting virtue. As a courteous spirit. That proffers no excuses, but as soon. As he hath token of another's will. Makes it his own. When she had ta'en me, thus. The lovely maiden moved her on, and called. To Statius with an air most ladylike. Come thou with him. Were further space allowed. Then, reader, might I sing, though but in part. That beverage, with whose sweetness I had ne'er been sated. But, since all the leaves are full, appointed for this second strain, mine art with warning bridle checks me. I returned from the most holy wave, regenerate. If then as new plants renewed with foliage new, pure and made apt for mounting to the stars. Paradise. Canto I. His glory, by whose might all things are moved, pierces the universe, and in one part sheds more resplendence, elsewhere less. In XVIII, that largeliest of his light partakes, was I, witness of things, which to relate again, surpasseth power of him who comes from thence. For that, so near approaching its desire, our intellect is to such depth absorbed, that memory cannot follow. Nathless all, that in my thoughts I of that sacred realm could store, shall now be matter of my song. Benign Apollo, this last labor aid, and make me such a vessel of thy worth, as thy own laurel claims of me beloved. Thus far hath one of steep Parnassus' brows suffoced me. Henceforth there is need of both. For my remaining enterprise do thou enter into my bosom, and there breathe. So, as when Marsyas by thy hand was dragged forth from his limbs unsheathed. O power divine! If thou to me of shine impart so much, that of that happy realm the shadowed form tracked in my thoughts I may set forth to view, thou shalt behold me of thy favored tree come to the foot, and crown myself with leaves. For to that honor thou, and my high theme, will fit me. If but seldom, mighty sire, to grace his triumph gathers thence a wreath. Caesar or bard, more shame for human wills depraved, joy to the Delphic god must spring. From the Pyrean foliage, when one breast is with such thirst inspurred, from a small spark great flame hath risen, after me perchance. Others with better voice may pray, and gain from the Syrian city answer kind. Through diver passages, the world's bright lamp rises to mortals, but through that which joins for circles with the threefold cross, in best course, and in happiest constellation set. He comes, and to the worldly wax best gives its temper and impression. Morning there. Here eve was by almost such passage made, and whiteness had o'erspread that hemisphere. Blackness the other part, when to the left I saw Beatrice turned, and on the sun gazing, as never eagle fixed his ken. As from the first a second beam is wont to issue, and reflected upwards rise, e'en as a pilgrim bent on his return. So of her act, that through the eyesight passed into my fancy, mine was formed. And straight, beyond our mortal wont, I fixed mine eyes upon the sun. Much is allowed us there, that here exceeds our power. Thanks to the place made for the dwelling of the human kind. I suffered it not long, and yet so long, that I beheld it bickering sparks around, as iron that comes boiling from the fire. And suddenly upon the day appeared a day new risen, as he, who hath the power, had with another sun bedecked the sky. Her eyes fast fixed on the eternal wheels, Beatrice stood unmoved, and I with ken fixed upon her, from upward gaze removed. At her aspect, such inwardly became, as Glaucus, when he tasted of the herb that made him peer among the ocean gods. Words may not tell of that transhuman change, and therefore let the example serve, though weak, for those whom grace hath better proof in store. If I were only what thou didst create, then newly, love, by whom the heathen is arguelled, thou know'st, who by thy light didst bear me up, when as the wheel which thou dost ever guide, desired spirit, with its harmony, tempered of thee and measured, charmed mine ear. Then seemed to me so much of heathen to blaze with the sun's flame, that rain or flood ne'er made a lake so broad. The newness of the sound, And that great light, inflamed me with desire. Keener than e'er was felt, to know their cause. Whence she who saw me, clearly as myself. To calm my troubled mind, before I asked. Opened her lips, and gracious thus began. With false imagination thou thyself makes dull, so that thou sayest not the thing which thou hadst seen. Had that been shaken off, thou art not on the earth as thou believest. For lightning scapt from its own proper place ne'er ran, as thou hast hither now returned. Although divested of my first doubt, by those brief words, accompanied with smiles, yet in new doubt was I entangled more. And said, already satisfied, I rest from admiration deep. But now admire how I above those lighter bodies rise. Whence, after utterance of a piteous sigh, she towards me bent her eyes, with such a look as on her frenzied child a mother casts. Then thus began, among themselves all things have order. And from hence the form, which makes the universe resemble God. In this, the higher creatures see the printed steps of that eternal worth, which is the end, whither the line is drawn. All natures lean in this their order, diversely, some more, some less approaching to their primal source. Thus they to different havens are moved on, through the vast sea of being, and each one with instinct given, that bears it in its course. This to the lunar sphere directs the fire. This prompts the hearts of mortal animals. This the brute earth together knits, and binds. Nor only creatures, void of intellect, are aimed at by this bow. But even those that have intelligence and love, are pirked. That Providence, who so well orders all, with her own light makes ever calm the heaven, in which the substance, that hath greatest speed, is turned, and thither now, as to our seat predestined, we are carried by the force of that strong cord, that never looses dart, but at fair aim and glad. Yet is it true, that as ofttimes but ill accords the form to the design of art, through sluggishness of unreplying matter, so this course is sometimes quitted by the creature, who hath power, directed thus, to bend elsewhere. As from a cloud the fire is seen to fall, from its original impulse warped, to earth, by vicious fondness. Thou no more admire thy soaring, if I rightly deem, then lapse of torrent downwards from a mountain's height. There would in thee for wonder be more cause, if, free of hindrance, thou hadst fixed thyself below, like fire unmoving on the earth. So said, she turned toward the heathen her face. Canto II. All ye, who in small bark have following sailed, eager to listen, on the advent-roused track of my proud keel, that singing cuts its way, backward return with speed, and your own shores revisit, nor put out to open sea, where losing me, perchance ye may remain, bewildered in deep maze. The way I pass ne'er yet was run, Minerva breathes the gale, Apollo guides me, and another 9. To my rapt sight the arctic beams reveal. Ye other few, who have outstretched the neck, timely for food of angels, on which here they live, yet never know satiety. Through the deep brine ye fearless may put out your vessel, marking, well the furrow broad before you in the wave, that on both sides equal returns. Those, glorious, who passed o'er to Colchos, wondered not as ye will do, when they saw Jason following the plough. The increate perpetual thirst, that draws toward the realm of God's own form, bore us swift almost as the heaven ye behold. Beatrice upward gazed, and I on her. And in such space as on the notch a dart is placked, then loosened flies, I saw myself arrived, where wandrouse thing ingagged my sight. Whence she, to whom no work of mine was hid, turning to me, with aspect glad as fair, bespake me, gratefully direct thy mind to God, through whom to this first star we come. Me seemed as if a cloud had covered us, translucent, solid, firm, and polished bright, like adamant, which the sun's beam had smit. Within itself the ever-during pearl received us, as the wave a ray of light receives, and rests unbroken. If I then was of corporeal frame, and it transcend our weaker thought, how one dimension thus another could endure, which needs must be. If body enter body, how much more must the desire inflame us to behold that essence, which discovers by what means God and our nature joined. There will be seen that which we hold through faith, not shown by proof, but in itself intelligibly plain, e'en as the truth that man at first believes. I answered, Lady, I with thoughts devout, such as I best can frame, give thanks to him who hath removed me from the mortal world. But tell, I pray thee, whence the gloomy spots upon this body, which below on earth give rise to talk of Cain in fabling quaint. She somewhat smiled, then spake, if mortals err in their opinion, when the key of sense unlocks not, surely wonder's weapon keen ought not to pierce thee, since thou find'st the wings of reason to pursue the senses' flight are short. But what thy own thought is, declare. Then I, what various here above appears, is caused, I deem, by bodies dense or rare. She then resumed, thou certainly wilt see in falsehood thy belief o'erwhelmed, if well thou listen to the arguments, which I shall bring to face it. The eighth sphere displays numberless lights, the which in kind and size may be remarked of different aspects. If rare or dense of that were cause alone, one single virtue then would be in all alike distributed, or more, or less. Different virtues needs must be the fruits of formal principles, and these, save one, will by thy reasoning be destroyed. Beside, if rarity were of that dusk the cause, which thou inquirest either in some part, that planet must throughout be void, nor fed with its own matter, or, as bodies share their fat and leanness, in like manner this must in its volume change the leaves. The first, if it were true, had through the sun's eclipse been manifested, by transparency of light, as through aught rare beside Ephest. But this is not. Therefore remains to see the other cause, and if the other fall erroneous, so must prove what seemed to thee. If not from side to side this rarity pass through, there needs must be a limit, whence its contrary no further lets it pass. And hence the beam, that from without proceeds, must be poured back, as color comes, through glass reflected, which behind it lead conceals. Now wilt thou say, that they're of murkier hue than in the other part the ray is shown, by being thence refracted farther back. From this perplexity will free thee soon. Experience, if thereof thou trial make, the fountain whence your arts derive their stream. 3 mirrors shalt thou take, and 2 remove from thee alike, and more remote the third. Betwixt the former pair, shall meet thine eyes. Then turn toward them, 'cause behind thy back a light to stand, that on the 3 shall shine, and thus reflected come to thee from all, though that beheld most distant do not stretch a space so ample, yet in brightness thou will own it equaling the rest. But now, as under snow the ground, if the warm ray smites it, remains dismantled of the hue, and cold, that covered it before, so thee. Dismantled in thy mind, I will inform. With light so lively, that the tremulous beam shall quiver where it falls. Within the heaven, where peace divine inhabits, circles round. A body, in whose virtue dies the being of all that it contains. The following heaven, that hath so many lights, this being divides through different essences, from it distinct, and yet contained within it. The other orbs, their separate distinctions variously dispose, for their own seed and produce apt. Thus do these organs of the world proceed, as thou beholdest now, from step to step. Their influences from above deriving, and thence transmitting downwards. Mark me well, how through this passage to the truth I ford. The truth thou lovest, that thou henceforth alone mayst know to keep the shallows, safe, untold. The virtue and motion of the sacred orbs, as mallet by the workman's hand, must needs by blessed movers be inspurred. This heaven, made beauteous by so many luminaries, from the deep spirit, that moves its circling sphere, its image takes an impress as a seal, and as the soul, that dwells within your dust, through members different, yet together formed, in different powers resolves itself. E'en so, the intellectual efficacy unfolds its goodness multiplied throughout the stars, on its own unity revolving still. Different virtue compact different, makes with the precious body it enlivens, with which it knits, as life in you is knit. From its original nature full of joy, the virtue mingled through the body shines, as joy through pupil of the living eye. From hence proceeds, that which from light to light seems different, and not from dense or rare. This is the formal cause, that generates, proportion to its power, the dusk or clear. Canto III. That sun, which erst with love my bosom warmed, had of fair truth unveiled the sweet aspect, by proof of right, and of the false reproof. And I, to own myself convinced and free of doubt, as much as needed, raised my head erect for speech. But soon a sight appeared, which, so intent to mark it, held me fixed. That of confession I no longer thought, as through translucent and smooth glass, or wave, clear and unmoved, and flowing not so deep, as that its bed is dark, the shape returns, so faint of our impictured lineaments, that on white forehead set a pearl as strong, comes to the eye. Such saw I many a face, all stretched to speak, from whence I straight conceived delusion opposite to that, which rised between the man and fountain, amorous flame. Sudden, as I perceived them, deeming these reflected semblances to see of whom they were, I turned mine eyes, and nothing saw. Then turned them back, directed on the light of my sweet guide, who smiling shot forth beams from her celestial eyes. Wonder not thou, she cried, at this my smiling, when I see thy childish judgment, since not yet on truth it rests the foot, but, as it still is wont, makes thee fall back in unsound vacancy. True substances are these, which thou beholdst hither through failure of their vow exiled. But speak thou with them, listen, and believe that the true light, which fills them with desire, permits not from its beams their feet to stray straight to the shadow which for converse seemed most earnest. I addressed me, and began, as one by overeagerness perplexed. O Spirit, born for joy, who in the rays of life eternal, of that sweetness knowst the flavor, which, not tasted, passes far all apprehension, me it well would please, if thou wouldst tell me of thy name, and this your station here, whence she, with kindness prompt, And eyes glistening with smiles, our charity. To any wish by justice introduct. Bars not the door, no more than she above. Who would have all her court be like herself? I was a virgin sister in the earth. And if thy mind observe me well, this form, with such addition gracked of loveliness, will not conceal me long, but thou wilt know. Picarda, in the tardiest sphere thus placked. Here, mid these other blessed also blessed. Our hearts, whose high affections burn alone. With pleasure, from the Holy Spirit conceived. Admitted to his order dwell in joy. And this condition, which appears so low, is for this cause assigned us, that our vows were in some part neglected and made void. Whence I to her replied, something divine beams in your countenance, wanderhouse fair. From former knowledge quite transmuting you. Therefore to recollect was I so slow. But what thou saidst hath to my memory given now such aid, that to retrace your forms is easier. Yet inform me, ye, who here are happy, long ye for a higher place, more to behold, and more in love to dwell. She with those other spirits gently smilled. Then answered with such gladness, that she seemed with love's first flame to glow, brother. Our will is in composure settled by the power of charity, who makes us will alone what we possess, and not beyond desire. If we should wish to be exalted more, then must our wishes jar with the high will of him, who sets us here, which in these orbs thou wilt confess not possible, if here to be in charity must needs befall. And if her nature well thou contemplate, rather it is inherent in this state of blessedness, to keep ourselves within the divine will, by which our wills with his are one. So that as we from step to step are placked throughout this kingdom, pleases all. E'en as our King, who in us plants his will. And in his will is our tranquility. It is the mighty ocean, whither tends whatever it creates and nature makes. Then saw I clearly how each spot in heaven is paradise, though with like gracious dew the supreme virtue show are not over all. But as it chances, if one sort of food hath satiated, and of another still the appetite remains, that this is asked, and thanks for that returned. E'en so did I. In word and motion, bent from her to learn what web it was, through which she had not drawn the shuttle to its point. She thus began. Exalted worth and perfectness of life, the lady higher up in shrine in heaven, by whose pure laws upon your nether earth the robe and veil they wear, to that intent, that e'en till death they may keep watch or sleep with their great bridegroom, who accepts each vow which to his gracious pleasure love conforms. From the world, to follow her, when young, escaped, and, in her vesture mantling me, made promise of the way her sect enjoins. Thereafter men, for ill than good more apt, forth snatched me from the pleasant cloisters pale. God knows how after that my life was framed. This other splendid shape, which thou beholdst at my right side, burning with all the light of this our orb, what of myself I tell, may to herself apply. From her, like me, a sister, with like violence were torn the saintly folds, that shaded her fair brows, e'en when she to the world again was brought, in spite of her own will and better wont. Yet not for that the bosom's inward veil did she renounce. This is the luminary of mighty Constance, who from that loud blast which blew the second over Swabia's realm, that power product, which was the third and last, she ceased from further talk, and then began Ave Maria, singing, and with that song vanished, as heavy substance through deep wave. Mine eye, that far as it was capable, pursued her, when in dimness she was lost, turned to the mark where greater want impelled, and bent on Beatrice all its gaze. But she as lightning beamed upon my looks, so that the sight sustained it not at first. Whence I to question her became less prompt. Canto 4. Between two kinds of food, both equally remote and tempting, first a man might die of hunger, ere he one could freely choose. E'en so would stand a lamb between them all. Of two fierce wolves, in dread of both alike. E'en so between two deer a dog would stand. Wherefore, if I was silent, fault nor praise I to myself impute, by equal doubts, held in suspense. Since of necessity it happened. Silent was I, yet desire was painted in my looks, and thus I spake my wish more earnestly than language could. As Daniel, when the haughty king he freed from ire, that spurred him on to deeds unjust and violent, so looked Beatrice then. Well I discern, she thus her words addressed. How contrary desires each way constrain thee, so that thy anxious thought is in itself bound up and stifled, nor breathes freely forth. Thou arguest, if the good intent remain, what reason that another's violence should stint the measure of my fair desert? 'Cause too thou find'st for doubt, in that it seems that spirits to the stars, as Plato deemed, return. These are the questions which thy will urge equally, and therefore I the first of that will treat which hath the more of gall. Of seraphim he who is most enskied, Moses and Samuel, and either John. Choose which thou wilt, nor even Mary's self have not in any other heaven their seats. Then have those spirits which so late thou saw'st, nor more or fewer years exist, but all make the first circle beauteous, diversely partaking of sweet life, as more or less afflation of eternal bliss pervades them. Here were they shown thee, not that fate assigns this for their sphere, but for a sign to thee of that celestial furthest from the height. Thus needs, that ye may apprehend, we speak. Since from things sensible alone ye learn that, which digested rightly after turns to intellectual, for no other cause. The Scripture, condescending graciously to your perception, hands and feet to God attributes, nor so means, and Holy Church doth represent with human countenance Gabriel, and Michael, and him who made Tobias whole. Unlike what here thou sayest, the judgment of Timaeus, who affirms each soul restored to its particular star, believing it to have been taken thence when nature gave it to inform her mold. Since to appearance his intention is e'en what his words declare, or else to shun derision, haply thus he hath disquised his true opinion. If his meaning be that to the influencing of these orbs revert the honor and the blame in human acts, perchance he doth not wholly miss the truth. This principle, not understood aright, erewhile perverted well nigh all the world, so that it fell to fabled names of Jove, and Mercury, and Mars. That other doubt, which moves thee, is less harmful, for it brings no peril of removing thee from me. That, to the eye of man, our justice seems unjust, is argument for faith, and not for heretic declension. To the end this truth may stand more clearly in your view, I will content thee even to thy wish. If violence be, when that which suffers, not consents to that which forceth, not for this these spirits stood exculpate. For the will that will not, still survives unquenched, and doth as nature doth in fire, though violence rest it 1,000 times, for, if it yield or more or less, so far it follows force. And thus did these, whom they had power to seek. The hallowed place again. In them, had will been perfect, such as once upon the bars held Lawrence firm, or wrought in Scaevola. To his own hand remorseless, to the path whence they were drawn, their steps had hastened back. When liberty returned, but in too few resolve so steadfast dwells. And by these words, if duly wait, that argument is void, which oft might have perplexed thee still. But now, another question thwarts thee, which to solve might try thy patience without better aid. I have, no doubt, instilled into thy mind that blessed spirit may not lie, since near the source of primal truth it dwells for aye. And thou mightst after of Piccarda learn that Constance held affection to the veil, so that she seems to contradict me here. Not seldom, brother, it hath chanced for men to do what they had gladly left undone. Yet to shun peril they have done amiss. E'en as Alcmaeon, at his father's suit, slew his own mother, so made pitiless. Not to lose pity. On this point bethink thee, that force and will are blended in such wise as not to make the offense excusable. Absolute will agrees not to the wrong. That inasmuch as there is fear of woe from non-compliance, it agrees of will. Thus absolute Piccarda spake, and I of th other, so that both have truly said. Such was the flow of that pure rill, that welled from forth the fountain of all truth, and such the rest, that to my wondering thoughts I found. O thou of primal love the prime delight, Goddess, I straight replied, whose lively words still shed new heat and vigor through my soul. Affection fails me to requite thy grace with equal sum of gratitude, be his to recompense, who sees and can reward thee. Well I discern, that by that truth alone, enlightened, beyond which no truth may roam, our mind can satisfy her thirst to know. Therein she resteth, e'en as in his lair. The wild beast, soon as she hath reached that bound, and she hath power to reach it, else desire were given to no end. And thence doth doubt spring, like a shoot, around the stalk of truth. And it is nature which from height to height on to the summit prompts us. This invites. This doth assure me, lady, reverently, to ask thee of other truth, that yet is dark to me. I fain would know, if man by other works well done may so supply the failure of his vows, that in your scale they lack not weight. I spake, and on me straight Beatrice looked with eyes that shot forth sparks of love celestial in such copious stream, that, virtue sinking in me overpowered, I turned, and downward bent confused my sight. Canto V. If beyond earthly wont, the flame of love illume me, so that I o'ercome thy power of vision, marvel not, but learn the cause. In that perfection of the sight, which soon as apprehending, hasteneth on to reach the good it apprehends, I well discern how in thine intellect already shines the light eternal, which to view alone ne'er fails to kindle love, and if aught else your love seduces, 'tis but that it shows some ill-marked vestige of that primal beam. This wouldst thou know, if failure of the vow by other service may be so supplied as from self-question to assure the soul. Thus she her words, not heedless of my wish, began. And thus, as one who breaks not off discourse, continued in her saintly strain. Supreme of gifts which God creating gave, of his free bounty, sign most evident of goodness, and in his account most prized, was liberty of will, the boon wherewith all intellectual creatures, and them soul, he hath endowed. Hence now thou mayst infer of what high worth the vow, which so is framed, that when man offers, God well pleased accepts. For in the compact between God and him, this treasure, such as I describe it to thee, he makes the victim, and of his own act. What compensation therefore may he find? If that, whereof thou hast oblation made, by using well thou think'st to consecrate, thou wouldst of theft do charitable deed. Thus I resolve thee of the greater point. But forasmuch as Holy Church, herein dispensing, seems to contradict the truth, I have discovered to thee, yet behooves thou rest a little longer at the board, ere the crude aliment, which thou hast taken, digested fitly to nutrition turn. Open thy mind to what I now unfold, and give it inward keeping. Knowledge comes of learning well retained, unfruitful else. This sacrifice in essence of two things consisteth, one is that, whereof tea is made, the covenant the other. For the last, it ne'er is cancelled if not kept, and hence I spake erewhile so strictly of its force. For this it was enjoined the Israelites, though leave were given them, as thou know'st, to change the offering, still to offer. Other part. The matter and the substance of the vow may well be such, to that without offence. It may for other substance be exchanged. But at his own discretion none may shift the burden on his shoulders, unreleased by either key, the yellow and the white. Nor deem of any change, as less than vain, if the last bond be not within the new included, as the cotter in the six. No satisfaction therefore can be paid for what so precious in the balance weighs, that all in counterpoise must kick the beam. Take then no vow at random, ta'en, with faith. Preserve it. Yet not bent, as Jephthah once, blindly to execute a rash resolve. Whom better it had suited to exclaim, I have done ill, than to redeem his pledge by doing worse or, not unlike to him. In folly, that great leader of the Greeks, whence on the altar, Iphigenia mourned her virgin beauty, and hath since made mourn both wise and simple, even all, who hear of so fell sacrifice. Be ye more stayed, O Christians, not, like feather, by each wind removable, nor think to cleanse ourselves in every water. Either testament, the old and new, is yours, and for your guide. The shepherd of the church let this suffice to save you, when by evil lust enticked. Remember ye be men, not senseless beasts. Nor let the Jew, who dwelleth in your streets, hold you in mockery. Be not, as the lamb, that, fickle wanton, leaves its mother's milk to dally with itself in idle play. Such were the words that Beatrice spake. These ended, to that region, where the world is liveliest, full of fond desire she turned, though mainly prompt new question to propose. Her silence and charmed look did keep me dumb. And as the arrow, ere the cord is still, leapeth unto its mark, so on we sped into the second realm. There I beheld the dame, so joyous enter, that the orb grew brighter at her smiles. And, if the star were moved to gladness, what then was my cheer? Whom nature hath made apt for every change, as in a quiet and clear lake the fish, if aught approach them from without, do draw towards it, deeming it their food. So drew full more than 1,000 splendors towards us. And in each one was heard, lo, one arrived to multiply our loves, and as each came, the shadow, streaming forth effulgence new, witnessed augmented joy. Here, reader, think, if thou didst miss the sequel of my tale, To know the rest how sorely thou wouldst crave. And thou shalt see what vehement desire possessed me, as soon as these had met my view. To know their state. O born in happy hour! Thou to whom grace vouchsafes, or ere thy close of fleshly warfare, to behold the thrones of that eternal triumph, know to us the light communicated, which through heaven expatiates without bound. Therefore, if aught thou of our beams wouldst borrow for thine aid, spare not, and of our radiance take thy fill. Thus of those piteous spirits one bespake me. And Beatrice next, say on, and trust as unto gods. How in the light supreme thou harbour'st, and from thence the virtue bring'st, that, sparkling in thine eyes, denotes thy joy. Mark, but, who thou art, am still to seek. Or wherefore, worthy spirit, for thy lot this sphere assigned, that oft from mortal ken is veiled by others' beams. I said, and turned toward the lustre, that with greeting, kind, erewhile had hailed me, forthwith brighter far than erst, it waxed, and, as himself the sun hides through excess of light, when his warm gaze hath on the mantle of thick vapours prayed, within its proper ray the saintly shape was, through increase of gladness, thus concealed, and, shrouded so in splendour answered me, e'en as the tenor of my song declares. Canto VI. After that Constantine the eagle turned against the motions of the heaven, that rolled, consenting with its course, when he of yore, Lavinia's spouse, was leader of the flight, 100 years twice told and more. His seat at Europe's extreme point, the bird of Jove held, near the mountains, whence he issued first. There, under shadow of his sacred plumes, swaying the world, till through successive hands to mine he came devolved. Caesar I was, and am Justinian, destined by the will of that prime love, whose influence I feel, from vain excess to clear encumbered laws. Or ere that work ingagged me, I did hold Christ's nature merely human, with such faith contented. But the blessed Agapite, who was chief shepherd, he with warning voice to the true faith recalled me. I believed his words, and what he taught, now plainly see. As thou in every contradiction sayest, the true and false opposed. Soon as my feet were to the church reclaimed, to my great task, by inspiration of God's grace impelled, I gave me wholly, and consigned mine arms to Belisarius, with whom heaven's right hand was linked in such conjointment. Was a sign that I should rest. To thy first question thus I shape mine answer, which were ended here, but that its tendency doth prompt perforce to some addition, that thou well mayst mark what reason on each side they have to plead, by whom that holiest banner is withstood, both who pretend its power and who oppose, beginning from that hour, when Pallas died, to give it rule. Behold the valorous deeds have made it worthy reverence, not unknown to thee, how for 300 years and more it dwelt in Alba, up to those fell lists, where for its sake were met the rival three, nor aught unknown to thee, which it achieved, down to the Sabines' wrong to Lucrece' woe, with its 7 kings conquering the nation round, nor all it wrought, by Roman worthies home, gainst Brennus and Epirot prince, and hosts of single chiefs, or states in league combined, of social warfare. Hence Torquatus stern, and Quintius nommed of his neglected locks, the Decii, and the Fabii hence acquired their fame, which I with duteous zeal embalm. By it the pride of Arab hordes was quelled, when they led on by Hannibal o'erpast, The Alpine rocks, whence glide thy currents, beneath its guidance, in their prime of days. Scipio and Pompey triumphed. And that hill, under whose summit thou didst see the light, rued its stern bearing. After, near the hour, when he then was minded that o'er all the world, his own deep calm should brood, to Caesar's hand did Rome consign it. And what then it wrought? From Var unto the Rhine, saw Iser's flood. Saw lawyer and sane, and every vale, that fills the torrent Rhone. What after that it wrought? When from Ravenna it came forth, and leaped the Rubicon, was of so bold a flight, that tongue nor pen may follow it. Toardes Spain. It wheeled its bands, then Toardi Dyrrachium smote. And on Pharsalia with so fierce a plunge, e'en the warm Nile was conscious to the pang. Its native shores and Tandros, and the streams of Simois revisited, and there, where Hector lies, then ill for Ptolemy, his pennons shook again, lightning thence fell on Juba, and the next upon your west. At sound of the Pompeian trump, returned what following, and in its next bearer's gripe it wrought, is now by Cassius and Brutus barked off in hell, and by Perugia's sons. And Medina's was mourned. Hence weepeth still sad Cleopatra, who, pursued by it, took from the adder black and sudden death. With him it ran e'en to the Red Sea coast. With him compassed the world to such a peace, that of his temple Janus barred the door. But all the mighty standard yet had wrought, and was appointed to perform thereafter. Throughout the mortal kingdom which it swayed, falls in appearance dwindled and obscured. If one with steady eye and perfect thought on the third Caesar look, for to his hands the living justice, in whose breath I move, committed glory, e'en into his hands, to execute the vengeance of its wrath. Hear now and wonder at what next I tell. After with Titus it was sent to wreak vengeance for vengeance of the ancient sin. And, when the Lombard tooth, with fangs impure, did gore the bosom of the Holy Church, under its wings victorious, Charlemagne sped to her rescue. Judge then for thyself of those, whom I erewhile accused to thee, what they are, and how grievous their offending. Who are the cause of all your ills? The one against the universal ensign rears the yellow lilies, and with partial aim, that to himself the other arrogates. So that, is hard to see which more offends. Be yours, ye Ghibellines, to veil your arts beneath another standard. Ill is this, followed of him, who severs it and justice. And let not with his Guelphs the new crown Charles assail it, but those talons hold in dread, which from a lion of more lofty port have rent the easing. Many a time ere now, the sons have for the sire's transgression wailed. Nor let him trust the fond belief, that he then will truck its armor for his lilied shield. This little star is furnished with good spirits, whose mortal lives were busy to that end, that honor and renown might wait on them. And, when desires thus err in their intention, true love must needs ascend with slacker beam. But it is part of our delight, to measure our wages with the merit, and admire the close proportion. Hence doth he then ly justice temper so evenly affection in us, it ne'er can warp to any wrongfulness. Of diverse voices is sweet music made, so in our life the different degrees render sweet harmony among these wheels. Within the pearl, that now encloseth us, shines Romeo's light, whose goodly deed and fair met ill acceptance. But the Provençals, that were his foes, have little cause for mirth. Ill shapes that man his course, who makes his wrong of others worth. For daughters were there born to Raymond Berenger, and every one became a queen. And this for him did Romeo. Though of mean state and from a foreign land. Yet envious tongues incited him to ask a reckoning of that just one, who returned 12-fold to him for 10. Aged and poor. He parted thence, and if the world did know the heart he had, begging his life by morsels, would deem the praise it yields him scantly dealt. Canto VII. Hosanna sanctus Deus Sabaoth. Super illustrans claritate tua. Felices ignis horum malahath. Thus chanting saw I turn that substance bright, with fourfold lustre to its orb again, revolving, and the rest unto their dance. With it moved also, and like swift as sparks, in sudden distance from my sight were veiled. Me doubt possessed, and, speak, it whispered me. Speak, speak unto thy lady, that she quench thy thirst with drops of sweetness. Yet blank awe, which lords it o'er me, even at the sound of Beatrice's name, did bow me down, as one in slumber held. Not long that mood Beatrice suffered, she, with such a smile, as might have made one blessed amid the flames. Beaming upon me, thus her words began. Thou in thy thought art pondering, as I deem. And what I deem is truth, how just revenge could be with justice punished, from which doubt I soon will free thee. So thou mark my words, for they of weighty matter shall possess thee. That man, who was unborn, himself condemned, and, in himself, all, who since him have lived. His offspring, whence, below, the human kind lay sick in grievous error many an age, until it pleased the word of God to come amongst them down, to his own person joining the nature, from its maker far estranged, by the mere act of his eternal love. Contemplate here the wonder I unfold. The nature with its maker thus conjoined, created first was blameless, pure and good, but through itself alone was driven forth from paradise, because it had eschewed the way of truth and life, to evil turned. Ne'er then was penalty so just as that inflicted by the cross, if thou regard the nature in assumption doomed, ne'er wrong so great, in reference to him, who took such nature on him, and endured the doom. God therefore and the Jews one sentence pleased. So different effects flowed from one act. And heaven was opened, though the earth did quake. Count it not hard henceforth, when thou dost hear that a just vengeance was by righteous court justly revenged. But yet I see thy mind by thought on thought arising sore perplexed, and with how vehement desire it asks solution of the maze. What I have heard is plain, thou sayest, but wherefore God this way for our redemption chose, eludes my search. Brother, no eye of man not perfected, nor fully ripened in the flame of love, may fathom this decree. It is a mark, in sooth, much aimed at, and but little kenned. And I will therefore show thee why such way was worthiest. The celestial love, that spume all envying in its bounty, in itself, with such effulgence blazeth, as sends forth all beauteous things eternal. What distills immediate thence, no end of being knows, bearing its seal immutably impressed. Whatever thence immediate falls, is free. Free wholly, uncontrollable by power of each thing new, by such conformity. More grateful to its author, whose bright beams, though all partake their shining, yet in those are liveliest, which resemble him the most. These tokens of preeminence on man, largely bestowed, if any of them fail, he needs must forfeit his nobility. No longer stainless. Sin alone is that which doth disfranchise him, and make unlike to the chief good. For that its light in him is darkened. And to dignity thus lost is no return, unless, where guilt makes void, he for ill pleasure pay with equal pain. Your nature, which entirely in its seed transgressed, from these distinctions fell, no less than from its state in paradise. Nor means found of recovery, search all methods out, as strictly as thou may, save one of these. The only fords were left through which to wade. Either that God had of his courtesy released him merely, or else man himself for his own folly by himself attend. Fix now thine eye, intently as thou canst, on everlasting counsel, and explore, instructed by my words, the dread abyss. Man in himself had ever lacked the means of satisfaction, for he could not stoop, obeying, in humility so low, as high he, disobeying, thought to soar. And for this reason he had vainly tried, out of his own sufficiency to pay the rigid satisfaction. Then behooved that God should by his own ways lead him back unto the life, from whence he fell, restored. By both his ways, I mean, or one alone. But since the deed is ever prized the more the doer's good intent appears. Goodness celestial, whose broad signature is on the universe, of all its ways. To raise ye up, was fain to leave out none. Nor aught so vast or so magnificent, either for him who gave or who received. Between the last night and the primal day, was or can be. For God more bounty showed, giving himself to make man capable of his return to life, than had the terms been mere and unconditional release. And for his justice, every method else were all too scant, had not the Son of God humbled himself to put on mortal flesh. Now, to fulfill each wish of thine, remains I somewhat further to thy view unfold, that thou mayst see as clearly as myself. I see, thou sayest, the air, the fire I see, the earth and water, and all things of them, compounded, to corruption turn, and soon dissolve. Yet these were also things create. Because, if what were told me, had been true, they from corruption had been therefore free. The angels, O my brother, and this clime, wherein thou art, impassible and pure, I call created, as indeed they are, in their whole being. But the elements, which thou hast named, and what of them is made, are by created virtue informed, create their substance, and create the informing virtue. In these bright stars, that round them circling move, the soul of every brute and of each plant, the ray and motion of the sacred lights, with complex potency attract and turn. But this our life the eternal good inspires, immediate, and enamors of itself, so that our wishes rest forever here. And hence thou mayst by inference conclude our resurrection certain, if thy mind consider how the human flesh was framed, when both our parents at the first were made. Canto VIII. The world was in its day of peril dark, wont to believe the dotage of fond love, from the fair Cyprian deity, who rolls in her third epicycle, shed on men by stream of potent radiance. Therefore they of elder time, in their old error blind, not her alone with sacrifice adored, and invocation, but like honors paid to Cupid and Dion, deemed of them her mother, and her son, him whom they feigned to sit in Dido's bosom, and from her whom I have sung preluding, borrowed they the appellation of that star, which views now obvious and now averse, the sun. I was not ware that I was wafted up into its orb, but the new loveliness that gracked my lady, gave me ample proof that we had entered there. And as in flame, a sparkle is distinct, or voice in voice, discerned, when one its even tenor keeps, the other comes and goes. So in that light, I other luminaries saw, that coursed in circling motion rapid more or less, as their eternal phases each impels. Never was blast from vapor charged with cold, whether invisible to eye or no, descended with such speed, it had not seemed to linger in dull tardiness, compared to those celestial lights, that towards us came, leaving the circuit of their joyous ring, conducted by the lofty seraphim. And after them, who in the van appeared, such an hosanna sounded, as hath left desire, ne'er since extinct in me, to hear renewed the strain. Then parting from the rest, one near us drew, and soul began, we all are ready at thy pleasure, well disposed to do thee gentle service. We are they to whom thou in the world erewhile didst sing. O ye, whose intellectual ministry moves the third heaven, and in one orb we roll, one motion, one impulse, with those who rule princedoms in heaven, yet are of love so full, that to please thee will be as sweet to rest. After mine eyes had with meek reverence sought the celestial guide, and were by her assured, they turned again unto the light, who had so largely promised, and with voice that bare the lively pressure of my zeal, tell who ye are, I cried. Forthwith it grew in size and splendor, through augmented joy. And thus it answered, a short date below, the world possessed me. Had the time been more, much evil, that will come, had never chanked. My gladness hides thee from me, which doth shine around, and shroud me, as an animal in its own silk unswathed. Thou lovedst me well, and hadst good cause. For had my sojourning been longer on the earth, the love I bear thee had put forth more than blossoms. The left bank, that Rhone, when he hath mixed with Sorga, laves in me its lord expected, and that horn of fair Ausonia, with its boroughs old, Bari, and Croton, and Gaeta pilled, from where the Trento disembogues his waves, with Verde mingled, to the salt sea flood. Already on my temples beamed the crown, which gave me sovereignty over the land, by Danube washed, when as he strays beyond the limits of his German shores, the realm where, on the gulf by stormy Eurus lashed, betwixt Pelorus and Pacinian heights, the beautiful Trinacria lies in gloom. Not through Typhoeus, but the vapoury cloud, bituminous upsteamed, that too did look to have its sceptre wielded by a race of monarchs, sprung through me from Charles and Rodolph. Had not ill lording which doth spirit up the people ever, in Palermo riced, the shout of death, re-echoed loud and long. Had but my brother's foresight kenned as much, he had been warier that the greedy want of Catalonia might not work his bale. And truly need there is, that he forecast or other for him, lest more freight be laid on his already overladen bark. Nature in him, from bounty fallen to thrift, would ask the guard of braver arms, than such as only care to have their coffers filled. My liege, it doth enhance the joy thy words infuse into me, mighty as it is, to think my gladness manifest to thee. As to myself, who own it, when thou look'st into the source and limit of all good, there, where thou markest that which thou dost speak, thence preised of me the more glad thou hast made me. Now make intelligent, clearing the doubt thy speech hath raised in me, for much I muse. How bitter can spring up, when sweet is sown? I thus inquiring, he forthwith replied, If I have power to show one truth, soon that shall face thee, which thy questioning declares. Behind thee now concealed. The good, that guides. And blessed makes this realm, which thou dost mount. Ordains its providence to be the virtue. In these great bodies, nor all perfect mind. Upholds their nature merely, but in them. Their energy to save, for naught. That lies. Within the range of that unerring bow. But is as level with the destined aim. As ever mark to arrow's point opposed. Were it not thus, these heavens, thou dost visit. Would their effect so work, it would not be art, but destruction, and this may not chance. If intellectual powers, that move these stars, fail not, or who, first faulty made them fail. Wilt thou this truth more clearly evident? To whom I thus, it is enough, no fear. I see, lest nature in her part should tire. He straight rejoined, say, were it worse for man, if he lived not in fellowship on earth? Yea, answered I, nor here a reason needs. And may that be, if different estates grow not of different duties in your life. Consult your teacher, and he tells you no dot. Thus did he come, deducing to this point. And then concluded, for this cause behooves. The roots, from whence your operations come, must differ. Therefore one is Solon born. Another, Xerxes, and Melchizedek. A third. And he a fourth, whose airy voyage cost him his son. In her circuitous course. Nature, that is the seal to mortal wax. Doth well her art, but no distinctions owns. Twixt one or other household. Hence befalls. That Esau is so wide of Jacob, hence. Quirinus of so base a father springs. He dates from Mars his lineage. Were it not that providence celestial overruled nature, in generation, must the path tracked by the generator, still pursue. Unswervingly. Thus place I in thy sight that, which was late behind thee. But, in sign of more affection for thee, is my will. Thou wear this corollary. Nature ever finding discordant fortune, like all seed, out of its proper climate, thrives but ill. And were the world below content to mark and work on the foundation nature lays, it would not lack supply of excellence. But ye perversely to religion strain him, who was born to gird on him the sword. And of the fluent phrase men make your king. Therefore your steps have wandered from the paths. Canto 9. After solution of my doubt, thy Charles, O fair Clemenza, of the treachery spake. That must befall his seed, but, tell it not. Said he, and let the destined years come round. Nor may I tell thee more, save that the meed of sorrow well deserved shall quit your wrongs. And now the visage of that saintly light was to the sun, that fills it, turned again. As to the good, whose plenitude of bliss sufficeth all. O ye misguided souls! Infatuate, who from such a good estrange your hearts, and bend your gaze on vanity. Alas for you, and lo! Toward me, next, another of those splendent forms approached, that, by its outward brightening, testified the will it had to pleasure me. The eyes of Beatrice, resting, as before, firmly upon me, manifested forth approval of my wish. And oh, I cried, blessed Spirit, quickly be my will performed. And prove thou to me, that my inmost thoughts I can reflect on thee. Thereat the light that yet was new to me, from the recess where it before was singing, thus began. As one who joys in kindness, in that part of the depraved Italian land, which lies between Rialto and the fountain springs. Of Brenta and of Piava, there doth rise. But to no lofty eminence, a hill. From whence erewhile a firebrand did descend. That sorely sheet the region. From one root. I in it sprang, my name on earth Cunizza. And here I glitter, for that by its light. This star o'ercame me. Yet I not repine. Nor grudge myself the cause of this my lot. Which haply vulgar hearts can scarce conceive. This jewel, that is next me in our heaven. Lustrous and costly, great renown hath left. And not to perish, ere these 100 years. 5 times absolve their round. Consider thou. If to excel be worthy man's endeavor. When such life may attend the first. Yet they care not for this, the crowd that now are girt. By Attis and Tagliamento, still. Impenitent, though scourged. The hour is near. When for their stubbornness at Padua's marsh. The water shall be channed, that laves Vicina. And where Cagnano meets with Sile, one. Lords it, and bears his head aloft, for whom? The web is now a warping. Feltro too. Shall sorrow for its godless shepherd's fault. Of so deep stain, that never, for the like. Was Malta's bar unclosed. Too large should be. The skillet, that would hold Ferrara's blood. And wearied he, who ounce by ounce would weight it. The which this priest, in show of party zeal. Courteous will give, nor will the gift ill suit. The country's custom. We descry above. Mirrors, ye call them thrones, from which to us. Reflected shine the judgments of our God. Whence these are sayings we avouch for good. She ended, and appeared on other thoughts. Intent, re-entering on the wheel she late had left. That other joyance meanwhile waxed. A thing to marvel at, in splendor glowing. Like choicest ruby stricken by the sun. For, in that upper clime, effulgence comes. Of gladness, as here laughter, and below. As the mind saddens. Murkier grows the shade. God seeth all, and in him is thy sight. Said I, blessed spirit. Therefore will of his. Cannot to thee be dark. Why then delays? Thy voice to satisfy my wish untold. That voice which joins the inexpressive song. Pastime of heaven, the which those ardors sing. That cowl them with 6 shadowing wings outspread. I would not wait thy asking, wert thou known. To me, as thoroughly I to thee am known. He forthwith answering, thus his words began. The valley of waters, widest next to that. Which doth the earth engarland, shapes its course. Between discordant shores, against the sun. Inward so far, it makes meridian there. Where was before horizon. Of that vale. Dwelt I upon the shore, twixt Ebro's stream. And Macra's, that divides with passage brief. Genoan bounds from Tuscan. East and west. Are nearly one to Bega and my land. Whose haven erst was with its own blood warm. Who knew my name were wont to call me Falco. And I did bear impression of this heaven. That now bears mine, for not with fiercer flame. Glowed Belus' daughter, injuring alike. Sychaeus and Creusa, then did I. Long as it suited the unripened down. That fledged my cheek, nor she of Rhodope. That was beguiled of Demophon. Nor Jove's son, when the charms of Iole were shrinned within his heart. And yet there hides no sorrowful repentance here, but mirth. Not for the fault, that doth not come to mind. But for the virtue, whose o'erruling sway and providence have wrought thus quaintly. Here. The skill is looked into, that fashioneth. With such effectual working, and the good discerned, accruing to this upper world. From that below. But fully to content. Thy wishes, all that in this sphere have birth. Demands my further parle. Inquire thou wouldst. Who of this light is denizen, that here beside me sparkles, as the sunbeam doth on the clear wave? Know then, the soul of Rahab is in that gladsome harbor, to our tribe united, and the foremost rank assigned. He to that heaven, at which the shadow ends of your sublunar world, was taken up first, in Christ's triumph, of all souls redeemed. For well behoved, that, in some part of heaven, she should remain a trophy to declare the mighty contest won with either palm. For that she favored first the high exploit of Joshua on the holy land, whereof the Pope recks little now. Thy city, plant of him, that on his Maker turned the back, and of whose envying so much woe hath sprung, engenders and expands the cursed flower, that hath made wander both the sheep and lambs, turning the shepherd to a wolf. For this, the gospel and great teachers laid aside. The decretals, as their stuffed margins show, are the sole study. Pope and cardinals, intent on these, ne'er journey but in thought to Nazareth, where Gabriel opt his wings. Yet it may chance, ere along, the Vatican and other most selected parts of Rome, that where the grave of Peter's soldiery shall be delivered from the adulterous bond. Canto X. Looking into his firstborn with the love which breathes from both eternal, the first might ineffable, whence eye or mind can roam, hath in such order all disposed, as none may see and fail to enjoy. Raise, then, O reader, to the lofty wheels, with me, thy ken directed to the point, whereat one motion strikes on th other. There begin thy wonder of the mighty architect, who loves his work so inwardly, his eye doth ever watch it. See, how then so bleak brancheth the circle, where the planets roll, to pour their wished influence on the world, whose path not bending thus, in heaven above, much virtue would be lost, and here on earth all power well nigh extinct, or, from direct, were its departure distant more or less. Ith universal order, great defect, must, both in heaven and here beneath, ensue. Now rest thee, reader, on thy bench, and muse, anticipative of the feast to come. So shall delight make thee not feel thy toil. Lo! I have set before thee, for thyself. Feed now, the matter I indite, henceforth demands entire my thought, joined with the part which late we told of, the great minister of nature, that upon the world imprints the virtue of the heaven, and doles out time for us with his beam, went circling on along the spires, where each hour sooner comes. And I was with him, weetless of assent, as one, who till arrived, weets not his coming. For Beatrice, she who passeth on so suddenly from good to better, time counts not the act. Oh then how great must needs have been her brightness. What she was sun, where I had entered, not through change of hue, but light transparent, did I summon up. Genius, art, practice, I might not so speak. It should be error imagined, yet believed. It may be, and the sight be justly craved. And if our fantasy fail of such height, what marvel, since no eye above the sun hath ever travelled? Such are they dwell here. Fourth family of the omnipotent Sire, who of his spirit and of his offspring shows, and holds them still enraptured with the view. And thus to me Beatrice, thank, oh thank, the Son of angels, him, who by his grace to this perceptible hath lifted thee. Never was heart in such devotion bound, and with complacency so absolute disposed to render up itself to God. As mine was at those words, and so entire. The love for him, that held me, it eclipsed. Beatrice in oblivion. Not displeased was she, but smiled thereat so joyously, that of her laughing eyes the radiance brake, and scattered my collected mind abroad. Then saw I a bright band, in liveliness surpassing, who themselves did make the crown, and us their centre, yet more sweet in voice than in their visage beaming. Cinctured thus. Sometime Latona's daughter we behold, when the impregnate air retains the thread that weaves her zone in the celestial court, whence I return, are many jewels found, so dear and beautiful, they cannot brook transporting from that realm, and of these lights. Such was the song. Who doth not prune his wing to soar up thither, let him look from thence for tidings from the dumb. When, singing thus, those burning suns that circled round us thrice, as nearest stars around the fixed pole, then seemed they like to ladies, from the dance, not ceasing, but suspense, in silent pause, listening, till they have caught the strain anew. Suspended so they stood, and, from within, thus heard I one, who spake, since with its beam, the grace, whence true love lighteth first his flame, that after doth increase by loving, shines, so multiplied in thee, it leads thee up, along this ladder, down whose hallowed steps, none e'er descend, and mount them not again, who from his phial should refuse thee wine, to slake thy thirst, no less constrained were, than water flowing not unto the sea. Thou fain wouldst hear, what plants are these, that bloom in the bright garland, which, admiring, girds this fair dame round, who strengthens thee for heaven. I then was of the lambs, that Dominic leads, for his saintly flock, along the way, where well they thrive, not sworn with vanity. He, nearest on my right hand, brother was, and master to me, Albert of Cologne. Is this, and of Aquinum, Thomas the First. If thou of all the rest wouldst be assured, let thine eye, waiting on the words I speak, in circuit journey round the blessed wreath, that next resplendence issues from the smile of Gratian, who to either forum lent such help, as favor wins in paradise. The other, nearest, who adorns our choir, was Peter, he that with the widow gave to Holy Church his treasure. The fifth light, goodliest of all, is by such love inspired, that all your world craves tidings of its doom. Within, there is the lofty light, endowed with sapience so profound, if truth be truth, that with a ken of such wide amplitude, no second hath arisen. Next behold, that taper's radiance, to whose view was shown clearliest, the nature and the ministry angelical, while yet in flesh it dwelt. In the other little light serenely smiles, that pleader for the Christian temples, he who did provide Augustine of his lore. Now, if thy mind's eye pass from light to light, upon my praises following, of the eighth, thy thirst is next. The saintly soul, that shows the world's deceitfulness, to all who hear him, is, with the sight of all the good, that is blessed there. The limbs, whence it was driven, lie down in Ciildoro, and from martyrdom and exile came it here. Lo! Further on, where flames the arduous spirit of Isidore, of Bede, and Richard, more than man, erewhile, in deep discernment. Lastly this, from whom thy look on me reverteth, was the beam of one, whose spirit, on high musings bent, rebucked the lingering tardiness of death. It is the eternal light of Sigebert, who scapt not envy, when of truth he argued, reading in the straw-littered street. Forthwith, as clock, that calleth up the spouse of God, to win her bridegroom's love at matins hour. Each part of other fitly drawn and urged, sends out a tinkling sound, of note so sweet. Affection springs in well-disposed breast. Thus saw I move the glorious wheel, thus heard voice answering voice, so musical and soft. It can be known but where day endless shines. Canto XI. O fond anxiety of mortal men! How vain and inconclusive arguments are those, which make thee beat thy wings below. For statues one, and one for aphorisms. Was hunting, this the priesthood followed, that by force or sophistry aspired to rule. To rob another, and another sought. By civil business wealth, one moiling lay, tangled in net of sensual delight. And one to witless indolence resigned. What time from all these empty things escaped? With Beatrice, I thus gloriously was rised aloft, and made the guest of heathen. They of the circle to that point, each one, where erst it was, had turned, and steady glowed, as candle in his socket. Then within the lustre, that erewhile bespake me, smiling with mirror gladness, heard I thus begin. E'en as his beam illumes me, so I look into the eternal light, and clearly mark thy thoughts, from whence they rise. Thou art in doubt, and wouldst, that I should bolt my words afresh in such plain open phrase, as may be smooth to thy perception, where I told thee late that, well they thrive, and that, no second such hath risen, which no small distinction needs. The providence, that governeth the world, in depth of counsel by created ken, unfathomable, to the end that she, who with loud cries was spoused in precious blood, might keep her footing towards her well-beloved, safe in herself and constant unto him, hath two ordained, who should on either hand in chief escort her, one seraphic all in fervency for wisdom upon earth, the other splendor of cherubic light. I but of one will tell, he tells of both. Who one commendeth which of them soe'er be taken, for their deeds were to one end. Between Tupino, and the wave, that falls from blessed Ubaldo's chosen hill, there hangs rich slope of mountain high, whence heat and cold are wafted through Perugia's eastern gate. And Norsera with Gualdo in its rear mourn for their heavy yoke. Upon that side, where it doth break its steepness most, arose a sun upon the world, as duly this from Ganges doth, therefore let none, who speak of that place, say Assisi, for its name were lamely so delivered. But the East, to call things rightly, be it henceforth stilled. He was not yet much distant from his rising, when his good influence gone to bless the earth. A dame to whom none openeth pleasure's gate, more than to death, was, 'gainst his father's will, his stripling choice, and he did make her his. Before the spiritual court, by nuptial bonds, and in his father's sight, from day to day. Then loved her more devoutly. She, bereaved of her first husband, slighted and obscure, 1,100 years and more, remained without a single suitor, till he came. Nor aught availed, that, with Amyclas, she was found unmoved at rumor of his voice, who shook the world, nor aught her constant boldness, whereby with Christ she mounted on the cross, when Mary stayed beneath. But not to deal thus closely with thee longer, take at large the rover's titles, Poverty and Francis, their concord and glad looks, wonder and love, and sweet regard gave birth to holy thoughts. So much, that venerable Bernard first did bear his feet, and, in pursuit of peace, so heavenly, ran, yet deemed his footing slow. O hidden riches! O prolific good! Aegidius bears him next, and next Sylvester. And follow both the bridegroom, so the bride can please them. Thenceforth goes he on his way, the father and the master, with his spouse, and with that family, whom now the court girt humbly, nor did abjectness of heart weigh down his eyelids, for that he was son of Pietro Bernard I, and by men in Wandrau's sort despised, but royally his hard intention he to innocent set forth, and from him first received the seal on his religion. Then, when numerous flocked, the tribe of lowly ones, that tracked his steps, whose marvelous life deservedly were sung in heights imperial, through Honorius' hand, a second crown, to deck their guardian's virtues, was by the eternal Spirit enwreathed, and when he had, through thirst of martyrdom, stood up in the proud Soldan's presence, and there preached Christ and his followers, but found the race unripened for conversion, back once more he hasted, not to intermit his toil, and reaped Ausonian lands on the hard rock. Twixt Arno and the Tiber, he from Christ took the last signet, which his limbs 2 years did carry. Then the season come, that he, who to such good had destined him, was pleased to advance him to the meed, which he had earned by his self-humbling, to his brotherhood. As their just heritage, he gave in charge his dearest lady, and enjoined their love and faith to her, and, from her bosom, willed his goodly spirit should move forth, returning to its appointed kingdom, nor would have his body laid upon another bier. Think now of one, who were a fit colleague to keep the bark of Peter in deep sea helm to right point, and such our patriarch was. Therefore who follow him, as he enjoins, thou mayst be certain, take good lading in. But hunger of new viands tempts his flock, so that they needs into strange pastures wide must spread them, and the more remote from him the stragglers wander, so much mole they come home to the sheepfold, destitute of milk. There are of them, in truth, who fear their harm, and to the shepherd cleave, but these so few. A little stuff may furnish out their cloaks. Now, if my words be clear, if thou have ta'en good heed, if that, which I have told, recall to mind, thy wish may be in part fulfilled. For thou wilt see the point from whence they split, nor miss of the reproof, which that implies, that well they thrive not sworn with vanity. Canto XII. Soon as its final word the blessed flame had rised for utterance, straight the holy mill began to wheel, nor yet had once revolved, or ere another, circling, compassed it. Motion to motion, song to song, conjoining song, that as much our muses doth excel our sirens with their tuneful pipes, as ray of primal splendor doth its faint reflex. As when, if Juno bid her handmaid forth, 2 arches parallel, and tricked alike, span the thin cloud, the outer taking birth from that within, in manner of that voice, whom love did melt away, as sun the mist. And they who gaze, presageful call to mind the compact, made with Noah, of the world, no more to be o'erflowed about us thus, of sempiternal roses, bending, wreathed those garlands twain, and to the innermost. E'en thus external answered, when the footing and other great festivity of song and radiance, light with light accordant, each jocund and blithe, had at their pleasure stilled. E'en as the eyes by quick volition emoved are shut and riced together from the heart of one amongst the new lights emoved a voice that made me seem like needle to the star in turning to its whereabout, and thus Began, the love, that makes me beautiful. Prompts me to tell of other guide. For whom such good of mine is spoken. Where one is, the other worthily should also be. That as their warfare was alike, should be their glory. Slow, and full of doubt. And with thin ranks, after its banner moved. The army of Christ, which it so clearly cost. To reappoint, when its imperial head. Who reigneth ever, for the drooping host. Did make provision, thorough grace alone. And not through its deserving. As thou heardst. 2 champions to the succor of his spouse. He sent, who by their deeds and words might join. Again his scattered people. In that clime. Where springs the pleasant west wind to unfold. The fresh leaves, with which Europe sees herself. New garmented. Nor from those billows far. Beyond whose chiding, after weary course. The sun doth sometimes hide him, safe abides. The happy Caleroga, under guard. Of the great shield, wherein the lion lies. Subjected and supreme. And there was born. The loving million of the Christian faith. The hallowed wrestler, gentle to his own. And to his enemies terrible. So replete. His soul with lively virtue, that when first. Created, even in the mother's womb. It prophesied. When, at the sacred font. The spousals were complete, twixt faith and him. Where pledge of mutual safety was exchanged. The dame, who was his surety, in her sleep. Beheld the wondrous fruit, that was from him. And from his heirs to issue. And that such. He might be construed, as indeed he was. She was inspurred to name him of his owner. Whose he was wholly, and so called him Dominic. And I speak of him, as the laborer. Whom Christ in his own garden chose to be. His helpmate. Messenger he seemed, and friend. Fast knit to Christ, and the first love he showed. Was after the first counsel that Christ gave. Many a time his nurse, at entering found. That he had risen in silence, and was prostrate. As who should say, my errand was for this. O happy father! Felix rightly nomed. O favored mother! Rightly nomed Joanna. If that do mean, as men interpret it. Not for the world's sake, for which now they pour. Upon Ostians and Tadeo's page. But for the real manna, soon he grew. Mighty in learning, and did set himself. To go about the vineyard, that soon turns. To wan and withered. If not tended well. And from the sea, whose bounty to the just. And needy is gone by, not through its fault. But his who fills it basely, he besought. No dispensation for commuted wrong. Nor the first vacant fortune, nor the 10th. That to God's paupers rightly appertain. But, gainst an erring and degenerate world. License to fight, in favor of that seed. From which the twice 12 scions gird thee round. Then, with sage doctrine and goodwill to help. Forth on his great apostleship he fared. Like torrent bursting from a lofty vein. And, dashing, gainst the stocks of heresy. Smote fiercest, where resistance was most stout. Thence many rivulets have since been turned. Over the garden Catholic to lead. Their living waters, and have fed its plants. If such one wheel of that two-yoked car. Wherein the Holy Church defended her. And rode triumphant through the civil broil. Thou canst not doubt its fellow's excellence. Which Thomas, ere my coming, hath declared. So courteously unto thee. But the track, which its smooth fellies made, is now deserted. That mouldy mother is where late were Lees. His family, that wont to trace his path. Turn backward, and invert their steps. Ere along. To rue the gathering in of their ill crop. When the rejected tares in vain shall ask admittance to the barn. I question not. But he, who searched our volume, leaf by leaf, might still find page with this inscription on't. I am as I was wont. Yet such were not. From Aquasparta nor Cassale, whence? Of those, who come to meddle with the text, one stretches and another cramps its rule. Bonaventura's life in me behold. From Bagnora Regio, one, who in discharge of my great offices still laid aside all sinister aim. Illuminato here. And Agostino join me, two they were. Among the first of those barefooted meek ones, who sought God's friendship in the court, with them. Hugues of Saint Victor, Pietro Mangiador. And he of Spain in his 12 volumes shining. Nathan the prophet, metropolitan. Chrysostom, and Anselmo, and, who deigned to put his hand to the first art, Donatus. Rabbin is here, and at my side there shines Calabria's abbot, Joachim, endowed with soul prophetic. The bright courtesy of Friar Thomas, and his goodly lore, have emoved me to the blazon of a peer. So worthy, and with me have emoved this throng. Canto XIII. Let him, who would conceive what now I saw, imagine, and retain the image firm. As mountain rock, the whilst he hears me speak. Of stars 15, from midst the ethereal host. Selected, that, with lively ray serene, come the massiest air, thereto imagine. The wane, that, in the bosom of our sky, spins ever on its axle night and day. With the bright summit of that horn which swells, dew from the pole, round which the first will rolls. Have ranged themselves in fashion of two signs. In heaven, such as Ariadne made, when death's chill seized her. And that one of them did compass in the other's beam. And both in such sort whirl around, that each should tend with opposite motion and, conceiving thus of that true constellation, and the dance twofold, that circled me, he shall attain. As were the shadow. For things there is much surpass our usage, as the swiftest heaven is swifter than the Chiana. There was sung no Bacchus, and no Iopian, but 3 persons in the Godhead, and in one substance that nature and the human joined. The song fulfilled its measure, and to us those saintly lights attended, happier made. At each new ministering, then silence brake. Amid accordant sons of deity. That luminary, in which the wondrous life of the meek man of God was told to me. And thus it spake, one ear harvest threshed, and its grain safely stored, sweet charity invites me with the other to like toil. Thou know'st, that in the bosom, whence the rib was ta'en to fashion that fair cheek, whose taste all the world pays for, and in that, which pierced by the keen lance, both after and before, such satisfaction offered as outweighs each evil in the scale, whatever of light to human nature is allowed, must all have by his virtue been infest, who formed both one and other, and thou thence admirest. In that I told thee, of beatitudes. A second, there is none to his enclosed. In the 5th radiance. Open now thine eyes to what I answer thee, and thou shalt see thy deeming and my saying meet in truth. As center in the round. That which dies not, and that which can die, are but each the beam of that idea, which our sovereign sire engendereth loving, for that lively light which passeth from his brightness, not disjoined from him, nor from his love triune with them, doth, through his bounty, congregate itself, mirrored, as were in new existences, itself unalterable and ever one, descending hence unto the lowest powers, Its energy so sinks, at last it makes but brief contingencies, for so I name things generated, which the heavenly orbs, moving, with seed or without seed, produce. Their wax, and that which moulds it, differ much. And thence with lustre, more or less, it shows. Ideal stamp impress, so that one tree, according to his kind, hath better fruit and worse, and, at your birth, ye, mortal men, are in your talents various. Were the wax moulded with nice exactness, and the heaven in its disposing influence supreme, the lustre of the seal should be complete. But nature renders it imperfect ever, resembling thus the artist in her work, whose faltering hand is faithless to his skill. How, if love itself dispose, and mark the primal virtue, kindling with bright view, there all perfection is vouchsafed, and such the clay was made, accomplished with each gift that life can teem with, such the burden filled the Virgin's bosom, so that I commend thy judgment, that the human nature ne'er was or can be, such as in them it was. Did I advance no further than this point? How then had he no peer, thou mightst reply. But, that what now appears not, may appear. Right plainly, ponder, who he was, and what. When he was bidden, ask, the motive swayed to his requesting. I have spoken thus, that thou mayst see, he was a king, who asked for wisdom, to the end he might be king. Sufficient, not the number to search out of the celestial movers, or to know, if necessary with contingent air, have made necessity, or whether that be granted, that first motion is, or if of the mid-circle can, by art, be made triangle with each corner, blunt or sharp. Whence, noting that, which I have said, and this, thou kingly prudence and that can mayst learn, at which the dart of my intention aims. And, marking clearly, that I told thee, risen, thou shalt discern it only hath respect to kings, of whom are many, and the good are rare. With this distinction take my words, and they may well consist with that which thou of the first human father dost believe, and of our well-beloved. And let this henceforth be led unto thy feet, to make thee slow in motion, as a weary man, both to the yea and to the nay, thou sayest not. For he among the fools is down full low, whose affirmation, or denial, is without distinction, in each case alike. Since it befalls, that in most instances current opinion leads to false, and then affection bends the judgment to her ply. Much more than vainly doth he lose from shore, since he returns not such as he set forth, who fishes for the truth and wanteth skill. And open proofs of this unto the world have been afforded in Parmenides, Melissus, Bryso, and the crowd beside, who journeyed on, and knew not whither, so did Sibelius, Arius, and the other fools, who, like to scimitars, reflected back the scripture image, by distortion marred. Let not the people be too swift to judge, as one who reckons on the blades in field, or ere the crop be ripe. For I have seen the thorn frown rudely all the winter long, and after bear the rose upon its top, and bark, that all the way across the sea ran straight and speedy, perish at the last. E'en in the haven's mouth seeing one steal another brine, his offering to the priest. Let not Dame Bertha and Sir Martin thence into heaven's councils deem that they can pry. For one of these may rise, the other fall. Canto 14. From center to the circle, and so back. From circle to the center, water moves in the round chalice, even as the blow impels it, inwardly, or from without. Such was the image glanked into my mind. As the great spirit of Aquinum ceased. And Beatrice after him her words. Resumed alternate, need there is, though, yet. He tells it to you not in words, nor e'en in thought, that he should fathom to its depth. Another mystery. Tell him, if the light, wherewith your substance blooms, shall stay with you eternally, as now, and, if it doth, how, when ye shall regain your visible forms, the sight may without harm endure the change. That also tell. As those, who in a ring tread the light measure, in their fitful mirth raise loud the voice, and spring with gladder bound. Thus, at the hearing of that pious suit, the saintly circles in their tourneying, and Wandrouse note attested new delight. Whoso laments, that we must doff this garb of frail mortality, thenceforth to live immortally above, he hath not seen the sweet refreshing, of that heavenly shower. Him, who lives ever, and for ever reigns in mystic union of the three in one. Unbounded, bounding all, each spirit thrice sang, with such melody, as but to hear for highest merit were an ample meed. And from the lesser orb the goodliest light, with gentle voice and mild, such as perhaps the angels once to Mary, thus replied. Long as the joy of paradise shall last, our love shall shine around that raiment, bright as fervent as in vision blessed, and that as far in blessedness exceeding as it hath grave beyond its virtue great. Our shape, regarment with glorious weeds of saintly flesh, must, being thus entire, show yet more gracious. Therefore shall increase whatever of light, gratuitous, imparts the supreme good, light, ministering aid. The better disclose his glory, whence the vision needs increasing, much increase the fervor, which it kindles. And that too, the ray, that comes from it. But as the greed, which gives out flame, yet it its whiteness shines more lively than that, and so preserves its proper semblance. Thus this circling sphere of splendor, shall to view less radiant seem. Then shall our fleshly robe, which yonder earth now covers, nor will such excess of light o'erpower us, in corporeal organs made firm, and susceptible of all delight. So ready and so cordial an Amen followed from either choir, as plainly spoke desire of their dead bodies. Yet perchance not for themselves, but for their kindred dear, mothers and sires, and those whom best they loved, ere they were made imperishable flame. And lo! Forthwith there rose up round about a lustre over that already there, of equal clearness, like the brightening up of the horizon, as at an evening hour of twilight, new appearances through heaven peer with faint glimmer, doubtfully descried. So their new substances, methought began to rise in view, and round the other twain, and wheeling, sweep their ampler circuit wide. O gentle glitter of eternal beam! With what a such whiteness did it flow! O'erpowering vision in me! But so fair, so passing lovely, Beatrice showed. Mind cannot follow it, nor words express her infinite sweetness. Thence mine eyes regained power to look up, and I beheld myself, soul with my lady, to more lofty bliss translated, for the star, with warmer smile empurpled, well denoted our ascent. With all the heart, and with that tongue which speaks the same in all, an holocaust I made to God, befitting the new grace vouchsafed. And from my bosom had not yet upsteamed the fuming of that incense, when I knew the rite accepted with such mighty sheen, and mantling crimson, in two listed rays, The splendors shot before me, that I cried. God of Sabaoth! That does prank them thus. As leads the galaxy from pole to pole. Distinguished into greater lights and less. Its pathway, which the wisest fail to spell. So thickly studded, in the depth of Mars. Those rays described the venerable sign. That quadrants in the round conjoining frame. Here memory mocks the toil of genius. Christ. Beamed on that cross, and pattern fails me now. But whoso takes his cross, and follows Christ, will pardon me for that I leave untold. When in the fleckered dawning he shall spy the glitterance of Christ. From horn to horn. And, tween the summit and the base did move. Lights, scintillating, as they met and passed. Thus oft are seen, with ever-changeful glance. Straight or athwart, now rapid and now slow. The atomies of bodies, long or short. To move along the sunbeam, whose slant line checkers the shadow, interposed by art. Against the noontide heat. And as the chime of minstrel music, dulcimer, and help, with many strings, a pleasant dining makes. To him, who heareth not distinct the note. So from the lights, which there appeared to me, gathered along the cross a melody, that, indistinctly heard, with ravishment, possessed me. Yet I marked it was a hymn of lofty praises. For there came to me, arise and conquer, as to one who hears, and comprehends not, me such ecstasy. Came, that never till that hour was thing, that held me in so sweet imprisonment. Perhaps my saying overbold appears, accounting less the pleasure of those eyes, whereon to look fulfilleth all desire. But he, who is aware those living seals, of every beauty work with quicker force, the higher they are risen. And that there I had not turned me to them, he may well excuse me that, whereof in my excuse I do accuse me, and may own my truth. That holy pleasure here not yet revealed, which grows in transport as we mount aloof. Canto 15. True love, that ever shows itself as clear in kindness, as loose appetite in wrong, silenced that lyre harmonious, and stilled the sacred chords, that are by Heaven's right hand unwound and tightened, flow to righteous prayers. Should they not hearken, who, to give me will, for praying, in accordance thus were mute, he hath in sooth good cause for endless grief. Who, for the love of thing that lasteth not, despoils himself for ever of that love. As oft along the still and pure serene, at nightfall, glides a sudden trail of fire, attracting with involuntary heat the eye to follow it, erewhile at rest, and seems some star that shifted place in heaven. Only that, whence it kindles, none is lost, and it is soon extinct. Thus from the horn, that on the dexter of the cross extends, down to its foot, one luminary ran. From mid the cluster shone there, yet no gem dropped from its foil, and through the beamy list, like flame in alabaster, glowed its course. So forward stretched him, if of credence aught our greater muse may claim, the pious ghost of old Anchises, in the Elysian bower, when he perceived his son. O thou, my blood! O most exceeding grace divine! To whom, as now to thee, hath twice the heaven ly gate been e'er unclosed, so spake the light, whence I turned me toward him, then unto my dame, my sight directed, and on either side amazement waited me. For in her eyes was lighted such a smile, I thought that mine had dived unto the bottom of my grace, and of my bliss in paradise. Forthwith, to hearing and to sight grateful alike, the Spirit to his proem added things I understood not, so profound he spake. Yet not of choice but through necessity. Mysterious, for his high conception scarred beyond the mark of mortals. When the flight of holy transport had so spent its rage, that nearer to the level of our thought the speech descended, the first sounds I heard were, "Best he thou, triunal deity, that hast such favor in my seed vouchsafed." Then followed, no unpleasant thirst, though long, which took me reading in the sacred book, whose leaves or white or dusky never change. Thou hast allayed, my son, within this light, from whence my voice thou hearst, more thanks to her, who for such lofty mounting has with plumes begirt thee. Thou dost deem thy thoughts to me from him transmitted, who is first of all, e'en as all numbers rave from unity. And therefore dost not ask me who I am, or why to thee more joyous I appear than any other in this gladsome throng. The truth is as thou deemst. For in this hue, both less and greater in that mirror look, in which thy thoughts, or ere thou think'st, are shown. But, that the love, which keeps me wakeful ever, urging with sacred thirst of sweet desire, may be contended fully, let thy voice, fearless, and frank and jocund, utter forth thy will distinctly, utter forth the wish, whereto my ready answer stands decreed. I turned me to Beatrice, and she heard, ere I had spoken, smiling, an assent, that to my will gave wings. And I began, to each among your tribe, what time ye kenned the nature, in whom naught unequal dwells. Wisdom and love were in one measure dealt, for that they are so equal in the sun, from whence ye drew your radiance and your heat, as makes all likeness scant. But will and means in mortals, for the cause ye well discern, with unlike wings are fledge. A mortal eye experience inequality like this, and therefore give no thanks, but in the heart, for thy paternal greeting. This hour, I pray thee, living topaz, that ingemst this precious jewel, let me hear thy name. I am thy root, O leaf, whom to expect even, hath pleased me, thus the prompt reply. Prefacing, next it added, he, of whom thy kindred appellation comes, and who, these 100 years and more, on its first ledge, hath circuited the mountain, was my son, and thy great-grandsire. Well befits, his long endurance should be shortened by thy deeds. Florence, within her ancient limit mark, which calls her still to matin prayers and noon, was chaste and sober, and abode in peace. She had no armlets and no head tires then, no purfled dames, no zone, that caught the eye more than the person did. Time was not yet, when at his daughter's birth the sire grew pale, for fear the age and dowry should exceed on each side just proportion. House was none, void of its family, nor yet had come Hardanapolis, to exhibit feats of chamber prowess. Montemalo yet o'er our suburban turret rose, as much to be surpassed in fall, as in its rising. I saw Belintian Berti walk abroad, in leathern girdle and a clasp of bone, and, with no artful coloring on her cheeks, his lady leave the glass. The sons I saw of Nerli and of Vecchio well content, with unrobbed jerkin, and their good dames handling the spindle and the flax, oh happy they, each sure of burial in her native land, and none left desolate a bed for France. One whacked to tend the cradle, hushing it with sounds that lulled the parent's infancy. Another, with her maidens, drawing off the tresses from the distaff, lectured them old tales of Troy and Fiesole and Rome. A Saltarello and Cyangello we had held as strange a marvel, as ye would A Cincinnatus or Cornelia now. In such compassed and seemly fellowship. Such faithful and such fair equality. In so sweet household, Mary at my birth. Bestowed me, called on with loud cries, and there. In your old baptistry, I was made. Christian at once and cacciaguida. As were. My brethren, Eliseo and Morontu. From Valdepedo came to me my spouse. And hence thy surname grew. I followed then. The Emperor Conrad, and his knighthood he did gird on me, in such good part he took my valiant service. After him I went to testify against that evil law, whose people, by the shepherd's fault, possess your right, usurping. There, by that foul crew, was I released from the deceitful world, whose base affection many a spirit soils. And from the martyrdom came to this peace. Canto 16. O slight respect of man's nobility! I never shall account it marvellous that our infirm affection here below thou movest to boasting, when I could not choose. E'en in that region of unwarped desire. In heaven itself, but make my vaunt in thee. Yet cloak thou art soon shortened, for that time. Unless thou be eked out from day to day. Goes round thee with his shears. Resuming then. With greeting such, as Rome, was first to bear. But since hath disaccustomed I began. And Beatrice, that a little space was severed, smilled reminding me of her. Whose cough emboldened, as the story holds, to first offence the doubting Guinevere. You are my sire, said I, you give me heart. Freely to speak my thought, above myself. You raise me through so many streams with joy. My soul is filled, that gladness wells from it. So that it bears the mighty tide, and bursts not. Say then, my honored stem. What ancestors were those you sprang from, and what years were marked in your first childhood? Tell me of the fold that hath St. John for guardian. What was then its state, and who in it were highest seated? As embers, at the breathing of the wind, their flame enliven, so that light I saw shine at my blandishments. And, as it grew more fair to look on, so with voice more sweet. Yet not in this our modern phrase, forthwith it answered, from the day, when it was said, Hail Virgin! To the throes, by which my mother, who now is sainted, lightened her of me. Whom she was heavy with, this fire had come 550 times and thrice, its beams to re-illumine underneath the foot of its own lion. They, of whom I sprang, and I, had there our birthplace, where the last partition of our city first is reached. By him, that runs her annual game. Thus much suffice of my forefathers, who they were, and whence they hither came, more honorable. It is to pass in silence than to tell. All those, who in that time were there from Mars, until the Baptist, fit to carry arms, were but the fifth of them this day alive. But then the citizens' blood, that now is mixed from Campi and Certaldo and Figheim, ran purely through the last mechanic's veins. Oh, how much better were it, that these people were neighbors to you, and that at Galuzzo and at Trespiano, ye should have your boundary, than to have them within, and bear the stench of a Guglione's hind, and Cygna's, him that hath his eye already keen for bartering. Had not the people, which of all the world degenerates most, been stepdame unto Caesar, but, as a mother, gracious to her son, such one, as hath become a Florentine, and trades and traffics, had been turned adrift to Cimofont, where his grandsire plied the beggar's craft. The Conti were possessed of Montemerlo still, the Cerci still were in a Cone's parish, nor had haply From Valdegrave past the Boindlemont. The city's malady hath ever source. In the confusion of its persons, as the bodies, in variety of food. And the blind bull falls with a steeper plunge than the blind lamb. And oftentimes one sword doth more and better execution than 5. Mark Looney, Herbisaglia Mark. How they are gone, and after them how go Chiusi and Sinigaglia. And will seem no longer new or strange to thee to hear that families fail, when cities have their end. All things, that appertain to ye, like yourselves, are mortal, but mortality in some. Ye mark not, they endure so long, and you pass by so suddenly. And as the moon doth, by the rolling of her heaven sphere, hide and reveal the strand unceasingly, so fortune deals with Florence. Hence admire not at what of them I tell thee, whose renown time covers, the first Florentines. I saw the Ughi, Catalini and Philippi, the Alberici, Grisi and Ormani, now in their wane, illustrious citizens, and great as ancient, of Senelahim. With him of Arca saw, and Soldanieri, and Ardinghi, and Bostici. At the poop, that now is laden with new felony. So come rouse it may speedily sink the bark. The Ravignani sat, of whom is sprung the County Guido, and whoso hath since his title from the famed Belintian ta'en. Fair governance was yet an art well prized. By him of Pressa, Galileo showed the gilded hilt and pommel, in his house. The column, clothed with verre, still was seen. Unshaken, the Sacchetti still were great. Giucci, Sifanti, Galli and Barucci. With them who blushed to hear the bushel nommed. Of the Calfucci still the branchy trunk was in its strength, and to the curule chairs Sitzii and Arigucci yet were drawn. How mighty them I saw, whom since their pride hath undone, and in all her goodly deeds, Florence was by the bullets of bright gold. Flourished. Such the sires of those, who now, as surely as your church is vacant, flock into her consistory, and at leisure there stall them and grow fat. The o'erweening brood that plays the dragon after him that flees. But unto such, as turn and show the tooth, eye o'er the purse, is gentle as a lamb. Was on its rise, but yet so slight esteemed, that Ubertino of Donati grudged his father-in-law should yoke him to its tribe. Already Caponsacco had descended into the mart from Fiesole, and Judah, and Infungato were good citizens. A thing incredible I tell, though true. The gateway, named from those of Pera, led into the narrow circuit of your walls. Each one, who bears the sightly quarterings of the great Baron, he whose name and worth the festival of Thomas still revives. His knighthood and his privilege retained, albeit one, who borders them with gold. This day is mingled with the common herd. In Borgo yet the Gualterati dwelt, and in Port Uni, well for its repose. Had it still lacked of newer neighborhood. The house, from whence your tears have had their spring, through the just anger that hath murdered ye, and put a period to your gladsome days, was honored, it, and those consorted with it. O Boindlemont! What ill counselling prevailed on thee to break the plighted bond? Many, who now are weeping, would rejoice, had God to Emma given thee, the first time thou near our city camest. But so was doomed. On that maimed stone set up to guard the bridge. At thy last piece, the victim, Florence, fell. With these and others like to them, I saw Florence in such assured tranquillity. She had no cause at which to grieve, with these Saw her so glorious and so just, that ne'er the lily from the lance had hung reverse, or through division been with vermeil dyed. Canto XVII. Such as the youth, who came to Clymene, to certify himself of that reproach, which had been fastened on him, he whose end still makes the fathers chary to their sons. E'en such was I, nor unobserved was such of Beatrice, and that saintly lamp, who had erewhile for me his station moved. When thus by lady, give thy wish free vent, that it may issue, bearing true report of the mind's impress. Not that aught thy words may to our knowledge add, but to the end that thou mayst use thyself to own thy thirst, and men may mingle for thee when they hear. O plant, from whence I spring, revered and loved, who soar'st so high a pitch, thou sayest as clear as earthly thought determines too obtuse. In one triangle not contained, so clear dost see contingencies, ere in themselves existent, looking at the point whereto all times are present, I, the whilst I scowled with Virgil the soul-purifying mount, and visited the nether world of woe, touching my future destiny have heard words grievous, though I feel me on all sides well squared to fortune's blows. Therefore my will were satisfied to know the lot awaits me. The arrow, seen beforehand, slacks its flight. So said I to the brightness, which erewhile to me had spoken, and my will declared, as Beatrice willed, explicitly, nor with oracular response obscure. Such, as or ere the Lamb of God was slain, beguiled the credulous nations, but, in terms precise and unambiguous lore, replied the spirit of paternal love, enshrined yet in his smile apparent. And thus spake. Contingency, unfolded not to view upon the tablet of your mortal mold, is all depicted in the eternal sight. But hence deriveth not necessity more than the tall ship, hurried down the flood, doth from the vision, that reflects the scene. From thence, as to the ear's sweet harmony, from organ comes, so comes before mine eye the time prepared for thee, such as drive en out from Athens, by his cruel stepdame's wiles. Hippolytus departed, such must thou depart from Florence. This they wish, and this contrive, and will ere long effectuate, there where gainful merchandise is made of Christ. Throughout the livelong day, the common cry will, as is ever wont, affix the blame unto the party injured, but the truth shall, in the vengeance it dispenseth, find a faithful witness. Thou shalt leave each thing beloved most dearly. This is the first shaft shot from the bow of exile. Thou shalt prove how salt the savour is of others' bread, how hard the passage to descend and climb by others' stairs, but that shall gall thee most will be the worthless and vile company with whom thou must be thrown into these straits. For all ungrateful, impious all and mad shall turn 'gainst thee, but in a little while theirs and not thine shall be the crimsoned brow. Their course shall so evince their brutishness. Have ta'en thy stand apart shall well become thee. First refuge thou must find, first place of rest, in the great Lombard's courtesy, who bears upon the ladder perched the sacred bird. He shall behold thee with such kind regard, that, twixt ye two, the contrary to that which falls, twixt other men, the granting shall forerun the asking. With him shalt thou see that mortal, who was at his birth impress so strongly from this star, that of his deeds the nation shall take note. His unripe age yet holds him from observance, for these wheels only 9 years have compassed him about. But, ere the Gascon practice on great Harry, sparkles of virtue shall shoot forth in him, in equal scorn of labours and of gold. His bounty shall be spread abroad so widely, as not to let the tongues e'en of his foes be idle in its praise. Look thou to him, and his beneficence, for he shall cause reversal of their lot to many people, rich men and beggars interchanging fortunes. And thou shalt bear this written in thy soul of him, but tell it not. And things he told, incredible to those who witnessed them. Then added, so interpret thou, my son, what hath been told thee. Lo, the ambushment that a few circling seasons hide for thee. Yet envy not thy neighbours, time extends thy span beyond their treason's chastisement. Soon, as the saintly spirit, by his silence, had shown the web which I had streeted for him, upon the warp was woven, I began, as one, who in perplexity desires counsel of other, wise, benign and friendly. My father. Well I mark how time spurs on toward me, ready to inflict the blow which falls most heavily on him, who most abandoned himself. Therefore, is good. I should forecast, that driven from the place most dear to me, I may not lose myself. All others by my song. Down through the world of infinite morning, and along the mount, from whose fair height my lady's eyes did lift me. And after through this heaven from light to light, have I learnt that, which if I tell again, it may with many woefully disrelish. And, if I am a timid friend to truth, I fear my life may perish among those to whom these days shall be of ancient date. The brightness, where enclosed the treasure smilled, which I had found there, first shone glisteningly, like to a golden mirror in the sun. Next answered, conscience, dimmed or by its own, or other's shame, will feel thy saying sharp. Thou, notwithstanding, all deceit removed, see the whole vision be made manifest. And let them wince who have their withers wrung. What though, when tasted first, thy voice shall prove unwelcome, on digestion it will turn to vital nourishment. The cry thou raisest shall, as the wind doth, smite the proudest summits, which is of honour no light argument. For this there only have been shown to thee, throughout these orbs, the mountain, and the deep spirits, whom fame hath note of. For the mind of him, who hears, is loath to acquiesce, and fix its faith, unless the instance brought be palpable, and proof apparent urge. Canto XVIII.